dawn rises in Southern California on the west coast of the United States. It's a chance for a new beginning, some redemption, maybe some glory, but definitely a lot of flesh and blood fun. And that can only mean one thing. And that means it's time for Arcane Games and Events Season 3. My name is Bryce Platts, and I'm here with casting royalty from a decade of several different esports, including Overwatch and Brawl Stars. It can only be one person. It's Mitch Uber Shouts Leslie. Welcome, Mitch.
Thank you. Yeah, what a shining introduction. Great to be here, of course, at another Arcane Games and Events Open. We missed the really somber instrumental music with the timpanis in the background behind your intro.
Oh, we didn't get that?
No,
Justin,
unless we couldn't hear it. Yeah, Justin's like, oh, sorry. Yeah, might have been some DMCA concerns, but yeah, great to be here. Obviously, Flesh and Blood's been a huge part of my life for the last few years, and it's been great to be involved in the AGE circuit. Great to be back here as well. Also, to kick off a new year on a product that has really just gone from strength to strength over the last couple now. We've had LSS behind us. We can offer, PTI, of course, as part of this competition. Really adding another tier of competition for our players here in Southern California and the outlying states to come in and throw down with the very best of them.
We are unbelievably excited. Mitch, you mentioned coming back to AGE. It has been a little while since we've had you, either as a player or as a caster. What are you hoping to see? What has brought you back to us today?
Look, I mean, frankly, just an open schedule, if I'm honest with you. But this is my first time coming out here. We're actually at Top Deck Keep out in Riverside.
Our first time as well.
Right. The place is awesome. It's great to be here. If you're ever in the area, and even if you're not, it's well worth the trip out to come and check it out. The inventory is great. The people are amazing as well. But what I'm looking forward to is to see a lot of our storylines from our last year of AGE play out. Of course, our players champion, Zachary Wallach, is there, of course, and a whole host of other players looking to make a great start here in our AGE circuit, because it's not just a one flash in the pan event, Bryce. We are doing these monthly over the course of the year here in the West Coast, but maybe other parts of the country too.
Ooh, now that is a good stinger. Let's put a pin in that, and we will come back in just a moment. First off, we've already mentioned a little bit. It's time for Weekend Stories. Welcome to Season 3 of AGE. It is, without a doubt, going to be the best and biggest AGE season yet. Because, as you mentioned, Mitch, we are doing this every single month, and it all boils down to that Players' Championship. We saw it play out last year with a victory by Zachary Wallach and a whole host of other familiar faces. Now that we're in Riverside, we've also got a couple new ones coming in, and I can't wait to get them on stream.
Yeah, look, we're actually out in an area in Southern California that is massive for card games and Flesh and Blood especially. Top Deck Keep has their own team. I mean, you've seen a couple of their players on your screens, not only at AGE events, but also at larger sort of Legend Story Studio Flesh and Blood events, Call Links, Battle Hardens, and the like. Tyler Horspool, Chris Ciali, two of the most notable players on this team. But TDK actually has quite a large roster, many of them based out here in Riverside County, and many of them now looking to defend their home turf. There's always been a little bit of, not animosity, but definitely, a great excitement to defend one's home area. We've had people coming in from out of state pretty often, right? It's not uncommon to see interlopers from Nevada or from Arizona coming on in, the likes of, Peter Budensick and, of course, Alexander Vore and his brother. So that's always fun. That's a storyline to see unravel here, or at least evolve a little bit more. And we've got a great turnout today. I mean, we're looking at least 50 players, which is a fantastic way to kick us off for the year with a bang.
My heart is full seeing a full room here at Top Deck Keep. I was chomping at the bit to get back to this event. It felt like such an eternity after we completed the Players' Championship and we had the long break throughout Worlds and beyond and through the holidays, and there's no place I'd rather be than sitting in this chair right now.
Yeah.
I'm really, really excited.
And again, like for those maybe tuning in for the first time, wonder what we're doing here. I mean, the AGE Open is an open sign-up event for Flesh and Blood players, if you can make it out here to Southern California, and it's a circuit. That means that, based on your placing in each respective monthly Open, you'll be on a leaderboard, and eventually we take a cut of the top players of that leaderboard. We move on to the Players' Championship at the end of the year, of which there's a PTI gold for and prize money all up for grabs here. That's what's being played for. This is your monthly breakdown, so 30 open points up for grabs for the winner, $400 in cash. And it all leads, of course, towards our Players' Championship, which, again, qualifies you for one of those top-tier LSS events.
So yeah, of course, there's a little bit of money on the line every month, but what people are really going to be chasing, Mitch, are those juicy AGE points, because that Players' Championship is invite only. It'll be the top 16 players, which we will hone and find throughout each of these monthly opens, and that is going to be a $3,000 prize pool and gold cold foil and PTI.
Right, so a lot on the line. Obviously, massive shout out and thank you to LSS for partnering with us in this venture, because it's great to add another tier of competition here in Southern California. But that is what we are here to do, of course. But we should definitely talk about what is on the horizon, not just the games today, but also Flesh and Blood's newest set, The Hunted. I mean, damn, we're deep within preview season. We had a bunch of cards previewed sort of before New Year's. Couple more are coming out soon as well. I heard that AG might be involved as well.
We sure are, Mitch, and we would love to share it with you today, but we can't, because we have to do it this Wednesday, because that's when LSS said we had to do it.
Funny you should say that, because I did.
Oh, are you going to share this?
I was lucky enough to get a preview card this year. You may have seen the Warrior attack reaction known as Provoke. Unfortunately, due to a substantial lack of reading comprehension ability on my side, I spoiled it a month early. So a lot of people saw that card and thought, wait a minute, is this an expansion slot card? Because a lot of the time, like, the expansion slot cards get sort of teased first.
They're like, all I'm seeing is a bunch of assassin cards, and all of a sudden there's a warrior reaction.
Because the truth is, I hate assassin getting any of the spotlight at all, considering they're just power crept warrior. And no one's going to convince me otherwise. So, of course, I had to spoil that card there. You know, LSS got in touch like, hey, really, thanks for being a part of spoiler season. You did spoil the card a month early, but, it was still great. It was still hype. And I was like, okay, thank God. So, yeah, shout out to Alex over at LSS. And, yeah, so most of those spoilers, the legitimate spoilers, the legal ones, are going to be occurring in the coming weeks. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what the AG guys got cooked up. And, again, AG is not just a tournament organizer; it's also a pro team. So we have a veritable trove of the brightest minds in Southern California Flesh and Blood, and hopefully we get to hear your guys' thoughts on the card and what it will mean.
Well, funny you should mention that, Mitch. Our plan for the reveal is actually to go do a little live stream. It'll probably be in the evening around 8 p.m. PST, and we will get together a little contingent of the AG pro team to do a roundtable on this card and what it means for the broader game. And without saying too much, Mitch, I think you as a Warrior aficionado are going to be very stoked about this.
Let me guess, it's going to be a 1-for-3 attack reaction that has some sort of small upside. What do you think?
That sounds like the average Warrior card.
Dude, they printed a Majestic for the new set as a 1-for-3 attack. Again, it is the serrated edge, right? The one that makes damage unpreventable. It is a 1-for-3 attack reaction. But they stuck a Majestic on.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, Mitch.
I understand the formula worked. The formula's also prevented Dorinthea from LLing for the last 5 years. So, if that's what it takes to keep my girl in the game, then so be it.
Speaking of Warrior and what we're going to see from the Hunted, is there anything in particular that has got you really excited, besides Provoke, of course?
Yeah, I mean, that card's obviously great. We've often seen classes, for example, heroes that aren't featured in a set benefit really peripherally very well from it. Good examples, Azalea with, Outsiders, right? I feel like with a lot of the sort of the poisons and sort of infecting shots being printed, that definitely raised her ceiling. So I'm looking forward to seeing them benefit. And also, I think a lot of us Warrior players have been wondering what the sort of dagger playstyle might look like, because Quicksilver Dagger's been in the game for a while, and we've tried to experiment with that card in some builds that involve it being alongside a Centauri Saber or something like that, because obviously the fact that it seemed to synergize fairly well with Dorinthea in that, she can give you that extra attack with the weapon, right? And that, there's a couple lines you can play around with there. So Fang's obviously really exciting. Also, the idea that we have access to another talented warrior and now that draconic talent, which does mean things like Flamescale Furnace is an option and a few other things like that. So we're super hyped. I'm definitely going to try Fang out. I think a lot of warrior players love warrior in general, just that play style. So I also think that, if the warrior class and the guardian class in the future, when they're good, I do think that, it can keep a lot of the other decks in the game in check a little bit. So I want to see a format with those are strong, but I'm just coping for my girl Dorinthea at the end of the day.
I'm so excited that you mentioned Quicksilver Dagger, because I think Fang has finally showed us the way through. I mean, LSS is so good about this, releasing cards that seem pretty underpowered or they don't have a place in the game, and then all of a sudden a new hero comes out or a new product is released, and you're like, oh, I see where it fits, right? Especially now that we've seen Fang's weapon. I think that is going to allow Quicksilver Dagger to have its day in the sun. Furthermore, I am not usually a ninja person personally, but I think this might be the one exception. Syndra being able to kind of fling daggers at will, do kind of like a, if I were to pull from another IP, like an Ayali kind of thing from League of Legends.
Aurelia.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Aurelia. Wow, it has been a long time. That's a little embarrassing. Don't quote me on that. But bottom line, I love the idea of just flicking daggers and recreating them.
For those who don't know, Aurelia is a character obviously where she projects a number of daggers around her and can send them in. Also, like Hela does that in Marvel Rivals as well. If you want a more like modern idea, and also like they're being destroyed, right? Like she's throwing and they're being sort of re-summoned. So it's kind of fun to revisit the Draconic class again. It is interesting the timing of like Jarl the Tradie being brought into the game, because obviously Ice was something that was really able to keep those very red line decks in check a lot during that Uprising meta, and obviously Icelander is so beloved by so many people. Not me, but that's okay. Not my cup of tea. But Jarl obviously brings back the Frostbites, brings back obviously like a vehicle for CLF and other effects like that, with that more interesting like equipment destruction idea on top. So
I got to tell you, Mitch, I did borrow one of my friends, Evan Bridges, fan of the show actually, and a prominent feature on this show. I borrowed his Jarl deck the other day at the Odyssey Armory. It felt so good to get Frostbites again. I cannot tell you. I was really excited.
It is. It felt to me, Jarl, obviously, as a Guardian, it's a deck that allows you to play Oakenhold, for example, which is really scary. But what I found interesting was
such a ridiculous card. I'm so sorry. Like, the fact that is a 3-cost and essentially comes in for 9 with it. I'm sorry. I'm not going to get on a soapbox about Oakenhold. It felt bad to be sending it against anybody else, because that made my life absolutely miserable when I played against it.
You know what's more impressive about it? You could play it in the same deck as Felling of the Crown. These uninteractable cards. So, yeah, Guardian, it's been a little while since they've been in a place of prominence. Obviously, Oldham was probably the last time that they were truly powerful. Yeah, I'm hoping to see some of that today, because I do think that there might be opportunities to interact with some of the more lower to the ground decks, like your Auroras, for example. So curious to see how that plays out. Also, New is always looking for decks with powerful blues, for example. Like, to what degree is Jarl going to be involving those? Because we've always talked about how these decks that use Ice love to, inflict the tax on their opponents, but none of those decks have also been happy to deal with it either. Icelander hated being affected by CLF or taxation effects via Frostbite. Jarl also will have his math disrupted greatly by that. So, I mean, to revisit, I guess, what am I hoping to see? We know that, like, part of the Misfire here has been very powerful, right? Zen has made a resurgence, even with the banning of the books, so to speak, and a lot of those effects that allow you to, go well above the damage curve in Flesh and Blood. But we've seen him come back with a lot more of those sort of Crouching Tiger focused cards, like your Chase the Tails, like a lot of those cards now that still allow him to maybe live a little bit closer to his original vision. He still has access to Traverse the Universe, a very powerful equipment suite, his Kassai that allows him to create Zen State tokens, which are really relevant against Viserai, who started to come back into the metagame as well. So we've seen this play out a little bit. Obviously, Portland was probably the last time we got to really take a close look at like what the best players in CC are playing. And it's Enigma. It's new. Aurora has made her way through. I'd say out of the Rossetti Heroes, Bryce, she's probably had the biggest impact. The rest of them still looking for their place amongst the metagame.
Indeed. Not least of which is Acilio, who is a fan favorite of a lot of the AGE Pro Team players. In case you haven't seen it, we do have a deck tech with Alexander Vore, who brought Acilio to Worlds and very nearly top-8'd. But more on that later. For now, as you mentioned, yes, there's been a lot of... the meta has definitely established itself, right? Aurora is, without a doubt, the premier aggro deck, but we're in a very interesting place because there are a lot of different aggro decks that can still attack this meta. You mentioned Viserai. You mentioned Zen, that can kind of play on both of those axes with the Zen state and also just his traditional game plan. That being said, we're due for a big shakeup with the Hunted, and we're also kind of in this strange situation where we're in stasis at the moment, right? It's less than a month before a new product releases, and yet we still have a ton of players here that are just ready to duke it out with an old format that has, I don't want to talk too much about how stagnant it is because we have, as you mentioned, Jarl Vitriti really does shake this meta up. And we've had a couple of events that have really shown us different ways to attack this metagame.
Yeah, and I also think if these weren't streamed, we actually had Battle Hardens in Kuala Lumpur and Atlanta last weekend. And we actually saw Enigma start to fall off the map a little bit, right? Like, obviously, we wondered, I guess, whether Aurora could maybe put pressure on that kind of deck, and we started to see Enigma still find success there, and we realized that she had very few of those bad matchups. But we saw her fall out of the top 8 in both of these tournaments pretty heavily. Over in KL, it was very much like Aurora time. I think putting Tam showed up on Aurora and was able to find success there. So we're seeing a few more of those aggro decks start to creep back in here. So despite having a metagame that frankly has persisted for quite some time, we're still seeing inflection points occur as the format corrects or responds to the dominance of some of these heroes. Zen, again, still has been a huge impact as well.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Battle-hardened Atlanta, Naib Mobasir, who has played in a lot of these events, Battle-hardened San Diego for one, took a very interesting Zen deck to that event and took it down. Furthermore, Nathan Crawford, second place, another Zen deck. Which makes me feel like Zen is kind of finally coming into his own as a hero. Maybe this is what LSS was kind of intending for him to do for our meta before the banning of Bonds.
It felt like, and listening to Dan Rakowski talk about it as well, as someone who's been a huge Ninja aficionado, it's like, can we get Tiger Swipe to hit once in this game? Can I, as a Zen player, get my opponent to give me 4 cards on any turn cycle? The moment that they fully block me, they feel like they have the game. All of a sudden, it's a torrent of pressure. So that's something that we should expect to see. I also think that now this is probably personal experience, a little bit biased. I know we're sort of going on here a little bit, but I did run into a couple of Prism builds that have been quite interesting lately. Obviously, that is a deck that doesn't have access to Tome of Divinity, which is a card that Prism likes to use to really just blow an opponent out on one single turn. Like, as soon as you get through with a Tome and you have your Vestige active, you're going for it. That strategy is not available to Prism players anymore, but I've started to see these decks creep in with, especially against, popper light lists from their opponents, right? And a lot of these aggro decks, right, they're not running them. Celio doesn't run them, for example. Like Aurora maybe can tech into some number of, 6 power sort of attacks. But in general, a lot of breakpoints here and a lot of, attack reactions also to push through these heralds. So it's become much more of like an aggro-focused approach here. But Zachary was playing it this week. I can tell you that much. He was on this sort of newer Prism build, and it was a difficult game for yours truly, but I have seen it pop up, and I got to talk to him about it a little bit, and he felt like we can still attack this metagame actually fairly well. Especially against, with Guardian being a little bit weaker, with maybe KO falling off a little bit, although 6 power attacks not being as much of an issue, we can, apply torrents of pressure, force our opponent onto the back foot, and suddenly break through once, like get some soul going, get some of these angels flipped all of a sudden, because they are running Empyrean Rapture, right? So that you flip those for free if you can get in with one of your heralds, then we can sort of win out. So something to keep an eye on. It's been on the periphery of my awareness. And of course, we're in SoCal, so expect to see plenty of Leviah as well.
Indeed so. Cannot wait to see what today has in store for us. But we do have to move on, Mitch, because you gave a little bit of a teaser to something that I am very, very excited to announce. And that is that Arcane Games and Events is moving to another coast. That's right, folks. AGE East is going to have its inaugural open next month. That's February 9th. We have found a amazing store to partner with called Great Stories. Christopher Mills is the owner of that store, and he has been unbelievably accommodating in helping us figure this out and make it all happen. We cannot thank the people that have approached us with this idea and made it come to fruition enough. We are so excited to bring AGE to another coast. Again, that'll be at Great Stories. That'll be in Whitensville, Massachusetts. And it's going to be February 9th. It is going to be a bit of a different AGE Open than we are used to. And the reason for that is their RTN season is just absolutely slammed, as is everyone's, because this game is growing, and that's terrific. So what we're going to do is we are just going to piggyback the February Open onto Great Stories RTN, which will be a hunted draft. So everything is going to be exactly the same for the players. They're going to go to Great Stories. They're going to order their tickets for their RTN as normal. In fact, if they follow this link at the bottom of their screen, east.age.events, it will take you directly to Great Stories website, and from there you will be able to add your tickets to your cart and purchase them as normal. The only difference, folks, will be in the prize pool. Everything is going to be exactly the same as a normal RTN. You're going to get your gold foils. You're going to get your qualification to Nats exactly as you normally would. However, we're tacking on a little something extra, and that is those AGE points that will qualify you for the East Coast Players Championship at the end of the year. We're planning on doing one of these a month, and so go ahead and start getting your points nice and early.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, I love that because I think that AGE out here on the West Coast has allowed us to actually build some stories about some local heroes here, names that, have gone from AGEs and gone on to the world stage. We've seen, goodness, like what stories last year, like, Colin Eriksen taking down national champion Charles Dunn in some incredible games, winning some very lopsided matchups, right? We've seen some great stories. The way that Zachary was able to fight through and become players champion, And we know over on the East Coast there's some incredible players out there. So obviously we hope to bring the same level of quality in terms of running the tournament and also coverage out there to the East Coast now. So if you're an East Coast player, maybe you're in the area, you want to make the trip down, we'd love to help make that fantastic experience for you and also tell your stories out to the rest of the world, but especially more about what's happening over on the East Coast in terms of Flesh and Blood. We know some incredible players out there. So get signed up. Check that out. And, of course, a huge shout-out to Great Stories for partnering with us. It's going to be a great year, man. We are growing. I think, that's definitely something worth looking forward to. I think we have to look back on, obviously, a pretty difficult week for a lot of residents here from the LA area, Southern California in general, of course, as we've experienced probably our worst wildfires ever off the back of, hurricane category 2 level winds that engulfed Southern California, and obviously we had a very, very large fire front out in Pacific Palisades, also over towards the Altadena area, the Eaton fire front as well. So, we're here to bring you a dose of normality and get back to having some fun here in Flesh and Blood, but we do want to acknowledge just the crisis that has befallen this area over the last week or so, and also just what the affected people and families have had to endure as a result of that. There's many people even here, there's players here out at Top Deck Keep in Riverside who've lost their houses. Many of us had to evacuate. Many of us sort of had to prepare to do that. I personally count myself as one of the lucky ones that, wasn't affected directly, but many have been in SoCal and many are definitely wanting for help. So if you're in a position to assist either by volunteering yourself or donating, whether it's money or goods or clothes, head over to socalhelp.age.events and there's a bunch of ways that you can be involved in what is bound to be a pretty long, drawn-out recovery effort here. There are many, many people that will never recover from these wildfires and many people looking to try and get back on their feet. So we appreciate if you're in a position to give or to help at all, to partner with us in rebuilding what was lost.
Mitch, it's been an unbelievably emotional first AGE this season. I mean, this is the first time many of us have gotten to see each other after this really, really tragic event. Showing up and seeing folks that I know have been impacted has just been really amazing because it's the first time I've gotten to see them living and breathing since basically all hell broke loose. And our hearts go out to everybody that's been affected, and we are so privileged to be in a position to offer the tiniest bit of normalcy in a situation that is anything but.
Yeah, I mean, I know, we were in a position to evacuate. I had packed my bags, and my Flesh and Blood cards were one of the first things in my bags. The game means a lot to me. The community that's allowed me to be a part of here, has changed my life. And I know many of the people behind us in this room feel the same way. So, yeah, we feel lucky to be able to come together after, such an event that people are honestly still reeling from. And throughout the day, we'll sort of throw back and, again, mention, that resource, socalhelp.age.events, that you guys can, partner with us here in rebuilding our lives, as it were. That was our somber moment. Now we can allow ourselves, if we will, to start to feel excited here to kick things off with our first AGE Open of the year. The players' meeting, obviously, has been going on behind us here. We've had a lot of players looking excited to throw down here again. It's a clean slate for many of our competitors from last year, a chance to build up those circuit points. 30 circuit points here for the winner of this event. And I'm just saying, there are so many players out here. We tend to see so many different winners that 30 points, I mean, a little bit more, and you basically are set for Players' Championship presence, right? It's 16 of our top players here. So this is just a huge boost to you on your campaign for that $3,000 prize money, for that PTI, and of course the gold foil.
I can't wait to see what this room has in store for us, Mitch. So we are going to not delay too much further. We're going to get into the action as soon as humanly possible. We'll go for a quick break, and then it'll be round 1 of the Arcane Games and Events Open Series, January 2025, the first of Season 3. After this. Some stories are as old as time, aren't they, Mitch? The one we're about to see unfold is one that has unfolded many, many times here at Arcane Games and Events. It is Colin Eriksen on Kassai versus none other than Players Champion Zachary Wallach on, of course, another illusionist.
It is. I mean, Zachary's always been an illusionist player. And for those that maybe weren't with us last year, this is a matchup that played out right at the end of the Players Championship here. I think these two players are fantastic people, and they're really interesting individuals as well. Colin is a player who picked up Flesh and Blood early last year, I would say. Someone who I would consider a savant at card games. I'm just going to put it out there. The guy is quite incredible here. So last year, yeah, heavy hitters. I think is when I ran into Colin for the first time. I played against him in draft and got absolutely hung out to dry. So fantastic player. 3 top 8s last year in the AGE. 74 points there. Really impressive with like a 57% win rate, as you can see. It's pretty crazy. Guy is extremely switched on, and he's really dedicated to his hero.
That being said, he doesn't think he's been to either Del Taco or Taco Bell in his life.
I've never been to Taco Bell, personally.
Never, ever.
I went to Del Taco accidentally and unfortunately on a trip to America back when I was still living in Europe at the time. So it was just the closest thing there. But I'm lucky. One of my roommates is he's a cook. And he is Mexican, so I am treated to incredible, authentic Mexican food, so I don't need to go there. But yes, Colin perhaps could broaden his horizons a little bit, not just in terms of his culinary options, but maybe in terms of his hero spread, because we know him for one thing and one thing only. He is the Kassai guy.
Yes, 100%. Maybe that first bite of a chalupa would convince him to play another deck. But in the meantime, he's sticking strong to his lady love, Kassai of the Golden Sand. And it's important to mention, Mitch, that this first match is going to be a team kill. Both of these members are on the AGE Pro team, so we figured we might as well start with them.
Colin may be one of the fastest casual to AGE Pro player pipelines I've ever witnessed in card games.
Certainly beat me to that punch.
Yeah, so obviously that's exciting. I want to talk about Zach a little bit more. I think pharmacy student, from what I understood. Zach has always been an illusionist player. You would see him playing Dramai through a lot of her heyday. Saw a lot of Enigma from Zachary last year. The guy has such an infectious laugh. That's one of my favorite things about Zach. You might even hear it at some point. I heard it this week when he drew a hand that featured 4 figments. Then he used his Halo of Illumination to drew another figment, and then had to do some ridiculousness to actually have a turn against me. He was playing Prism at the time, and he also sits cross-legged always. Look, incredible player, really very switched on, and this is someone who I expect to see to be a huge factor of this year going forward. Enigma's still quite powerful, but in general, Illusionist is always a great place to be, and Zachary, one of the players I'd say that navigates that hero, that class, like no other.
You said his laugh is infectious, Mitch. For me, it is more heart-stopping. Usually it spells doom in my favor. Sure. Zach traditionally is my gem buddy. I usually see him at round 3 after I've had a really good day.
Yeah, first 2 rounds, yep.
And me being a Ranger main, every time I get paired up into Zach, it's... It spells doom for me. So I would rather never hear that laugh again if I can help it. It's great for the stream, but man, does it make my blood boil.
So it's basically the clarion call of the 4 horsemen for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, I can already hear the hoofbeats in the background now as the action is about to kick off. We'll be heading over to our feature match area in just a moment here. Zachary Wallach, our Players Champion from 2023 on Prism, Awakener of Soul, up against Colin Eriksen, Kid Wonder on Kassai of the Golden Sand.
Colin Pewter, the man himself. I can feel the music swelling. My heart is racing faster and faster because this is traditionally not a great matchup for Kassai, or any warrior for that matter. However, Colin is no stranger to knocking down these illusionists one by one. In fact, he, at the Players' Championship, which was flooded with Enigma Ledger of Ancestry, 5 out of the 16 decks at the Players' Championship, Colin was able to take down 2 of them of the 4 that he saw. Traditionally, this is viewed as like a 20% matchup in Kassai's favor. Colin proving that those numbers just don't add up when you're the boy wonder.
It's highly unfavored for you as the warrior player in general. And the issue being is that Kassai is a warrior that is very consistent, right? She can present a decent amount of damage off of pretty small hands, turn cycle after turn cycle after turn cycle. She is a deck that has a lot of redundancy in it because her game plan is very straightforward. Swing with your sword, and then swing with your other sword. Try and confer like an on-hit effect to some of your sword attacks. For example, Kassai's ability is that, banish 2 yellows, 2 reds from your graveyard, and then the next time you hit your opponent with a weapon attack, you get a gold token, right? Those gold tokens are really important as we get later into the game because Kassai has a couple of late-game effects that are payoffs for generating gold and copper, respectively, that allow you to blow your opponent out. But until you get to that point, that's your quest, right, is to build up your coffers. Until you get to that point, you are probably using a 2-card hand for a lot of your bread and butter stuff. It's swing with a sword, give it go again, maybe with something like a Blade Runner, and then swing with your other weapon. There's a couple of other looks here. Quite often you see a Hot Streak there, which is a card that when blocked by an attack action will get go again. Colin won't have to, use other effects to give it go again. And the Prism deck, her non-attacks don't really block. So there's a good chance Colin can get go again off that Hot Streak if it gets blocked. Now, if it doesn't, Colin needs to have a contingency, a way to give it go again. But on Zachary's side of the board, he's aware there are going to be some 6-power attacks here, but Colin gets to open the game with a great play. This is a Nourishing Emptiness, turn 0, coming in for 6, saying to Zach, this card is Dominate, because Colin does not have any attack actions in his graveyard, Bryce.
Indeed not, and usually that is a reason not to run this card in most decks, right? Most decks are utilizing attack action cards all throughout the game.
So as soon as you have one in your graveyard, this is useless in that case.
Exactly. However, the Kassai of the Golden Sand hero text says that you can go ahead and banish red and yellow cards from your graveyard. Including attack actions to generate gold tokens, but also have this fringe benefit of turning back on the text of Nourishing Emptiness.
So you can actually play multiple Nourishing Emptinesses. In the past, you just have one as your only attack action in like a weapon-focused deck. But Colin gets to run 3, have that effect 3 times, and the on-hit is crucial. It gets Dominate, but it increases his intellect. Colin has enough of that already. He has that in abundance. But that means with the +1 intellect, he gets to draw 5 cards at the end of his turn as opposed to, just the 4. This is also a big deal because Prism starts at 32 life, can only block with 1 card. Prism's equipment doesn't block well at all. So Zach is already down to 29 life at the start of the game, and Colin gets to go into his next turn cycle with an extra card. That is a huge, huge turn 0 play.
And Colin is definitely hoping that one of those extra cards is another 6-power attack, because what you really need against Prism is 6-power attacks to pop those massively powerful Illusionist cards. And oh my goodness, Mitch, what a haymaker of a start for Zachary Wallach as well. That's great Library of Solana.
That is absolutely absurd. And great Library of Solana is another way that Zachary can get more intellect. It's so odd that we've seen 2 cards that care about that here. Zachary's going to draw 5 cards now. He also gets +1 intellect because there were 2 yellows in his pitch zone. And that's what Great Library of Solana says. It allows you to draw more. And it is, Zach's saying, you're going to draw 5? I'm going to draw 5 too.
Now, here's the interesting thing about Great Library here, Mitch. Usually that is kind of a one-sided card in Prism's favor. However, because of Kassai's hero text, Kassai loves to run yellows. And in fact, she kind of has to in order to enact her game plan. Now, not only can Colin often use the second line of text on Great Library and discard 2 yellows in order to break it, but he's probably also going to be able to pitch 2 yellows at certain points and get the effect himself. Now, this is one heck of a start to a Kassai turn.
Right, so usually you want 1 Spoils of War. This just sets up your turn. It's the glue. It's going to give your next attack go again, +2, and importantly, you will generate, whenever you hit this turn, 2 copper tokens. Obviously, Kassai has access to Blood in her hands, a very powerful payoff if you have copper tokens. And there's an attack reaction coming down on this Centauri Saber, and Colin is just trying to empty his hand here, make use of all these cards. The Centauri Saber came in for 2, 4, 6 because there were 2 Spoils of Wars. Now it gets pumped to 8 by the Blade Flurry, which also means the next weapon attack will get +2, and a Blade Runner to give the next weapon attack +3. We have 3 instances of Go Again being repeated on the same weapon swing here as Colin tried to make full use of that 5-card hand plus Arsenal. There's a cheeky little hot streak here for 7, threatening to generate additional 4 copper tokens on hit.
Colin has told me in the past that the magic number for one of those Blood on Her Hands turns is 4. And I generally trust him on that. He's going to be coming in with 8. All modes active on Blood in Her Hands with a little bit to spare.
So an early Great Library of Solana in this game means we're about to go nuts. Both players actually just have to go to top gear instantly. That's why Colin basically saw that play and said, okay, you've let me keep my hand. I have to go for it here. I think he even turned an Iron Song Versa sideways to get a courage token generated. Every last resource at Colin's disposal he was making use of. And importantly, in the chest slot, he has a courage of Blade Hold. Normally, warrior players or Kassai players here actually take the grains of blood spill to try and generate extra resources when you hit. It's an outlet for your extra resources at the end of a turn. Courage of Bladehold, though, says, destroy this and your sword attacks cost 1 less this turn, which means for Kassai, they're free. That tells me straight away, Colin is actually playing towards a win condition of a big blood on her hands turn that allows him to attack with both weapons 3 times, getting, +1 on both of the weapons, basically just going nuts. A huge combo play from the Kassai. And it's a strategy that, moves away from the idea of raising an army and making those sort of mercenaries, which Kassai did in the past. So I don't think Colin can afford to get rid of this great library. It's too much of a tempo loss for him. I think he's going to try and play through it.
Yeah, and who could blame him? Because, like you said, that blood on our hands turn is going to be absolutely insane. And because he is packing that courage of Bladehold that you so astutely pointed out, he's going to be able to do one of those massive blood on our hands turns with only like 2 cards, maybe even 1 card.
Just the blood in the hands.
This is what Colin does, right? Like he's so good at utilizing all of these pieces in Kassai's arsenal to great effect. And here comes a popper.
Complicated sequence here. So Colin is blocking with a 6 or more power card against this Herald of Protection, which would pop it. It'll activate Phantasm. In response, Zachary is activating his Halo of Illumination, putting a light card into his soul, which then allows him to draw a card. A card going into soul triggers the ability for Prism to search for a figment from Zach's deck. It's going to be a figment of Triumph. Now, what this does when it comes into play is that it reduces Colin's attack actions by 1. So Colin's defending with this Nourishing Emptiness, but for all intents and purposes, he's now defending with a 5 power attack that does not trigger Phantasm, that does not blow up this Herald attack. So Colin, in order to cover it up, has to commit another card to block, and he's got the answer. Sink Below comes in. This gives him 7 blocking power, but an Angelic Wrath from hand here is going to take this Herald of Protection up to 8. A blue Angelic Wrath gives +2, which means Zachary gets the hit. He gets to put a card in his soul. He gets to generate a Spectral Shield, and he gets to pull another figment out of his deck because a card has gone into Prism Soul. Did I get that right?
Yeah, you absolutely did. And that was a mouthful, and this is why you're a pro, Mitch. I think you'll find this to be true. Both Colin and Zach are just those players you sit down across from and you just feel like they always have it. They always have the exact thing that they need. It's so funny to watch a sequence where both of them do have exactly what it is, but they also have the thing to get around the thing that they exactly had.
Yeah, they actually had the answers to a lot of what each other has been doing. I also want to point out, Colin is still using Balance of Justice in this deck list. It's a card that was much more ubiquitous when decks were drawing cards because of all the books that got banned.
Art of War as well.
Right. But against Prism, Herald of Erudition will allow Zach to still draw 2 cards, so there's still going to be relevance there. And now we have a follow-up attack, because obviously Prism's weapon says that your first Herald attack, if you got a yellow in your pitch zone, gets go again. So we can see Herald of Protection come out here for 7, and Colin is going to put 2 pieces of armor plus the Blade Runner in front of it. He's really incentivized to prevent Zachary's Heralds from hitting.
Indeed, because the more soul she has, the more she has to fuel the extra text on each of these angels. And what you really don't want, now that Victoria has been flipped, is for her to constantly be recurring these yellow cards out of the bin. Furthermore, it's important to mention that Zach is going to the end of yet another turn, not only with a Ponder token to refresh that arsenal, but also 2+ yellow cards in his pitch zone, which means it's another 5 intellect turn.
Right, yeah, pretty absurd. He's drawing 5 cards. He's also getting a 6th card, to put in his arsenal. That is really the strength of Prism. Colin's done very well at blocking so far this game. However, just a trickle getting through allows Prism to develop a really scary board state. But it's the life deficit that you still need to be concerned about. And it is go time. Courage of Bladehold, after getting blocked with last turn, is going to be activated, and a 6 copper blood on her hands will be used. In fact, it looks like 4 actually. Okay, so Colin's not using all 6. You can use up to 6 here. You play this card, and any of these effects are available to you. You need to pay a copper each time. Target weapon has +1 while attacking. It has go again while attacking, and it can attack twice. So Colin, I think, is just opting for 4 of those modes here This is still going to be a devastating turn with, I would say, what, 6 weapon attacks he's going for?
It should be 4 because he's able to attack twice. He's given the saber go again. He should be able to attack twice with the saber, and then potentially attack twice with the.
Yes, you cannot attack 6 times. Excuse me, I'm thinking of Bolton. In his sabers combo.
No, it looks like it might only be 3 if he chose to do 4 modes, because it would be 2 plus 2s have been devoted to the Centauri Saber, go again has been devoted to the Centauri Saber, and then swing twice. So if it's only 4 modes, we can only expect 3 weapon attacks here, I believe. But we do have a Kassai activation, which should mean that there should be a gold token in Colin's future.
But that first attack, I mean, crucially, Colin was able to clear Victoria straight away with that first attack. It was a waste of a courage token in the end. He had a 5 attack against a 4 power angel, but Zachary obviously now needs to be pretty aware of the pressure that's coming down. Kassai activation there meant that a gold was generated on that hit. And this is the hot streak that didn't get any bonuses, and that is a perfect block against the hot streak. It doesn't give hot streak go again, of course. That all you got will allow Zach, if he blocks a attack with 2 or less power, to draw a card when the combat chain closes. So I think he's pretty happy with how that exchange went, is Zachary?
Yeah, and that being said, it's important to note that Colin devoted the majority of his hand to the defense on the previous turn. He's still sitting at a clean 40. That should be wrong, actually, because he should be at 39 because the Herald of Protection hit.
He took 1 damage.
So bottom line, he's still sitting at a very healthy life total, and he was able to send a massive amount of damage off a 1-card hand, showcasing the amazing power of Courage of Bladehold in his Kassai deck.
I think this is the difference between someone like Colin and maybe sort of a less experienced player like me. I'm thinking use all your copper, get 6 modes, and go for it with Blood. It's just not...
I would be doing the same.
And it's just not the answer here. But here's what this new Prism deck does, by the way. In lieu of a strategy that revolves around using the Tome of Divinity, drawing a bunch of cards and blowing your opponent out that way, you see a lot more of these Light Illusionist instants that increase the attacking power of your Heralds to guarantee hits. They don't block. So it's worth bearing in mind that all of those Angelic Wraths are non-blocks, pearls as we call them in our sort of common parlance. So Prism is, obviously less effective on the defense, but she's never been great at that anyway. But she can guarantee a few more of these hits. So this is a Figment of Protection coming down. The Figment generates a Spectral Shield when it enters, and of course once flipping into Aegis, you'll also have other ways to generate Spectral Shields when she attacks if you want to banish for it.
You mentioned... the non-block aspect of this deck, and the fact that she doesn't have access to a game plan that is just outright as powerful as Tome of Divinity, but she now kind of has this weird Dorinthea Iron Song effect on your opponent. Like, you're constantly expecting an essentially, it's an instant, but an attack reaction-like effect coming down. You used to be able to very confidently block these Heralds, but you just can't anymore.
We've just had a life total update. That makes so much sense.
There we
now.
go.
How is Zachary still at 21 after the blood in her hands turn? Okay. But you're right, yes. So that's the pivot direction for Prism. She has great aggressive properties. And because Zach's on the back foot here, he's actually opting to flip his Aegis into the Angel. Because Empyrean Rapture says if you put a card in Soul, you can flip a Figment into an Angel for free, as opposed to paying 2. And Aegis says, when you attack with this, you can banish a card from your Zol and generate 2 Spectral Shields. So Zach's generated 3 defensive value here, just off the back of the Figment of Protection coming into play, getting flipped into Aegis and swinging. It comes at the cost of a Soul, though, and that's one way to handle Prism. That's what Colin was trying to do.
Keep the Soul clear.
Of Soul. Because you cannot flip Figments if you do not have Soul.
And this situation is looking rather dire for Zach, but if you've ever played against a good Prism Awakener of Soul, you know that if they have a single point of life, Mitch, they can stabilize and they can run the game away from you. So even though Colin Eriksen is sitting at a massive life advantage, I gotta hand it to Zach. He still might have the tools to get through this.
Yeah, I mean, again, it is not uncommon for Prism to give up most of her life in order to set up a fairly oppressive board state and then win the game from there. It is the very epitome of using your life as a resource. Colin here...
we love a little technical problem.
Colin here wants to play a pretty consistent game, right? But because of that library coming down, he's realized that it kind of puts him on a clock because turn after turn, he's losing out on value. His opponent is just getting more cards. Ponder token does that, but the fact that library, with 2 yellows in pitch, and there's always going to be at least 1 if you're trying to function as Prism, is just going to allow him to continue to draw that extra card. So before that overwhelming card advantage puts you out of the game, Colin knows he needs to, make a play, go for it. But at the same time, he's showing us the composure of a player with great experience by, blocking here with 2 cards and that Dynamo to at least try and stop a Herald from connecting. But when your opponent's drawing 5 cards, when I played against Zach this week. I played against his deck this week, actually. And I played against Colin 3 weeks ago against his deck. So I've got some experience taking fat L's from both of these players.
We both lost to these players a lot.
Yeah. And my issue against Zach is that I tried to block effectively, and I tried to, granted, no library in play. I really tried to starve him of Soul, but I saw a red Angelic Wrath, and I was like, oh, this is not what I expect. This is not what I'm playing. You used to be a couple of yellow Angelic Wrath in the deck to force through your Erudition hit, right? You would basically use your Goliath Gauntlet, throw that on Herald of Erudition, coming in for 7, dominate, and then if your opponent found some way to block 7, you would throw that Angelic Wrath on and get over, draw the 2 cards. And that's when the snowball began, right? That's when you sort of got out of control as Prism. Now, though, they're invested in developing Figments and getting some Angels flipped, so they usually want to go for Erudition first, get the Ponder, so on and so forth. But using those Angelic Wraths to guarantee hits from those Heralds is now much more of the game plan than it used to be. And in a metagame that doesn't feature a lot of 6-power poppers, you can go for that approach. Again, they just don't block. So when you fall onto the back foot as that Prism player, things can get a little bit scary.
One of the other big illusionists in the meta is of course, Enigma, Ledger of Ancestry, and she doesn't have quite the same issue as Prism in regards to needing to use your life total as a resource because, first of all, she's got a lot more health. She's a lot better at blocking. And so Zach's game plan kind of, he has to step on the gas not only to kill his opponent, but also to survive.
Yes.
And I think that makes his decision to flip over the Protection Angel all the more appropriate because as long as that thing survives, he is constantly going to be able to generate Spectral Shields and effectively add more to his life total and make Colin wish that he was flash forward a month and had Jagged Edge in his sideboard.
Absolutely. We've got a Figment of Rebirth here being brought out of the deck. Now, this is a card that allows you to put an attack action back on top of your deck. It's almost always the Herald of Erudition. Now, when it flips, though, into Avalon, it can put any card from your graveyard back on top of your deck, and that quite often ends up being a Figment of Erudition, putting it back into your deck and allowing for that Soraya play here. So keep an eye on that. But now Colin knows, this is face up to him, that there's a Herald of Erudition coming pretty soon, and he is light on armor block. He doesn't have a lot to work with. Going to be a gold activated here for Colin. Drawing a card, now making his sword attacks free, which is important. Little mini Courage of Blade Hold effect, and he's opening with a hot streak here. Zach is low enough that he has to start to respect these attacks and likely has to put attack attack actions in front of them to trigger that block, but Colin has a contingency, has a way to give it a go again. Anyway, Blade Runner also conferring +3 to that next attack, and this is the bread and butter Kassai turn.
And so right now, even though Colin is presenting exactly what his deck wants to do, on board, Zachary still will not take any damage from this Centauri Saber, unless, of course, Colin's last card in his hand has something to say about it, because all of these Angels that are so powerful on offense are also pretty good defensive pieces, Mitch, because each one of them has Ward 4, which will just go ahead and cover up the next 4 damage that goes to your life total.
Generally, you feel good about an Angel if you've been able to flip it, attack with it, get the effect, and have it soak up some damage. Then it feels like that's been worth it.
It's not at all bad for a card that you basically just got to rip out of your deck for free because a Herald hit.
And because Empyrean Rapture is your equipment of choice, right? It allows you to flip that card for free. And that's why Prism players say, if I start at 32 life, right? If I can flip 2 Angels, then I'm at 40, virtually, right? Because they both have Ward 4 and effective 8 points of life. And then I sort of feel like I'm in a pretty good spot. Zachary is trying to figure out, though, if he wants to, maybe lose his Angel here, or whether there's a chance that he's still going to be taking some damage over the top. Colin is, though, satisfied with clearing the Spectral Shields, clearing the Angel, but it means that this is a round where he has not put any pressure on Zachary's life total, and his opponent is still drawing 5 cards a turn, Is it a dissolve reality?
Reality, Mitch.
Okay.
So goodbye to the card in Colin Eriksen's arsenal. He will get a ponder token for his troubles. And Zachary will also get a ponder token because that is a symmetrical effect.
Yes.
But because Zach didn't have a card in his arsenal, he doesn't have to put anything on the bottom.
And
So
Colin
it's basically just an extra card.
Colin doesn't get that extra card until the end of his turn. That's when the ponder token triggers. So for the time being, it hamstrings Colin a little bit more. He also doesn't know what he's going to be ripping off the top to replace that card. But here's the standard play with the Goliath Gauntlet, conferring +2 to an attack action that has 2 or more cost. That means this is 7 Dominate coming in, and Colin is shipping the build. He cannot stop this or doesn't want to. Either way, that means Herald of Erudition goes to Zachary's Soul. He draws 2 cards. He can tutor a Figment out of a deck should he choose to do so, and he can flip one for free.
Furthermore, Mitch, we're still sitting with the Figment of Erudition, the arguably most powerful angel at that Prism Awakener of Soul can access, sitting on the board. Zach is just waiting to activate it and get yet another 2 cards because he's plentiful in terms of his soul.
And that's sort of what Tome of Divinity used to do for Prism. I mean, basically your game plan is to try and have a turn where you can draw 2 cards or more extra against your opponent. There's a balance of justice on the field, though, that will allow Colin to, draw a card for himself if he sees his opponent draw 2 or more cards. That's sort of a way of leveling the playing field against decks with a lot of draw power. But you're right. A lot of Prism terms can look like Herald, Angel, Herald, because your first Herald and Angels, if you have a yellow in your pitch zone, have Go Again. And it's going to be Figment of Ravagers that comes out. I often see that card when I'm getting low on life and my Prism opponent is trying to kill me with Arcane damage because you don't bring Arcane Barrier into this matchup generally. So Zach is actually posturing here for an endgame that we're rapidly approaching. We're going to see a flip here of probably that Figment of Erudition, like you said.
Gotta be.
Or will it be second Herald of Ravagers coming down to try and pressure the life total? Zach is deliberating now.
It's a curious decision because, he is resource plentiful in his hand without a doubt.
He's got 2 Angelic Rats in his hand, bro.
And you'd better believe that one of those is yellow, so we're going to see another 5 intellect turn coming in next turn. Yeah. We know you were thinking about it, Zach, but...
He's going to draw 4 cards this turn and then draw 5 at the end of his turn.
Disgusting.
Okay, so Figment of Erudition flips into Soraya, which says, Zach, if you banish a card from your soul, you could draw 2 cards when this guy attacks. Also, it's a 4-power attack, which is getting pretty relevant now.
Go again as well because of Angel's Fury.
Yeah, and Colin's trying to figure out, like, how do I get value out of my equipment here and block something? He's going to hold back the Valiant Dynamo to hope to stop one of the Herald follow-up here for Zachary. Zachary can't flip an Angel. He doesn't have any cards in his soul, so it has to be a follow-up of a Herald attack here. But he's got 2 pumps for it, so, excuse me, there's a good chance that the Herald's going to hit and flip, and I'm a little scared for Colin now.
And it's good that Zach is so plentiful on cards at this point, and so good that he found those instant attack reaction effects because at this point, like, he's drawn so many cards, and because he has no more sources of Go Again, the odds are very high that he can IP himself a little bit, but because of those 2 angelic wraths,
he can use his whole hand.
It's going to clear it out, and he'll still have a card to hang over for Arsenal next turn.
He gets to use a 9-card hand, virtually. Getting value of that entire thing basically represents a value blowout that your opponent at this stage of the game is unlikely to ever recover from.
Unfortunately, no popper off the draw for Colin Eriksen. That would have stuffed this turn.
That would be the only answer to this double pump. It would have actually virtually IP3'd Zachary.
But you better believe if Colin had the popper to begin with, it would have gone down on that Herald of Erudition, which would have stopped this whole play dead in its tracks.
It has to, especially with Victoria having already been pulled out of the deck and that her Figment of Triumph already having been used. But this is very difficult. So Colin says no reactions yet, and there it is. It's the pair of Angelic Rats, red and blue, for a +6 is 12 damage. And Colin ruefully realizes now he's about to get the bill for 11 damage, and we're going to have to stop some of this. Take it on the chin. We'll eat 2 of the damage and give Colin a agility token at least.
So Colin didn't draw the popper, but he did draw that take it on the chin, Mitch, which allows him to make the block that he did and still survive, because that was it was not quite lethal, but it was a very scary life total that Colin Eriksen would have moved down to. Now he's holding on to what is almost a full grip. And you better believe that he's going to send some pain back Zachary Wallach's
I mean,
way.
he has to. He's going to have to make use of that agility token that he's created here. He has a ponder token, right, which is great if he were to survive another turn cycle, which is unlikely. The problem is Zachary's effectively at 14 here because he has a flipped Soraya on the battlefield. And there's some water available too with Empyrean Rapture and a couple other cards. We've been tutoring our Figment of War out of the deck and a Courage token for Zachary here. It looks grim because a flip of Second means that Colin is on the board for some uninteractable arcane damage at this low life total. It's very scary.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mitch. It's important to mention that because Zach has that Figment of Ravages, if he chooses to flip it, it's 2 arcane damage that comes straight at Colin Eriksen's face, and he has no way to interact with it, as you mentioned. So
Take it on the chin.
it's even more important that he found that Take It on the Chin, because if he was at 1 life, he's effectively dead.
He's dead. And obviously, yeah, Take It on the Chin can stop Sekim's 2 arcane damage ping, but also every angel attacks for 4. That's a break point. Basically, every good herald that Prism has is attacking for a break point, as I found out. And normally, Valiant Dynamo is very good at dealing with that. But Colin here obviously needs to attack twice to remove that -1 counter from his Valiant Dynamo and allow him to block again. Here's a Slice and Dice. Virtually a 0 for 4, adds 2 Slice and Dices. So, Colin's first sword attack gets +2. His second sword attack gets +6. With 2 of these cards in play. It represents a 0 for 4 value. It's a very solid card in these dual attacking decks, and we're going for it. Unreal. Okay, Blood in the Hands comes out. Colin has 4 copper to work with here. This actually might be a scary turn for Zachary to face down.
In Colin, I think, showcasing exactly why he made the decision not to go with 6 modes like we would have thought earlier on. He says, I'd rather not have one pretty darn good Blood on Our Hands and then a subpar one.
Yeah.
I want 2 at that golden 4 copper tokens that I really like.
Yeah, it's so tempting to go for it. So here we go.
This is why he's built different.
So we are probably choosing to attack twice with the Centauri, probably giving the +1s to that Saber. Also,
Correct.
it keeps its bonuses. If Zachary blocks with an attack action here, Centauri will go to +1 for the whole turn.
And that goes for Hot Streak as well. If Colin was able to select to attack twice with the Hot Streak, the second it has Go Again, it has Go Again for the rest of the turn as well.
So Colin is able to present lethal damage on this turn. However, look at what is between those hands of his. Nothing.
Yes. I thought you were tricking me there for a
No,
second.
everything is face up here for Zachary. And bear in mind, we don't have a Courage of Blade Hold effect. We don't have a sort of Kassai effect, so we are paying for these Sword Swings. That's also important.
Not even going to be able to activate Iron Song Versus.
So we've got 2 resources available here for Colin right now. And we'll see how it plays out here. We'll get
Apologies, folks. We got a little bit of a technical difficulty with our top-down camera. Justin is going to scurry on over there and see if he can get our hamster running right.
Can we see what Zachary is trying to do on
He keeps those cards close to his chest, Mitch.
He does. You can at least see the board here. So this is still Zachary thinking about how to set up his blocks on this first attack. Colin is checking Zachary's graveyard here. He might be wondering, is there like
How
a
many Angelic Wraths, perhaps?
Soul Shield, maybe? Wondering if there's like a defense reaction that could bail Zachary out in a pretty efficient manner.
Honestly, it doesn't matter at this point. I mean, Colin is so committed. It's kill Zach or die at this point. Oh, there we go. Zach is working with a few Heralds.
Yeah, but there's
definitely
actually
saw an Angelic Wrath.
there's actually a lot of 3 blocks there, though, in fairness. But that's what happens when you draw a billion cards every turn.
Yep. I think I only saw one non-block.
I think that Colin... It really depends on the texture of this hand from Zachary. My expectation is that Zachary, with potentially a maximum of 15 points of block in his hand. Also, remember, like Soul Shields can also mean that your non-blocking yellows get turned into blocking cards because you're pitching them to that defense reaction here.
So it makes you wonder what is in Zach's arsenal. He wasn't able to choose what was in his arsenal. That was off of a Ponder token, if I'm not mistaken, from the Dissolve Reality.
And our director Justin giving this out for free in this economy is blowing my mind. Guy absolutely hates money. That's crazy.
Indeed so.
Well, yeah, a chance here for a very crucial inflection. And Colin knew he'd be on a clock in this game because that great library of Solana was developed so early from Zachary. And he knew that he'd be just buried under the amount of value that the Prism player could amass. Yep. Were he not able to go for this? I think it's crazy that we get 2 Blood on Our Hands turns. Rarely do we get more than one mediocre one against the blocking decks. But this is Kassai saying, not only can I play on the axis of like these good little 2-card hands, swing for 3, then I'll swing for 5, but also I can have these, potential avalanche turns of damage with blood in their hands, some of these contingencies if you want to disrespect me and allow me to come through. Prism is not disrespecting the Kassai, she just can't actually block her.
Yeah.
She can't do that. So
Prism shows respect by murder.
very, very respectful behaviour. But again, Zachary with a hand of 5 cards plus 4 ward on the field is a maximum of 19 damage prevention. So as explosive and impressive as this turn looks for Colin, it's unlikely it's going to do his opponent in.
What Colin really needs to do at this juncture, though, is to remove that Herald of Erudition at any cost.
I mean, if you let it attack twice, just forget about it.
Yeah, yeah.
You are not winning that game.
And so he always has the option to do just that by swinging directly at the Angel. Looks like it's being devoted to the block, so it's kind of a moot point here. And onto the gold token as his reward. But Zach showcasing that he is not really interested in blocking a whole lot this turn. He's probably going to keep as many cards as humanly possible.
I mean, Zach's game plan is really simple, right? You send probably you find a way to flip second. You send a Herald over that's uninteractable. There's a Herald of Erudition in the hand here for Zachary. So Herald of Erudition plus one of those, quasi-attack reactions for the Illusionist is essentially going to guarantee a free flip, a Figment into play, yada, yada, yada. At that point, Colin has to find a way to block what would be 5 to 9 points of Dominate damage plus the 2 uninteractable Arcane damage from a Herald of...
He's got to find himself a popper next turn, Mitch, otherwise this is over.
Yep, I think that is pretty apt. And again, Kassai, can run multiples of those because, like we mentioned earlier, you actually have a reason to run more than one Nourishing Emptiness. 10 on the second attack here. Remember, there might be 3 attacks this turn, but Slice and Dice doesn't care about 3. It's really just the first and second that matter. Zachary might.
And activate Prism.
Okay.
It's so fun to watch.
Oh, okay. Sorry. At instant speed, Zachary's activating Prism to flip an Angel to give him some extra ward on board.
He says that Figment of War is not going to get a whole lot of value because I don't really care about it. I just want this Figment of Ravages to absolutely close out this game without you having anything to say about it.
Yep. So that is 3 block there from the Herald of Judgment, plus the 4 ward. It was an 11 power attack because it got bumped up by 1 because that Herald is a attack action. And yeah, Colin follows up with a pretty mopey 2 power attack on that hot streak, and Zachary has 3 cards in an arsenal to play with still.
And this is what we've been talking about. As long as Prism Awakener of Soul has 1 life point to spare, she can end this game. Remember, Mitch, that at a certain point we had 10 to 34, if I'm not mistaken, was the life total. It was...
Yeah.
The fact that Zach is closing this gap is honestly not surprising to me at all because we know him well and we know what he can do with this deck very well.
Yeah, I want to point out, he probably had 12 points of damage prevention from Angels alone. And almost all of those Angels he still got to attack with and get their effects from first, not to mention the smaller peripheral effects from those Figments coming into play. So despite starting the game at 32 life as opposed to 40, Zachary's found ways to, artificially increase his overall life total via damage mitigation effects to be on even footing with Colin. And sending this attack is pretty powerful now. Colin knows that Figment is going to get flipped as soon as Zachary finds a way to get through.
And remember how I said Colin better draw a popper in this next hand? This Herald makes it so it doesn't matter at all. Yep. This is Herald of Triumph. Usually run as a rainbow, the red, yellow, and blue in these Prism Awakener of Soul decks because poppers are the biggest problem for this deck, and this card just makes it absolutely impossible.
Oh, he had a popper.
The popper, too.
Oh, that is so heartbreaking. Zachary could have gone with the Erudition. It's the greedier play, but he goes for the one that makes it impossible for Colin to blow up his attack. And then it's just a follow-up with a... that's going to do it. Wartune Herald coming in for 7 here. Colin, be able to block this out. Yeah, that is a good use case here for the Valiant Dynamo to block 1. He has to give 2 more cards in front of it. Sink here, okay.
And Zach's showing why he is such a good player because he decides not to go ahead and send that Herald of Erudition. Instead, it goes to the pitch zone, giving him 2 yellow cards.
Colin is going to 1 here. He is able to stop this attack. And so Zachary doesn't go for that Arcane damage plan at all, and it could have been an attempt to play around to take it on the chin. Right? If he overextended to try and get a Herald out there, because he could have done that straight after the Ravagers came in, but it wasn't the plan at all. Colin was able to starve that soul out to some degree. Now at 1 life, he can make a final gambit for the game, where Zachary, as it stands, doesn't have a flipped angel in play. Still gets to draw a ridiculous amount of cards. Sorry, he will have a flipped angel now, as he opts to do that before the end of his turn.
It's curious that he doesn't decide to just hold back the soul for the Ravages, because at this point, it ends the game outright.
I mean, I guess he's just looking to make use of the extra card in his hand here, instead of pocketing it away, paying 2, the old-fashioned way to Prism to get that flipped. It's like, I want some sort of protection on board. My opponent, pretty limited cards to work with here. A gold token was activated by Colin here, allowing him to draw and activate Kassai.
We still have 2 Blade Flurries in the deck, if I'm not mistaken. I think we've only seen 1 resolved. We also have, if his list is similar to what he was running at the Players' Championship, he's probably got 2 in the swings, which can be game closers.
Yes.
Perhaps what Zachary is trying to defend himself against, these cheeky attack reactions that can just steal the game.
The problem is that when Zachary sees an attack reaction, he's got so many cards in his hand, right? If you can find a way to get a card in his soul, he can always flip an angel. He can't do that right now, though. So no soul yet. Phantasmal Footsteps is going to be put in front of this to block for 1. And Zachary is saying, what do you have, Colin? Show me the money. Because again, he has 4 points of damage prevention on board because of that Herald of Judgment. So run through here comes in. This is a yellow Blade Runner for all intents and purposes. First attack gets go again. Second attack gets +2.
So you might be wondering why Zach only has 1 in the pitch and why his chess piece went away. There's another clause to Empyrean Rapture. You can pay 1 in order to give it Ward 1 until the end of turn. So Zach covers up the hot streak in its entirety thanks to the Phantasmal Footsteps and also the activation of the Empyrean Rapture. He's trying to get the most efficient defensive value he possibly can out of that angel that he has on board. And he's done just that because run-through is going to pump this Centauri Saber to 4, cover it up completely with the angel that he had on board.
Okay. Colin still stands here, but the problem remains. Zachary has a pretty hefty grip with a lot of break points and potentially the ability to flip this Figment of Ravages. But he needs something in his soul. So he's hoping that Herald of Triumph is going to help him to that effect. Remember, it's a 5-power card that will turn off Colin's 6-power blocking cards, meaning that it can't be popped.
Was that an Angelic Wrath that I saw in Zach's hand?
It's always Angelic Wrath in my experience
Angelic
playing against
Wrath.
Zachary Wallach.
Yep.
I think I blocked a total of 0 Heralds in that game.
Yeah. Which begs the question to Colin, do you want to overblock and just donate cards to the Ether, or do you want to just die to my attack reaction? It's a perfect block with the last block of Iron Song Versus and also the Valiant Dynamos that have gotten
Starving
pretty
that soul.
significant value.
It is an Angelic Wrath in hand, yeah.
Yeah.
Zach has asked himself, do I have the resource density to, continue to pressure him here? Colin's done a very good job of maintaining, 3 cards in his hand still. And he really only needs 1 card in his hand to power a standard Kassai turn. There is the persistent issue of Zachary continuing to draw 5 cards. I mean, the fact that he has not won the game yet and he's had great Library of Solana in play is a testament to Colin's resilience.
Colin is an outstanding player. One thing I will say is that he hasn't really seemed to draw his D-reacts and his instant speed defense stuff at the most opportune times this game. We've only seen the 1 taken on the chin, I believe 2 sink blows, so chances are that he could have found himself with one of those pieces. I don't believe we see him in the hand, but perhaps in the arsenal.
He needs it. He needs to take it on the chin.
Right now, otherwise this game is over.
Looking at his hand, second swing. No, he does not have it. And Zachary Wallach, your Players' Champion from 2023, will take a thrilling first-round winner up against Kid Wonder himself, Colin Eriksen on Kassai. And I'm very glad that I foreshadowed a little bit what Prism can do in a metagame like this beforehand, probably because my rear end is still sore after playing against Zachary.
Does it make your Armory night the other night feel a little bit more vindicated?
I do, yes. I mean, when I watch a player that's better than me lose to the player that I lost to, yes, that is fine. But I got absolutely spanked by Zachary, and that is what Prism can do for you right now. So, still a deck that has the ability to draw far more cards than you should be allowed to, especially in a metagame that's less invested in trying to block. And I mean, we can do some pretty disgusting above-rate things as Prism when our opponent doesn't respect us or doesn't have the capacity to, whereas Colin was doing his best to block all that stuff out. But when you're running a Rainbow Angelic Wrath in your deck, you're doing Dory better than Dory does, just like Assassins do. Why don't we just give attack reactions to everybody? I think KO could use some, personally.
You think so?
Yeah, and they should make you discard. They should be brute, though, non-generics. And they should also, they should be 6 power attack reactions so they're still synergized.
I want some way for KO players to pitch one card and then physically huck all of their cards at their opponent for the maximum amount of damage based on what sticks.
I like that, yeah. Make sure you go up against a particularly sweaty opponent and aim for the forehead. Or if someone has a high hairline like yours truly, that's exactly where you have to aim. But a great opener. I mean, we're far from done here for Colin. He has to go up. I mean, Colin has a tendency to pair into some pretty ferocious opponents before the later rounds. I mean, he was the gem buddy of Charles Dunn last year, our literal national champion in the United States. And Zachary showing us just what kind of a quality player he is. Great individuals, classy players, and people. Great to see them go at it in our first round. And
what a great start for the people's champion.
Just a taste
Zachary
of what's
Wallach.
to come.
Indeed so. Before we go, I'd like to mention one more time that AGE is moving eastward. We're going to be showing up in the East Coast starting next month. The inaugural AGE Open will happen at Great Stories Comics and Gaming in Whitensville, Massachusetts. That'll be on February 9th. And once again, it will be Great Stories Road to Nationals event that we will just be supporting in a way. You will not buy tickets directly from us. You will buy them from Great Stories website, which you can get to with the link at the bottom of your screen, east.age.events. It'll send you right to their RTN page. You can slap that bad boy in your shopping cart and order that ticket and be there.
Yeah, we'd love to see some great turnout there over on the East Coast for AGE. We've got some big plans to keep doing some stuff over there. So get involved, because ask anyone out here. It's been a great time. I'm biased. Because, it's my job to speak kindly of it. But, we are seeing great turnouts, month after month. That's a great sign. It's only growing here. So, yeah, check it out if you're on the East Coast. And stay tuned. We've got more from our first AGE Open of the year. Zachary, Wallach and Prism triumphs in round 1. But will he have enough heralds in that deck to get him through the rest of the field? Only one way to find out, and that's to stay with us.
We're coming back a little bit early with an interview with none other than the reigning Players Champion, I should say, from 2024 Season 2. It is Zachary, the Wallach, illusionist extraordinaire, amazing, clean player. It's the person we just saw take down Colin Eriksen on some crazy back and forth.
Yeah,
How did you feel during that match, Zach?
That was honestly one of the craziest games of Flesh and Blood I've ever played. When I was already staring down turn 0 Nourishing Emptiness into like turn 2 or 3 Blunter Hands. The Blunter Hands double slice and dice turn, like, I'm already at like 10 HP. It's like turn 3, and I'm just like, oh man.
Forget where we were in the middle of the game when you were at like 10 to 34. Let's talk about the opener, Zach. Here comes Colin Eriksen with Nourishing Emptiness. We're sitting here in the booth like, yeah, Colin always has it. You come back with Library of Solana on your first turn. You only had one hand that was 4 cards, Zach. The rest of the time you were 5 intellect.
Hey. I gotta get somewhere. He has 5 cards. I have 5 cards times a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Very fair Flesh and Blood. So, Zach, you've been playing a lot of Enigma lately. You've also been playing a little bit of Asilia. What causes you to bring Prism, Awakener of Soul, to the event today?
Prism has a really interesting spot in this meta. She feels almost like physical Kano right now, where if the room isn't respecting Prism, she just kind of runs over you, or at the very least can turn close games into just like games where, yeah, even against Colin Eriksen right now, where just over the course of the game just pulls farther and farther away from like their reaches of victory versus just, all right, here's Angelic Wrath, here's, all right, I heal 4 to 6 on every turn on top of threatening, like 12, 15, 20 damage. Like, it just kind of spirals out of control. It can get kind of crazy, which I think makes it really appealing to me right now. Enigma's in a weird spot of just like, everyone's kind of respecting Enigma or playing Enigma, but no one's really respecting Prism right now. Like, even at Balhar in Toronto happening right now, there's only like 3 or 4 Prism in the entire room, and people just can't afford to deck build around that, which is really interesting to me from like a meta perspective.
She definitely operates on a completely different axis than Enigma. I mean, like, when you talk about the game plans, like, you forced Colin Eriksen to change his chess piece. Normally he is on that Tunic, shunting Mirror Guys into Oblivion. In this case, he had to bring in the Courage of Bladehold and hope that he could put together 2 Blood on Her Hands turns, which, don't get me wrong, he did, but it was still just such overwhelming offensive potential coming from your side of the board. Yeah,
and that's like the great thing about Prism and Illusionist as a class in general is just that push and pull of your opponent can feel so close, but 1 HP is all you need to win.
I said it many times on stream. I was like, if Zach has 1 HP, I'm still terrified of him. And not only that, you found like the perfect way to make the tempo pivot happen. I mean, yes, you were super down on life, but there was a certain point where you flipped over Aegis and swung with her, created 3 Spectral Shields, had her on board as well, and then you drew up a hand that only had 1 non-block in a deck that has a sea of them. We were counting it up. I think you had like 19 damage prevention potential against Colin Eriksen's 4 copper Blood on Her Hands turn. It was hard to count you out at that point.
Yeah, it can get really dicey at times. Like, even in my test games leading up to the event today, at Thursday Locals when I ran the deck, I went 2-2 because every single game, it's just one of those kinds of nights where you draw 5 no Herald hands, and it's just no block, no block, no block, no block. That kills me.
Yeah. So, Zach, you're no stranger to Prism. You're no stranger to any illusionist, for that matter. However, this is a very different list than I've seen you piloting. Obviously, you were big into Prism before the banning of the books. And that deck operated completely differently than what we saw here. Usually using Light of Soul, trying to generate as many extra resources as possible, capitalize on the card draw from Tome of Divinity. You're still drawing a lot of cards, but you're doing something entirely different. How have you found Angel's Glow and Empyrean Rapture Prism to fit your playstyle?
Yeah, I feel like Prism right now, post Tome bannings, there's still been people having success with more aura-heavy Vestige lists. We even saw at Balhar in Atlanta recently, where the first seed after Swiss was a person running a Vestige Prism list. But I feel it's very easy to kind of tech against Spectra Auras right now, where you see Lightning Heroes with Blink, all the Earth Heroes have Summer's Fall. The the new upcoming Guardian non-attack action coming in Hunted that can blow up multiple auras, I think it just makes it a lot less appealing to me, which is why I've been running a lot more of like a super aggro tempo beatdown Prism list lately that I've personally found a lot of success with. And it's worked out pretty well. It started off, funnily enough, as just like kind of a funny joke thing I tried while all my friends were off in Worlds Osaka and I couldn't go. So I was just watching at home like, all right, it's off season for me. Let's try something a little fun, a little different.
So Colin Eriksen has the fact that you didn't get to go to Worlds to thank for the fact that he just got pummeled into.
Yeah,
into
because
the dirt.
in testing, I'm like, all right, let's try all the Angels, no Spectra, just as a funny meme thing. And then started winning a lot in testing. I'm like,
Yep.
Is this real?
And real it certainly is. At the very outset of this, the January AGE Open for Season 3. So, Zach, you are off to the races. Are we going to see another Players' Championship from you this year?
Guarantee.
Guaranteed, he says. I love that attitude, and I can't wait to see more from you and the rest of the players here at Arcane Games and Events. Zach, I want to give you a break before your next round because I'm sure it's going to be a doozy. Don't go anywhere. We'll have more Flesh and Blood, more Zachary Wallach, and more from us here at Arcane Games and Events after this.
Round 2, just around the corner here, live from our very first AGE Open of the year. That's right, we're kicking off 2025 with a bang. I'm Mitch Leslie here, joined by Michael Murray. Great to have you back in the booth, boss.
Likewise.
Good to see you.
Hey.
That's it. Yeah, obviously, we have already seen a great Open to the day. We saw Kassai going up against Prism. And because I'm here, and because I'm all about cronyism, I have handpicked the next matchup. I have basically told them that they have to put them on, and they basically just have to agree. Because obviously I'll be a diva if not. We'll get into that in just a second. But look, first time I've had you here on camera, Michael. Obviously, we had you on the tour last year. We had an awesome result at the end, seeing Zachary win it out. It's kind of fun to see him run it back on a completely different
I'm so
deck
glad
list.
to be here again. It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's great. Yeah.
We've had a bit of a break, but I thought it was fun seeing Zach obviously take it down on Enigma last year, come back and play Prism. And I was listening here to the interview that he was giving to Bryce earlier on, and he seems to think that that Prism list has some real game at the moment.
Prism's scary. I've been clobbered by quite a few of them in our recent Armory events, and definitely not a deck I want to face, which is interesting. Kind of a sneaky pick in the current meta, but I think it's a great choice, as you guys just saw here, taking down Kassai.
Obviously, it's cool to hear some of Zachary's thoughts on how he expected the rest of the day would go. And it's a pretty big endorsement from our Players' Championship if he's willing to sleeve Prism up and take her into an AGE. Because although we have a whole year of circuit, right, where you have 30 points up for grabs to win it out, you want to get off to as good a start as you can as quickly as possible. 30 points available for our winner here, $400 worth of prizing, and already that Prism list one step closer to being in that big game. We talked about this a little bit at the start of the show, and we'll touch on it again. We've had a pretty intense week, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, for those residents of Los Angeles and the surrounding areas, a large amount of us have been affected by the wildfires, multiple fire fronts from multiple directions. I, living in the valley, saw them coming in from 3 different directions and was wondering when I had to go. But you obviously, you were pretty close to the action, Michael.
Yeah, I'm a Pasadena local. I was out there actually fighting fires alongside my brother, who is here today. And one of the sentiments I kind of wanted to share here with the viewers is just how meaningful it is to have a flesh and blood community to return to after something like that. We are really grateful to have community and to have people around to support us. And anyone who does want to support, we have donations set up here. I think we have a link.
We'll run it in just a second here, but it is socalhelp.age.events.
Yeah, and it absolutely saddening, devastating, and at the same time, I think I do feel hope because of how well the community has come together, and even through Flesh and Blood, to have this group of people here showing up, showing their support. It's been really fantastic.
Yeah, so please, if you do have the capacity to give, whether it's with your own 2 hands and feet to maybe volunteer, or if you are able to donate a little bit extra, whether it is fiscal or otherwise, we'd really appreciate your support. Many people affected pretty heavily, by the wildfires. They were the real deal. Multiple people here, like you said, you were fighting. You're on the front line. We had some people who lost houses, even that are close to us, friends and family.
People here today.
Yep, I've made it out here to play some Flesh and Blood. It's like I said at the start of the show, I packed an evacuation bag into the car, and my cards were among those.
No, I rode out here with one of my good friends, Paul, and he lost his house, and he's playing here today, and it was kind of, I don't know how to describe the feeling, but when I found out that he was showing up today and that we were going to carpool and get to kind of see each other for the first time, it was really meaningful that we have something to come to and come together.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's important when you see real demonstrations of how much this means to people, not just yourself. I mean, we're passionate about Flesh and Blood, but to what degree, I think we've seen really shown in great ways. It's great to see the community come together to support one another, and if you're able to, again, we'd really appreciate it. Real quick as well, big shout out to Top Deck Keep. We are here at their store live from Riverside, California for the first time. It's worth the trip if you're an LA local to come out here. The store is shiny and new, and the inventory is popping off. We've got a fantastic amount of play space here. And of course, multiple members of Team Top Deck Keep have been fixtures in our Players' Championship over the years, of course. Like Tyler Horspool, for example, I spotted still on that Dash.io list. Chris Iali, probably on a Rune Blade somewhere, probably some OTK build if I know that kind of guy. So, yeah, they're still floating around. Hopefully we get to see from them today. But just want to, thank Top Deck Keep for hosting us.
Top Deck Keep. That's a tongue twister. I didn't
Yep,
realize.
yep.
Okay. Thank you to them. And also, if you do want to support the store, they are selling Flesh and Blood singles. Great place to go. Check out their website and maybe buy some singles from them to support the store. If you need to get cards, why not here?
Yeah, I think it's what topdeckkeep.shop.tcgplayer.com. I think is where you can head over there and see their inventory. We're here in person, so I get to peruse that stuff myself. So round 2, just around the corner. Of course, we will be hitting you with a proper metagame breakdown in a moment. But here, I have demanded it. I said I'd quit if I didn't get it. We have Henry Gomez on Dorinthea Iron Song going up against Aidan Kwasneski, of course, part of 3 floating on Vynnset. Now, if you love the channel, like many of us Fab fans do, you will actually have seen Aidan pilot Vynnset recently, and he finally beat Sam. There's nothing better than watching Sam lose on 3 floating, I'm going to be honest with you. So great to see Aidan continuing to pilot that list. Let's see what he's got for us here. It'll be Henry, of course, with that fantastic Japanese alt art Dorinthea. Going up against Vynnset, a matchup I've got some experience in, but I'm curious to see how it plays out here. Already Aidan getting busy on turn 1. We have our card banished. That is a Phantom Wraith, I think, banished here to Rune Gate. Generating a Rune Chant here for Aidan. Of course, Rune Gate means if you control Rune Chants equal to or greater than the cost of the card, you can play it from your banished zone without paying its cost. They do have Blood Debt as well, so if those cards stay in the banished zone, they'll be hurting.
Yeah, one of the really interesting things about Vynnset and the overall play style is this ability to banish cards and set up huge potential burst combos while costing life every turn. You don't piece it together, and those remain banished.
Okay, so Aidan does not want to attack on turn 0, of course, but he sets up by creating 2 Rune Chant tokens and developing a Malefic Incantation that says when Aidan throws an attack action, he will get to generate a Rune Chant behind it. This is really important to get those bigger attacks out. Henry unlucky didn't go first because he had a Truce in his hand. That would have been the perfect turn 0 play, but instead going second will be the first aggressor, starting with the Spoils of War.
Now, how important is copper for Dorinthea in this deck?
Not at all. There are some edge cases where you have a blue heavy hand and you trade 2 of them in to draw a card and have some floating, but generally the copper's not relevant for us. It used to be when Kyloria was on the field and would threaten to steal our things.
I see.
Yes, so Kyloria obviously could sort of steal items or draw cards, but when you had copper, it would steal a copper token instead. So
this is just some of the best, most consistent go again that Dorinthea can run.
yes, Spoils of War is great. It gives you unconditional go again, which means you don't have to hit to get that go again, like Warrior's Valor says. And throwing a Steelblade Supremacy in here is good. But this means that Henry's pretty face up. He has 1 card left to play. He's showing an attack for 7, which is already good. Show a breakpoint here to Aidan. Vynnset, who obviously can play off smaller hands, but doesn't want to have to give all of it up. And with a Vexing Quill hand in play, there's not a lot of block value on the armor suite for this Vynnset.
Yeah, sitting here wondering whether or not there's a reaction. Of course, no second swing likely unless he decides to pitch the card.
He's got a hit. So, the second swing comes from the card drawn off Steelblade Supremacy. That's a D-react. Still, Reprise is active. If Henry has a reaction, the turn continues here. I think it's really interesting to see an Iron Song versus picked up. Whenever I see a Dory playing with it, it makes me think they are expecting to play off some smaller hands and play a bit more of a mid-range game, i.e. they're not expecting to hit with a Dawnblade that often, enough to make the braces effective. And a classic blowout here, the Sink Below, essentially stuffing the Dory's turn despite her throwing some power cards in.
Yeah, and we can see the power of that Malefic Incantation, allowing 3 Rune Chants to be created by the start of this turn, and a Widespread Destruction coming out. One of the power cards from Vynnset, very disruptive.
Yeah, it is a problem for Doria. And when the combat chain closes, each hero who's lost life banishes a card from the arsenal. Henry has Null Rune Boots here, so he can prevent damage from those Rune Chants, and I strongly suggest he does. But to cover this up, to avoid having to lose his arsenal, he'll have to put 3 cards into this exchange, minimum. Obviously, 1 blue to block the Rune Chant damage, and 2 to block the Widespread Destruction itself. And Henry says, okay, well, we're going to turn on Widespread Destruction. I'm going to get rid of my arsenal so that I don't need to destroy that card. And it looks like Henry's taking an aggressive slant here on this defensive turn.
No reactions?
Yep, no blocks, waiting on reactions, unlikely. Thinking about it?
For Henry, this damage is vanilla now, but finds a Fate Foreseen in a pretty decent spot.
Sure.
And so covers it up. And again, widespread destruction doesn't have to hit to have that arsenal disruptive effect because the rune chance already caused Henry to lose life.
Yeah.
And Aidan obviously doesn't want to lose life. He doesn't want to activate, Vynnset because then he'd lose his own set card there. But Henry says, nope, I want to keep going all gas, no brakes. He's holding a 4-card hand for the offense.
Right, and one thing you mentioned that, you want to cover up those rune chants, but that can be very costly. I know the blue count in Dorinthea is pretty, bare bones. You bring just as many as you need and hopefully not more than that. So covering those rune chants can sometimes be very problematic, even if you have one balloon. It can erase the rest of your turn too.
We need like one per hand.
Right, but in this case, 2 per hand, right? So
Yeah.
it really demands a lot more to defend it.
In my experience playing this matchup, I actually, as the Dory player, try and fatigue the Vynnset.
Interesting.
I block everything.
Okay.
And I don't bother with the attacking too much. Because obviously Aidan is banishing every turn.
Right.
But that does give a good Vynnset the opportunity to really set up. Eloquence tokens also mean that like Vynnset can do some pretty filthy things, as well as the Spellbound Creep is the foot equipment for Aidan there. So, that's scary to try and fatigue a Vynnset, I'll be honest with you.
I remember that was sort of the go-to game plan when Vynnset first released, but as these cards have been trickling in and slowly powering Vynnset up, I think it's becoming harder and harder.
Yeah, it is definitely challenging, and you need some of those defense reactions in the right spots. But it does mean that you don't care too much about like those widespread effects, because you're normally either blocking them out fully or, like in cases like that, saving your arsenal for a defense reaction or something similar. Henry here activates the Iron Song Versus, which is less often seen in Dory, but your next sword attack will generate a courage token if it hits. So it's a pretty good way, honestly, for a Dory player on like a 1 blue turn to just play a blue, or pitch a blue rather, attack with a Dawnblade and activate the Versus. And basically, it's virtually a 1-card 4, if you want to think of it like that, because Dawnblade presents 3, and if your opponent usually just doesn't respect a naked Dawnblade with no prospect of go again, so getting to activate the Versus says, okay, well, all of a sudden, this is like a decent on-rate turn as opposed to being pretty mopey, just paying for a Dawnblade attack. You'd almost rather arsenal the card in that situation as Dory sometimes.
Yeah, you and I sat down a few weeks ago and sort of chatted a bit about what the real game plan is for Dorinthea and talked about how this very slow, grindy, kind of blocking a lot game plan seems to be the favored way to play Dorinthea at the moment, although I believe you said you didn't have the patience for that.
Yeah, I don't. And I also think that, like, if you are able to, if you're good enough, I think you need to. Henry, though, doesn't, I think, have the right equipment suite to do that.
Okay.
I like the Versus here. I think it's fine. That's a personal choice. But your Grains of Blood Spill is probably going to get you 2 value over the course of the game, and that's for blocking.
Yeah.
So I don't see a ton of opportunity and the extra resources left over for Henry to sort of pay into Grains.
Right.
I would have a Tunic in this kind of list. Henry doesn't have the room for it, which is totally fine. And the Tunic lets me actually, use those Dual Blade shots to get those nice little 1-card 6, 1-card, blocking.
And we're seeing here that Aidan also is running a lot of defense reactions, which just makes the game plan of Dorinthea hitting all the harder.
Yeah, and there's no go again here for Henry that I can see. There's also no refraction bolters in this build.
Right.
I actually take Nalrune Hood, not Boots, because I really want the bolters here. But Henry only gets half of that Blade Flurry. He gets a +2 pump on it, but he guarantees a hit, which gives him a courage token. But he walks into that turn basically with no prospect of getting to go wider than 1 swing, so just tries to show some damage, which is fine. Not exciting, though, for the Dorinthea player at all. Purely keeping the Vynnset honest, keeping them off the 4-card hand.
Yeah, and Aidan, once again, getting a ton of value out of that Malefic Incantation as he's back up to 3 rune chants at the start of his turn and ready to send that Deathly Wail that he just banished.
Yeah, the Envelop in Darkness as well, creating an extra rune chant, which meaning that you can play any rune gate card with 4 rune chants, you're good. And it is going to be the Deathly Wail, which is pretty nice, right? Being able to guarantee more rune chants generated off the back of that. I think you generate rune chants equal to the number of players lost life this
That's
time?
correct. So it could be up to 2 depending on how Henry decides to block here. And I don't know if Aidan activated Vynnset, but he had the option to there just to guarantee both players losing life.
Vynnset activation means that first instance of rune chant damage is unpreventable, but you need to lose a life in order to do so.
Yeah.
Sometimes Vynnset's happy for that because it means that in the case of cards like Deathly Wail, you're making 2 rune chants off the back of it as opposed to just the 1. However, Aidan might feel like he has enough rune chance to work with here. He's going to make one off the back of this, probably, because Henry has to basically spend 4 cards to stop this, and then we'll generate one his next turn with the Vynnset mandatory banishing of a card. So
Yeah. These kind of moments, Aidan sitting here now, his Malefic Incantation ran out. These are the moments for Vynnset where there's kind of a weak spot where if he doesn't get another generator of those rune chants out on the field, he could start to fall a little bit behind. So he'll be really hoping to get something like that in play again so he can keep his foot on the gas right now, holding tempo.
I'm going to catch those grains in here for their first block of the game. They can block twice, but the second block will destroy them as they are a temper piece of equipment. 2 block put in front here. And Henry's saying, okay, well, I don't want to give my opponent these sort of free rune chants and allow them to keep putting these very powerful rune gate cards into play, but I need to have a game plan myself. And I've come around a little bit. I really think that if you are not playing Dorinthea aggressively, you're probably going to lose. Because until you get that counter, you're below rate on everything you do, unless you're doing cute tunic counter things and getting defense reactions out of your arsenal. I don't think that she can keep up. I mean, great examples. I tried to mid-range against a KO the other night as Dory. Stupid.
Yeah, KO's the king of mid-range.
I can't believe I did that. And I lost out, all right? Obviously, on these like little value trades turn by turn. This is an interesting inclusion, the Arcane Polarity for Henry.
It looks like he blocked out all 3 rune chants at the start there and then used his Arcane Polarity anyway, valuing 1 rune chant creation over the 3 potential life.
Aidan is up to 3 rune chants, though, and he only had 1 on that turn?
Yeah.
So he might have... Yeah, I like the Arcane Polarity against rune chant decks, where it's like you take 1 Arcane and then you gain 3 life on top of that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused because now he's... Yeah,
Yeah, I follow you. But again, this is Dory on small hands going to work here. There is a line that allows Henry to have a wider turn, which is it's Singing Steelblade from Arsenal, pull out the Quicksilver, draw a card, and then pitch it into your next attack. So you can manufacture a double hit on a turn like this. It's pretty niche.
Yeah.
Not easy to pull off here. So Aidan doesn't want to respect this, but he's also seen another activation of Iron Song versus so Henry, again, carrying that value, trying to carry that value through. No longer is it just a mopey swing for 3. It's like, okay, now I can turn this 1 blue I'm pitching into something a bit more exciting.
Yeah, that 4 breakpoint really, changes a lot about how Aidan needs to approach his blocking.
Yeah, there is a... Oh, goodness, there's a block card now available to Rune Blades that blocks for 4, which is really quite nice. Also, you discard it to prevent 2 arcane damage. The name escapes me right now, but there's definitely...
I think it's just prevent 2 damage.
Oh, just prevent...
Yeah, so
okay,
he could use
right.
it as a reaction.
And you create a rune chant, I think, if you do that, right?
If you've prevented damage, you create a rune chant. So a very strong card.
Okay, Deathly Delight, the block card here. It's a less exciting prospect for an attacking card, as it sort of allows you to gain life based on the number of heroes that have lost life on the turn that it attacks. So it's less high priority for you. Yeah. And here it is, Grains of Bloodspill actually getting some use. So here's Dory on 1 card is able to generate a Courage token and a Vigor token with a swing. This is why I like Iron Song versus when you want to mid-range a little bit, and this is where Grains can get some value. Now, if I see Grains paid into a couple more times, then it starts to rival a Tunic in the value that it can bring over a longer game, which this I expect to be.
Yeah, absolutely. The ability to swing that Dawnblade without committing a card really opens up your options on the back end.
So, that said, we come back to Aidan, who mandatorily banishes the Widespread Ruin here, which, again, pretty nasty. It's going to come in with these rune chants and, force an opponent to banish the top card of their deck. So, can be pretty nice, especially when Aidan gets to banish off of his deck if he ever wanted to. But
yeah, and with the Shadow Puppetry, if he has a way to generate more rune chants on the back end, could potentially have a very big turn here. I don't know that he does, unless he wants to use his gloves, but it could be a bit too early.
He's got a Malefic Incantation in his hand, I think. But that doesn't really work for now. It's more of a later investment in rune chant generation. Here it is, Shadow Puppetry. So the next attack action card gets +1 and go again. So it does make Widespread Ruin a breakpoint now. And also, if it hits, Aidan can banish the top card of his deck. Yep. I don't know if we get a Vynnset activation here. We're thinking. It's a Phantom Wraith and the Widespread Ruin. Excuse me. So 4 rune chance and then 7 damage on that Widespread Ruin behind it. Henry thinks This now gets 3 rune chants, excuse me.
Yeah,
This one gets harder to block. I think that might have been an unpreventable rune chant,
I see.
which means that Vynnset was activated.
I think that happened last turn too. I assumed that it was a miscalculation on Aidan's part, but it appears the way they're handling the rune chances, he takes the unpreventable one first, and then he takes
Then he
the
thinks
3
about
and thinks
blocking.
about it. So
Yeah.
that actually explains why Aidan was able to get that many rune chants off the back of it. So we'll keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, he
Make
made
sure
2.
to cast that.
He made 2 off the Phantom Wraith, I think it was. Okay. So, unenviable position here. It is especially scary because Dory has this thing where she sometimes draws a handful of reds. Because when you present upwards of 62 cards, you start to really lower your blue ratio. Because a lot of your sideboard often are these like red tech cards, for example. Maybe they're Sinks, Oasis Respite, Steelblade Chant. And so it does increase the opportunity of drawing an absolute stinker of a hand. And when you have no blues, it's a problem if you're trying to mitigate these rune chants, of which Henry has allowed all of them to come in.
No reaction.
Okay, no blocks here from Henry, and a sink below committed to the defensive endeavor.
Trying to clean up that hand a bit. Sink Below is such a powerful card for consistency's sake.
Yeah, so much so that I don't ever think, it's so innocuous, but I don't ever think you'll see cards printed like that without some sort of condition. You know?
I have a hope that one day the Sink Below Fate for a Scene package somehow leaves rotation. That may or may not happen, but it's a card that's
Saying that
so
as against
powerful.
a Guardian enjoyer, as a Guardian, is quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, what I would like to see personally is just a little bit more class D-Reacts come in to replace them. Again, it would sort of have to be a decision by LSS to, ban them essentially, which I think that's probably not going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah.
I think I see a lot of it, and I would like to see less of it one day.
I, as a Dorinthea player, hate defense reactions.
Sure.
I think they're awful.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the classes should have them, but the thing is, I really like the flavor behind the defense reactions that are printed in the class.
Like Root-bound Carapace.
Absolutely.
Yep. Like that is a sort of a flavorful earth card that also plays towards your decompose strategy. But we digress. We've got 2 rune chants here, which allows a Phantom Wraith to be pulled out of Banish. And that's an Eloquent Eulogy, I think, in Banish right now, which is a 4-power rune gate attack that gives you an Eloquence token.
He's been sitting on that. That card is insanely good for a large combo turn. So despite taking 1 damage every turn, I think he's now taken 4 from it. I think having that sitting there is a very big boon for when he decides to.
I did not know it
or
had
is
been
able
in there.
to piece it together. I think it was the first thing he ever banished.
Okay. Well, regardless, the Phantom Wraith does come out here. It's going to be a 3 block on that. I think that Dory's turn passed by pretty sort of unnoticed there previously, as we were discussing. We saw a Warmonger's Diplomacy in the list here for Henry, and that's been banished. Very interesting card because Dory normally uses non-attacks to give go again and pumps. You can get go again with reactions. Run through, good example. Obviously, Glint Quicksilver can do it for you. But yeah, interesting to see that card. Normally, I don't like seeing it as a Dory that likes to use a lot of non-attacks because you're sort of using both. But either way, Courage token here from their previous turn. And Ironsong Versus is activated with that free resource from the Vigor token that Henry previously generated from his Grains of Blood Spill on hit. Another Warmongers. We'll send Dawnblade coming in for 4. Threatening a Courage token.
Yep, 2 cards in hand.
Minimum information being shown by Henry here.
Yeah, that's the power of those Vigor tokens. So strong.
Yeah, I do like being able to send a Dawnblade up without having to pitch for it. No blocks, he says, which makes perfect sense if you don't see any go again on that first attack. And I got news for you, folks. Henry has a dead card in his hand. That Ironsong response doesn't do anything. And this puncture just gets committed to pump the attack to 7. He's just looking for a little bit of damage to stay relevant in this game. The no blocks from the Vynnset opponent scares the crud out of me.
Yeah, especially with that Eloquence sitting in the banish zone. One thing that I've noticed about Vynnset is that these 2-card hands are so incredibly efficient, but it's kind of what keeps you in the game until this huge pop-off turn. So Henry Gomez looking down the barrel of something really dangerous right now.
Yeah, I mean, he did his best. Henry wanted to get as many cards out of Aidan as possible on a turn like this. I will say, he still gets to generate a Vigor token behind this and keep that advantage going. And, you know, for playing off small hands, I think like we're seeing decent mid-ranging here from the Dory. Aidan, though, yeah, actually discards that Haunting Rendition to prevent 2 damage and generate a Runechant token. So we do see that block card for the Runeblades come out now. It's really quite at home in that Vynnset list. And Aidan is trying to figure out if there's more from Henry. Now, if Henry had another reaction, he would have had to play it right after the puncture. You can't just play a reaction and then wait for your opponent to say no reactions, and then you can't fish for a reprise like that. You pass priority. So, yeah, Aidan probably knows that this is all, and he's just trying to consider how much he cares about another Vigor and another Courage token being generated.
After that, I'm going to pass with the next one.
And if I see correctly, it looks like Aidan has 2 red Mauvern Skies in his hand, which is exactly why he decided to keep it. And now he's looking at 3 rune chants to start the turn.
What rune guide card, though, is going to go? Will it be the
I didn't catch
Eulogy?
the one, but we'll see it here. Yep, there
Deathly
it is.
Wail, okay.
Yep, yeah, so Deathly Wail is exactly what he wants to see to extend this chain. If he's able to turn on the hero power, I don't think he can, but...
Mauvrian Skies.
Okay, one of them was blue, excuse me.
Deathly Wail.
So Mauvrian Skies confers go again to the next Runeblade attack, and also will generate 1 rune chant if it hits.
So the way that Henry decides to block this is going to be pivotal, because that's going to determine whether or not Aidan can continue the chain.
Yeah, this is we'll have go again. Do we have the rune chants? I mean, Henry probably pretty incentivized here to prevent the Mauvrian Skies on hit, but again, it asks for a great number of cards from him. This could be a 2-block and a defense reaction. Is that's a yellow, so it should be a 5-power attack here. Yeah.
I also misspoke a little bit. The Malefic Incantation on the board actually creates the 1 rune chant that Aidan needs to continue the chain.
Yeah.
So regardless of how Henry blocks this, Aidan has the potential. We'll see if he wants to take it to send that Eloquent Eulogy on the back end. So a smaller burst combo here from him, but still very threatening on hits.
Henry, happy to cover this up. You're virtually blocking 6 here with 5 cards, so sometimes you can trick yourself into feeling like you're getting extra value to block out this on hit. But you'll notice the life totals have really walked each other down quite effectively, and Dory always promises to pose a scary late game. We haven't seen the pop-off turn from Henry or the all-in. At some point, and it might be now, the Dory player often looks to try and pivot off equipment to go for that counter and to go for a sort of blowout turn. But committing a card to block here and one to sort of prevent rune chance means Henry is pretty happy to go slow and steady for the time being.
Yeah, very good defensive play on his end as we see the life totals just dead even, 26 to 25.
Okay.
I mean, is there like a succumb to temptation for Aidan, or is he's thinking, oh, okay.
Yeah,
like
he's just deciding whether or not to send that Eloquent Eulogy.
Yeah, so we already got through blocks here, yeah.
The danger here is if this gets stopped, and it looks like he's opting for the whale instead.
Okay.
Flail you for 1.
Flail. And virtually IPs himself with this, I suppose.
Flail of Agony.
Flail of Agony comes in, obviously. Costs 1 life, does 1 damage, and creates a rune chant on hit. So.
Which is actually very powerful on the back end of the Deathly Wail because it damages you. So it also creates that rune chant whether or not it hits, plus the hit. So it's a really great way to set up.
Go again for non-attacks.
Yeah.
So we're guaranteeing that extra rune chant to be generated once the chain
because
closes.
he's now taking the damage despite not having used the hero power.
Yep. For the elephants on that one?
This is just life lost. Okay. It's all just if a hero's lost life.
Yeah.
Aidan explaining that Blood Debt does not count towards the Deathly Wail trigger because it is after the combat chain has closed when it triggers.
Hardly, not super relevant on a turn like this because Aidan has already flagellated himself into making sure he has lost life at least. So he's saying, I need at least 1 rune chant off of this,
right?
Deathly Wail.
Sure, he would love to, but
he might get one. I mean, this is really annoying for Henry to block. Like this split damage, and Henry doesn't have he doesn't have an elegant way of blocking 1 damage.
Yeah, he's agonizing over this block. Look at that. It's such a hard decision because it's like, you're going to commit a whole card to this, but giving 2 rune chants over, it just continues the pain.
Well, and Henry cares so much about these little edges right now because that's how he's playing the game as well.
Yeah.
He's playing, to try and get 4 value, 5 value off 1 card, right? Which you can do now with Dory. Like, you swing and, get a hit, get the vigor, get the courage, get all the trimmings. But allowing Aidan to do this and generate too many rune chants on the backside of his turns is maybe representing like a value deficit for him turn after turn. So
Right.
he's like, maybe off 1 blue, maybe I can still have a good turn, but I can't stop the split damage of the rune chant and the flail here. So you can have it all, he says. 2 rune chants made.
Yep, 2 additional plus the 1 from the whale. So he ends that turn with 3 and a Malefic Incantation counter. So still feeling very good about his ability to continue the pain.
And that is obviously what's to come. Elegant Eulogy sitting in Aidan's Banish Zone right now. Basically says you can create an Eloquence token if a hero has lost life. It doesn't care how many. You don't get doubles of those, plus it wouldn't work anyway. They don't stack. But again, very important because there are some non-attacks here, that Aidan can play at an instant, and if they have go again, they will gain him an action point. That's one way that Vynnset skirts around the action point limitation that she often has to deal with. But once again, it's a yellow pitched here for an Iron Song versus activation and a swing of the blade, threatening another Vigor token creation should this attack hit.
And we're in that situation again, 1 floating, 2 cards, 1 in arsenal, 1 in hand. And you always just have to sit there and wonder, is this a bluff? Or is this a devastating reaction that I need to play around?
Yeah, and again, when you don't have Refraction Bolters up, it is really hard to get your opponent to care about a Naked Dawnblade swing. And this is how you play around it as Aidan. You don't block it. As a defense.
And he's got in the arsenal, so he's really prepared for this attack.
I'm in so much existential pain right now. It's so uncomfortable.
It's going to be okay.
Far out, man. This is why defense reactions suck. So Henry does not get to draw off Gluttony Quicksilver because there was no block from hand. He gets go again, but he can't do anything with it because his bloody Dawnblade doesn't hit. And this is about as bad a blowout as you can ask for here. Now, if he had another pump on the backside here, but God, that is, yeah, I'm so unhappy that just happened on my screen.
Pivotal moment here. Aidan keeping the life total.
He's IP2'd, brother.
Yeah, with 4 cards in hand. 1's a defense reaction that he can easily put in the arsenal to continue the destruction and reduce the pain on the other end.
Oh, I literally just folded in half. Yeah, look, I mean, it's a terrible feeling to deal with as Dorinthea. Aidan's played around that really well. And again, it's because you don't have Refraction Bolters in this matchup. Henry, I mean, I have the list here. So if you have run-through, you can do that play and not get as punished. You still lose to a D-React, though. That's just kind of Dory's thing. So.
Yeah.
Okay, well. What do we got here from Aidan? We've got another Deathly Wow, banished at the start of the turn. 4 rune chants here. Oh my goodness, another Malefic Incantation. This basically guarantees Aidan enough rune chants to play these sort of 2 even more cost rune gate cards for the rest of the game.
Yeah, he's sitting pretty. The rate at which these sort of booster cards have flowed in has been perfect.
Ooh, Machinations of Dominion coming out here. So basically giving overpower to this next Runeblade attack action card. And gets go again because Aidan has created an aura. It feels like a scary Amovrian skies to me.
Yeah, so this seems like a good time to establish the Eloquence. Get it out of the banish. It's been chipping away. You gain a lot of value on the front end with these rune chant and giant attacks, 1-card 9s. But then the price for that is that you lose a life every turn or a couple life every turn, depending on how you manage that banish zone. So I expect him to be ready to stop taking that consistent ticking damage, but we'll see. It could just be another Flail of Agony and take advantage of the extra damage and rune chant that you sort of deal to yourself and then get that rune chant on the back end. A fantastic follow-up to Deathly Whale either way.
So we've got a copy of that all you got in the hand, a Singing Steel Blade. Looks like maybe even a Warrior's Valor there. As Henry's on 3 of the red variety in this list. So interesting. He has 3 copies of Chorus of Ironsong. He must be a serial illusionist hater. That's based as heck, Henry. I don't know if it's going to be relevant here, but
I mean, from what I hear, just by virtue of being a warrior, he's got to be an illusionist hater.
Yeah, dude, I hate him. So I hate assassins more. I've made that pretty public. Yeah, because they just do what we do better. You know what I mean? I hate it so much. All right, so This is Overpower, so only one action card. Now, Overpower is something Dory doesn't really mind too much. She has reactions that allow her to skirt around the limitations of blocking an Overpower attack. However, Henry, despite having a reaction card to block with, doesn't opt to employ it here, so it's going to allow this one to come through. He wants to keep a hand, and maybe hoping that all you got. Holding on to it, excuse me, hoping that there's some value to be found if there's like a flail, because I feel like that's the only use case for that card in this matchup.
Yeah, Henry really wanting to turn the tempo as soon as possible. As these life totals dwindle down, it becomes harder and harder to force the turn.
I will...
What will you do, Mr. Kwasneski? Oh. Henry perking up a little bit. Hey, okay.
Okay, so keeping that eloquent eulogy in the banish zone.
Henry about to be the mayor of Value Town, at least for a couple of seconds. Holding on to that. That'll be got. But again, still looking at 2 rune chants first. So he's taking those. He is shipping a lot of this build. There it is. The only use case for that card in this matchup. Bingo, baby.
A little bit of a reaction out of Aidan from that one.
No reaction.
Oh, again, it is defending an attack of 2 or less power. So Henry gets that card back here. I mean, I don't know how I feel about it, but hey. It did its thing.
Yeah, Aidan still gets 2 rune chants on the back of that because of the damage dealt previously on the attack, as well as the damage he dealt to himself.
If I'm playing against the Dorinthea and I see them block with the red Warrior's Valor, I'm pretty concerned. That is, I mean, sadly, all our power cards come from Welcome to Wraith. But yeah, that is obviously crucial to Dorinthea asking for cards from her opponent here.
Right,
so.
you have to block to prevent that go again,
I think,
and to prevent the on-hit.
Right, so I'm thinking there's redundancy.
And there it is.
Or like it's a reaction speed, go again, give a like glint Quicksilver. So here we go though. So we are saying this attack does 6, and if it hits, it's conditional. If it hits, I will gain go again.
And I believe Aidan has a D-React in Arsenal from a few turns back. I know he had one in hand, and I don't believe he used it yet, so it must be sitting down there. But this might be a chance. I haven't seen Henry have the reactions line up to push over the top. You know, sometimes what Dorinthea can do is just get over.
Yes. I think the singing, so basically you can't cover this with 1D react, so it does mean that Aidan, if he wants to prevent this, is going to have to turn on reprise.
Yeah.
That's why we like Valor. Sometimes you'll see like the exact C's block with 2 cards, and then if I see someone block me exact, they have a D react. I know that for sure, because they've got to be anticipating a reaction. Get that off my screen. That is disgusting. Get it off. Get it off. Oh, God damn it.
What does Sink Below do? Oh, wow, it can prevent 4 damage in the reaction stat.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, actually.
That's
and
exactly
you know what?
when Dorinthea does her damage.
Yeah, you can play it from your arsenal, too. It's kind
wow.
of crazy. You know they printed block cards with ambush that let you block with
I
it?
saw that.
That's a cruel joke.
I mean, at least it's after, you know, you have to block first up front. You show your cards before you react to it.
I
guess.
Here's your follow-up. So Aidan lets that one through. So it's a red pitched here. Henry, again, trying to limit information shown, but
sure.
The only play here is a Blade Flurry, which would be odd to see it used on the second attack, but there's some niche cases where you don't want to show it first. Or that Iron Song response that he's been sitting on for ages, and that's a block from Arsenal.
Straight to reactions.
Yeah,
if he has the Iron Song response, that would be a big deal here.
This is from Arsenal, bro. He doesn't do anything.
Oh, no. I understand. I got to read the cards closer.
Oh, I hate it so much. Henry's been sat on that one like an egg. Oh. He has been just
heartbreaking.
Yeah, he's been nursing it.
And interestingly enough, we still see such a close game, 15-16.
Yeah, the Iron Maiden here, absolutely grinding down Henry, but great patience. I hate so arsenaling a Iron Song response against Vynnset doesn't feel bad at all, because like you don't want to arsenal it against like a Fire or a Zed, right? Because they don't block you. You never can use it. But here you think I'm probably going to get some value out of this, right? The one use case in which it doesn't work is, it gets that D-React. But that's still relevant. It's just that Henry has not been able to use his arsenal for like 4 turn cycles or something, which is
And we have to speak on the skill of Aidan as well to be able to play around these reactions so flawlessly so far.
Yeah, really good. The sequencing has been great. He's seen a Naked Dawnblade and he's, called no blocks. He's waited to see Henry show a bit more information. Here comes the widespread destruction, though,
Yep.
threatening to get that absolutely useless iron response out of...
doing Henry a favor here.
Get that card out for me. I don't have a Crown of Providence, so you do it for me.
Yep.
You know what the
Yeah,
card is.
he's like,
bro.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'll take the damage. Get this out of here.
I mean, this is an attack that represents lethal because of the front pump there
Right,
that we
yeah.
saw from the Rune Blade. So it's a 9-power widespread destruction. Excuse me.
Right, and I believe the Vynnset ability was used, as we saw. So forcing one rune chant through. Both players have taken damage this turn.
Aidan doesn't care, though, about losing his arsenal on account of not having one because it was previously occupied by that dastardly sink below.
Yeah.
War crimes. Get Geneva on the phone. So Henry here is only concerned about the damage at this point.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a Succumb to Temptation in Aidan's hand as well, which is just such an annoying card. The most powerful discard effect that I know of because it allows you to look at the opponent's hand and choose which one you want, right?
Yeah, I mean, even like, what is it? Persuasive Prognosis allows for that as well. That's, anything that lets you see a Dory's hand is just backbreaking to her.
Yep.
Well, Henry's about to have his hand mostly torn apart here. Dauntless getting out in front, that would have been great last turn.
Yeah.
And a powerful card there in the Steelblade Supremacy. That's the second one I think we've seen this game. And yeah, Aidan, this would be a great time for that Succumb to make an appearance. Obviously, it allows him to play it to gain an action point. I don't know how relevant that is with only one rune chant.
Yeah, he has that Eloquent Eulogy sitting there if he wants to use it, and the Flail. So
for the rest of the turn, if a Runeblade attack action card hits this turn, I look at your hand and then you discard.
Yeah. So we did block out.
Right. So he doesn't gain the on-hit effect yet.
Yep. But
maybe this is the time.
It's got to be a Runeblade attack action card here, though. And
Play
we do not have one to deploy, I do not think. Oh, wait, no, Eloquent, it's only one cost.
So he finally plays this. The value of that card, if you subtract the blood debt, was something like -3.
And this has the
yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it did sit there for Aidan for quite some time. But now it comes out at a pretty good time. A time that Henry is like hard-pressed to block it. He has to give up the rest of his hand.
So first,
he doesn't want to see the Eloquence token, because Aidan now is in a position where he's the attacker, he has tempo, he's going to be playing off 4 and 5 card hands, and the one thing that really unlocks those and prevents the Vynnset from IPing herself is to have an Eloquence token.
Yep.
I want to point out that the boots are still on the table here for Vynnset as well. So Spellbound Creepers can also give you that way of like playing a non-attack with go again at instant speed, allowing you to gain an action point virtually there too.
Unfortunately for Henry, the Eloquent Eulogy reads that if damage was dealt, and damage was
it doesn't
dealt,
matter.
He still gets that Eloquence.
Very cool. Extremely based. All right, Aidan now with a 6-life lead and an Eloquence token with 2 red Malefic Incantations in play, who is ready to take this one to Pound Town.
Yeah, and the Widespread Annihilation being banished with 2 Malefic Incantations is exactly when you want to see it. It's a tough card, and it can very easily get stuck in the Banish Zone if you aren't
really
able
hard to get out of there, right?
Enough.
Yeah.
But in this case,
he's going to do it. Based. Yeah, Deadwood Dirge is one way, of course, of allowing you to get a lot of those rune charts. Oh, this is devastating. Yuck. Okay, Machinations of Dominion giving overpower to this widespread, was it? Annihilation? Yep. Which is a card that threatens to banish from Henry's hand. So it is another disruptive effect. And of course, it has go again. I don't know how relevant that's going to be, but hey.
This one is...
yeah, you want to read this one, buddy?
The go again's likely only a flail.
Yeah.
But it's, I mean, that flail chip is annoying too. I mean, and it keeps the engine going. It's so important for Vynnset to make enough rune chants every turn to support the next following turn, and Aidan has done that very well. I haven't seen him miss a single
He's not
step.
stumbled, right?
No stumbles.
In days gone by, we saw Vynnset have this like cyclical, like small turn, big turn sort of rhythm, but Aidan has managed to really keep the pressure on this entire game.
Super consistent.
And that's what allows Vynnset to really not be as easily fatigable as she was considered to be in the past.
Yeah. Yeah, those stumbles would be backbreaking, especially taking blood debt on the back of basically doing nothing.
All right, we are eating all the rune charms.
Oh, 2 cards committed to that is rough.
I really do feel like, well, it's 4 rune charms. You got no choice, right? And then
yeah, I mean, it's 4. He only pitched 3.
Ah, that's true.
So he's still taking 1. So
It could have been an unpreventable one for all we know.
I don't think he was. Let me see. I'm not sure if the
Unclear. Either way,
Deadwood Dirge is a shadow action.
Henry's
It
going to
is.
gain 4 life here, so he actually
Okay.
does get the full value of Arcane Polarity. Nice. Damn, Dory with 0 for 4s. That's crazy. Another one as well in the D-React. Now we're pod racing.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we're pod racing without any cards in our hand.
Sure. Just holding the line here, staying at 10 life to 15 and saying, Aidan, you're going to have to stay consistent if you want to keep this game because he's not doing a ton to the life of Henry right now.
For the avoidance of doubt, this is probably a little too late for the Dorinthea to pivot into a fatigue plan.
Yeah.
You just don't have the buffer, and you're going to take leaking damage now, as Aidan can always make that first rune shine unpreventable if he wants to lose life for it. So, and that will in turn, guarantee the on hits here. This is a turn where Aidan might want to potentially take some damage himself to that Vynnset effect because Deathly Whale will then give him an extra Rune Chant token. That's the card that's gone into banish this turn as a result of Vynnset's compulsory effect.
Yeah, so this is an example of actually Aidan probably going to IP himself. Just doesn't really have the cards to support Go Again in a follow-up. So this is sort of, when we talk about stumbling, it's a light trip. He's not falling, but it's not. I mean, this is a 6, 7, 8, 9 value turn.
With split damage?
Yeah, I mean, sure. And with low life, it's all the damage is meaningful, but it's certainly like a glimmer of hope.
Okay.
It's not a 25 damage turn, it's a 9 damage.
Yeah, I mean, Henry is looking at the promised land
right.
of
Not to
a
mention
blue pitched to swing Dawnblade.
Right.
With a courage counter being threatened, a courage token being threatened.
Yeah.
Because I feel like you got to block 3 here, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't. He wants to keep a hand. He might have left this a little too late though, because now he has to. He's going to do something. Are you going to go to 1? Maybe.
Yikes! Yeah.
You know, do 15 damage with 4 cards?
Just give up the armor and try to turn it here and now. I mean, it's the last chance he has to flip the tempo. But
I respect it. And honestly, if that is like a Warrior's Valor, a Supremacy, goodness. Well, Succumb to Temptation here is going to
and
rip a
he
card.
may just be able to pay out of hand to play another card. I was wrong, and I'm sorry to give anyone at home hope who may have been rooting for this Dorinthea. This turn just got really, really bad for Henry.
Yeah, Henry was. I mean, this is a great way to punish Henry for trying to keep some cards.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at this. This is the perfect grip to have a big turn. That is the perfect hand for the Dory to play with.
Yeah. And it's
Supremacy.
getting ripped apart.
Oh, that was Henry.
What card do you
completely
take here in this spot?
The blue. Take the blue.
Take the blue. Yeah, so
Yeah, but
Aidan, let's see how he plays this one out.
You just take the blue.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so. So I think Henry was completely
there it
justified.
is.
It is the perfect 4-card head.
Of course.
For Dorinthea. It just doesn't get any better than that. You are setting an attack for 8 with a 2 pump in your hand.
This is brutal.
I immediately regret my actions of pulling rank and forcing this game onto
you
the
did
feature
this
match.
to yourself, Mitch. You really don't have anyone else to blame.
At least it's not just me. I mean, I have solidarity with Henry right now.
Right, that's true. That's true. Dorinthea not doing great in our recent locals.
Yeah, no. I went 3-1 last time, Odyssey.
All
That was
right.
okay. Yeah, because I got to chow down on Aurora players.
Oh, I thought you were going to say because you got to buy.
Sometimes buy is a win. Buy is a win. It goes in the W column.
Right.
No, then I played Kingslayer 2 nights ago, and I went 1-3. So yeah, the world has set itself for the right cause. It's tough out here. Yeah, I mean, I love to see other SoCal Dories because we're a particularly masochistic bunch at times. That's fine. Here's the flail follow-up. So not only did Henry take that damage, he now needs to decide whether he wants to go to 1, which obviously would mean that he dies instantly as soon as Aidan gets to start his turn because he would make 1 Rune Chant unpreventable.
Sure.
So
And it looks like Aidan is choosing to take this kind of slow and steady. I think he had the resources to send another attack action after that. But of course, you need to make sure that you can banish an attack every single turn. And so sometimes it's just smarter and more consistent to keep it in hand. And even though he IP'd 3...
hardly matters at this point, does it?
Yeah, I think he's okay with that.
That's a reduced to rune chant in his arsenal. So
yeah,
that's
he's playing it safe, and I think that's the right call.
Another D-react. Yes. Aidan here. He's going to lose at this point. Henry virtually had his hand torn apart there by that succumb to temptation. That really changed the math. Not only did it mean he lost a card, but he had to face down yet another attack that had to be respected. And after losing the blue that would power the comeback turn, that would force Aidan to give his whole hand blocking, or, I mean, maybe just throw the face purgatory and make Henry cry. It is now a desperate fight for survival, and that Henry is hoping that we see another one of those quasi-stumble turns from the Vynnset and allow him back in the game. He does at least have an arsenal to play with. We know what that card is, I think, still, right? Did that Iron Song response ever get banished to the widespread destruction? Or did he actually block that out that turn?
I think he blocked it.
Based.
Yeah.
So that's what he sat on here. Nice little pump. Yeah, so we would have had a 5 pump last turn.
Right.
Oh, no.
Did he not?
I think he's actually pocketed a Blade Flurry.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
I remember seeing, there it was the Singing Steel Blade, what's it called? The red one.
Supremacy.
Supremacy.
Warrior's Valor, a Truce,
Yep.
and that Blade Flurry.
Yep.
So, yeah. Oh. Don't worry, Warriors. We're getting our Sirens Call variant very soon.
Yeah, yeah.
Very
I
hyped
am
for that.
excited for Dorinthea for the upcoming set. I don't know yet. Nobody knows except for the masters of it all, Legend Story Studios. But I'm excited to hopefully see Dorinthea get some really great tools coming out of this set.
I think Warriors are class. Like they for me, they play such what it feels like is very true to like the very essence
flesh
of
and blood.
Yeah. It's
Absolutely.
It's gentleman's flesh and blood. All right. Henry, there's two types of sitting around waiting as Dory players. The good one is when your opponent's tanking on blocks and they still going to get the wrong answer because there is no right answer. And the not fun part is when your opponent's deciding exactly in what fashion he wants to slowly lower you into the trash compactor.
Yeah. I think he might be asking Connor the judge right now which card would be funniest to kill him with.
Can I just play it just to get a trigger?
Yeah, that's what I see where this is going now.
I see where this is going.
We do
Straight
too,
to
Connor.
the International Criminal Court, Aidan!
Oh, boy.
Delay the screen a second.
So, yeah. Going to be just a brief deliberation on the question, Aidan. I think Aidan is wanting to ask, he's just trying to get a unpreventable trigger, I think, out of Vynnset here. So, but he might have a bit of an awkward, think I saw a Funeral Moon in the hand there, which is also fine. So we'll wait. Obviously, Vynnset's trigger is that when you need to play a shadow non-attack action card in order to get that second part of Vynnset's text, which says to pay a life and then the first rune chant can't be prevented. So if you don't have a non-attack, you can't. So Aidan's probably asking if a certain non-attack in his hand can just be used here to get that trigger.
That makes sense.
So they will have a small time extension on virtue of me taking a few minutes to look for the Doria player in the room and drag them out into the town square to play this game.
Bit of a needle in a haystack situation.
Yes, but at least it's a glistening needle.
Changes. Are we at the start of your turn?
Start of my turn, yeah.
So Funeral Moon looks like a Deathly Whale in the hand there, a little Phantom Wraith. It might be a bit awkward. I don't know what the far right card is.
Far right card.
A lot of text. It looks like a Leviathan card. It's got so much bloody text on it.
It's actually, I think, an old chain card, and let me see if I've got it on the deck list here. I'm not remembering the name of it.
Tear Through the Portal?
Just to get
it's not that one.
sometimes they pull up like.
I think it is.
Is it?
Tear Through the Portal says choose a red action card in your banished zone. It gets go again until
You're
end of turn.
absolutely right. The
That's
art
a
looks
fun little
similar
piece of
to something else that'll come to me later when it isn't relevant. Yeah. Tear Through the Portal.
That's a fun one.
What does that one do?
So choose a red action card in your banished zone against go again until end turn. I think Aidan's trying to ask if he can have no target for that card. Can I play this without a card in my banished zone to...
You see that?
It's just one of those weird things where...
It doesn't say target, so I can see the confusion.
Yeah. So judges are working on this, and in the meantime, we're doing a bit of a graveyard check. Henry Gomez obviously scoping out the real estate that he's about to occupy.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Justin.
Try to see what the neighborhood's looking like.
I mean,
it's looking very drippy, but not in the good way.
Yeah.
There are wide moors and terrifying looking creatures.
Maybe the ruling is that he can't play it, and then Aidan just goes flail pass, excuse me. You're like, probably not.
Yeah, that would be pretty lit, as they say. I mean, the thing is that there's at least a Deathly Whale on this turn.
Yeah, that's true.
You got 2 rune chance. He hasn't banished yet, so.
You have an Iron Song and what?
Smart choice figuring this out before banishing.
And yeah, so the Iron Song response, I see it now in Banish. That was sent there by the widespread destruction.
Oh yeah, there it is.
And yeah, this is what Dorinthea players tend to run into after a while, is that as their opponents become more experienced, their strategies that sort of work at the beginning of your tenure as a Flesh and Blood player against maybe less experienced opposition start to not work. So when your opponents, especially if you want to play there's a lot of Dories. I've seen them in SoCal as well. I think Ari is a great example. She's like a very aggressive Dory player. And her style works quite well against players that aren't fully versed in the matchup. But once you start to get these like really experienced players, which we've seen Arya have to run into, and she's handled some of them well, some of them not so much, they will dismantle your offense, with clever timings on reactions from Arsenal and turning off, playing around a lot of your stuff. Because obviously she was the most popular hero in Welcome to Wraith, honestly. And so a lot of the veteran players had to deal with it a lot. So we are actually playing this Tear Through the Portal here with a yellow Deathly Whale in Banish. So there's no target for this card. But the ruling is that Aidan is allowed to do it, which would make this first instance of arcane damage unpreventable off these rune charts.
First one you got to take.
First one you got to take, says.
Yeah. Just chipping away here. A few more turns of this, and it will spell the end for Henry Gomez.
Okay, that Warrior's Valor goes in the pitch. We are going to cover up the 2 remaining rune charts. And that's 5 damage, and we are block with 2 punctures. The art of staying alive. However, the Dory might get to play a 2-card hand. That's pretty sick. You could do some things with that.
Yeah, looks like Aidan's thinking about just the Funeral Moon. Doesn't opt for it, at least yet.
Now, the sad part is there's no verses, there's no grains to get the value, so all of a sudden, if you have a single blue next turn, it's just a poopy little 3 with the Dawnblade.
And there it is, Aidan once again, IP2. But that's what the interesting thing about Vynnset is, like, every card you play is so efficient, but then you can't play your hands out so well.
I will choose.
Okay. Warmonger's Diplomacy deployed here. Fine when Dory's on the back foot. Aidan is only really playing those non-attacks to have like a wider turn or to have that unpreventable damage.
Yeah,
so
this will stop unpreventable damage for the turn, which is interesting.
Now, Funeral Moon can be played as an instant, but it is not an instant. So it does not get around Warmongers. If Aidan chooses War, he cannot play that card, or he cannot play the Malefic Incantation in his hand. So it's pretty good here for Henry. All right. What have we got?
So he'll just send his best attack instead. 3 rune chance, 6 damage.
And this is all preventable for Henry, if he'd like to throw 3 cards in. You basically... Blade Flurry as part of a 2-card play for Dory is not good enough. It needs to be, honestly, a blue and a Singing Steel Blade. It's probably the best you can do with that. Blade Flurry and a blue just means you can attack for 5. It's not a great Arsenal card for Henry to bail himself out of this situation, but yeah, at some point he has to take some damage, but he's run out of buffer. So this is another 2-card block and then a 2-card play, which will just be a swing with the Dawnblade.
Yeah, his only game plan here, and the best one, is to just slowly chip his way back into the game.
It's another pretty decent hand.
Prevent everything else that he can.
And yes, off Vynnset, yet another opportunity to deal with Dory. Obviously with that Warmonger's Diplomacy, having slowed Aidan down somewhat. You'll see a Dawnblade come in for 3, damage that Aidan can definitely take. But he doesn't know the contents of the arsenal. So Henry trying to use that 1 card as much as possible to imply a turn that can blow out. I mean, Aidan was probably looking through the graveyard as well for Singings and for Glints. but he always had this card. And it would always have shut Henry down. And that is the last bit of blood draining out of Henry's face. He wanted to clear his arsenal of that Blade Flurry. But clearing your arsenal doesn't give you much value here because, Michael, it's unlikely you're going to get to fill it with another card because you're going to be using your whole hand to block.
Not to mention, Aidan got a Rune Chant on the back end of that, which is just
nice.
fuel for the next turn.
Well, it means he can now play a 2-cost Rune Gate card as opposed to being limited only to his 1 costs, which are, by the way, not good.
Yeah, no, it's definitely like one of the most difficult spots a Vynnset can be in is to start your turn with no Rune Chants. But that is not the case.
Aidan Kwasneski, one part, should I say, of 3 floating, with a very well-navigated matchup here against Dory, who can trip up even the most seasoned of players. And he strung his Vynnset turns together really quite well. Now he's in the enviable position of just looking for a way to dispatch his opponent, Henry, who's fought valiantly over the course of the game, but has never got to have one of those, full, 5-card Dory hands, go hell for leather.
Yeah.
Just had to play small hands and has done quite well navigating those, but eventually those succumb to temptations. 2 in 3 turn cycles, I think, they're the ones that broke his back.
Yeah. And here's another Malefic Incantation, just foot on the gas.
Funeral Moon there as well for an extra rune chart should be needed. And that looks like a Deadwood Dirge, so lots of rune charts potentially.
Yeah. I think Aidan's just trying to piece together the final blow here, hoping that this is lethal, but opts instead to play conservatively and just keep chipping.
Doesn't have, obviously, the non-attack to get the unpreventable damage. Would have made no sense, I think, to Funeral Moon beforehand.
Right.
So that's going to be covered. A Phantom Wraith there, eaten up with a surplus of 1. Henry gets to go into his turn with the 1-card play, but again, 1-card play without your Versus and your Grains is not going to cut it.
Creepers.
Oh, okay. Spellbound Creep is activated, so this Deadwood Dirge comes in, gaining Aidan an action point and allowing him to go up by 2 rune chants. And you fire these off when you just send your Flail of Agony in, if I'm not mistaken. And that'll do the job.
And we'll do
4 rune chants up front. And 1 damage from the Flail means that Henry cannot stay alive, I think, this turn. And that's going to be it. Aidan Kwasneski closes out the game as eventually Henry Gomez has to succumb to the relentless onslaught of the Iron Maiden.
Yeah.
Okay, I was wondering if you were running 3 of those. Did you switch on to those?
And they're chatting. I think he was asking about the Dauntless as well. Would have been a really interesting card in this matchup, of course.
Right.
Making the next defense reaction cost 1 extra to play, which really makes it awkward to be sitting on those Sinks and Fates. It's been a card that at times has come out of the Dory list here. But yeah, in general, great stuff from Aidan. Great to see that.
Yeah.
Some really heart-wrenching moments for the Warrior player.
I know you're a Dorinthea fan, but seeing a Vynnset kind of show up, definitely one of the, nicher picks in this game. So seeing the Vynnset take it is very encouraging, I think, for any player that is looking at some of the middle of the pack, the lower of the pack meta heroes. They're all pretty powerful.
Yeah, and honestly, the win couldn't have gone to a better guy. It's great to see my homie Aidan come out there as well, looking pretty strong on this Vynnset list, which definitely promises, to be a fixture now with so many of those Rune Blade cards added with the Rosetta set we just saw. That's our second round done. We only have a very small break before our third, so don't go too far, folks, here at the AGE Open for January here in 2025. It's kicking off already with a bang. We'll see you after this.
Round 2 was quite a scorcher. I have never seen so many purple circles drawn in my entire life. And by Aidan Kwasneski, a member of the three-man band that is Three Floating. How about that, Michael?
Yeah, awesome team, awesome group. And it's great to see him take it, now 2-0, looking for his tournament winnings here.
We've got something very exciting now. We've got our metagame breakdown. We have 61 players here at the Arcane Games and Events Open Series, the first one of 2025 in Season 3. Tell me what you see. What do you like, Michael?
I see a really cool spread. Actually, 4 Jarls is pretty awesome. 9 Auroras, of course, at the top, 7 News, 6 Vynnset. That's a surprising thing as well. I think I was expecting maybe Aurora New Enigma.
Talk about a sleeper. I don't think I've seen her art this close up in a long time. I forgot
wow.
about the spider webs that kind of come out of her
Just
mouth and eyes.
Eating spiders all night long. It's kind of
Supposedly, we all eat 8 spiders every year.
I've heard that. Actually, I've heard that that's not true, but
Yeah, I have as well.
Unfortunate.
A man can dream, can't he?
Yeah, so we've got Aurora, new Vynnset sitting there, 9, 7, and 6, followed by a sweep of 4s, Jarl, Viserai, Zen. The Jarl is surprising. I think the Viserai, the Zen is expected. Enigma kind of low there at only 3. And then a huge swath of 2s and 1s across the board. I love seeing metas that look like this. I love seeing one of everything for a super exciting tournament and a ton of really interesting game combinations.
And maybe that's a testament to an otherwise kind of maybe stale meta, maybe like about ready to be shipped kind of meta. People are willing to try some really exciting things.
That's a good point.
Especially when we're about to have such a huge shakeup. You know, maybe Victor's going to be a guy. I've heard a lot of speculation that Riptide is going to be feasting.
Oh, wow. Yeah, a lot of
Ninja
go
and
again.
Warrior
Riptide
meta.
loves that.
Let's see. Why don't we also mention the Arcane Games and Events Pro Team streams, in addition to VODs, deck techs, all that kind of fun stuff. We've got a YouTube channel full of it, and we are going to keep filling it up.
Yeah, how's that been going?
It's been excellent. We've taken a bit of a break, a bit of a forced break over the course of Worlds and the holidays and everything. Something that was definitely not intended, at least on my end. I was hoping to be streaming at least once a week, but I've learned more and more that a little bit of a break built into every year, even for something you love, is very important.
No, the break's been nice, but getting back here has been even nicer. I'm so excited to see such a big turnout to this event, and it kind of feels like the kickoff to the new year in flesh and blood in our community.
Bigger and better is the name of the game here at Arcane Games and Events, and hopefully for the Fab world beyond.
Yeah, absolutely.
So tell me a little bit about that last game, Michael. I was standing over by the judges' station pulling up cards for you, but it seemed like quite an intense match, very much in Vynnset's favor.
Yeah, I mean, so Vynnset showed us the power and consistency of the current card pool. You know, I'm not sure if that was a lucky draw or not. We saw a couple clunkers at the end. When I say clunker, what I sort of mean is there wasn't a chain of go again together, and the quote-unquote IP penalty that came from, you know, basically forcing all the cards out of his opponent's hand and then following up and not being able to use all 5. I think that's considered to be one of Vynnset's weaknesses, but it kind of seems like, you know, there may have also been a lot of decision points that Aidan was making to just play conservative and play consistent, where I almost thought he was going to go all the way wide, and then he just opted to keep stuff in his hand, IP himself, just to guarantee that he had something for next turn. So I think he played it very well, really consistent, and that split damage is just too difficult to stay up against.
Well, from the purple circles and split damage of Vynnset and the sparkling dawn blade of Dory, we move instead to the icy region of what is her icy region called again?
I mean,
Eisenloft.
Yeah, there you go.
So this next match is going to feature a very familiar face and a very familiar voice from the casting booth. This is Marcus Brown, who decided to
abandon
us and compete in today's match. We've got 2 heroes facing off from the plane of Aria, as I guess we'd like to call it. It's a region of Wraith that features a lot of elemental bolts of lightning, icebergs, and of course, rocky earth heroes. So Jarl is going to be commanding 2 of those 3 elements in earth and ice, and then the last one will be embodied by Han V, piloting Aurora Shooting Star, the premier aggro deck in this meta.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to watch this match. One of the main reasons that Marcus Brown is in the casting booth is because he is a phenomenal Flesh and Blood player, really keyed into the Guardian class in particular, and this is the first time I've seen him play Jarl, so very excited to see his take on this hero and see what it can do in this current meta.
Kicking it off is Han with one of the power cards in Aurora Shooting Star. It's Channel Lightning Valley, and he's playing it at action. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Marcus Brown decided to start. So he passed priority. Han says, "Nuh-uh, I'm going to play out a Channel Lightning Valley." Marcus says, "Here's a weakest link for your troubles."
I will pass reaction to you.
And blocking it out is Han. Weakest link does have an on hit.
Okay.
The on hit is I look at your hand and you discard a card with 0 block, which would have been that electrostatic discharge. Han instead decides to go ahead and play it out, deny Marcus Brown a card draw, and just go to his first turn with a Channel Lightning Valley already resolved. Not too bad.
Yeah, no, smart play on Han's part. And also just, you know, cycling it out to do that.
So what do you see, Michael? What is the main game plan of Jarl in this situation?
So
Aurora is
Jarl,
definitely going fast.
Yeah, let me study the deck list a little bit more to get better commentary as the match goes, but I know that Jarl has so many different options. One of them is to go heavy into ice. And seeing the shield right now and the first card pitched, I'm assuming that that's Marcus's game plan. He wants to be as disruptive as possible. Of course, ice being disruptive on the resources side and earth being disruptive on the card side of things. Either way you go, he's disruptive.
Here comes Exude Confidence on the side of Han. Exude Confidence says, when it isn't defended by a card with equal or greater power, the defending hero can't play or activate instants or defense reactions as combat chain. Usually this is not a problem for Guardians because most of their attacks have massive power attached to them, right?
Yep.
I mean, even their blues can come in for 7 or 8.
Yeah, he still has a lot of high power attacks in the Jarl deck, but Jarl is actually one of the decks that runs the fewest number of attack action cards. A lot of support cards in the ice category and the earth category do not have attack printed on them.
However, the block cards that are devoted to the combat chain are Oakenold and Glacial Footsteps, both of which that have massive power. So here comes a Snapdragon Scalar's activation, an incredibly early one, mind you, on the Exude Confidence. Exude Confidence will gain Go Again from the breakage of Snapdragon Scalars on the side of Han. In the follow-up, Flittering Charge, a card that can gain Go Again if he's able to play an instant card on its chain link.
Yeah, and I think right now Marcus Brown's priority is to prevent all these on hits. He doesn't want to give Han V the extra value from that Channel Lightning Valley.
Indeed. Something that might have been difficult, especially off the back of that Exude Confidence, which came out as the first chain link. Sending out breakpoints without the ability to use defense reactions. Marcus instead deciding to devote some equipment to the chain, see if he can prevent that card draw. And boy howdy, he's blocking with another Oakenold, Michael.
Yeah, 2 gone this early. That's one of his most powerful attacks, especially when it's paired with the ice and earth fuse.
Pitch this Flicker Wisp to Aurora ability.
Sure. Pitching a Flicker Wisp to Aurora's ability, which is legal because Han has played a lightning card in Flittering Charge. It's also not going to get a flow counter on Channel Lightning Valley, unfortunately, because Flicker Wisp is an elemental card, not a lightning card.
So Marcus Brown playing the defensive line here and basically erasing the setup that Han had created, although Han now has the arsenal.
Which is just fine on the side of Guardian. I mean, usually you're willing to take a turn off here or there as a Guardian player.
Something to note, Han V's using his Snapdragon Scalars on turn 1 actually leaves that equipment zone available. Jarl's hero ability says that whenever he uses an ice card, it creates a frostbite in the equipment zone if it is empty of the opponent. And in this case, Han V, how do you feel about that? Using the Snapdragon so early.
It really seems bold, in my personal opinion. Han's a really stellar pilot. He is one of the members of the Pitch It To Me podcast crew, so he knows his stuff. And you better believe that he is aware of this Jarl text. So Frostfang comes in for 5. On hit, it's going to force Han to either discard a card or pay 2. He decides to pay 2 by pitching that Arc Lightning into the pitch zone. And over to Han's turn it is. Not bad for Marcus. He was able to devote 3 cards to the defense and then also do a little damage, rip a card out of Han's turn, which, really wants a full grip.
Yeah. No, I think the Frostbite plus the card rip is very, very disruptive here, as you see a 0 cost coming out that Han will have to pitch for.
And what a pitch it is. It's a Sigil of Suffering, which we usually like to hold on to for when we have a Channel Lightning Valley resolved on Aurora's side of the board. Love to cheat out extra cards on your opponent's turn. Unfortunately, it's going to cost him 1. So pitching a red in order to send a Flittering Charge. The upside is that this Flittering Charge already has Go Again because Han was able to create an embodiment of lightning during his last turn.
One comment I wanted to make just about the Arc Lightning pitch is that is a phenomenal start to a pitch stack. However, being interrupted by this D-React actually sort of slows that option down a little bit as well.
Yeah, and it was being set up really well because it was right next to a Flicker Wisp.
Yep.
So perhaps Han is recognizing that this game is going to go rather long, setting up the piecemeal combo that we know very well at this point from Aurora's Shooting Star. The follow-up, however, is Second Strike, which will have +1 and go again because Marcus went ahead and took that first flittering charge. Glacial Footsteps is donated to the block, another point of damage in Han's favor, bringing the life totals ever closer as we pass over to Marcus's turn.
Marcus keeping 3 cards in hand,
Start my turn.
and the Tunic counter.
First things first, I'm going to pay 2.
It could be a pummel. It could be Schrodinger's pummel. Alas, it's just a Channel Lake Frigid, but that'll be a little bit of disruption there. Channel Lake Frigid says cards and activated abilities cost opposing heroes an additional 1 resource, and he's going to be able to keep it out on the side of his board at the end of his turn because he's put a ice card in his pitch zone. So at the end of the turn, the ice card goes to the bottom, puts a flow counter on Channel Lake Frigid, and allows it to stay up all the way through Han's turn. So every single thing that Han does during his turn is going to be taxed by 1 resource.
Yep, and another 4 coming in from the Titan's Fist. That Channel Lake Frigid giving a Frostbite on top of its already absolutely back-breaking effect is just it. This is the power of Jarl. So disruptive and difficult to fight through. These decks, especially like Aurora, that are trying to send tons of damage in these massive combos, can just sometimes never get a window to send it.
And so powerful, like you astutely pointed out, Michael, when your opponent just basically cracks a piece of equipment on the first turn of the game.
Yeah.
You just know that you're going to be able to get massive value off of each of these ice cards throughout the rest of the game. What do you think about the choice of Titan's Fist over the new polearm that came out
I
in
think
Jarl's Armory
it's
deck?
objectively correct. I don't think the polearm is good enough. Unfortunately, spending 2 cards on a weapon is really difficult, especially late in the game when the weapons become more important. There may be some matchups where you bring it in. Let me check if it's sideboarded in here at all.
At the beginning of his turn, ticking up his Tunic is Han. We have an Embodiment of Lightning, excuse me. We'll give our next attack go again. However, it's going to cost a lot. So Han is going to go ahead and pay 2 resources for a card that usually costs none. But looks like he's sculpted this turn rather well, all things considered, because that blue is not only going to get him the electrostatic discharge, but it'll also get him a super powerful card in Snatch, threatening to reset Han's arsenal. Unfortunately, this go again is probably not going to be super useful unless he draws some serious gas. But at the very least,
yeah, he doesn't have the
token.
resources to pay for that serious gas, even if he drew the best thing possible. But it would be an arsenal card, and that's not nothing.
Okay.
Marcus respecting that not nothing.
Yeah.
With the last block on his Gauntlets of the Iron Will, as well as 2 cards. I wonder if Marcus is going to be able to keep this Channel Lake Frigid around. I don't know if he's going to have enough pitch outlets to quite get there.
That's actually one of the things that is nice about the other weapon is the source of pitch outlet.
Ooh, but this is a bit of a haymaker itself. This is Arctic Incarceration, which normally gives 3 Frostbites, which is a pain to begin with, but it's an ice card, so it also activates Jarl, and because those boots are gone, it's going to be an additional Frostbite. That's 4.
4 is, we talk about breakpoints on attack actions, but this is a breakpoint on pitch, and now there's no way for him to play a card without spending at least 2.
This was something I really liked to do back when I played a lot of Ice Lexi, because her hero ability would allow you to give 1 just by flipping the card in your arsenal, and then off it would go. Usually it would be absolutely backbreaking, especially when Dromai was in the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Marcus Brown losing that Channel Lake Frigid. With 4 Frostbites on the field right now, he may as well still have it up.
And the reason we've got the tokens separated in 2 spots, importantly, is because Jarl's hero text says that he has to put that Frostbite in an exposed equipment zone that your opponent controls.
Yeah. So we've got 3 represented by the dice up top, and then 1 in the boots zone.
So unfortunately, Han's entire turn is Arsenal pass, Michael.
Insane. And that's the power of 4 Frostbites.
Frostbites are something we haven't really been accustomed to over the last year or so. Once our original Tales of Aria.
I'm so happy to see him back.
I am too, honestly. I got 1 game in on Jarl the other night at Odyssey before we all had to get evacuated, and giving Frostbites felt really good.
I will say that one of the sort of tests of the deck itself is, a lot of these defensive decks, they're built to defend, built to defend. Sometimes you defend so well that you get to keep 5 cards. And the question is, what happens in this spot? Is Marcus going to be able to use all 5 cards, or is this his weakness? And is that going to sort of be a bit of a stumble?
Well, he's got the greatest start I can think of, Michael. It's Channel Lake Frigid while pitching an ice card. So it's going to be another super disrupted turn on the side of Han. He's going to have another Frostbite in addition to that taxing effect of Channel Lake Frigid. And if he wasn't able to do anything on the last turn, I don't see it being that much better.
Right,
it might be another IP penalty.
His hand out. He's got the same hand.
I think.
Let's see if Marcus has a little bit of offensive potential, which can kind of be out of your favor on the Jarl side of things, because you know you're already disrupting this aggro turn. But if you give them an opportunity to use their cards on the defense, you're kind of hamstringing the disruption you've already done.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, Jarl can be so disruptive, but he still needs to, you know, end games somehow. And if you aren't able to piece together the damage when you do get the breathing room to send it, then, I mean, right here we can see it's still 35-33. I mean, this game is close. Despite Han losing 2 turns in a row, Marcus isn't really putting the pressure on yet. And, you know, we saw him block with 2 Oakenholds already. So he's going to have to make sure to utilize the offensive power of his cards very efficiently from here on out if he wants to have the legs to close the game out.
How important is pitch stacking, do you think, for Marcus?
You know, it's obviously, you know, the aggro decks want to speed the game up, and so it is conceivable that you don't see your pitch stack in a matchup that they're trying to push the tempo. That being said, I think Jarl is really the person who gets to decide that, and I do think that pitch stack matters, and I think it matters in the sense that if you are just pitching away all of your non-attacks willy-nilly and you just end up with a non-bow at the end of the game, you could end up in a really tough spot despite kind of, you know, keeping your opponent locked out up until then.
It's important to point out that Han has gotten a good bit of information from Marcus based on the ending of that last turn. He came in with an attack that costed 3. He had 1 floating and tunic counter on board. What does that say to you, Michael?
I mean, that feels like a pummel.
It feels like a pummel. And so you would think that if Marcus had it, he might have deployed it out of the arsenal so he can get his tunic going again. Maybe Han is thinking, that's not a pummel in the arsenal, and as long as it's there, I can play as though it isn't.
Right.
So starting off on Han's very taxed turn.
3-card 4.
Yeah, exactly. Is a Ravenous Rabble coming in for 4, but needing to be pitched and paid for by 2 cards. 1 for the Frostbite in his exposed equipment zone, and then 1 for the taxing effect on
and
Channel Lake.
There's your clue that that's not a pummel, because you don't just randomly put a pummel to the bottom if it's in your arsenal. It may have likely been a blue or something he did not want to play at all, and so just using this Crown of Providence to clear it out and sort of reopen that arsenal slot so that he can continue to play efficiently.
And Han doing what he can with this turn, playing out a Channel Lightning Valley in response, trying to get an extra card draw that he can stick in his arsenal. However, Marcus has got the D-React, which he, I'm sure, would have loved to cover up cleanly on that Ravenous Rabble. However, he's A-okay, overblocking a little bit to deny a card draw.
Yeah, interesting use of the headpiece. I'm sure his arsenal was so bad that it was justified, but simultaneously overblocking and utilizing that head equipment just to shift that arsenal away is not the most efficient turn that you can do.
And here's a really good namesake Guardian card. Here comes Spinal Crush. Comes in for 9 on Crush, which is dealing 4 or more damage to your opponent. Your opponent can't use Go Again at all.
Go Again is deactivated on all cards.
And that is the ninja aggro breaker right there.
Yeah.
And once again, Michael, we're telegraphing a pummel for that last card in hand.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that one floating. I mean, it's something that occurs so often. You just have the one floating.
Have we found it? There it is. There's the pummel. So
and
instead of coming
Crush, back breaking, that goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
Yes,
the pummel.
indeed. 4 more coming in on top of Spinal Crush, because this is an attack reaction that pumps this attack by 4. If that attack costs 2 or greater, it will also trigger a card discard on hit, and Han decides to discard an Entwined Lightning. The plus side for Han is that Channel Lightning Frigid is probably not sticking around because Marcus is out of cards and only 1 ice card in the pitch.
Yep, correct. Now, the life disparity just got a lot wider, and I think that this is sort of the nature of the game, is that not every turn that your all pieces together will be a big blow to your life total, but sometimes it will, and that's how he gains those advantages in this matchup.
So no go again for Han. He decides instead to just pass right back, loses his Channel Lightning Valley for
Is that
his
3 turns in a row that he's passed? I guess, I mean, sure, he played
he played the Ravenous
one card, but yeah, he's just sitting there watching as Marcus beats him to a pulp.
Which the good thing for Han in this case is that he's still above half-life,
yeah,
and he has made it through a lot of disruption from Marcus. We've seen 2 Channel Link Frigids resolved. The other one went to the bottom of the deck just last turn in the pitch zone. Oh my goodness, Marcus. The man is a family.
Yeah.
So another pummel coming in, this time attached to a Command and Conquer, which will give it the discard effect on hit, in addition to that Arsenal disruption, which Han luckily got around by blocking with the Crown of Providence.
Yeah, really good timing on the Crown. This Crown was, I'm not going to say it's a better use, but it certainly is a more valuable use than Marcus's. Super, super clutch to get it in on the same turn as the CNC pummel.
And in this case, Han does have a way to clap back significantly. He went for the discard of the E-Strike, which I honestly almost assumed that he would just send 2 E-Strikes and call it a day. But let's see what else he can put together with these 4 cards.
Yeah, he needs a big combo. He finally isn't under the pressure of any Frostbite tokens or any resource denial. You know, he's got his go again. He's got 4 cards. He wishes it was 5.
Looks like he's going to resolve this burn-up shock. He's got to be careful, Michael, because sure, he's not facing down any Frostbites right now, but he is facing down at least 2 implied Frostbites.
That's a good point.
For the entirety of the rest of the game, while Marcus has Stalagmite.
Such a strong shield.
Exactly. Are you happy to see that shield coming back?
I love that shield.
That shield is
insane. It's a beautiful shield.
So Stalagmite Bastion of Eisenloft will automatically give your opponent a Frostbite when you block with it. So what separates good Ice Guardian players, I should say, from great ones is knowing exactly when to push that piece of equipment forward and not only get 2 block off of the card's defense value, but also halt an entire turn and potentially leave your opponent with extra cards in their hand.
Yeah, no, the value that you can get off this, even though it's only 1 resource, is potentially an entire card from your opponent.
And look at that, Michael. The second we talk about it, out it comes onto the combat chain, blocking Starfall and giving Han a Frostbite.
And I really like this use. Obviously, Starfall is coming in for 2 right now, but it's threatening 6 if that burn-up shock goes off. So that's a really annoying breakpoint to have to deal with, committing a card to a kind of a low-damage weapon, but great use of the shield.
And here comes Han with that E-Strike, but
look at
being
that, and he has to pitch for it.
Also pitch for it. And critically, E-Strike forces you to put a card on the bottom of your deck. So this is, instead of being a very efficient 2-card 7, is now a 3-card 7 because we pitched one, we've played the E-Strike, and then we put one at the bottom of the deck.
Yep.
E-Strike, one of the most versatile cards in Flesh and Blood. It's one of those that has 3 different modes to it, so it fits almost every occasion. You can give it 2 extra power, you can have it draw a card, or you can give it go again.
Yeah.
In this case, buff power is the mode.
And that burn-up shock is such a powerful card, but its weakness is that sometimes when people are okay with or even prefer blocking, it just doesn't really do anything. As we see Marcus now clapping back with the weakest link, threatening more disruption.
So not only do we have massive defensive potential on Marcus's side of the board, he's also going to send a disruptive attack. And Han is susceptible to it. He's got an instant, at least one in his hand, which could get discarded to weakest link.
Yeah, I
think
play
it out first.
Yeah, he's going to have to use it, and that card is actually a very good defensive card. You know, in this case, it looks like it'll be worth 5 or 6 block as he can return these to his hand.
Looks like 6, Michael, because we've got a current funnel and a static shock, both of which block 3.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yep, and Marcus saying what we're thinking, that's pretty dang good.
Yeah.
That being said, it's a 20 life deficit, Michael. Is there any hope of Aurora climbing out of this?
Yeah, with this much of a life disparity, I think he has 1 shot to get the miracle combo on this at the same time as Marcus stumbling with no disruption. It's a crapshoot. It's like so unlikely to happen, but it's possible.
Because we're still pretty darn far from the pitch stack.
Yeah.
So even though Han has set it up, mind you, with that bit of a clunker with the reduced to, not the reduced to enchant, the other D-React.
Yeah.
Will he even get there? I mean, Marcus is still putting up good numbers.
Yeah, no, he's shown that his deck has both fangs and shields.
Starting off with an activation of Grasp of the Arknight, creating a Rune Chant token for 2 resources, and then the follow-up is Static Shock, which probably doesn't have Go Again, based on what we've seen in his hand.
Yeah.
But this one would normally have an on-hit, as long as Han has played a Lightning card. In this case, it's just going to be a vanilla 4. Marcus not threatened by this one in the least.
Yeah, just trying to continue to play efficient. Thinking about a block, not necessarily because he needs that for life, but yeah, and there it is.
And you might as well send a 1-card 4 if you can. I mean, hey, Aurora's doing it on the offense. Why doesn't he do it on the defense?
Keep this on top.
Fate Foreseen is resolved. Marcus leaves the top card of his deck right where it is. Must like it. Perhaps another one of those Spinal Crushes coming Han's way in the next few turns.
Yeah, and Marcus has just held the tempo by the throat this entire game, not letting it go.
Which is wild because we're so used to Aurora being the premier aggro deck at this point. Like, if you can just say 4-4-4-4 over and over again, we talk about it on the show all the time. You are generally going to be in the front seat.
It's kind of cool to see this S-tier deck get absolutely clobbered.
And here comes Imposing Visage on the side of Marcus Brown. If you haven't seen Guardian play in a while, this is going to allow Marcus to grab an Aura, in this case, with cost 0, and throw it onto the board, essentially for free, and then shuffle up his deck.
Wow,
He's
and he goes
tutoring
and
out a
grabs-
Hypothermia.
That's another backbreaker for Han. Cards, is it cards and effects can't gain Go Again?
Just attacks.
Attacks you control. So that would be his weapon.
Uh-huh. That would be his
Yeah.
weapon. That would be, if he had an embodiment of lightning on board,
Right, yeah.
then that would fizzle and do
Yeah.
nothing. I mean, Aurora is an entire deck built around giving things Go Again.
Yeah.
Most of her cards don't have natural Go Again. Even the ones you can normally depend on, like Lightning Surge coming from Arsenal, it would lose Go Again under Hypothermia's effect.
And I'm going to just point out here, too, the power of Titan's Fist, the 3 cost 4 power coming in. I mean, 1-card 4s are really strong, and it's just going to keep chipping away at Han's life total. And here it is, the Sigil of
Suffering.
Thank
And
you.
this is the combo we really were hoping that Han was going to be able to pull off earlier when he had to pitch it to a Frostbite. Sigil of Suffering is going to deal 1 arcane damage to your opponent when you play it as a D-React. If it deals that damage, it's going to get +1 defense. But in this case, because he also resolved a Channel Lightning Valley, Han's going to get to draw a card.
Well, Marcus Brown had a Tunic counter.
Unfortunate for Han.
So he was able to block that out despite having no cards in hand. Han can't catch a break.
Yep. When you got it as a Guardian, it feels like
Yeah.
an insurmountable hill to
I mean,
climb.
this is why I love the Guardian class so much. It just has so much agency and control over the game, and when you're in the driver's seat as a Guardian, you just feel, I mean, look at that art. You feel like that guy in the art. Like, you know, who could stand up to him?
You would think Aurora, but it's not looking like it at the moment.
Yeah.
Han using his action point for a Snatch. We know that this cannot gain Go Again because of the Hypothermia that is on the battlefield. It's curious because he's holding on to a Ravenous Rabble, which would have maintained Go Again.
Right.
Because Hypothermia does not affect cards that naturally have Go Again. That's why it's usually not the Ninja Stopper.
Yeah.
It's usually for decks like this that give things Go Again a lot. So Han choosing to start off with the attack without Go Again is perhaps losing a little bit of value that he could have gained off that Channel Lightning Valley.
IP1 there.
That's really curious. I wonder why he decided to do that.
Maybe he's just thinking about he needs to keep that card for setting up. You know, at this point, I think he's got a fish for his huge combo, and having the natural Go-Agains can potentially be a line out of the game.
Yeah, but losing a Channel Lightning Valley when you could have sent a couple breakpoints.
Could he, though? Could he really have hit connected with that?
Potentially not, but
yeah.
At this point, now he's facing down a CNC.
It's hard. You know, I understand the logic of trying, but I also understand, like, you know, maybe you just need to save your best cards.
Sure.
And we see him lose another one. Also, the Snatch in the Arsenal kind of indicates that maybe what he was trying to do is separate, having 2 Snatches.
Clear some things out.
If you put the shield in front and then you're left with 2 Snatches, I think he's just doing the best he can in this spot, and I understand the choice there.
One way or another, that second Snatch is going straight to the bin off the back of the CNC deployed by Marcus Brown. Starting off is another power card from Han V. It's another burn-up shock.
Anything from you?
Looks like both modes would be active. Yep, Marcus Brown takes the 1 arcane damage from the shock side of the card, and because it is a meld card and Han is resolving both sides, it'll follow up with the burn-up, making it so that every single one of his attacks for the rest of the turn has an additional on-hit of 4 arcane damage.
Yeah, depending on Marcus's hand texture, I could see him committing to full block and just saying, look, you're not going to get me below 30 this game. Or saying, yeah, I think I have enough of a buffer. You're at 7. Let's close this out right now.
Yeah, and that's why we include things like, oh, and there's our final Oakenold devoted to the combat
And I
chain.
think that answers perfectly. I don't know if he has the Earth-Ice fusion in hand, but if he did, this would be a surprising play from where I'm sitting. But I also can see, he's just not giving Han any breathing room.
If there's one thing I know about Marcus Brown is he's going to resolve an Oakenold against you if he can.
Yeah, okay.
Refuse. I have been on the receiving end of his Oakenolds, his crippling
know,
crushes, many a time. So another Frostbite given to Han, which is going to make extending this turn very difficult just because these Aurora decks pack so few blues, and I don't think Jarl has carved out enough of this meta for himself to be respected by the Premier Aggro deck quite yet.
Yeah. I wonder what kind of tech changes we would see from Aurora that was highly respecting a Jarl.
I think just a bigger smattering of blues.
Just more blues.
Yeah. I mean, that's what Phi used to do.
Sure,
in the
but
face of, Icelander.
I understand that, but I also think that half of Jarl's disruption comes from the on-hits and things like that. It's, I'm sure more blues helps, but it's not the entire answer.
Another Ravenous Rabble coming in for 4, being received gleefully by Marcus. A 3-card hand from a Guardian is a scary thing to be facing down, especially when you're at 7 life. Let's see what he's got in store.
Yeah, so Marcus using that health pool advantage that he's gained to take a bit of a hit here.
5, like 1, send a Spinal Crush.
Yep, another very disruptive piece. Spinal Crush once again coming in for 9. On Crush, no go again for your opponent.
Yeah.
And that's even natural go again. That's not like hypothermia.
And I'm seeing a 2 block in his hand. If he doesn't have 2 3 blocks, he's forced to use 3 cards if he doesn't want this Crush to go.
We've got Gone in a Flash, and Twine Lightning is a 2 block if I'm not mistaken, and then 2 Sigil of Lightning.
So he can't even. He would have to use his Tunic to prevent.
He's still got 1 block on Grasp of the Arcane.
Excuse me. But regardless, he would have to use equipment.
Which we are not want to do, but if there's a time to do it, perhaps it's now. But then what are you left with, Michael? You've got 2 Sigil of Lightnings. You play one out, you swing your Starfall, you create an embodiment, and then hope Marcus can't do this again to you next turn?
I mean, we were talking about him needing some breathing room 4 or 5 turns ago. At this point, I don't know. He needs CPR. He's in a bad spot.
And at this point, we've got to be careening towards a blue Macho Grande or one of these pieces that Guardians include 2 close games out.
Yeah, it's so dangerous to be against a Guardian at low life that has those dominate pieces and the life to spare to set them up.
So, yep, doing exactly what we pitched is Han V. That's 2 cards plus Grasp of the Arknight devoted to the combat chain. Taking 3, not getting crushed, but within Macho Grande range.
Yeah, and I almost think that he just committed that armor to save his life total because he's not using Go again this turn as far as I can see anyway. No. Maybe sending a Starfall with his Tunic counter, but...
Yep, play the Starfall.
Okay, and the hero ability, that makes sense.
You might as well, you're already having to pitch
it's kind of weird though because he's doubling up on the... I almost prefer a Tunic and arsenaling the...
An arsenaling one?
Yeah,
I don't hate that.
Maybe. Again, we're talking about, like a penny here, a penny there, and he's at 4 life, so really it doesn't.
We're optimizing with an E.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what this game's all about, right?
It is. Every optimization you can make is a chance that improves your odds of winning.
Give the man a break. Here comes
Dominate.
a Terra Sunder. Dominate, but it's only on a Titan's Fist.
Well, Han just used the last piece of armor that he could have used to stop this. Without a D-React, there's no way for him to get enough block to prevent the on-hit here, and another 2 cards that are going to be stripped from his hand.
At least he's not dead.
Yeah.
So Terra Sunder buffs the next Guardian attack by 1, also gives it Dominate and a crippling on-hit, no pun intended. On-hit not on crush, on any amount of damage leaking through. The opponent will have to discard 2 cards, not at random, right? They get to choose this one?
This one might be. Oh, I don't know. I know
sure they
Oakenold
choose
is
on this
random.
one. Oakenold
one's
is random.
probably- Yeah.
Still absolutely crippling on Han's side of the board. Usually you see this paired with an Anothos in the hands of Bravo Showstopper. Looks like Han is gripping, oh my goodness, only 1 3 block, but that doesn't matter here because it's got Titan's Fist has Dominate. He is holding on to an Electrostatic Somersault, so ostensibly this turn could be Arc Lightning into Static Shock, which is, you know, not a barn burner, but it's something.
Yeah, I mean, Arc Lightning is one of his most important combo pieces, but I just don't see how he can hold enough cards to squeeze the value out of that one at this point in the game.
3 is the block to Marcus's 5 Dominate.
Put you down to 2.
2 is getting through. And then, of course, Han is going to have to lose 2 of these cards.
Opting to keep that Arc Lightning and just, yeah, again, it's like kind of
Just Arsenal and
pray
hope.
that you get the God Hand, and Marcus goes, oh no, I can't do anything. Pass. Right, and that's just not going to happen.
You would think not. I mean,
I mean, an
sometimes-
all-red hand that it
Yeah.
consists of 5 costs, maybe. There is
Yeah.
a universe where, you know, the best he can do is swing Titan's Fist, but even that demands a card.
Interesting. Han seeing the writing on the wall and deciding instead of trying to set up an arsenal that is probably going to get disrupted, I'll just make a rune chant
Yeah.
and pay that damage forward. So it's back over to Marcus with a full grip, 5 cards, including the one in his arsenal. Let's see what he can put together. I see 2 going to the pitch. It's not great.
Okay.
Opposing Visage.
So he's going to find a Channel Lake Frigid, if I had to guess.
The
That's
last
a
one in the
2 cost. Yep.
Put it into
And there it is. So he's just saying, Han, I just wanted to make sure that you didn't play Flesh and Blood at all this game.
And even when I have you at the ropes at
Yeah,
2 life, I'm
we're
just going
just
to
gonna-
continue disrupting you.
It's kind of like a power play at this point.
Yeah. And he does have an ice card in the bin in Blizzard, so we know this Channel Lake Frigid is going to stick around for at least 1 turn.
And this is kind of the point in the game that can get a little bit grindy, despite Marcus obviously having this advantage. If he doesn't find Dominate, Han could be in a position where he just continues to block out for a while.
But it's only a matter of time. Marcus
Yeah.
is just putting time in the bank, waiting for one of those dominated pieces
Sure.
to come. Here comes the weakest link, coming in for 6. Han is going ahead and blocking,
Oh.
looks like for only 5.
Yeah, he's got to use the tunic
Yeah.
here.
Blocking it out entirely, telegraphing the fact that he has an instant in his hand, and we know he does in the form of Lightning Press.
6 is
So
good.
doesn't want to lose that, doesn't want to give Marcus an extra card, even though it'd be kind of a moot point here.
Low 1 in end phase.
The issue here, Michael, is that Han is not going to be able to deploy both of these cards. One of them will have to be pitched because Channel Lake Frigid is on the board.
Right back to you. I should have a
Yeah,
We've seen
this-
it all game. Han's hands have been
You wouldn't have a
3 card 7s, 2 card 4s, the
Yeah.
exact opposite of what Aurora is designed to do.
I think we saw a 3-card 4.
We did. Han says, nuts to that. I'm not
Yeah.
going to play any cards.
I honestly thought only Acilio was capable of the legendary 3-card 4.
line keeps like frigid around longer on the pitch like this.
Marcus saying he's going to keep Channel Lake Frigid around, which is something we very rarely say.
Oh,
when we
here
have
it
the
is.
tempo. And exactly
Yeah.
what we talked about, the blue Macho Grande to close this game out.
Marcus is pretty happy.
We only knew this was a matter of time.
Yeah, it's good to see him. I know how much he loves this game, and I know how much he loves Guardian. So it's good to see him on the floor playing the game here, abandoning us. A little sad about that, but I mean, going 3-0 on this brand new shiny Guardian hero, Jarl Vitretti, pretty awesome stuff.
What a return to the floor, huh,
Oh,
Michael?
yeah.
3-0 in the bin.
Sure. I mean, Marcus showing us like why he's up here casting and teaching us how to play Flesh and Blood in the booth.
He said he's interested in coming back to the booth for
Oh, sure.
subsequent opens, but after a day like today, maybe the competitive spirit will be locked in, and
Yeah.
we'll lose him forever, Michael.
Well, you know, he's always welcome to join us whenever he wants to, and I also know that we're always welcome to join the floor whenever we want to.
Yep.
Justin will yell at us, but he is a kind overlord.
Yes, indeed, and we're very thankful to be here and to be seeing such amazing matches day in and day out. We're going to get Marcus over here for an interview in just a little bit.
It's
Before
kind
we
of
go,
getting him in the booth.
Yeah, I know, right?
How is it? Should he interview me, or how is this?
Oh,
gonna
that's
work?
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you can interview each other.
That's yep.
Just
Okay.
never
We'll sort it
answer
out.
any
We'll
questions.
sort
Just
it
continue asking them over and over again.
Yeah, it'll be like one of those acting challenges.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
yes, and we'll do some yes and in a minute.
None of that no but. Before we go, let's go ahead and plug one more time a very exciting project for Arcane Games and Events. We got AGE East coming out next month with their inaugural Open, which will, of course, lead to an Eastern Players Championship, just like we do in the West. Not this year, but hopefully in subsequent years, we'll be able to combine the Players Champions and perhaps do like a little Eastern-Western
Oh, yeah,
conference
you know
face-off.
we love our East versus West Coast.
Yes, we do.
Pick any sport. Melee, the Melee East versus West.
Uh-huh.
It's spicy. I love it.
So make your way over to Great Stories. You can follow that link on the graphic we just flashed up on the screen and buy your tickets to their Road to Nationals on February 9th. That's Great Stories in Whitensville, Massachusetts. You'll be signing up for it exactly like you do a normal RTN. The only difference is that the prize support is going to be buffed by a bunch of AGE points, which you can use to qualify for the AGE Players Championship in the East. And without further ado, we're going to take a teeny tiny break and get Marcus Brown, Mr. Schrodinger's Pummel himself, into the booth.
Welcome back, folks. I'm joined here with Marcus Brown, Guardian aficionado, and your caster from last year. How you feeling, Marcus? 3-0.
Hello, everyone. I'm not in the booth right now.
Yeah.
I'm doing fine, actually, yeah.
I mean, so first of all, we saw that there's 4 Jarls currently in the pool, which is, I don't know if that's to be expected or not, but I mean, you're showing up and kind of crushing people with it, which is really awesome to see. How are you feeling about that?
To be perfectly honest, I was expecting myself to be the only Jarl in the room.
Sure.
Maybe not the only Guardian, because some people will still be playing like Victor.
Yeah.
I almost brought Victor today, but
Okay.
I didn't feel like whiffing clashes for another
Right.
AGE,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I
that's
picked
fair.
the Ice Talent instead.
Uh-huh.
And it seems to be paying off.
Sure. So you're 3-0 right now. What have your matchups been so far?
So round 1 was a nice surprise and wake-up call in the morning into Kano.
Oh, wow.
Against Ryan, and he
Did you bring your AB?
I did bring AB3.
Okay.
I made the correct choice there because matching into Kano round 1.
Yeah, there's 2 here today, I think.
Yeah, so just my luck. Always
Yeah.
magnetized to Kanos.
Now, how is that matchup?
So ever since they lost the tomes from the book bans, most Kanos will just tell you you cannot stack into most of these decks anymore. And they're correct. So you effectively have to play casino and gamble off the top.
Yeah.
And pray that you hit enough good reds on your banishes to like just chunk the life total. And then he got me to 1 after it was, I remember the turn, what's it? Kindle, Crucible for the Wildfire, and then...
So that's coming in for 7.
Yes.
Ooh.
Well, I think it was 6. I don't think he had Crucible mana. He had to calculate it with Potion out. And then he did the 1-cost one that can amp 1 if you discard it from Rosetta.
Yeah.
Photon Splicing or something like that?
Yeah. There's a few that do that. There's actually multiple. But if it was the 1 cost, I think Photon Splicing.
It's the 1 cost, yeah. And then Snapback and then Blazing brought me to 1 because he was staring down my Oakenold that would bring him to 1. The turn was like E-Strike into fused Oakenold. So I slapped a lot of damage, and then the following turns after he'd always spent Striders, he never saw another red off the top, so wipe the sweat off my brow and keep going.
Wow. I mean, it's pretty incredible that we are in a meta now where a Guardian can beat Kano again, which I'm thankful for that. I personally really like it when the matchups aren't too polarized. I want every hero to have a fighting chance into every other hero. So hearing that the Guardian beat the Wizard is awesome, and I'm really glad that you're able to pull that one out.
It's always a little bit of a gamble, yeah.
Yeah, and then of course you faced Aurora in the match we just watched on stream. That one did not look close.
No, that was one of the most one-sided games I've had into Aurora basically since starting to pilot the Jarl.
Yeah, because that was my question: is like, are you just stomping aggro decks or?
Yeah, mostly yes, but Aurora is in like that category of a deck that I can raise a sharp target because any Frostbite is like you sneeze on her.
Right, it's
makes
the
her turn
0
awful.
cost cards that are just like now they cost 2 cards.
Yeah, she's not quite Briar where she had like a larger list of blues in her resource base to pay through Frostbites like she could in Icelander meta. So she's a bit more brittle. She also is really susceptible to Weakest Link.
Yeah.
So you have so many disruptive pieces that they can and cannot block that you basically chain all that together like you see on camera, and it becomes a one-sided story.
You didn't let him take a turn.
No, I didn't give him breathing room. He was on ice all game.
The last Channel Lake Frigid you played was actually kind of funny on our end because, well, I mean, kind of just kicking him while he's down there. But of course,
it's to be absolutely sure the win is like wrapped up and sealed.
You don't ever let go when you have it. That's how you lose games. So it makes a lot of sense. But certainly from the perspective of the viewers seeing the tutored up the Channel Lake Frigid, it's like, oh man, you're just not giving him any space, and you shouldn't.
So Imposing Visage, good card.
Yeah. Another thing we noticed too is, obviously Jarl was released with the ice spear weapon. I'm blanking on the name right now.
Summit.
Thank you, Summit. And it isn't in your list.
Nope.
Yeah, can you just walk me through the kind of reasoning behind that? I think I get it, but like,
so
seems good. The Frostbite?
The ethos with Summit is that though it's flexible, so you can play it as a one-handed and two-handed hammer in the same list, once you've let go of Stalagmite, you're susceptible to kind of being wedged into the corner because you can only swing with 2 blues.
Right.
If you draw up any hand where you want to swing your hammer, you can't do it off 1 card. like with Titan's Fist or Whale when it was legal. So you're kind of locked in that way, hence why a lot of people, when he was first unveiled and the weapon was unveiled, they chose to play Coronet Peak on their head. So they have a 1-card play as an outlet to basically Winter's Bite someone.
That actually makes a lot of sense. I didn't realize that those two kind of paired together like
exactly. I opted to play more of a Outsiders era Oldhim list. I took a lot of liberties from Michael Feng's Baltimore list and basically did some homework.
When you're looking at his lists. The guy's a genius when it comes to deck creation.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at lists from metas of old to think and analyze, like, what was this one doing in its respective metagame? How can I target? And things like Arctic Incarceration and Weakest Link. And I've also got, 2 Icequakes in the sideboard.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you need to raise your Anathos.
Icequake is such a fun card.
You need to raise your Anathos, and you don't have Vambrace because there's no point to playing it. It wasn't good into Enigma. You just sack that matchup. Don't worry about her.
Sure.
And make Anathos a giant 9 on hit Frostbite.
Yeah.
You can also give him a Frostbite when you play the Icequake. You can also attach it to CNC as well to make it ultra mean. Weakest Link, Frostfang.
Yeah, no, the 2 costs paired with that, with the Icequake. I do remember playing Oldhim back in the day, and I just tried to fit Icequake into every list I could. I just really enjoyed the on-hit plus the additional damage. Like, it's that offensive power. It feels so good when it connects.
I did have the Magical Christmas Land of it in the Kano game, where I pocketed the Icequake in Arsenal, and I'm playing Anathos in this matchup. And I roused to do the Icequake rouse for 10 go again on hit Frostbite, and then hammered. So, wet dream right there.
Yeah. That's fantastic. Well, I think we got to wrap it up here. Do you have any thoughts or closing sentiments?
I just want to say to everyone in the LA area specifically, in SoCal, please stay safe. Evacuate if you are told by local authorities or the fire department. And hang in there.
I mean, I think you bring up a good point there. It is very tempting to go, sift through the ashes, but those ashes are toxic.
Stay safe. Do not breathe in those gases or anything like that.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks again.
Thank you, Michael.
And good luck on the rest of your day.
I'm going to try my best.
All right.
Well, folks, we gave you the cold shoulder last round as Marcus Brown's Jarl Trady put Han Vi's Aurora on ice. But I can promise you things are going to be heating up in just a few moments. Welcome back, of course, to our first AGE Open of the year. I'm Mitch Leslie here, joined by Bryce Platz. Now we're starting to get into the pointy end of things here in Swiss, right? Really starting to see the cream rise to the top. Hopefully it's not sea cream, because I'm trying to avoid that at the moment. But we've obviously seen, a great diversity of games in our feature match. And as you talked about, Bryce, a real diversity just in the room in general. I think we're really excited to see how the metagame is broken down this weekend.
And broken down it has. We'll get the graphic up for you in just a moment. But, Mitch, when it comes, I want to draw your attention to the number of 1 and 2-ofs. I mean, I don't remember the last time I was at one of these AGE Opens where we had so many hero portraits splayed across the screen. Tell me what you are most interested in.
Look, I think the raw number of Vynnset is pretty wild.
It's insane.
We obviously had a new card for Vynnset be sort of spoiled for the next set, and that looks incredible. But even without that, Vynnset seems to look really powerful. We got to showcase some of that on stream, right? Aidan Kwasneski piloting a great Vynnset game up against Dorinthea, where we started to realize now that, that action point limitation that was so confining for Vynnset in the past is able to be circumvented, able to be worked with to a far greater degree now with the tools that weren't even printed for Vynnset necessarily in Rosetta.
Not to mention the fact that Runechant generation has never been easier for heroes that aren't Viscerai, right? Malefic Incantation is just one haymaker of a card when it comes to stringing together those 2-card 9s, 1-card 6s that have amazing effects in implementing her broader game plan.
Looking across the list a little more, Dorinthea, there's obviously 2 variations of that deck. There's a Hatchet Dorinthea in the room. Towards the bottom table, so I haven't found a great deal of success. We talked about her game plan. It's one that probably doesn't jive too well at, going up against decks that can overwhelm in terms of board presence, like Enigma, or decks that just tend to be a little bit hard to keep down or present their attacks in smaller, more frequent amounts, like Aurora, for example. So those style of decks, and we also saw how difficult it can be to pilot Kassai under those circumstances as well, going up against Prism. So that was a tough one for Colin Eriksen, but still one of those. There's a Rhinar in the room. That, to me, is astounding. Connor Davenport is here, so Teklo obviously is going to have a pilot, and there's even some Victor action going on here. Maybe there's a spot where the disruption level that Guardians can put out is viable. But I'm surprised, I think, to see so many Jarl outside of the fact it's probably just quite popular because Zen is a deck that in the past maybe was more susceptible to that level of Guardian disruption, but he runs so many blues that the taxation effect of those frostbites that Jarl can impose maybe not as devastating as it was, let's say, for Phi back in that Uprising era.
And I was talking with Michael, this is one of the things about a solved meta, for lack of a better term, especially when we are kind of just coming together at this January opening and celebrating Flesh and Blood and community, especially given the level 3 view of what is going on in Los Angeles right now. People are willing to bring things that they just love, and Southern California is Guardian Town. When I first started in the game, every time that contingent of San Diego came up, and from Humongous Games, and every single one of them was on Bravo or Oldham, I just cried. So I think there is something to be said about the fact that people around here are just really excited that there's another Elemental Guardian in the mix, and they're just having a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw that in Pasadena as well. We had a scourge of our own, on the Guardian front out in that area. So great to see Jarl make his way back in. Obviously, it's a vehicle for Oakenhold, which is a great reason to play. I'm surprised to see 2 Kanos as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Kano is particularly set up to succeed in this kind of metagame, especially just the amount of raw disruption that can be leveled at him now. Nu has to feel pretty good on a day like today because there's no Enigma to sort of deal with, or less Enigma. That's usually
far less than we are accustomed to.
Yeah, and obviously I think against Aurora she has plenty of equity, so I do think she can have an impact in that matchup. I think the Vynnset new one is curious, and I think the Jarl players really need to look out for the news. Mm-hmm. That is a horrendous matchup for them. They will probably try and play that classic Guardian style of, can I throw like a Zealous Belting and have a large, let's do 11 damage with some blues. It's going to be their game plan there. So not good for the Guardians should they run against them. And that's what I talked to Marcus about. I said there's a couple news floating around those top tables. He wants to feast on the low to the ground decks, but he might end up getting priced into one of those less favorable matchups against 7 news in the room today.
it would be very curious to see Marcus Brown go up against one of those news, because that's one of his favorite decks as well. And in fact, since Guardian has kind of fallen from grace, that's been the deck that he has been playing most at armories and other events. So I wonder if his insider matchup knowledge would aid him in that case. Let's talk about what these players stand to win, because, as you astutely pointed out, we are getting to the point where the cream is rising to the top, and the players that are just shoe outs of this top 8 are out. Our O2s, our O3s at this point are just not going to make it to the top 8. Not that they don't have anything to compete for, but it behooves us to mention what is at stake.
Absolutely. I mean, still, between 9th and 12th to get 12 AG open points, pretty crucial. I mean, you saw, I think Zachary ended the season as the Players Champion with 68 of them. So being able to, walk away like 9 through 12, take, 12 of those points away is pretty impactful. So that's definitely something well worth keeping an eye on here. Our next matchup, though, here in this round is going to be Julio Adame taking on Patrick Rubalcava. And I pulled this one up because there are a couple of Dash.io players in the room, and we would love to check in with them, obviously, in this post-high octane era, where Dash is still looking like a threat at times, a very, very serviceable aggro deck.
I'm so excited to see Patrick Rubalcava out there, because he is still a fairly new player to this game, but he has come out kind of like Colin Eriksen as a monster. Like, he has been all in on Dash.io. I think he had a little stint with Max the Hype Nitro early on, but I actually sold him this Cold Foil Dash.io at the Odyssey local armories, and he has been on this deck ever since, and he's a terror, man. I've lost to him several times at Armory Nights, and he's just a swell dude. I'm really excited to see him on stream.
I'm looking at the card next to that, Cold for Dash.io. That is a bona fide dyed-in-the-wall USDA Prime Hanabi Blaster here for Patrick Rubalcava. A weapon that can attack for 5 overpower if it has 3 steam counters on them, and you gain a steam counter on that weapon from boosting 3 times in a turn. Very aggressive looks here. We're going to jump straight into the game with a burn-up shock here from Julio Adame. Again, on the front side, you can sort of do that 1 arcane damage to any target, but it's the on hit. The next time an attack that Julio controls hits, he'll be able to do 4 damage to his opponent.
And deploying it on turn 0 is kind of interesting, because even though Dash.io can sometimes have blocking clunkers of hands because it's overflooded with items, nowadays, now that we've transitioned over to the Hanabi Blaster, there are a few more blocking cards in Mech, and all of those Mechanologist cards block for 3.
Yeah.
So I think the likelihood of us actually getting that burn up side of the card to hit is pretty low.
So in the post-high octane era, this deck, sort of pioneered by Taminda Edisaria at the Battle Hardened in Portland, he made the top 8 of that event. A lot of the 0 for 4s. It's a lot of those, Cheerio sort of looks here. A couple of really interesting inclusions, like Heist, for example, that allow you to pull items that you've sort of banished. You are still, of course, trying to, get value out of those boom grenades. Crank, obviously, to get those nice action points. And here, Hanabi Blaster obviously is rewarding you for having those relatively wide turns. Even like the backup protocol Reds, for example, that can pull another 0 for 4, out of your yard, which is great if you have a Techlo core developed. You're getting those back for free. It's really about going wide. Is this going to be a quick game, folks? Both these players are going to be running headlong at each other.
And you mentioned the post-high octane world, and Hanabi Blaster is new to the Dash.io world because of the loss of high octane. Normally, the game plan would be either hit your opponent with a massive chain that ends with a maximum velocity, or resolve a high octane at the beginning of the chain and then machine gun that symbiosis shot all the way through. In this case, we're just going to see, as consistently as possible, 3 boosts, get that counter on the Hanabi Blaster, and then eventually be finishing up your chains with 5 overpower dependently.
Yeah, it's really effective. You can still play Symbiosis Shot in these dash lists. It just means that the crank turns into 2 damage, and you sometimes have an action point left over at the end of a turn, but it does require you to boost and lose an extra card from your deck, so sometimes it doesn't always feel worth it. And having a Hanabi Blaster here, if you can guarantee that you are, boosting thrice each turn, much like this, then you're in pretty good shape. And hey, what a great card to play at the end of a turn that you're boosting frequently on. It's Pulse Wave Harpoon will ask for 3 cards from Julio's hand, one of which Patrick can choose to put on the combat chain if it has a defense less than or equal to 3, which, spoilers, that's got to be all of Julio's cards.
Indeed so. And Patrick is going to try to find the card that can hamstring Aurora's turn as best as humanly possible, based on what Julio reveals. Hopefully, you can bet it's going to be some form of 0 for 4 that could get go again, because that's pretty much all Aurora does. In this case, looks like Julio is showing a lot of those exact cards. 2 of which that he is revealing to Patrick that won't naturally have go again. So still keeping his cards fairly close to the chest, as it were. He is showing us a Flittering Charge in his hand, so we know he's got a chain starter.
Yeah. Static Shock might be the pick here. That represents, I think, 5 damage potentially.
Correct.
It's going to be that between that and Lightning Surge, which is obviously, you know, if Julio is able to set that card up in his arsenal, or of course play it with an embodiment of lightning in play, then you know, he can have a pretty effective turn. He actually opts to take the Lightning Surge out of Julio's hand. Okay.
It's curious, and maybe he's just thinking he wants the extra point of damage. He knows this is a race, and so he might as well slip in as much damage as humanly possible. Furthermore, Julio has not revealed to him that he has a lightning card to start off the turn with, so maybe Patrick's thinking he's not going to be able to get that lightning flow trigger on the Static Shock. We know, however, because we're starting off with a Shock burn-up, as we did on turn 0, that clause is going to be settled very nice and tidy.
And I think Patrick did take 4 from the burn-up Shock on turn 0, not being able to fully block Julio out on that turn. So it's sorry, dash starts at 36. Pardon me.
Correct.
So, no,
he did take 1 from the Shock side of that.
That's right.
So that's where that came from.
He was able to block that out. Pardon me. So here's that Flittering Charge that comes in, and because of course Julio's already played an instant, this card gets go again.
He'll have to play 1 more on the chain link, because Flittering Charge gains go again only if you played an instant this chain link.
Right.
But he's got a Lightning Press in hand, and I think I know where it's going.
That is pretty scary. There's not a lot that Patrick can do to avoid taking this hit here.
Perhaps not a lot that Patrick even wants to do, because, as you said before, both these decks just want to throw haymakers into each other's faces over and over again. There's not going to be much teeth left in either of these players' heads by the time we're done with this match.
Absolutely. This will be. We're here for a good time, not a long time, folks. Patrick here, the hand looks like we've got a 0 to 60 in there, at the very least. Again, he's hoping the game maybe goes long enough that Hanabi Blaster is a relevant sort of weapon to have here. Spark of Genius there as well. Pretty sweet card here, in that, of course, you can pull an item out that can be cranked. In the past, it was quite often a turn ender to just grab a Teklo core, sometimes for free.
Also,
a maximum velocity, excuse me, in the hand, which is a dead card this turn, I would say. So Patrick has a way to draw more, maybe like a cranked processor off the top, but
he's probably thinking, this is my one chance to set this card up this game when I have this amount of life cushion. And I know that I can pass turn back, take a ton of damage, and be able to resolve it the following turn. The question is, do I park it in Arsenal now? Because it could absolutely be a dead card as we move through this game, because it's going to be over in a flash.
Yeah, he's tanking hard on this one. It might be worthwhile taking a turn off, so to speak, stopping this damage that comes through, because, of course, the Flittering Charge, we know it's going to get that +3, and then 4 damage will be dealt because of that burn-up shock, and that's obviously not all that Julio can represent this turn.
And it's important to know that Patrick knows, too, because that Lightning Press was revealed to his Pulse Wave Harpoon last round.
Yeah.
But he's got a non-block in hand, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think there's any way he's going to be able to stop this burn-up throughout the rest of this turn.
All right. Well, we're just putting simply a 0 to 60 in front, and, yep, the expected Lightning Press comes in, which is one card that represents basically 7 damage on its own, because it will guarantee the hit either way. Patrick says, okay, we are shipping this bill. It was just a blue 0 to 60, so really, that means that Patrick's hand actually features 2 setup cards in the Spark of Genius and that maximum velocity. So probably priced into, well, being the defender this turn.
And Patrick has already lost 2 of the most enticing items for that Spark of Genius. He's used one backup protocol red, and he's banished one. That being said, we've still got Tekla cores in the deck. We've still got a multitude of other things that he can fetch. But when your options become limited this early in the game, it's less than ideal.
Oh, that was not a Spark of Genius, pardon me. Boom Grenade here. No crank, nothing to do with the action point anyway. An RB Blaster, another turn where there's no chance of putting a Steam counter on it. So we're going to run it back here. Take a bit of damage and hope now we take it all to the face and can do something with it, as Julio was off Arsenal.
Dash.io in a pretty odd spot for her where she's a bit on the back foot. generally speaking, Patrick never wants to be in a situation where he is throwing 3 cards in the defensive zone to the blocking of the combat chain, and then playing 1 card and passing. But in this case, maybe identifying the perfect moment to set up that maximum velocity and get there in the end.
Julio can tell what is happening. He knows that Patrick is probably just going to hold his whole hand and go hog wild. So I think he's holding on to that Scar for a Scar to pop in his arsenal. And he sunk away the Static Shock instead. So
getting maximum value off of that E-Strike and making sure that it comes in with the buff Power Claws. He could have given it go again and sent that Scar for a Scar at the end of the chain, but yeah,
he knows.
Get started.
He knows he's going to be lower life than his opponent, which means that he's expecting to take at least 16 damage next turn. Drew a defense reaction up. That's an interesting turn. Hand, excuse me. Current Funnel's also in there. A Sink and a Snatch.
I'm wondering if the sink below is going to give Patrick the space that he needs in order to get through this turn.
Interesting timing to see a Pulse Wave Harpoon so early on the combat chain. Only asking for 1 card, and he doesn't have the ability to pull it in front of the Pulse Wave Harpoon, so he just sees a Current Funnel. However, there's a Boom Grenade there that's going to guarantee some damage taken by Julio should he allow this Harpoon to hit.
Dash.io's own version of the Burn-Up Shock card. Every attack has an on-hit now, which is not usual for Mechanologist cards. Wonder how much Julio is going to respect it. He can at least respect this one with this Sink Below. You might as well devote it to the combat chain. See if he can fix his hand a little bit, too. Maybe a redundant blue in that current funnel.
Patrick, okay. Well, that's another Sink. Maybe not what Julio was looking for, but it does mean that it's a little harder for Patrick to make this Boom Grenade work. However, Patrick needs to have 2... He can have a 0 for 4 and a 1 cost in his hand, I think, here. So we're Foundry Harding now for the extra resource. 2 Zipper hits banished, and we're up to 3 floating. You got one. Very
Shout
good.
out to 3 floating. We got one of the 3 here today, in Aidan Kwasneski. We saw him take down Henry Gomez in round 2 of this, the Arcane Games and Events.
Messed him up pretty good. It was a prime beating. Spark of Genius here.
Oh, you did see the Spark of Genius. It was just also a...
There we go, yeah. So Spark of Genius to pull, I'm not sure what out, but likely crank it so there can still be a turn. And obviously, we'll be getting a card back off that. Spark of Genius is looking very different now in a world where the item you pull out can keep your turn going. And so that card you draw, a Spark of Genius, used to just be an arsenal filler. Outside of some corner cases where you'd activate your Achilles Accelerator to keep going, which was a pretty desperate gambit in some situations. So what's it going to be? Patrick looking for it?
Could be the Cortex? Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Sorry, Cerebellum Processor.
Cerebellum Processor. So cranking this, obviously, will give an action point back. You need to use an action point to draw the card. So not in a high-octane era here. We used to be able to just sort of rip cards with the surplus of action points that you had.
And we have to understand that the floor of Cerebellum Processor is still pretty impressive. Yep. You bring it out, you crank it, and then you essentially have a Ponder token on board for 2 turns.
Right.
You know exactly what that Ponder token is going to get you, too.
Providing that you want to use that action point, you're just boosting, right? You are boosting a card to draw, which is definitely worth it. More worth than boosting for 2 damage on your Symbiosis shot, right? But the turn is still afoot. Patrick was able to drop a card there. So here's a 0 to 60, a blue one, banishing a Sprocket Rocket. We're checking the top to see if there's an item yet. Haven't seen Dash.io's hero ability be relevant in this game yet. But, 1 more boost, and we will get a counter on that Hanabi Blast. Here we go off the top.
Just as you say it.
I love that. And we are probably cranking this one. This Boom Grenade, costing 2.
2 cards left in Patrick Rubalcava's hand. So it looks like a Sprocket Rocket and then another Boom Grenade. I don't know if he's going to be able to get these to connect this turn. There's still so much armor on Julio's side of the board, and
he's very face-up about it here.
He's still holding on to a Sink Below as well, Mitch.
Yeah, and this Dash.io deck, folks, is a lot of 0 for 4s. Rarely are you getting above that sort of curve. We're going to see it here. Sprocket Rockets, potentially.
Luckily enough, Patrick does have 2 action points at this point, so he's going to be able to boost this Sprocket Rocket if he doesn't like what's on top of the deck, change that card, and then draw it with Cerebellum Processor. Oh, it looks like we like it enough as it is.
Okay. So 1 action point now remaining. That card was drawn.
You better hope it was another 0 for 4.
We've stuck that one back quickly.
I think I saw a throttle there, Mitch.
Yeah, blue throttle. Okay.
Hey, still says 4.
And still says boost. Coming for 4 here, does cost 2. Again, it's a break point, which Julio will be gleefully putting a sync below in front of.
Yep.
Or armor instead. Fair enough. Balance, grasp the Arc Knight, both get there. Balance, I guess, in this matchup makes sense if you're expecting your opponent to draw willy-nilly, but...
It can still happen. It's a little bit more of a dream than it was during the high-octane days, but might as well insulate yourself from that.
I mean, Julio still has such card density in his hand. I mean,
and he's actually already met the Balance of Justice clause because there was a Spark of Genius and the Cerebellum Processor.
Yep, great point. That is very high value here for Julio, who can potentially stuff this with a sync, but he's expecting more. He's expecting to get another 0 for 4, I think, to follow this up. An Ivy Blaster gets in, okay.
Unfortunately, though, there are 2 boom grenades that are just going to be donated to the cause, essentially. And Julio is still holding 3 cards, Mitch. Usually stuffing these -IO turns with multiple boom grenades is much more difficult than that.
And boom grenades cannot be triggered by Hanabi Blaster, so they will be going away. So Patrick is going to lose, what is that, 7 damage off the board?
Yeah. And he doesn't have his get-out-of-jail-free card in Adaptive Plating, which is usually how you kind of make use of these boom grenades that have gone to the wind otherwise.
Turn it into 2 block value, right, on top of what you would already get from your Adaptive Plating, which is just the 1. So here we go. Julio threatening a somewhat girthy turn, at least with a 5-go against starter. Patrick
after stuffing 2 boom grenades, the fact that you're able to do anything on your turn is absolutely great.
Oh, this is going to be snatched into Snapdragons, surely. Here comes the blocks. That Crown of Providence. We do have a sync away. It looks like that was a Cerebellum. You don't want to draw those, that's for sure. Get that out of my face, he says.
Potentially Cerebellum being a redundant blue as well. I think I see a blue T-bone.
Seen quite a few blues from Patrick here, honestly.
And he's banished a lot of reds, honestly, Mitch, too.
I love this. Julio obviously had tucked this Scar as an assurance, considering he was expecting to go below Patrick in life. That never eventuated as he drew 2 sync belows, or sunk into a second one, rather. But it's still a very respectable chain ender for vanilla damage that Patrick has to take.
Aurora's happy as long as she's saying 4, 4, 4, 4, 4.
Now,
it is curious that he decides to deploy it here, though, because I don't think he would have had to use Snapdragon Scalers on the previous turn when he could have deployed it.
Yep.
I would just as soon just leave it in Arsenal, but maybe he's thinking that I can get Patrick down below a life total where he can set anything up anymore.
Yeah, playing and cranking the boom grenade. Zippy hit now going to be coming in. So once again, Julio is going to be enticed into blocking it. Is he holding a sync still?
Could it be the 3rd sync? Could they all have been clumped together, Mitch? Oh, it's a Sigil of Suffering.
Okay.
So might as well be a sync, I believe.
No, I mean, Arcane Barrier is on the Achilles Accelerator, though, so Patrick might pay into that to guarantee a boom grenade hit. Okay, we take it, and we take the boom grenade along with it. Julio is such a life buffer that he's going to allow Patrick to play his game for the time being.
And even though he's holding the defense reaction, sometimes if you would rather not be blocking out a boom grenade for the entirety of the turn, sometimes it's just better to take it at the beginning so that you know that there's no more on hits for you to worry about.
Get it out of the way if you're expecting to have to take the damage at some point. Another boom grenade off the top, cranking for that action point.
Which means that he's going to be able to make use of that Cerebellum Processor before it goes away at the beginning of his next turn.
Yeah. So getting to draw his 2nd card off that, that's panned out quite well.
Patrick is going to have to put together a massive turn here. He's going to have to threaten lethal unless Julio is going to be able to send a 4-card hand, and a 4-card Aurora hand is quite scary.
He's fast and furious, a newly printed attack action for -IO. Again, you're going to get that 0 for 4 if you crank this turn, and there's some upside if you end up banishing it. You can put Steam counters back on your stuff, which is a nice little upside. But again, very much the game plan for this -IO is to deploy as many attacks that represent this as you can. 0 for 4.
I'm going to see if I can take a look at Julio's hand here, Mitch. I do believe that's is that a Channel Lightning Valley? So he is waiting. He's waiting for Patrick to tap himself out. He's going to play Sigil of Suffering and then...
No, he blocked
it. He just goes for it.
He A-beat it. So I know what you're saying. At instant speed, Julio might play the Channel Lightning Valley to get to draw a card off the ping of Arcane damage, right?
He does have to telegraph it, though. So usually what you do is you wait for your opponent to tap out of resources,
Yeah.
so they can no longer stop it, or at least they have to donate a card that they didn't want to in order to stop
Get more
it.
information
Yeah.
that way too.
But in this case, he's just valuing the block value.
Okay. Well, the boom grenade goes off, though. Julio does take that damage.
That's 2 boom grenades this turn, Mitch. Yellow they might be, but this might be what Patrick needs to put together this game.
It might change the calculus, though, for Patrick, as that's an extra resource more than he expected to be committing to this turn. Let's see how disruptive that really will end up being. So we did get a Hanabi Blaster shot this game, so tick in the box for Patrick in that regard. Boosting a max fee doesn't always feel great, but...
The second one this game, I wonder if it's better at this point.
Have we drawn off our Cerebellum Processor yet?
We haven't.
Okay, so that's still an option. Patrick, I think, has 1 card to hand still. All right, we are...
Here we go.
Breaking the chain to activate that. It's a non-attack action, so we have to...
And it makes sense, especially that he boosted away this max V because he knew he couldn't play it this turn. And he wanted to be careful about what he put into his arsenal from the Cerebellum Processor.
Couldn't end up making use of the extra action point at the end of the turn there, really. So Cerebellum Processor was a Ponder token for him here. Draw up, we're at 6. Julio to 9 with a lot of cards to work with. Opening with a Starfall here, which was... Does this not telegraph to you like a Lightning Instant?
It does,
Yeah.
every single time. But the Lightning Instance in this case is Channel Lightning Valley. So you would much rather do this and hold it closer to your chest rather than play out the Lightning Valley at action speed, show your opponent that there's an on-hit, and then go from
So Patrick has to guess whether it is a... well, it could be a number of things, like Lightning Press, could be the
Electrostatic
instant...
discharge. It can't be a lightning
discharge.
press because we don't have an attack action.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so Discharge or Lightning Valley.
Yep.
Would be the options here. None of them are good. Both of them require Patrick to block.
But one is incredibly punishing and the other is not. And it is curious that Julio has pitched away a Gone in the Flash, which is usually a really good combo piece with Electrostatic Discharge. So maybe Patrick can look at the pitch zone and see if he can sniff out this Channel Lightning Valley.
Yeah, that would be the process of elimination, I think. Let's have a look at the IEA. So he's checking to see how many of those instants he should be expecting to run into.
There have been a couple Electrostatic Discharges. I don't think it's the full play set yet. But I really don't think that Julio has resolved the Lightning Valley,
No.
so Patrick has got to have that on his mind.
We saw what? We saw a discharge on turn 0 from Julio.
Correct.
There's not enough information here. Little sneaky superstar card for this deck. Heist in the hand for Patrick.
One of which we saw boosted away on his turn 1.
Yeah, and I do think that it's probably going to end up being put on blocking duty here anyway. But it's nice if it can pull out like a backup protocol, so it's kind of spicy. You know, if you have the resource density, it represents another attack for you. So here's the Lightning Valley. The block was there, though, so it is well respected by Patrick. However, he's now looking at another breakpoint of 4 here from the Scar for Scar. Sands go again.
We saw a number of good red boost cards. We've got Outpace and also Pulse Wave Harpoon, and a yellow to fuel them, mind you. But is it enough for Patrick to just say take 4 and go down to 2?
I mean, he knows his opponent is only, what, getting an Arsenal card from this draw?
Yeah, exactly.
Still respects it, though.
Curious.
All right, well, Channel Lightning Valley will stay around.
I wonder if that hints at what Patrick has got going on in his arsenal. Because you would think if his arsenal was a 0-cost boost card, then he would just keep what he's got in his hand, go Outpace, Zipper Hit, and then into the 0-cost to get another Hanabi Blaster and shoot that Julio's way.
Okay, so processor off the top here.
This explains all of it. We're going to crank that. We're going to get an extra action point.
Now, doesn't that cost 2?
No, it only costs 1. Normally it costs 0, but it costs 1 because it's coming in.
Oh, it's only 1 more. That's right. It's not 2 more. Yeah, that's right.
It's that he can only play items with cost 2 or less.
I
No, 1 or less, I think, actually. Anyway.
Yes. I thought it was a dash increase in the cost by 2 resource, but only 1 resource.
And sure enough, the Arsenal is a 0-cost boost card.
But look at what it could get, I guess, pulling in either of these. So relevant in terms of shutting Julio's ability to deal with multiple breakpoints in a turn down. Foundry Heart, break the chain might be the call here. Put in the Carapace back in the equipment zone with no... Oh, no, wait, sorry. temper. So that one goes bye-bye.
Which this could be for the resources. This could also just mean that Patrick is fishing because he's got to find something that he can actually use to extend this turn. He gets rid of 2 items, which is really important because he's got to find something that he can draw off of this Cerebellum processor that represents more damage. Boom Grenade and Techlicore, not the sauce.
You can't draw in between the 2 cards back. That's the problem with the Techlo Foundry card. You cannot see what the second card down is. So you don't know what you're going to banish necessarily when you use that Foundry card. However, red T-Bone's pretty good. I'll get the other point of armor block.
Exactly what we were looking for here, Patrick. It's another boost card. We know that that last one is an outpace, so he's going to be able to pay 1 for that outpace, which gives him the 3rd boost, which gives him the steam counter on the Hanabi Blaster, which adds another 5 overpower at the end of this chain.
Honestly, pretty good turnaround in general for Patrick. He's got to be happy with that. Julio lets this one in. Doesn't want to throw any cards in to join that red T-Bone, and now this is just a straightforward windmill slam of the outpace. Let's have a look at the top. We are going to be boosting away that T-Bone. Peeking as well.
Julio, you are not going to be able to hold on to all those cards, my friend. I hate to break it to you.
On the upside, I mean, this could have been blocked by those equipment anyway. So it doesn't really matter. And again, Patrick is still representing like potential like nonsense off the top here with like a boom grenade. So
unfortunately not, because he had to play the Cerebellum process.
Oh, I see. Sorry, you can only once per turn with off the top there.
So fairly face up for Julio. But Julio has 2 non-blocks. He has 2 non-blocks.
Yeah, and if he blocks this, he doesn't
shock.
have anything to do, I don't think.
And a Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Which is not a great card.
This is an abysmal hand for Julio to clap back with. It's honestly an abysmal hand to be blocking with, because if you block with those 2 blocking cards, you're sitting there with an Electrostatic Discharge and a Lightning Press. So you probably just pitch one to the Starfall at that point, tuck the other one away.
You lose your Lightning Valley too. Okay, Warmongers gets in front.
Patrick might have found the sauce he needs to get through this game.
Then there's a Hanabi Blaster, 5 overpowered into the chain. Julio ships the bill. Yeah, it's an awkward-looking hand here for the Aurora player. Possibilities of managing to put that Lightning Valley to use are in serious question now. And 10 damage from Patrick's weapon for this game, not too shabby.
Okay, he could make Patrick make some difficult decisions, though, because sending in that burn-up shock will ship 1 arcane damage over Patrick's way, which means that in order to deny a card draw, he's got to give an entire card from his hand. So even though it's not the best Aurora hand, Julio is still going to be doing kind of pseudo-disruption.
At this point here, the Boom Grenade is a dead card because Julio is at 1. May have a Sigil of Solace in the deck to go up on life, but obviously if Julio's taking damage, he's dead anyway to these break points. So
this is cheeky. Julio is putting forth the Starfall once again, and I think this is something that makes a great Aurora player, being able to know the best time to put forth a naked Starfall and make your opponent make some difficult decisions, because if Patrick puts a card in front of this, Julio probably will just respond with an instant speed shock, which then says, okay, you want to deny me from doing 2 cards? You're going to have to, or getting another card on this chain, you're going to have to give me 2 cards in order to do it.
I mean, can I just say, not to mention the fact that he's literally pitched a Lightning Instant to attack with this weapon, so he is very clearly telegraphing another Lightning Instant in his hand that is actually more imminently threatening than Electrostatic Discharges, as that only affects the next attack. And Patrick's probably talking through those lines here.
And it's a tough situation because the card draw off of this Channel Lightning Valley is really interesting, because if you have denied the Channel Lightning Valley draw up until this point, whatever he gets is just replacing the Channel Lightning Valley. So the card isn't inherently good unless you can get it to connect 1 or multiple times. So it's just as possible that Julio draws something beyond useless as he draws something good.
Patrick's probably not willing to take that risk, but the issue of the shock damage coming in needed to be answered with that Arcane Barrier on Achilles Accelerator. By the way, great that leg piece is still in play here for Patrick. That does represent the opportunity to make something happen. It looks like there's like a number of Fast and Furious in hand here, but I think I see a Techlicore and a Boom Grenade, so the blocking options are limited.
It does give him cards that are easily donated to Arcane Barrier, though.
True,
cards that you do not even need to think about throwing into the bin.
Yes, you can turn those non-blocks into damage prevention. But something still needs to potentially get in front of this Starfall. And then Patrick's like, do I... He has to know it's not enough to stick his Achilles accelerators in front of it.
It's these situations in Flesh and Blood that make it such a rich game. The points where your opponents play stuff like this, and you go, I can, but I just don't want to block it. You know what I mean? I want to close this game out, but if you keep taking my powerful cards away from me, you can't do it.
And this is the perfect use case for Boom Grenade here. Doesn't block, it doesn't actually do anything in this matchup, because again, you'll lose at 1. So this is the perfect application and use case for it. Yeah, I like that a lot.
Well played indeed from Patrick Rubalcava. He's hoping that he found an item on the top. Doesn't care what it is, even if it is a boom grenade, it'll allow him to use that cerebellum processor.
He needs an extra action
essentially,
point. Yeah. If he boosts, he has an extra action point from the Achilles accelerator. He's going to boost.
That is not the item.
But we haven't cranked, so that is a 0 for 3. He really needs to stick some breakpoints in front of Julio here.
And look at this. We found a healthy amount of non-blocks once again. We got a Channel Lightning Valley. Otherwise, we're blocking for 3, though.
If Patrick cranks at instant speed off the top of his deck, though, that does take us to 4.
It sure does,
Fast and Furious. So, I mean, Julio has to gamble that there isn't, an item sitting at the top there.
So in this case, the dreaded Dash.io boom grenade off the top is... It's just any
item. Any item. Patrick's like,
does he have it?
Yeah, it's the same card as when you checked 3 seconds ago, my friend. And
Patrick is so good at his poker face when he checks the top of his deck, but in this case, it seems like the pressure is getting to him a little bit.
Still has a life buffer of 5. That is pretty relevant here. But the follow-up to this Fast and Furious, he really wants to, make the action happen here because now he's face up. He's just going to play a Teklo Core. Okay, it does mean that it's an extra card he can block with that otherwise wouldn't be needed to power his turn. And again, it might fund an item off the top here, but that was really when Patrick wanted to end the game. Julio called his bluff big time.
And Mitch, Julio has a lightning press in his arsenal. He's got a 0 for 3 attack reaction, essentially. Patrick is going to have to blindly block this perfectly in order to get another shot at ending this
There's
game.
a Lightning Valley in the hand for Julio as well, so it needs to be a full block. You basically have to block 6 in your Dash.io. I just can't see that happening.
No.
Patrick might not give anything to it and just die on the spot.
This game has been so back and forth, Mitch.
Oh, what's in the hand here? It's not a good blocking hand. Again, I think I see yet another Teklo Core here for Patrick.
No, it's a Spark of Gene. Did you see another? Yes, indeed. So we have 9 block value in the hand.
Still 3 block.
Not terrible.
It's fine.
But once again, Julio's starting off with a Naked Starfall.
It's just so rough.
Pitching a red to do it, too. You know there is something spicy in the hand.
And again, it's always going to be asking Patrick to put more than just the 1 armor block of that Achilles accelerator.
No,
zero block, excuse me, yeah. The double.
Patrick would love to have 1 block on a piece of equipment right now.
Yeah, even then, though.
Last turn, it would have been clutch.
But against the +1 potential from an instant coming in, it won't even stop the Starfall. Would have given a card to Julio here, so pardon me, folks, 0 block there. Some Dash.io lists do use the foot equipment that came in the Armory deck sometimes for a bit of extra block. It has a similar effect in terms of gaining action point. Is it the gear shift? Heavy industry gear shift, maybe?
Yes.
Well, that might be the hands, I think.
Yeah, it's mainly the feet that I've been seeing. No, you're right. Honestly, each of those, the head, the arms, and the leg pieces have been making their way into decks here and there. Oh, no. It found an Arc Lightning off the top.
The first of the game. With a Channel Lightning Valley? I mean, yep, that's Julio expecting to be able to take some cardboard into his hand.
At least we found a blue, so that non-blocking card that you were talking about earlier is now a 3-block.
Yep.
And Static Shock has go again from resolving that Arc Lightning.
Oh, buddy.
Not to mention the on-hit, which Patrick cannot cover up cleanly.
Yeah, he's got that blue wind pitch to eat the Arcane damage off the Arc Lightning. That's fine. But giving 2 cards to this seems to be devastating. But he has to try and cover it. Otherwise, Julio's drawing. Either now or later. It doesn't really matter when.
And we know there's the Lightning Press sitting in the arsenal, which is essentially being the inevitability that is going to close out this game.
Painful for Patrick. He had his opportunities here, but the texture of his hands didn't quite line up where it had to.
The good thing is that even though Static Shock has its on-hit ready to go. Patrick is sitting with 2 resources in his pitch zone, so he'll be able to cover that up.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really behoove him to block this out, because he can just block out the Arcane after the on-hit. Furthermore, he'll be able to block out the Arcane from Arc Lightning as the go again resolves on the
it's definitely, it's a question of, like, are we trying to stop Channel Lightning Valley from giving a card here? Or
it's already gotten it.
Okay.
It already got it off the Starfall. He declared no blocks.
I see.
He just had to close the chain because of the Arc Lightning.
Julio, they're still sitting on an Arsenal card here and an action point after this static shock.
No cards in hand, right?
Not that I can see.
At least Patrick has got that going for him. So the tricky bit is, like, it's not, like, if I'm sitting there, there's no way I ever put 2 cards in front of this. But if he doesn't, he dies to Lightning Press. So I kind of hope that Patrick makes the inefficient play here and stays alive. But if he does, it's definitely suboptimal.
A +3 pump in the arsenal for Julio. At 1 life.
Sorry, I'm a little.
Patrick going to check to see what he should be expecting to follow up this static shock, either in reactions or, of course, the next chain link. There could be a number of things. As Julio's deck is chock full of 0 for 4 attacks. And, of course, those lightning presses.
And this is definitely the time to be tanking during this day, because if this isn't a win and in, it is damn near close, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. At X and 1, you probably can still have a run at the top 8. It really depends on when that loss comes in. You definitely want the cleanest sheet possible. You want to definitely notice the very thin-looking deck there for Patrick. So were this game to run on too much longer, he'd run out of cards anyway. He's been churning through them to power. This deck, yep.
And normally, I mean, deck size is always a factor for Dash.io, but you would think going into an Aurora matchup, you're going to have time and cards in deck in order to finish the job. I mean, we're sitting here at 1 life, but it just goes to show. Like,
oh, he's done it. He goes for the 2-card block.
Oh, goodness. And there's the Lightning Press. So Patrick is going to be able to cover up both of these sources of Arcane damage. He's only going to be taking 1. He's still alive.
He's made a perfect call there with his 2-card block. That is, and he didn't know what was to follow it up there from Julio.
He really didn't. That Lightning Press was definitely not telegraphed. There's no way he knew about that.
And there could have been a 0 for 4 attack that Patrick would have been unable to cover up. Maybe not with go again, so maybe not an extra zap there off that Arc Lightning, but that turn could have gone much worse. Cerebellum Processor, though, into the bin. 2 resources off Technocore at least.
A clairvoyant play here from Patrick Rubalcava. He's only able to follow up with a 1-cost boost card. Yeah, a yellow zipper hit, which is not nothing. It's coming in for 4. That is a break point at a point where your opponent can't let a single point of damage through.
Yeah, it's lethal. It asks for a card at least. And Julio is off his arsenal here.
And with 2 Sync Blows already deployed from his deck, it's probably telling for 2 cards. Let's see what Julio is working with. I do believe it was a Ravenous Rabble, a blue. Oh, it's a Sigil of Lightning.
Okay, that's not blocking.
That is not blocking at
so
all.
How many Rabbles are we looking at here?
I think 2 Rabbles and a Flittering Charge.
Okay, so the Rabbles are blocking for 2.
No? Correct. Same with the Flittering Charge, mind you.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. 2 cards either way. Flittering Charge. She needs to see an instant on that chain link to go again. Sigil of Lightning is an instant.
I think the tempo will be going back in Patrick's favor.
There's no way this has happened. Oh, that is crazy. Okay, Patrick doesn't know it yet, but can he make what remains of his deck sing to get that 1 last point of damage? Julio creates an embodiment, a rune chart, off the grasp, and throws out this Flittering Charge here. So threatening rune chart and 4 damage off the back still has to be respected.
It will get Patrick down to 1 if he blocks this as efficiently as possible, though. There's no way that you can block the damage on this rune chant and still put together a turn at this point with no cards in deck that Julio will respect.
Okay, that is a Cerebellum Processor there.
With no cards to draw, mind you.
Yeah, there is nothing left in the deck. There is nothing left to play off the top of the deck either. I think Patrick might have just run out of gas here.
So
having to commit blocking cards also leaves him with 2 cards left in his entire library and hand to work with.
I feel like he also had a Boom Grenade in the pitch. No, I'm mistaken, thankfully. He doesn't have a Boom Grenade. Wow, that is
I
not
think our young hero might just be out of gas here.
It's quite possible.
I'll AB one.
Okay, so we are going to block that rune shard damage out. Still 4 damage here from the flittering charge.
It's curious because he'll have to stick a card in front of the block here.
I would have just blocked a 3 block in front of the flittering charge.
I would have too, and I would have used the blue to fuel the turn, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, he has a lot of 0-cost boost cards. Maybe he doesn't even need a pitch card. Like, I know I saw a T-Bone and a 0 to 60.
I mean, we have it. Yeah, T-Bone is there. 0 to 60. So he's going to block with that T-Bone here. I don't think he has the damage. Julio, excuse me, can just block this out. I mean, look, ideally, this is 2 0 for 4s, and it asks for 4 cards from Julio, and then Patrick is flush out of cards.
So they don't exist in the deck anymore.
No. Yeah, I think he's absolutely cooked here, folks. It's going to be the core to give him the resource.
We promised a high-octane match, and we're going to fatigue.
Yeah.
But it has been back and forth, and a pleasure to watch.
All right, he's that little 0 to 60. When I say little, it's still 2 damage.
He has to have a card in deck to boost. He had to pitch the Cerebellum Processor just so he could give this attack go again.
Oh, my God. That is true.
And 0 to 60.
At a 0 to 60, it's a 0 for 3 to follow it up. I think I see a Sigil of Solace in the hand for Julio, so no matter what, he
I
is
also see
straight
plenty of
chilling.
blocking cards.
And that's it. That is Dash.io completely naked. Nothing to work with whatsoever. And the handshake will be extended as Julio Adame outlasts Patrick Rubalcava on this Dash.io. I mean, talk about leaving it all out there. Nothing left for the Dash to work with at the end. And some very prescient blocking from both players. I know Patrick was low on cards in deck, but blocking that sort of 4-power attack with 2 cards, and that was such a great play there.
He literally had to do it, otherwise he would have been dead.
Lost.
There's no way he would have known. Maybe it's possible that he went through the graveyard and counted the number of lightning presses. I mean, at that point, when you're playing this game, you have to ask yourself, how do I lose this game? That's the burning question in the tail end of each of these matchups. And it's quite possible that he went through the graveyard and said, that's how I lose the game. I'm not going to let it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see what happens with Dash.io when she's, obviously boosting away a lot of these cards. There's a lot of the Foundry card usage as well, which is definitely like a bit of a red flag sometimes for Dash players if they are, looking for that extra resource. It's quite a great cost to lose 2 cards from that deck, and yeah, couldn't quite get there in the end. Great game. I mean, that's 2 players who look really experienced in that very aggro matchup. They're looking for even the smallest of edges to try and take an advantage. So nicely done by Julio. Yeah, looking forward to seeing more from him and his Aurora today.
It's one of those things I absolutely love about Flesh and Blood, Mitch. Even the aggro matchups are so fascinating, and they're so back and forth. They can come down to, the most interesting points in any of these games is when those players are holding on to the last point of life that they've got, because the decision points become so small. And if you can set yourself up throughout the rest of the game to make it easy in the end game, those are the players that ascend.
Absolutely. Well, great to see the match. We're going to be back, of course, after a short break. We'll try and pull these players in for a bit of an interview. Until then, have a break. We had a very long, drawn-out game. 2 rounds in a row, in fact, but this one was a little bit more of the aggressive going all the way down to fatigue. So we'll be back, of course, for the break. Get some water. Prepare yourselves.
We're back with Julio Adame, who is the vanquisher of my local Odyssey compatriot Patrick Rubalcava on Dash.io. Julio just took him down with Aurora Shooting Star, and Julio was not actually planning on being here today. What brought you in today, Julio?
Someone paid for my ticket. They're like, if you go, we'll pay for it. And I was like, all right, sure, I'll show up.
I need more friends like these. And so you basically just copy and pasted this Aurora list from what you told me?
It's from Pudding Town.
Oh, yeah. You could do worse than choose a Pudding Tam list.
I love his content. I love seeing him play online. And I was like, all right, cool. I have the cards. I'll put it together, and I'll show up and see how it goes.
And right now you are a 4-0 Lightning Ninja.
Yeah, the deck works.
Yeah.
The deck works.
A lot of people seem to agree with you with Aurora being the most represented deck in the meta today. Do you think she is still the premier aggro deck in Flesh and Blood at the moment?
I'm not really sure about that, but she feels good. She's very technical to play. There's a lot of good sequencing, so it's fun to play. Not sure if she's a premier deck, but you know, Zen's out there. Dash.io made me sweat the whole time there, so.
So you were sweating for sure because he was putting out a lot of damage. You were able to stop his probably biggest power turn where he had both a yellow and a red boom grenade on board because you were packing a cheeky sink below, and not only that, you drew into another one right off the top.
I did.
Tell me how that felt.
Felt pretty bad because I wanted to crack back on the following turn, but I'm like, all right, I included these in the deck, so they got to put in the work that, you know.
But I was talking with Mitch. I can't remember the last time I blocked out a boom grenade turn from Dash.io and still had 3 cards to send at the following turn. So
the one thing I had in mind is I need to keep my armor for that wide turn.
Right.
So all the armor came in, the sink blow came in, and then was able to, you know, pressure back enough where I was able to keep tempo. But I did end up going down to 1, so it was, you know, any mishap would have ended in a loss.
And it was such a back and forth match, and there were so many really interesting decision points that you guys had to make. For one, Patrick had to block with 2 cards on that static shock, even though he could cover up the arcane damage, both from the arc lightning and the static shock, because you had that lightning press in Arsenal. There's no way he could have known about that lightning press, but when we saw him make that play, we were like, oh my gosh, he's rigid brain. He's
No, I talked to him about it afterwards because I was hearing him like go through his thought process. I'm like, this guy's a genius because he read everything in my hand. I'm like, all right.
Sometimes you got it. Did he happen to look through your graveyard and like count lightning presses?
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
You know, doing due diligence, which is I feel like a skill I need to improve on because I'm like, I don't know how Dash.io works. I just know if I block, she'll fatigue eventually, and that's what.
And speaking of which, did you have a moment where maybe you were up against the wall, but then you look down at Patrick's deck and you're like, okay, I can last one more turn.
Yeah, no. There was the turn prior to that. I drew 3 instances and Warmongers.
Yep.
I was sweating. I was like, I need to force cards out of his hand, which, you know, with the, I try to condition him into blocking the Starfall.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, if he overblocked it, I was probably going to hold back what I had. If not, then, you know, send out and probably go for game. But, yeah, once I noticed his deck was low, that's when I just need to survive. And I knew I had his Sigil coming up, Sigil Solace. And played it, survived, and was able to close out the game.
Talk to me a little more, Julio, about the Naked Starfall that you did so many times at the start of Chain, because I really think that is the difference between a good Aurora player and a great Aurora player.
Well, originally, I'm a warrior player. I'm a Dorinthea player at heart.
Okay.
So I love playing with the weapon, and so that's why I gravitate towards Aurora, because she can kind of play like that too, where she, you know, Naked Dawnblade, but in this case, Naked Starfall.
Sure.
And sometimes it's a devastating effect, and they don't block it, draw my card, or if it's just an instant, go again, get some 2 damage in, and it feels really nice playing Aurora like a warrior, and it seems to be working out.
Your chops are showing off, because I think there's something about playing warrior that draws people that are like into poker and stuff like that, holding their cards back, like playing stuff at instant speed.
Right.
Especially if you've played Magic before, like waiting to the last possible moment to deploy those instants. So definitely worked out for you here, Julio. one last thing I want to ask you about, because you are from my neck of the woods. You are, as you can see on the screen, folks, he's from Oxnard, born and raised, which means that his local game store is a hidden fortress, a place that is so near and dear to my heart. It was my magic scene when I was younger, growing up in Moore Park, and it's always nice to meet a fellow disciple of a hidden fortress and Mike over at that store. But you mentioned to me that the format in a hidden fortress is not normally CC. What do you guys normally do over there?
We normally do sealed. So we just, buy our packs, crack them open, put a deck together, and just have fun. Super casual. What I like about sealed, though, it allows you to look at all the cards in the set, even the ones that are not probably good in CC. And I've noticed that that's helped me evaluate cards better when I'm deck building. Well, in this case, I copied because, last minute. But I know some things I'm going to take out and probably add following, next time I come out.
That's great. So how many reps would you say you have on the CC deck before today?
Just sealed.
Hell yeah, man. So you are coming out basically blind, but knowing these cards incredibly well.
Yeah, I played a couple reps at another local store, Xander's. Shout out Xander's, in Camarillo, and I did play test it a little. I play it a lot in Blitz because Blitz games cheap, quick, and so it kind of doesn't translate as well because of the huge life pool. Because usually in Blitz, Arc Lightning is the last turn and it closes out, but in Constructed, I have to be a little bit more diligent, block, and take my time and assess what's left in my deck.
Well, we're so happy to have you here, Julio. Is this your first AGE event?
No, my first one was 2 years ago on Dorinthea. I literally started playing the game a week prior.
Oh, no way.
I got stomped. But that's what made me love the game because I noticed it was extremely consistent. Like the good players were beating me.
Yeah.
And the players that didn't understand how Dorinthea worked were being caught off guard. I'm like, okay, cool. Now this is skill intensive, and it rewards players that know the game really well.
A better pitch for Flesh and Blood I haven't heard. That's exactly why I'm here, and I think why the majority of these 61 people are here as well. Well, thank you so much for sharing the love of the game, and also for having a great run here today, Julio. With every passing hour, I think we'll see you in top 8. So best of luck to you in your final rounds before that, and I hope you're going to be contending for those 30 AGE points in the gold foil, brother.
No, if someone pays for my ticket, I'm down to come out.
Well, maybe your friend will be more willing next time because maybe you'll have some winnings to share with him.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, we will be back in just a moment for round 5 of the AGE Open Series January edition in 2025. Don't go anywhere. We'll have more Julio Adame, more Flesh and Blood, and more Arcane games and events after this.
Folks, it is round 5 around the corner here at our first AGE Open of the year. Welcome back to the booth. Mitch Leslie here, joined by Michael Murray. And we've just seen a pretty explosive matchup, but one that still kind of went the distance in terms of game length. In fact, our Dash.io player ended up decking out, running out of cards in the end, which obviously is a risk when you play a deck that burns through her cards as a resource.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's really interesting to see like these aggressive matchups that when both players are trying to be aggressive end up needing to block, and then it sort of turns into this mid-range and then fatigue game.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what we got, for example, in that previous game, and it's something that can be exemplified in a lot of these mid-range, or rather these aggressive matchups where the on-hits are quite devastating, or they have to be respected. I'm going to scoot over a little bit here. Hold on. There we go.
I think it was me.
Just getting the right.
All right, feeling good.
Michael, look at the screen. You see where you are? See where I am?
Something's wrong.
Yeah.
We're not close enough.
I'm like a whole coffee deep, so I'm
mine
ready to rumble.
Kicked in yet, okay, we're gonna have fun this game.
You're gonna know because his speaking pace is gonna pick up tenfold when we get into the game. Let's quickly remind you guys what's at stake here. Yada yada, $400 for the winner here, but also 30 AGE Open points. The Arcane Games and Events Open Series is a circuit, folks. That's month by month. We're tracking the points of our players, and our top 16 at the end of the year will qualify for our Players' Championship. That is an event, of course, that has $3,000 on the line, a gold cold foil, and a PTI, a Pro Tour invite here for those bigger Fab events. Well worth fighting for. And while we've got a moment here, I want to give a big shout out to our hosts here for AGE this year. We partnered up with Top Deck Keep, We're out in Riverside, California. It's a beautiful store. If you are in the area, strongly recommend you come and check it out. I mean, you can see behind us tons of play space. It's been, the venue's been buzzing all day long.
Yeah, first time in this store, but it is really exciting in here. Lots of players, lots of people moving around, buying cards, having fun.
And more also Indian food that you can poke a stick at in the parking lot, by the way. Very pleased that that's the thing that Riverside has. I'm a big Indian aficionado, so looking forward to checking out some of that a little bit later on. We've got, obviously, a ton of events going on. I think we've got a Battle Hardened in Toronto happening here as well. So this event plus that one are some of the last sort of larger events for us to get a proper snapshot of this format before we head into a completely new set, right? With the Hunted.
Always so excited.
Just around the corner. I'm excited because there might be some good warrior cards, you know what I'm saying? I think Fab is better when warriors are good, unless that warrior is Hatchet's Dorinthea. In that case, if I happen to have Insomnia on that particular day, it's a great cure for it. I'm excited to see what we've got in store there. And I'm also looking forward to this game. We've got two really known players, right?
Fuzzy Delp and Tyler Horspool showing up. We've got Fuzzy Delp's little blurb here.
I love this guy.
Yeah.
My first meeting with Fuzzy Delp, we played a game of CC where I was on Dory, he was on Briar, and I think a turn 0 he drew 3 Tomes of Harvest.
Oh.
Rather I attacked him turn 0 and then he drew into 3 Tomes of Harvests and I managed to win the game. But he is way better at Flesh and Blood than I am, and he's had a great run throughout AGEs.
Yeah,
as well.
he's made it on camera so many times at these AGE events, just proving time and time again that he is a strong player and a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, also one of the members of the Pitch It To Me podcast. He also shouts out one of his podcast mates, Joel Ristinos, the second, I think, would be his full name. It's another player worth looking out for on the scene here. Great guy. But Fuzzy himself has always been someone that has gravitated towards the lower to the ground, the more aggressive lists. Started as a Briar player, as far as I understand. Phi and Zen were definitely decks that he enjoyed piloting here, and I believe he's on Zen today as well.
Yeah, he is. Man, I love the fire that he's coming out with. Who do you want to defeat in the finals? Zachary, Wallach, time for a new champion. Love the confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, the guy has earned it. I think when we saw him make his first sort of top 8, I think he was really not a known name and hadn't even been playing the game for that long. I ran into him, I think, initially at Finch and Sparrow, a small store in Long Beach, right? Well, we do have a few players that have come from, but generally wasn't sort of having huge attendance, wasn't having the biggest events, but a small group of players really came to. I think Han Vai as well, we saw earlier on stream. Yeah. I also met him there, so it's great to see players from there, but we've got to shout out our other player in this matchup. It is the one, the only, not in costume today, Tyler Horspool, folks. That's right. Normally, I guess we've shed the persona thing from last year. Tyler gave us some great theatrical moments, but looks like he's all business today.
Yeah, that's true. Just showing up with his Dash.io deck, ready to take some names.
Yes, Dash.io, not Aurora, as the imagery would suggest here, but we're going to have our second Dash game in a row. Now, Tyler, really experienced Dash.io player. The moment she came out, Tyler was on this deck. He was playing like a, what was it, the monocle that you opt.
He was on some super item heavy.
Yeah.
I actually sort of stole his list. Not stole,
okay,
but I borrowed it from him, and man, I loved playing that version of it. Here we're seeing the Hanabi Blaster, which is kind of a newer tech coming out after the removal of High Octane. You know, the pistol kind of lost some of its steam, so to speak, and the Hanabi Blaster coming in and filling that void. Powerful card.
Yeah, we talked about it. Some lists still run that Symbiosis shot. Taminda Edisaria was running a Symbiosis shot in the sideboard and sort of looking to turn it a free action point into 2 value. But if you are in an aggressive matchup like this one, Hanabi Blaster seems to make a whole lot of sense. Tyler obviously got to deploy some of these items here on that turn 0, get a Boom Grenade and a backup protocol ready. And in comes Fuzzy Delp with the Tiger Taming Kakara to start his turn.
Yeah, just looking for that chip damage. Kind of making it tricky for Tyler to block.
I think you have an activation of Fuzzy's.
Look at that.
Yeah, his boots here already.
Yeah, so creating the Tiger so that he can activate his...
Chase the tail.
Chase the tail. Early activation.
Yeah, and look, these decks really want to try and get this card resolved and have it hit, of course, because, again, if you sort of bookend this with Crouching Tigers, or at least have another Crouching Tiger in that turn, it's getting +3, so... pretty effective card here as well, and aspect of the Tiger body is going to make sure that there is a Tiger created to receive that buff from Chase the Tail.
Wow.
And here we go, 4 damage from this Crouching Tiger.
Fuzzy Delp coming out, swinging. Tyler already sitting down at 26.
So here's a heavy industry gear shift. It's a slightly different choice for Dash in the leg spot. It does give her an action point virtually, with some layers of abstraction, but also it blocks one. So it actually, unlike the Achilles Accelerator, gives you some defensive potential. And that is braces of belief there for Tyler, by the way, in the arm slot.
Well, when you can see the top of your deck, it's just effectively +2 damage whenever you want, whenever you can see the rest.
So it's a more flexible Goliath Gauntlet.
It is,
really,
it is.
that you don't have to pay for. So, or you don't have to pay for it anyway, rather, but it has to be on a 2 cost or more attack. Here comes a Dash.io, taking all that damage. Tyler goes down to 23, starting at 36. And we have an outpace that comes in that cannot be blocked by equipment, so keep that headpiece away, that traverse the universe.
Yeah, really, really strong card in this matchup, especially after Fuzzy Delp has played some of his Transcend cards and put that Chi into his deck. At this point, I don't believe he's had any in there yet.
It didn't Transcend last turn.
Yep, but the outpace is extremely valuable, especially later in the game.
And again, this does represent an extra 4 damage on hit with a Boom Grenade in play, and Fuzzy can't put equipment in front of this. Outpace is so annoying when there's a Boom Grenade on the field already. And off the top here, we're going to get a yellow Boom Grenade.
A lot of damage.
We're going to crank it. We're going to get an extra 3 damage on hit here. That is nasty stuff. My goodness. So 7 damage from Boom Grenades, and the 1 gets over from Outpace. Fuzzy is shipping that entire bill. Tyler gets 3 damage and an action point off the top of his deck for the low cost of 1 resource.
Yeah. Pitching that Cerebellum Processor is interesting too, obviously needing the resources, but that is such a power card.
You want, you want your first one to come off the top, ideally, or get it into Banish and you can heist it into play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is kind of, again, against an opponent that doesn't block. Die Through Data here is just, again, a 1-for-4 boost that does allow Tyler to, manipulate the top card of his deck, but he's already played an item off the top so far. So he's just seeing what, would potentially be banished, and he can avoid banishing a key card by opting it away.
Yeah, this is the power of Dash.io, the ability to opt the top of your deck whenever you want, and then this card allowing you to bottom it if you choose. It's wizard levels of card manipulation.
And then we have, Dash.io was often sort of referred, especially in that item heavy, the instant heavy sort of era, as definitely like a bit of a mech wizard kind of vibe here.
Yeah.
Tyler's put a dice on Hanabi Blaster because that was his 3rd boost of the turn. 1 more of those steam counters, and Hanabi is coming in for 5. Sprocket Rocket, of course, does not get a +1 because an item or equipment was not banished for boosting. I like that weapon a lot. Yeah. I think the first person I saw already experiment was Hayden Dale, actually, was playing it because he wanted it, I think, in the Dromai matchup when he was playing
this
like
was a long time ago.
Yes, yeah, Hanabi blasted dash. It was kind of fun. He had that, I think, in the sideboard. So I've got to give Arsenal Pass credit for that because I think that's where I first saw it. But here again, you know, it's a much, it feels like a much nicer option than, you know, just turning one action point into 2 damage when normally you've got other things you can do with it.
Yeah.
Honestly, especially if it's like drawing a card, at least giving yourself a virtual, you know, arsenal target if you have a cerebellum processor in play.
Here we see Fuzzy Delp with just 2 cards.
Mauling Key here.
To play.
The Mauling Key threatens some extra damage if Tyler is not able to block it all out. So virtually looks like a 1 for 6, which is a good rate. And
the power of the equipment coming through.
Yeah. Turns, you know, I mean, Tyler probably feels like he's turned one of his cards there into a 4 block for the 0 for 60 because, again, avoiding that extra ping damage coming in.
Yeah.
But that is, of course, one of the biggest blocking pieces of equipment Tyler has outside of the Crown of Providence. We're just playing out the Boom Grenade.
Yep. Not ideal, but, you know, can't be avoided.
We have to crank it in order to keep our turn going. And we'll be followed up with a Fast and Furious. Now, benefiting from the fact that Tyler had to crank the Boom Grenade, making this a 0 for 4.
Yeah, Fast and Furious, one of the cards from the Dash.io deck, super powerful, kind of, you know, along the same lines as the 0 to 60 in terms of just that 0 for 4. Really, really good card. And the flexibility to add steam counters.
Yeah, it is quite nice. It's very relevant, especially when it's, you know, we're talking about like cerebellum processors, or maybe you're struggling to get your boom grenades to hit and keep them around a little bit longer.
And
all right, that is a nice looking turn, and this time Fuzzy is going to have to put a card from his equipment zone in front of this. This is going to be the Shuko. We haven't talked about that much in this matchup.
Yeah.
But it is relevant for, you know, a number of extra points of value over the course of the game if your Zen player is sending these small attacks. And here's the blaster coming in, 5 overpower.
So this game seems to be playing out a lot faster than the last one. I don't know if we're going to see fatigue here.
Yeah, again, I guess that might be because Fuzzy's not sending like super punishing on hits. Tyler did respect the mauling key, I think, in the previous turn.
Yep.
But he started to run low on that equipment. And without an extra card here to Arsenal, Crown of Providence might not feel like, you know, the best thing to throw in front if Tyler is thinking about blocking with equips, but this 5 damage is quite relevant. Getting this every couple of turn cycles is a huge boon to sort of bookend the turn that's represented 2 0 for 4s, to 0 for 3 that asks for an equipment.
Yeah.
There we go.
A lot of damage. Good choice. No Arsenal to blow up, so Command and Conquer value going down, deciding to block with it instead.
And Fuzzy has not really been able to set up like some of these like nasty sort of chi-based turns. No Transcendence whatsoever this game. He's been playing like a 5 virtually.
Yeah, no Transcendence is a big deal.
Spinning Wheel Kick to open here. That naturally has go again. Okay, so this will create a Crouching Tiger, Aspect of Tiger body.
Yep.
Sorry, I have 2 floating.
You do have 2 floating, as Spinning Wheel Kick body costed 1. No blocks here for Tyler. He must like what he sees. Lets the Crouching Tiger come in, and the Tiger Swipe. Ooh. Now, again, if this hits...
The Shuko's gone. He can't really get any extra value.
And again, like when this hits, this will create X Crouching Tigers in the Banish Zone, where X is the number of Crouching Tigers that he controls, which is just the 1 really. So, and then again, you need to find a way to take your Crouching Tigers from 0 to 1 or more power.
Yeah. And it looks like they basically just skipped that on hit trigger. It was irrelevant, and they moved on. Yep. With the Shuko, it could have been an extra 1 damage.
All right. Some disruptive cards actually hitting the hand here for Fuzzy. I see Wiki Slink, that could be good, but opening with a red 0 to 60. That's potent. Oh, there's a lot of 0 for 4s in the hand for Tyler. Okay. What's coming into play?
Yeah. That's gravy.
Action point, extra damage. Fuzzy at 14, but that life lead is about to dwindle pretty quickly, so he's definitely going to start feeling the heat now from Dash.io.
If Tyler can force more cards out of his hand right now and put Fuzzy on the back foot, it's going to be a really good spot to move into his next turn.
Sparker Genius banished here.
Look at that outpace, can't use the armor.
Oh man, that is
Demanding
so
more cards.
punishing. Getting a E-strike as well. And some damage. Follow it up, dive through data, a 1-for-4 boost that lets you opt. Still nothing coming off the top of the deck here for Tyler, who's already done that with the boom grenade. But a very respectable turn.
Yep. Fuzzy looking like he wants to save his disruption. Could block, but likely to send that weakest link. Very powerful card, especially against -IO, because it's looking for cards. And he throws it down.
Why do you think he fancies that over sending it instead?
It's because he's a better player than we are.
Yeah, that's true.
He's playing really efficient Flesh and Blood, and is not trying to risk assuming that he knows what Tyler's... Because if Tyler doesn't draw an item, that card doesn't do anything.
Yep.
And so he's playing the lower variance line of blocking, saving his life total, and it looks like even saving that Warmonger's Diplomacy, which is also incredibly disruptive.
Their weakest link does need to hit, of course, and even then, if your opponent has no non-blocks in hand, which seems unlikely, but it's definitely not out of the question, then it's just a 2-for-6.
Yep.
So we are very quickly going to double-check the life totals here for the players, because sometimes in these faster matchups, when we've got haymakers being thrown left and right, the players don't always attend to the numbers. And that also might give some context to some of the blocking decisions here, including why Fuzzy's opted to make this play, which, look, makes perfect sense. But getting to ask a -IO for 2 cards when they're not on Arsenal definitely feels like a pretty powerful play. You know, Warmonger's Diplomacy, I guess, is...
It's incredibly good against Dash, because even though you can play the items off the top as if they were instants,
they're not
they
instants.
are not. They are non-attack actions and are therefore affected. Now, this -IO list is a little bit item light compared to some other lists, so this is maybe a little less disruptive, but it has the potential to be extraordinarily disruptive, especially if Tyler ends up drawing those boom grenades into his hand.
It seems like it has a pretty standard cohort of like 3 Tekla core, 3 Cerebellum processor.
Yeah.
There's 3 backup protocol red, and even 3 pounders, which again might not make their way into certain matchups.
I think that's more for the fatigue matchups. But
yeah, having to set up those and maybe sort of have more set up off turns as the -IO player makes perfect sense. But look, I mean, I'm serious. Tyler was playing this deck in March last year.
With no blaster, but certainly is a total pro at this list.
Well, we're going to circle back here. It looks like the life totals are fine.
Yep.
So
just a little confusion, but no mistakes on the player's end. So we're going to get back to the match.
I'm really interested in Fuzzy's play lines from here on out. So Warmongers is definitely represents something very powerful. It does mean that like Tyler can obviously still just throw these like 0-for-4s.
Yeah, and we've got the Hanabi Blaster to follow it up if he draws all attacks, and it looks like he did. He has the Teklo core in hand, but that's almost certainly going to be resources for the turn.
It's a dive through data, Sprocket Rocket, and a 0-60 or something
so
like
he's
that?
got enough attacks to get the Hanabi Blaster online, even through the Warmonger's Diplomacy here.
That is extremely scary.
Yeah.
And of course, Braces of Leaf still in place. Says destroy this card to reveal the top card of your deck. If you do, the next attack action card you play this turn gains +X, where X is 3 minus the pitch value of the card revealed this way. So obviously a red on top here would be nice. Tyler sees the Cerebellum processor.
He would have liked to play that, I'm sure, but
that's not happening.
Warmongers says no.
Boosted away. You never know. Sometimes that extra damage could be important. 0-60, peeking and banishing another red 0-60. Still sending it 0-for-4 over.
Notably not using the bracers yet, probably saving them for guaranteed lethal or something along those lines.
Oh, die through data. Tyler has shown that he's able to have a very functional turn despite being under the effects of Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yeah, and he's just stripping away Fuzzy's hand right now. Chipping in.
And what, pray tell, I mean, it would only have been 1 non-block card in Tyler's hand if Fuzzy had sent that that weakest link, but Tyler would still be incentivized to block. So, maybe hindsight 2020. Don't get me wrong. But Fuzzy maybe keeping an extra card for himself and being able to be the aggressor, at least strip some cards from Tyler, might have been the more optimal mind, but it's very, very hard to tell.
1 card and 1 life right now. Really rough spot for Fuzzy.
I mean, he's got to pocket this, but Tyler Horspool is flush with breakpoints. There are so many to work with. Also, backup protocol red to, again, you want that off the top more often than not, but still being able to, bring in another 0 for 4. Does cost you a couple of resources, but hey, if you've got them, you've got a Foundry Heart, you've got cards to burn, it might be an option.
Yeah, it does represent a way out of a blue heavy hand. Not sure if that's what he has, but it can be useful even in hand.
Braces a belief.
Reason, and yeah.
Onto the chain. Pitch value of the top card is red, so it's a +2.
Interesting that he shows that.
He shows this. Maybe a rueful look at Tyler's face.
You know what?
Maybe.
It doesn't matter because
He's at 1. Yeah.
it's
Boom Grenade doesn't matter at this point. Yeah.
Actually,
any
totally
amount
fine.
of damage that Fuzzy takes, whether it's 1 or 5 from Boom Grenade, would end him. So here we go. Does play the backup protocol, cranking it. A little throttle. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, so coming in for 8 damage here. This is a lot of damage.
So it's literally a Goliath Gauntlet. That is what you do with the Goliath Gauntlet in the dash deck. Put it on the throttle. Okay.
Yeah.
8 damage. Boosted, of course. Foundry now to banish the top 2 cards and get resources equal to the number of Mechanologist cards.
And that's 2.
They all are.
And so now he gets to go and maybe find that throttle again.
Oh, that is so... Yeah, it's 0
he's
for
got a
4.
red, so probably not the throttle, but 0 for 4. And this is at the very least, it's the end of Fuzzy's helmet, which is so crucial to his game plan.
Yeah.
Being alive, slightly more crucial.
Bam.
And there it is.
It's going to do him in. Nothing to block with from Arsenal. And Tyler Horspool will advance to 4-1 with that victory there. A very, very impressive start. He was 3-1 coming into this game, right?
Yeah.
Nicely. No, it's on the screen for you. There you go. For some reason, I thought we were in round 6 already.
Yeah. It's one of those days.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Sure.
Either way, nicely done. We don't really get to see, I feel, Michael, a lot of what Zen can really do, right?
Yeah.
It looked like the really early Zen builds where like you just trying to make crouching tigers and just tiger swipe and chase the tail a little bit there, but wasn't able to draw into some of those very powerful transcend effects in time. And Tyler, was happy to ship the bill, go for explosive turns.
Counter on that Hanabi blaster and just kind of kept his foot on the gas, closed it out.
Yeah, impressive stuff there from Tyler Horspool, advancing to 4-1. Looking pretty good here for top 8. And Dash.io, honestly, in this current meta, definitely might have some play.
Yeah.
Do want to respect the more disruptive decks out there, but when it comes to raw damage, even without these ridiculous high-octane turns, she still seems to be able to, present a really strong game plan into decks that want to do a similar thing.
Yeah, and I do love playing Dash.io. I remember when High Octane was kind of on the fence of being banned, and I was rooting for it to be banned.
Okay.
Obviously I didn't want to see Dash.io fall by the wayside, but seeing her here today being able to perform like this, it goes to show kind of how well LSS is doing in making these difficult ban decisions. And it's really great to see this sort of fairly balanced, powerful deck showing up, being the aggressor, and still being able to close out games, even against decks like Zen, who were also hit with bans. We're kind of now in this territory of a little bit of a more even playing field, and it's nice to see, especially the way the meta.
Speak for yourself, fella.
Everyone but Dory is doing great.
You know what? I'm doing fine because I haven't had to take any L's today. It's only W's from here on out. Round 6 is around the corner, of course. Win and ins coming up for many of our players fighting for top 8 contention. Before we get to that, we're going to pull Mr. Horspool in for a quick chat and then head into our last round of suits, so don't go too far. This is the AGE Open for January. Mitch Leslie, Michael Murray, signing out for now. We'll see you on the other side of these messages. Welcome back. The commentary booth is graced once more with the presence of the illustrious Tyler Horspool. Great to be here with you, man, and great performance in that game. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I could use some food, but
Yeah.
I'm feeling good that I started off 0-1 and now I've gotten 4 in a row. So at least one more to go to top 8, and then hopefully 3 more after that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You brought this Dash.io list, which is a bunch of fun. We're going to talk about that in a sec, but quickly, you're one of the managers here, actually, at Top Deck Keep, right? And
I am.
We've seen you make the trek out in the past, to collect a Legion. Like you've travelled out to AGEs there. You've obviously been a huge fixture of the scene. But how does it feel now to have the whole of AGE sort of in your backyard?
I mean, it's insane for I just get to have breakfast and wake up when I want.
Well,
and
you
then
had
head
me at
over here.
breakfast, but
Yeah, but I've been helping set up a lot. People don't realize how much work goes into this, and I certainly still do not. But I am grasping a little bit of that, helping these guys. Oh, we're going to be here this time. I'm like, well, okay, I got to drive back over and make sure that they have everything they need, and I'm like, hey, you guys need any help? And they're like, yeah, get to work. So, but it's been a lot of fun having it here today. I mean, I'm sure hopefully everybody could see from the cameras that there's tons of people here. Everyone's having a great time, and hopefully it continues.
I mean, store's beautiful. It's a great space. We're obviously really hyped to sort of be here. You were just telling me off camera that you started working here with sort of just yourself. No one sort of, alongside you or under you, and now you sort of work with 8 other people at the back here. It sounds like you guys have really exploded over the last year and a half.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a growth the whole time, but yeah, obviously I told you I'm doing the shipping in the back, and that was kind of like a venture that it was like, okay, it's exploratory, you can go for it. Yep. And I mean, starting with just myself and then grabbing another person after that, and now we're up to 8 people that are all just working on shipping and receiving.
So so that's obviously turned into a huge part of your business, right? Is the online component of the your card sales, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's I would say it. I mean, a lot of what we do does touch the front, taking in inventory and inventorying things so that they can sell it up front. But yeah, I would say the back is super integral to helping the front, and we have a great relationship going on there, and the store is really coming into tone. But we got a lot to go. We're not just happy just being where we're at.
I mean, I was perusing the front, and I was pretty impressed with the inventory. There's a Marvel CNC out there that really caught my eye. I mean, for those that are wondering, where they can sort of find this stuff, where do you want to head to purchase cards from you guys online?
Yeah, so right now you can go to topdeckkeep.tcgplayer.com. And if you can order cards from us, get them shipped. You can pick them up in the store if you're close, or if you're coming out for an AGE, just put in the order ahead of time, see if we have it. That's always great to
Can you pay me in store credit instead? That could be because I'm already here. There we go. We're making it happen.
And just so you know, it's a play set of Marvel CNCs.
Shee! Okay. That is. I saw him out there. I was like, holy, okay.
Yeah.
We're putting the crown jewels out there. I like it. It's like the Louvre here in SoCal of cards, man. Let's talk a little bit about the game. You were, and I said this on the cast as well, you've been playing Dash.io for quite some time, right? I saw you last year, I think in a March AGE, on a list that had the optical monocle, and you were opting, and you were doing a lot of manipulation of the top of your deck here. Have you sort of stuck to DO since then? Tell us a little bit about the journey, or maybe what brought you back if you haven't sort of been in the trenches the whole time.
Sure. I've been still playing quite a bit. I have not fallen off the track in any sense of the word, but I haven't been qualified for Pro Tours in a little bit. I think the last one I went to was LA last year.
Okay.
So I did get into DO very early on, and I think it was for that Pro Tour LA. And it was exploratory at that point. Nobody else was really playing a lot of DO. I did take some ideas from other people, but really I just had this list where I was like, this is the new thing. I was playing Steam, or not Steam Canister, the one that gives you a resource in your deck.
Oh, yes.
I was doing a lot of weird things that other people weren't doing, and then people picked it up afterwards, and that was kind of cool. But this time it's more me picking up other people's stuff. So I would say there was that tournament where I was the deck builder.
Yep.
Then there's a lot of evolving. People take your deck and do things with it, and you like it or don't like it. And then, then I have AGE series where I think I played it maybe 3 times in the AGE series. I played some Aurora, especially towards the end of the year, and then I probably played 3 or 4 decks total in that time. It's not like I was just stuck on that.
Yep.
But I keep coming back to it, and at the beginning of the year, I was like, you know what, this is me. I see somebody doing well with Hanabi Blaster with no high octanes in the deck, obviously, and I was like, that's an interesting idea. Let me try it. I tried to put twin drives in the deck, and I was like,
more max fees,
yeah, and it didn't work for me.
Okay.
Like I was like, oh, twin drive doesn't work with Hanabi Blaster because it's third card boosted, not three boost.
Not third, yeah, 3 boost, right.
Yeah, so and since I'm playing Max Via out of my sideboard, I only for long matchups.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a lot of sense outside of a Pulse Wave Harpoon. It's not good enough reason for me to play Twin Drive. So Heist makes it back in, and then Heist has a really cool application that if you do get that item, it makes your the most powerful card in the deck, which is the Cerebellum Processor. That card is insane when you can get it. So if you can get a Cerebellum Presser off the top and you already have one in play, and then you heist and are threatening another free draw for the turn, then it turns into crazy stuff. So that's the direction that I ended up going, was just really following a lot.
Processor, crank, get your action point, draw the card, and you're off to the races there with that.
Yeah.
It's like a threatening, you actually now have these, not just boom grenades, but you generally threatening on hits as Dio.
Yeah, I mean, they're not disrupting them outside of Pulse Wave Harpoon, but they're just threatening more damage, and you really have to think do I want to take this much damage? Because it's one of the best racing decks in the game, and it actually.
I feel that's still the case now.
Yeah, I really think it is, and I think that also it does really well into some of the decks that are trying to disrupt you. I would love to play Anu.
Okay.
But I did play Jarl in my first round, and that matchup is unwinnable.
Okay.
They, all of your equipment, you want to sacrifice it to have bigger turns, but once you do, you're going to get more Frostbites. And then everything they do is an on-hit that's Spinal Crush, Command and Conquer, Erase Phase, they're all going to stop your turn. And so, I had a game where it wasn't even close, and if I could go back in time, I would have registered the regular pistol in my deck, the one that gets a counter every time.
Okay, Teklo passive pistol. Oh, no, so you mean Symbiosis Shot?
Yeah, I would.
I think Taminder was playing Symbiosis Shot in the sideboard in that Portland list that had Hanabi Blaster.
Sure. I was going off a Battle Hardened list, so maybe I missed the list. But I would play it in the sideboard for that matchup, because what happens is you never get a counter on your Blaster.
Right. And you can at least turn an extra action point into some damage, right?
Yeah, I would like some if I'm going to block and not get a Frostbite or whatever, I would like to do 2 damage. Or pitch to play an item to get rid of the Frostbite and then swing 2 damage, right? So it makes the game a little bit more on the even field, but right now it feels horrible.
So you're on Braces of Belief here as well as your arm piece. Is it really that deep? Obviously, we see a lot of players with the adaptive plating that slot. You have that option.
Yep.
Is it kind of just like a Goliath Gauntlet-esque effect? Are you sticking it on your throttles, or trying to make some of these 5s more threatening, right? Turning a 5 into a 7 for a heist, for example?
Yeah, so everyone's either playing Goliath Gauntlet, adaptive plating, or Bracers of Belief, and most people are playing 2, they're playing adaptive or one of those. And the people who are playing Goliath Gauntlet are just wrong.
Yeah, because it only goes on 2 costs, right?
It only goes on 2 costs. What's going to happen more is there going to be 2 costs, or is there going to be a red that I know is on top of my deck? What's going to happen more often is the red way more often. So I like Brave Warrior.
What's your favorite application of the Braces then that you've been able to pull off?
It's a really boring card. I can't claim that it's exciting at all. It's just slightly better than Goliath Gauntlet. And it would be really cool if I was playing Gorganian Tome, or colorless, and I could hit it, right?
Oh man!
But I haven't.
That's how excited we get over a +3 versus a +2. By the way, it's a value gamer over here.
Imagine.
Unreal. Talk us, I guess, through us maybe what you see in the rest of the field here. You said you're happy to go up against New. Where do
I did not go against New. I'm saying that's what.
But you want to. You want to, right?
I want to. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you feel like that's just because you can overwhelm them. Obviously, she can be pretty devastating with some of these on hits. You feel like you can shrug that off a lot.
Yeah. So the thing with New is when they're trying to disrupt you with a lot of the assassin attacks. So because she doesn't have access to Spinal Crush and a lot of the guardian attacks that disrupt you, so she has to stick to Command and Conquer and Erase Face. But then when she tries to do the assassin disruptions, you actually know what's on top of your deck, so you know it's going to hit or not ahead of time. And then also you can do shenanigans where they're okay, I'm going to weakest link you, and then you're okay, pitch the card that doesn't block to play the item, and now you didn't do as much.
Yeah.
So, and again, we're value gaming out here, so 2 points here and there is really what makes up the game these days. And so it's just so much easier to overwhelm them in damage, because if they're trying to attack you and trading damage, it's never going to work. And if they try to just straight block you, then they're not disrupting you. It just doesn't feel the same as like a Guardian trying to disrupt you. Like, you need a really critical mass of disruption to stop a DO from overtaking you if you're just trying to block.
So no Jarl, but everything else you feel okay about?
I would say Guardians in general, so I wouldn't want to play Victor. Or
there's a lone Victor in the room.
Yeah, and I'm not saying like I'm going to win I'm going to crush every time, but I do feel like I have favorable matchups into most of the rest of the field. I played an Aurora today. I've played 2 Zens. I've played an Enigma that was trying to block pretty heavily.
What do you think about, very quickly, this is a bit niche, but we actually have 6 of them here today. What do you think about Vynnset going up against?
Oh, man. I'm actually a little bit scared of that matchup as well. Because they do block well, but I may actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think it's going to turn into the same thing as the Assassin, is that they're just not providing enough disruption to really get there. Like,
not frequent enough, right?
Yeah, it's like the Runeblade disruption is like, because you're just trying to supplement the generic disruption, right? And the generic disruption is not good enough on its own. You need to supplement it with something. Or you need to race, or you need to be able to block very, very well when I fumble, right? So
it's like, it's the action point limitations that Vynnset still suffers from sometimes that might hold her back from being able to keep pace with you, right? If there's any matchup where you're just disrespecting each other's disruption.
That's at least what I think the matchup would go. I've played some, but not a lot of it, to where I feel confident, like, oh yeah, I would do that every time. So
I'm curious to see what's to come. Well done. Thanks for the interview, and also thanks for hosting us as well. Really quickly, folks, make sure you head over to topdeckkeep.tcgplayer.com if you want to find some great singles. Support the store that supports the AGE Open, that looks to support our SoCal scene. We'll be back, of course, with round 6 win-and-ins coming up for many players, including this guy as well. So stay tuned and see how our top 8 is bound to shape up after the break.
High Octane as a card has been banned, but a philosophy, not so much. Tyler Horspool just gave us a showcase of what that Dash.io can do despite having a lot of power cards removed from it. He was able to take down Fuzzy Delp before this first transcend of the game, if I saw that correctly, Michael.
That's right.
We are back at the Arcane Games and Events Open Series, the first of 2025 in Season 3. I'm Bryce Platts, and I am here with my associate, Michael Murray. How are you, Michael?
Doing well. Happy to be here.
Are we holding strong at the end of Swiss, or?
Yeah, we're
awesome.
Doing great.
I'm glad to hear it. Hope that coffee is kicking in nicely because we're going to be here for a little while longer.
Yeah, ready for the finals after this.
Next up, we have 2 AGE Pro Team teammates. It's going to be another team kill, folks. And this one is kind of a nail-biter because both of these players are X1 and potentially going to be losing out on top 8 if they don't take this game. It's going to be Anthony Pham on Aurora Shooting Star and, of course, Zachary Wallach on Prism. Let's take a look at Anthony's profile. What do you know about Anthony, Michael?
I mean, Anthony's a great guy. Every time I walk by him, he's got like a fist bump or an elbow bump for me. Super great, a lot of charisma, really fun guy to be hanging out with and playing Flesh and Blood with, that's for sure.
Let's take a look at what he hopes to accomplish in Season 3. He'd love to win the Players' Championship this year so that his win rate can be above 50%. And that's because Anthony is our first ever Players' Champion from Season 1.
Oh, wow.
And another interesting thing about this matchup is that Zachary Wallach is the reigning Players' Champion. So not only is this a win-in, yeah, exactly. It's a win-in for today and also bragging rights between the two champions.
Yeah, that's great.
Let's go ahead and take a look at. Oh wait, we gotta have our answer to the burning question: Del Taco or Taco Bell?
Taco Bell is goated, but Del Taco is slept on.
Wow, Anthony chose not to answer the question ultimately.
I mean, he's saying Taco. I think he's saying Taco Bell is better, but Del Taco is still quite good. That's how I read that.
I think he's afraid to.
Goated, greatest of all time. I think that answers that.
I didn't know that was a verb. Anthony showing me this and many more things. And his opponent, Zachary Wallach, as we've mentioned before, is the reigning Players' Champion here at Arcane Games and Events. He's got 2 top 8s in the 2024 season, 69 AGE points to boast of, and an above 50% win rate here at AGE.
Yeah, he's doing really well today, showing up on that Prism, showing us what one of these kind of underrepresented heroes can do. And the answer is quite well.
Yeah, if the first match of the day is any indication, Prism is one heck of a deck, and it's here to stay. And Zach thinks he has an extra special read on this meta, and he's going to be able to attack things that aren't expecting it and aren't prepared for it. Let's head right on down to the feature match area where our players are ready. Zach and Anthony having a good laugh, getting nice and settled. Zach crossing his legs as is tradition, and we are about to get into this match. What do you think happens here? Who would you give the edge to, Michael?
You know, it's a tough call. I know that Aurora is very light on poppers and the ability to block, and Zach is representing a lot of dangerous on hits. That being said, Zach also starts at 32 life, and Anthony Pham is not planning on going slowly. So it really is going to come down to the first couple hands and who can put the more aggression out on the field first and put the other player on the back foot.
And it looks like Zach would like to respect the offensive capability of Anthony's Aurora deck because he swapped out his arm piece from Goliath Gauntlet, which is usually paired with that Herald of Erudition, swapped it over to the Calming Gesture, which can create a Spectral Shield and Ward on demand. So I'm sure he's hoping to stuff some of these pesky on hits from Aurora Shooting Star.
Does it have Arcane Barrier by chance?
Yes, it does.
I think that's one of the other critical pieces, being able to prevent that 1 damage ping that could potentially draw a card off of the channel, Lightning Valley.
Very true. Coming in hot on turn 0 with a blue Wartune Herald. Anthony wants absolutely nothing of it. Here's a clean 5 block, which is a little bit risky because there's plenty of Angelic Wraths to get over the top of it. Followed up with a Wartune Herald in the yellow. already getting a nice piece of equipment block from Anthony. I'm sure
Yeah.
he's happy to see that for his troubles.
Anthony does not want to see any figments on the board turn 0.
Understandably so, or even that great library of Solana, which
Oh.
Zachary was able to resolve very early in his game against Colin Eriksen earlier today. Back over to Anthony in the tank a bit, trying to figure out this first turn. Burn-up shock is not a bad way to start.
Yeah, really strong card if you can get to connect. If you can't, kind of a liability I've seen, especially against decks that like to block. I don't think Zachary is running one of those.
And it looks like Zach has found a shoulder,
Yeah.
But besides that, a bit of a clunker of a hand in terms of blocking. I know I saw at least one no block and also a figment. So that's 2 no blocks. One is going directly to the pitch zone. It's a figment, no less, so he would much rather have that in his deck rather than in his hand. So off it goes to protect some Arcane, as Anthony follows up with a Ravenous Rabble 4/4 because we revealed a red card on the top of the deck.
Good start for Anthony Pham here, kind of putting on the pressure right away, demanding cards from Zachary, putting him on the back foot to start.
And Zach's going to go ahead and cover that up with a 3-block and also the Phantasmal Footsteps, paid for by the 1 resource floating after pitching the Figment of War. Anthony closes the chain, following up with an E-Strike, which is going to bottom a card from his hand. He elects to choose the mode Draw a Card to refresh that arsenal and carry it over to the next turn, electing probably to choose the card, which is ostensibly 3 value over the 2 value pump that is written on E-Strike.
And now Zach is faced with the question, 9 damage to your face or ship it? Block it all out and say go again.
And it's a really difficult question for Zach because, ooh, he didn't have the card block in his hand, but he found himself a that all you got for the arsenal on turn 0, which is going to cover up that E-Strike and make Anthony Pham wish he had given that thing +2.
Yeah, being able to keep a card is really good for Zach. Probably just going to arsenal and pass, but at least it gives him more cards to work with on the following turn.
And we've talked about the efficacy of those Angelic Wraths giving Prism access to the Dory mentality, the poker face, the ability to cheat out on hits, which are presented on every single one of her Herald attacks. Here comes Flittering Charge. Anthony deploying an Electromagnetic Somersault to return it to his hand. Not only that, also give that attack go again.
Yeah, those 2 cards paired together are so powerful.
And we've got another instant in the hand to boot. It's one of those beautiful promo lightning presses.
I love
give
that card.
Go again, yet again.
And Zach is taking a beating out the gate. Has a hand it seems like he's pretty happy with, and so deciding to keep it all.
Ship that damage, and ship it he will have to because finishing up is Anthony Pham on Arcanic Shockwave, fused no less, so there's going to be 1 arcane damage because he revealed a lightning card from his hand as an additional cost to play that card. So it's 4 + 1 is the ask from Zach. Does he want to go down to 15 life in this, the second turn of the game?
Yeah. And he set 1 card to the side. Yeah, we'll just have to.
Which I believe was another Angelic Wrath, so maybe he's just saying, like, I need this to pitch, or I can't block with this, so I'm not even going to consider it.
Yep, no blocks. He likes his hand.
Can't wait to see what Zach's got up his sleeve.
Yeah, and this is the thing about Prism. When they get low, they're not really low if they're keeping a big swath of cards because those Angels come out with Ward 4 and just out of nowhere, suddenly you're completely insulated from damage.
Case in point, at one point in round 1 on stream, Zach was 10 to Colin Eriksen's, I believe it was 34, and he ended up taking that game.
Yep. So Prism really kind of using that life total as a resource. One of the reasons LSS gave her less life, because you can't give someone like this too much of that resource.
Another Figment goes to the pitch zone for Zachary Wallach to deploy Herald of Triumph. This is going to be coming in for 7. It's also, if Anthony was able to find one of those pesky poppers, going to reduce any of the power of the attacks that Anthony blocks with by 1. So no popping this Herald, ostensibly, as long as Anthony hasn't brought in any 7 power poppers.
And there
Looks
it
like
is.
he hasn't found him here.
Zach getting the first Figment of the game.
Also the first blood drawn on Anthony's side of the board, for that matter.
But this is kind of where things could potentially turn. Anthony had a great start, but now Zach has the tempo.
And so he elects to choose probably the most notable and powerful Figment in the deck. That is Figment of Very Edition. What do you think of this choice, Michael?
Well, I heard drawing cards is so good that they had to ban it. And this is one of the few remaining ways, and it doesn't just draw one, it draws two. This Figment is gas. Getting the Ponder out, in addition to being able to flip into the Angel, is just such an efficient turn. And right away we see Anthony going all the way down to 25 as Zach gets to draw back up to 5 cards once this Ponder pops, and have the option of Ward 5.
Just like that, how the turntables.
Hold on, I'm seeing a Sigil. Is that, where'd that come from?
The Figment?
I'm sorry, the Sigil.
The Spectral Shield came from, Zach followed up the Herald of Triumph with a Herald of Protection, which on hit goes to Soul and also creates a Spectral Shield, which is also why we have an additional Figment out on the board. Because every time one of those Heralds connects, he's able to find a Figment.
Yeah, a lot of hero abilities are once per turn, but not Prisms.
And so here goes Zachary Wallach also activating Prism, which is free because of his chess piece, Empyrean Rapture. He's going to go ahead and flip Avalon, Angel of Rebirth, and maybe recur some of these yellow cards in his graveyard moving down the pipe.
Yeah, I really like this. You know, only being able to choose one to flip, he chooses the one that he would rather let die. And now really it's 25 to 20. 21, sorry.
Anthony Pham leading off with an Entwined Lightning, fused of course, so it has go again. So Zach is aware of a second strike in Anthony's hand. Anthony is, however, holding on to a Channel Lightning Valley, which could cheat out an additional card if Zach is not one to block this. But he's going to have to get through a little bit extra because that first attack is just going to take care of the Angel that you so astutely pointed out was there for defense.
Into 4 power attacks is so good.
Following up is Flittering Charge, blocked by Herald of Very Edition. 1 damage is currently leaking through. Can Anthony give it go again? He does hold on to that Channel Lightning Valley, which is going to give go again to the Flittering Charge, and also potentially get that point of damage and get a card draw, but alas, there's a Spectral Shield hanging out on Zachary's side of the board. Next up is Starfall, which has go again, and +1 because of the Channel Lightning Valley that has been played. That all you got devoted by Zachary Wallach, which is the perfect defense for that because it's going to allow him to draw a card at the end of this chain. And finally, Anthony Pham finishes up with a Snatch. What a burner of a turn.
Yeah, threatening to draw 2 cards here, but no go again means that he will essentially only get the value of 1.
Well, if Zach decides to let this hit, Anthony Pham has a burning piece of equipment called Snapdragon Scalers that could extend this turn beyond what is reasonable for Zach to deal with.
Yeah, and we can see Zach blocked with a Herald of Erudition because he has another one in hand. Really scary to see somebody committing a Herald of Erudition to block because that kind of tells you that they've got something even better or at least equal to that card sitting in their hand still. But now you're right. I think there's a huge risk here of Zach taking too much damage off the back of a Snapdragon Scalers and a Snatch. So looking to possibly commit the rest of his hand to blocking, which would once again shift the tempo back in favor of Anthony. You really, really want to force all the cards out of Prism if you can. And Anthony's doing a good job of it so far.
Zach, very lucky to have found as many blocking cards as he has. He's also thinking that he is sitting on an additional card once this combat chain closes. So he wants to be cognizant of that, and he doesn't want to waste whatever comes off the top of his deck due to the That All You Got that he blocked with earlier in the turn. That being said, you just cannot give 2 cards to Aurora, who is representing an action point on board.
Yeah, the power of that turn, even though he didn't get any damage through, was crucial to preventing Zach from having an absolutely terrorizing return attack.
And Anthony has found a very good response to this 1 card play that Zachary was able to put together. It's a Wartune Herald, but it's been blocked by a Sigil of Suffering in addition to the Grasp of the Arknight, which is going to draw Anthony a card because it's going to ping Zachary for 1 arcane damage, and he doesn't have the resources to block it.
Oh, wow, and look at this. We've got the Arc Lightning set up here. This is exactly what Anthony needs at this moment in the game.
Here comes Arc Lightning. It's one of Aurora's power cards. Whenever you go again this turn, deal 1 arcane damage to any target. The next action card you play this turn gets go again. That's anything. A Snatch, a CNC, whatever. And also, Arc Lightning is going again at the end of being resolved, so it's going to ping for 1 arcane. Asking Zach the question again. You want to let me draw a 3rd card off Channel Lightning Valley?
This Channel Lightning Valley has been crucial.
All thanks to Anthony drawing up that Sigil of Suffering out of nowhere.
Zach tutoring up a Figment here. Did he...
Yeah, -1 power.
Oh, because of the Light of Soul.
So he pitched to Light of Soul, which is going to reveal the top card of his deck. If it was yellow, it went into his Soul, which I think it was, because I don't think I ever saw him play that Herald of Triumph. And yes, and that is what allowed him to go find another Figment, because when that yellow card went into his Soul, its name was Herald, so Prism Awakener of Soul activates. Out comes Figment of Triumph. It's going to give all of Anthony's attacks -1 until Zachary's turn, which is nice. It's an extra little bit of life buffer. It's kind of like a that all you got, or I'm sorry, this round's on me on a stick.
Yeah, very useful here, especially when there are breakpoints being presented.
Zach also floating 1 to maybe deal with any of this pesky arcane damage moving forward, which we know is coming on the back of this Ravenous Rabble. This Ravenous Rabble only coming in for 3 despite revealing a red card off the top because he's getting -1 from that Figment of Triumph. Covered up perfectly by Zach. 3 on the defense, and then that 1 extra for the arcane damage coming from Arc Lightning. Anthony activating Grasp of the Arcanite, which critically goes again, so it's going to ping Zach for 1 just on activation. And then, of course, we've got the Rune Chant carried over for maybe a little more split damage.
Yeah, so far Zach has been doing a really good job protecting his life total. Of course, he's going to need to find a time to pivot if he wants to get the tempo back in a way that he can close the game out.
Zach pitches a blue, 2 floating, AB1 on the activation of the Grasp Arcanite from the Arc Lightning trigger. Here comes Starfall, which is going to be 2 because we played a Lightning card this turn. It's going to be 1 Rune Chant on top of that, and then also 2 physical go again, which will mean another ping of arcane damage.
Yep. So 4 damage being represented with this attack.
Zach luckily is floating enough to take care of that the split arcane damage, and then hopefully, oh no, he does not block the Starfall. Maybe it's a non-block in his hand. So Anthony is going to draw for Channel Lightning Valley. That's a 3rd card that has been drawn off of Channel Lightning Valley.
Yep, and it looks like he got a Sigil of Solace, which while isn't a tempo providing card, is an instant, which is nice in the context of, you know, being able to weave it into the rest of the chain. Looks like he's opting instead to create the embodiment of Lightning and arsenal that Sigil.
So this might look like a weird play, right? Why wouldn't you just play out the Sigil and then pocket the Burn-Up Shock? What Anthony is doing is making sure that he has 2 Lightning cards in his pitch zone so that he can put another flow counter on Channel Lightning Valley and keep it around for another turn.
Yeah, as long as that Channel Lightning Valley is on the field, Zach feels pressured into blocking. And as long as Anthony Pham is chipping him through all of that, it's really, really dangerous for Zach. He needs to find his footing here, but attacking with the Figment of Erudition means he can draw some cards up and maybe get some of that tempo back.
Yes. Here comes Soraya. A card from Soul has been banished, so Zach will be able to draw 2 cards. And he's indicating that he is ready to do that by turning those cards on the top of his deck to the side. Anthony is thinking about responding in some fashion or facet.
Uh-oh.
The effect resolves. Zach gets 2 cards, one of which is Wartune Herald, and the other of which might be another Figment?
The fact that he is able to draw before the attack resolves is actually crucial here. Anthony, representing a shock in hand, could have potentially popped that Angel, but Zach drew the cards that he needed to block with AB if Anthony did choose that line of play, and so he opted not to, seeing as it would have just been covered up anyway.
And Anthony demonstrating why he chose the Balance of Justice for his headpiece, because he's going to be able to activate it here. Balance of Justice, there was so much speculation about whether it actually sticks around after the banning of the books and Art of War, but we've seen it resolved for its effect twice today.
Yeah.
Against 2 different heroes. So despite Zach throwing something Anthony's way. Anthony is still staring down 5 cards.
He was able to stop all that damage and maintain a 5-card hand. He still has Snapdragons to Scalers, and he has Channel Lightning Valley out. So we are looking at another absolute bomb of a turn from Anthony.
Here comes Shock, Burn Up. Both sides resolved. Zachary Snap pitches a Figment of Ravages into the pitch zone to cover up the Arcane from the Shock, which means he has 1 more floating to devote to those Phantasmal Footsteps after Anthony sends E-Strike. I didn't catch the mode, but I imagine
it was draw a card.
Draw a card? Yeah, okay, cool.
With the embodiment, I think that's a really good call on Anthony's part. 1 card, 5 go again is very powerful.
Zach saying just the Phantasmal Foot. Did he take the damage there?
He blocked it with his Angel.
He blocked it with the Angel, thank you.
So 4+1.
So all covered up. Moving on to the next chain link here. Looks like Anthony has found himself without enough sources of go again. Neither of those cards
Yeah,
in his hand.
this is looking like a Snapdragon's play here. Maybe? Okay, he goes for the Starfall. Huh?
It would be interesting to go for the Starfall because he can't, it won't have, oh no, it will because he resolved the Shock. My mistake. So next up is Lightning Surge, currently without go again. But we're still holding on to the Snapdragon Scalers, Michael.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe he has a Blink in Arsenal, but aside from that, I think we're seeing the Snapdragons committed here.
It was curious that Anthony thumbed his Starfall.
Yeah.
Because maybe he was thinking he could pitch that snatch away, but it's also entirely possible that he just says, I want to say 4 as many times as possible. It doesn't matter if I beat myself by drawing a card off of snatch and not being able to play it.
Uh-huh. And I don't know what's in his arsenal at the moment, but it could be that he wants to arsenal the snatch.
4 damage, no go again, is currently on the combat chain. Zach blocks it out fully by 6. Snatch is the follow-up. Zach only has 3 more at his disposal, which means that 5 damage is going to get through.
Yeah.
1 for the snatch itself, and then 4 arcane damage off the burn-up.
Drawing 2 cards, neither of which he can play this turn, as he is out of action points. Sink Below and Current Funnel.
Anthony will be able to pitch it to Aurora if he wants to create an embodiment for the next turn.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, Current Funnel goes to the pitch zone.
Oh, and look at that's right. It was the Sigil. So fantastic use arsenaling that. That's the flexibility of that card is fantastic because you can play it as if you had, it's an instant. You can play it whenever the heck you want.
So Anthony Pham got 4 cards off of that Channel Lightning Valley, if I'm not yes, he got 4 cards off of that Channel Lightning Valley. So can you say maximum value? Anthony Pham can.
Yeah, that was a really good Channel Lightning Valley.
Zach's got one thing going for him, and it's that there's a D-React in Arsenal, so it's 1 less 4-power thing that's going to be coming at his face.
Yeah, and we've kind of hit the point in the game where Zachary Wallach is at a low enough life total that I would be doubtful that he can really turn the tempo back in his favor. Usually you need to use your life pool as a resource, take a hit, and then send 5 more cards back at them that are even more threatening in order to shift the tide. But we've kind of entered the point in the game where, short of a miracle or a complete brick, Anthony's really in the driver's seat here.
Got 3 4-power attacks on the combat chain for Anthony Pham. The last one will get 1 damage through. Otherwise, Zachary has blocked it out perfectly, but lost his chess piece for his troubles. Again, drawing back up, passing back over to Anthony. He really needs Anthony to slow the pace of this game. Draw a clunker, something.
Yeah, and it can happen. I mean, Aurora running instants, non-attack actions, even just all attacks can be a very clunky hand. So Aurora needing to sort of thread the needle in terms of drawing a nice mix of cards.
And Zach getting a little bit of a reprieve. Anthony resolves an electromagnetic somersault without any targets, just so that he can give his Starfall go again. So this is going to be 2 go again. Zach is questioning whether or not he can actually do this without any targets.
Yeah.
We're going to do a quick judge call and see if we can clear that up.
It does say up to 2 attack actions, so you can choose 0, but they can pull a judge if they're not sure.
Yeah, you can just do it that way.
Yeah. So Zach is saying you could just play the Starfall out and then play electrostatic somersault because the main
I think what he's
quandary
saying is
was like you don't have an
during...
active chain link.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, maybe he's right about that. I haven't.
So Anthony just waits until he has resolved Starfall on the active combat chain, then plays the electromagnetic somersault, satisfying that clause. And here comes Second Strike, which is going to have +1 and go again because Starfall has connected. Zach takes 1 damage off of that after a 3 block. And now Static Shock is the final blow and has Lightning Flow.
It sure does. I thought for a second Anthony Pham had that real clunker, but unfortunately he was able to pull it through.
Unfortunately, Anthony is a stellar player at piloting this deck and many others, including -IE, Mr. Screw 'em Boost himself. Drawing up is Anthony Pham, and unfortunately it's another Arsenal pass on the side of Zachary Wallach.
Yeah, he's been on the back foot for a long time now.
Kicking it off with an Entwined Lightning fused with a Gone in a Flash. If that doesn't spell doom, I don't know what does, Michael.
Yep. We saw the E-Strike in hand, presenting a way to go wide without any embodiment tokens, as we see him play that.
Down to 1 is Zachary Wallach in this round 6 of 6 of Swiss in the AGE Open in January 2025. E-Strike takes 2 more cards, and the last is a non-block. Ascending is Anthony Pham straight to the top 8 of this Open series.
Yeah. And we're not exactly sure yet if this means Zach is out for sure, but we will definitely fill people in as we learn who made the top 8 cut.
We've been told by our judging staff that 1, X, and 2 will make it in based on the number of participants today. I'm sure Zach is close to the top of that
X2.
X2.
Contender for that, but we will see.
Yeah, it remains to be seen. We don't want to count him out, but this was a high-stakes match, no matter what.
Yeah.
Did that go about the way you thought, Michael?
No, I actually thought the Prism was going to have a better showing there, and I think, you know, it may just be that the game comes down to the way the Aurora draws. I think the Prism needs the breathing room to set up the Angels, so the Aurora has to basically not slip at all, and if they do, all of a sudden the Prism can really claw back, and it's such a tempo game that really it's just kind of a question of who's the attacker, and do you have the resources, the life points rather, to pivot and take the damage and then gain the tempo. And we saw Zachary do that one time that game, was able to flip the tempo once, and then Anthony sort of just said, okay, I'll take the damage and I'll do it back. And at that point, Zach didn't have what he needed to pull it through.
And then he drew 4 cards off of the CLV, and that certainly didn't help anything.
Yeah, exactly.
And 1 off of the Balance of Justice to boot.
Yeah, a lot of card draw from that Aurora.
Yeah, Prism is not the only one that can do that. Not only -IO, but also our premier aggro deck in Aurora Shooting Star, who I will insist is still the premier aggro deck.
Yeah.
With all that said, we've got one more thing to mention before we go to break, and that is, of course, the fires here in Los Angeles. If you are looking for ways, if you are fortunate enough to have some extra funds or some extra time on your hands and you would like to volunteer, donate, either money or supplies, etc., to those of us who have been affected here in Los Angeles, it would go a long way. And we would love it if you would visit the link at the bottom of your screen, socalhelp.age.events, and see what you can do if you're able to lend a hand. So many of us here in Los Angeles, in the local Fab scene, have been affected irrevocably, and it's been a life-changing event for all of us. So any help that you might be able to provide is both appreciated and very generous. And yeah.
Yeah. I think we've got an interview here in just a moment.
We've got an interview with the winner, Anthony Pham, who's going to be trudging on over from the feature match area, and we can't wait to hear from him.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Stick around. Hear from Mr. F.M. Boost, Dr. Come to Locals himself. More with Anthony Pham after this. Sometimes lightning strikes twice. In the case of Anthony Pham, it strikes week after week. It's Dr. Come to Locals. It's Mr. Screw 'em Boost. It's technically anti-meta Anthony, but is Aurora anti-meta Anthony?
Unfortunately not. She is the most represented hero here at AGE in Top Deck Keep. So I am unfortunately playing the anti-meta.
Anti-meta Anthony. So if you know him from his streams where he talks about everything that is off meta, that's not the Anthony Pham that is present here today. That being said, Anthony, you put a really good showcase of Aurora Shooting Star on for us against Zachary Wallach. How does it feel to take down the guy that took your title?
Pretty bad because I'm driving home with him. So it's going to be a pretty awkward drive home.
Yeah.
But it's always fun playing Zach. We always play at Armory too. Both we go to the same locals, so I basically play him every week. So it wasn't anything new in that sense. But we knew what was on the line. They were debating putting which stream game on, and I was like, hey, just saying, the AGE champion Season 1 is playing the AGE champion Season 2, and it's a winning in.
And they're in the same carpool, dadgummit.
Yes, and I don't know why I was making the case, because I was like, I don't want to get destroyed by Prism, but it turns out luck's on my side today.
Do you think it's kind of a coin flip of a matchup?
I think it is a little bit. I would not like to see Prism, but I think Aurora has the tools to deal with it. She doesn't have any innate poppers, but she does have Lightning Press. She has Instant Speed Arcane, so there are ways around it. But I drew hot, so I got there.
Yeah, speaking of poppers, do you have anything in the sideboard like CNCs or Weak Slings?
No, because there's no 0-cost 6 damage spells.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, for the electromagnetic somersault?
No, it's just you don't want to ever pitch with this deck unless you want to keep Channel Lightning Valley around.
Yeah, so I was honestly expecting a lot of these Aurora decks to maybe be adding some more blues, changing their curve, namely because of the advent of Ice coming back into the meta. Is that consideration for you at all? I know we saw Marcus Brown showing off the power of Frostbites against Aurora when he played V earlier today.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so it is only one Ice deck, and it's not that popular. So I'm hoping that I don't play Marcus, but it is a very weird matchup. I think Aurora just has good math anyway, but the Frostbites can definitely help. Against the defense reactions I have to pay now for Somersault, so it can definitely get awkward. I actually played him at the Armory last week, and both times he played Red Arctic Incarceration for 3 Frostbites, I pitched my entire hand to play 1 attack. So that card being back is just not fun for me, but I was once an Ice abuser as well, so I can't complain.
Yeah, you got to take your Frostbites on the chin at that point. I was an Ice abuser as well, so.
Yes,
you know.
I was a cool Ice abuser. I was playing Icelander, he was playing Lexi. So.
Oh, Icelander's cooler than Lexi?
Definitely.
Get out of here.
She's the only hero that can play Crazy Brew as an instant.
Out of here. You talk about anti-meta. I was anti-metaing with Lexi before you were anti-metaing with Riptide.
That's not true. Well, actually, that is true because she came out first.
That's so true. And also, that was before Outsiders made her the most OP deck in the game.
Yes,
so.
Same with Riptide.
He's poised for a comeback, man. You said it yourself.
Yes,
he's going to be feasting on these Draconic Ninjas and Warriors.
The Hunted is the best thing to ever happen to Riptide because the 3 classes that come out in that set are just the best possible classes for Riptide.
I guess since we mentioned Riptide, we should probably pivot over to the actual anti-meta part of your personality.
Yep.
Anthony, just about every week, with the exception of this holiday break, you bring the people anti-meta and a weekly dose of it. You generally stream on Wednesday nights. Tuesday nights, I'm so sorry. You usually stream on Tuesday nights, and more often than not, you're talking about ways to attack the meta that people won't see coming.
Yes.
Top of that list
is
our boy Riptide.
Of course.
Tell me more about your obsession with the anti-meta.
Yes, so I'm obviously not as good as Michael Hamilton or any of the blue pitch guys.
I disagree.
Unfortunately, at the moment, but I'm working on it. But those guys are playing the meta champions, and you can definitely learn from them. But no one's doing any content for Riptide or all these heroes like Vynnset's now getting up there too. So I just want to be I want to share my passion with the community. I want to know how it feels to load a battering bolt and hitting for 7, and then they have to discard all their defense reactions.
How about the Preem black tar drug that is Buzzsaw Trap?
Oh yeah,
that's got to be my favorite reason to play Riptide.
Yeah, if you guys watched that one stream I did first, we did actually a trap tier list. It wasn't even on the schedule. This guy made the entire tier list in under 5 minutes for me, and we listed each one in order. And I think the new one coming out. Chain Reaction, the one that defends a go again, and then now you can play a non-attack action as instant speed. That one's going to be pretty good too. I think it's going to be A tier, if not S.
What are you mainly hoping to pair with that? Is it? I saw some speculation about maybe 3 of a kind with like a trench activation. That could be sick.
Yes.
Or is it like plan for the worst?
So if you do play 3 of a kind, I think you have to play the New Horizon build because you have to flip it up from Arsenal, I believe. So it's not as good with Trench because if it's just not New Horizon, just one Arsenal.
Oh, I'm remembering the
3
card
kind is only the So the best card right now, I think, is obviously Codex of Frailty. Card's still broken. Now you can play at instant speed, which should be frightening to everybody. But my favorite interaction is Plan for the Worst. I don't know if we could pull up the card at all, but Plan for the Worst is basically a non-attack action that Riptide can play. It doesn't have go again, so it's obviously balanced. But you can search your deck for 3 traps, and then you put 2 cards to the bottom of your deck, and it's Seek and Destroy effect. And you get to look at their entire hand in Arsenal. So if you play Chain Reaction, flip that bad boy up, you can go get your favorite trap.
It's a combination between like Demonic Tutor. I don't know what I would compare Seek and Destroy to, but also like look at their hand, which would be like Thoughtseize maybe a little bit, and then also a mixture of, I don't know, just spice and flavor.
Not to mention, you could also go get Chain Reaction.
And Magical Hats, that's what I was going to say. Because you reveal all these traps and then you put 2 at the bottom.
Yes. You could also get another Chain Reaction, play it, load with Riptide, and then flip another Codex or Plan for the Worst and do it again if you wanted to. So just infinite possibilities.
I can't wait to see what we come up with. And I vow this, one of these days I'm going to bring Riptide with you to an event.
Okay.
I guess it can't be an AGE because I'm chained to this desk here. You can't see it, but I've been stuck here all
Definitely
day.
not in February. We're drafting.
Yeah.
That would not be legal.
We're drafting in February.
Yes.
If there was a way I could get you to play Riptide in draft, I
could just add him as a Blitz hero. That'd be cool.
Yeah, that's fair.
That would be a grandiose time.
That's fair. You heard it here first. Riptide coming your way in the Hunted. He's the other assassin that they haven't revealed yet.
He's the best class in the Hunted.
So, Anthony, talk to me about your take on Aurora. It's right here. I have the Ledger of Ancestry, the Anthony Pham Lightning Bible in front of me. And what is this I see? Is that a Crazy Brew?
It is a Crazy Brew. It is a Crazy
Brew. What's that all about?
So if you know me and my time here at the Age Circuit, I do love myself a good Crazy Brew. I notoriously roll very bad, but it is one of the best cards I've ever seen in my life.
You do? I've only ever seen combat chains like 8 wide with Briar that start with a Crazy Brew activation.
I only roll well when it's against really good players like Christopher Alley.
Well, that's when you want it anyway.
Exactly, yeah. I need all the edge I can get. But I love Crazy Brew because I love finding out all the different ways we can cheat it out and negate the action point that it costs. So in Icelander, famously, she can play it at instant speed from her arsenal. But there's a card in Aurora called Arc Lightning. And what it says is it gives the next action card Go Again. Crazy Brew notoriously does not have Go Again. So what you could do is you can Arc Lightning Crazy Brew, and then Crazy Brew is now Go Again because of Arc Lightning. You do 1 Arcane, and then you roll the dice. Rolling the dice, if you land a 1 through 4, doesn't matter, you lose or gain health, but you do ping them for 1 more Arcane because it has Go Again. And then if you roll 5 or 6, they're probably dead.
Oh man, Anthony, this reminds me of the deck that, I don't know, you're famous for so many decks, but let's also talk about that pet deck of yours, the Blitz KO Ready to Roll deck that rocks Crazy Brew like a mofo.
Yes. So that is possibly the upside of the action point, not being able to cheat it out. I guess you could with Scab Skins.
Sure.
Yeah. But the reason why the deck is so good is it's called OTKO. When the Blitz season comes back up, I'm going to play it on stream. I'm going to show everybody what it's all about. But basically, you just set up this entire board. You run all the equipment that roll, including the headpiece. Knucklehead.
Yep.
Sometimes you run Scowling, but you basically run Barkbone Strapping. You run Skull Crushers, which says if you roll a 5 or a 6 this turn, your boot attacks gain +1. And then you got Scabskin Leathers. You basically have a Crazy Brew out. You wait until you draw both Ready to Roll and Blood Rush. You play them both. you Crazy Brew, hopefully roll a 5 or 6, and then you roll all of your equipment, hopefully roll a 5 or 6, and then if you have extra action points, you play the first attack, hopefully it's Swing Big, and then Swing Big hopefully doubled, and that's like +5 from Skull Crusher, 16 from the attack, so like you're doing like 22, and then Claw. You basically kill them in one turn.
And even if you don't have the Blood Rush, I've seen you resolve a 10-foot tall and bulletproof with, with a 5 or a 6 on top of it, too.
Yes, it is. So 10-foot tall and bulletproof, the new card, is a 2 for 10, but it gives you IP2. So one of my favorite lines when I was first testing the deck, I rolled for Scabs, and then I got 2 action balls. I was like, yes! I played one 10-foot tall and bulletproof. I doubled it to 20, and then I played a second one, but I rolled a 1, I think, so I got 5. So I did 25, and then on my next one, I drew no cards.
And your opponent had to block out because you were swinging for 25.
Yeah. So we just had this weird stalemate of I'll pass and I'll pass.
That sounds like oodles of fun, Anthony. I know it seems like the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. When I was watching you play on Talishar, it felt like one turn would be, I hate this deck. I hate this game. Next, I love this game. I would play this deck forever.
Yes, yes. And Jonah being my running mate with that deck, he loves Brute, so he was screaming all the way too. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, I love it, Anthony. You're such a pillar in this community, and for good reason,
thank you,
my guy. So besides Crazy Brew, what else we got? What else we got in this deck that gives me a little bit of Anthony fan spice?
Not much else. I do have the Poison one. I'm only on 1 Flicker Wisp. I really like.
It's interesting to me. Yeah.
Yeah. So Flicker Wisp, I think honestly, I've always ran 3, but I felt like I've never used all 3 in that regard. So I feel like having 1 is okay, especially against like stuff like Enigma, where you can break the like important ward by having a source of 2 Arcane come in. So it's really annoying to deal with. It doesn't line up all the time with your Arc Lightning, so I just put 1 and I'll be patient with it until an Arc Lightning comes. But I wanted to run some tech cards, obviously Crazy Brew, and then Poison the Well because I heard some CYB people were going to be here. And
you weren't wrong.
Yeah, a lot of CYB. I actually want to tell you about an interaction too, if we have some time.
Please.
So, if New banishes my Crazy Brew, I know we're going deep. So if New banishes my Crazy Brew, she can play it, right? And then she can activate it. So if she rolls a 1 or 2, she loses 2 health.
Okay.
If she rolls a 3 or a 4, she can gain 2 health, but I can Poison the Well in response, so she can still lose 2 health. But if she rolls 5, 6, I'm probably dead.
So you're telling me you have a tech card to play around your own tech card?
Yes. Just in case things go awry.
Anthony, I think you've come full circle, my friend.
Yes, yes.
I think the anti-meta is hitting a little bit too strong, brother.
We're going for the 3rd anti.
I feel like we're on our way to another Christopher Nolan movie if we just dig a little bit deeper.
He's making the Odyssey.
That's awesome, Anthony.
Yeah,
so we're maybe not anti-meta today, but we're still Anthony fam, and we're still loving life. You mentioned earlier driving and carpool, so I have to harken back, and we have to talk about the Haunted Pilot buff.
Of course, let's do it.
What is the deal with the Haunted Pilot? Why do you love it so much?
I love cars that seat 8 people.
Okay.
Specifically 8. That is awesome. And I have a lot of trunk space. So we can always carry a lot of people, especially from OC. Unfortunately, Age has never really come to OC because of the shops. No fault to any shops out there. But, you know, it's been at Collector Legion. It's been at here now in TDK. So driving is a little bit out of the way, but I just love being able to get the companions into the car. We're all driving there, talking on the way here. You know, tech cards, whatnot. My favorite part is actually after the event. We all in order. We sit in order of how we did. So if you did really bad, unfortunately, you're nearest the trunk. Anyone that's ever been in the Haunted Pilot knows this, but you can sit at it shotgun if you did really well. But we basically go in order and say what our favorite moment was from today. It could be good or bad. And I've told a lot of funny stories that hurt me, but they're all so funny. It's always just a grandiose time. And I feel like everyone now kind of expects it. Like we get into the car, I start driving, and everyone's like kind of patiently not saying anything, waiting for me to say, all right, guys, what's your favorite moment from today? So it's a lot of fun. Everyone sharing their favorite stories. Everyone gets to talk. Even if you went 0-4, surely there's something good happen. Yeah.
I think the best moment that I'm picturing from that interaction is the guy that's in the trunk piping up going, I loved it when I lost 3 times in a row.
Yep. My favorite part was Alan Huang, who's playing Alan Lube. He's he was the first time in the Honda Pilot, and I told him, let's do it. He was sitting right next to me because he won. You know, he doesn't play, and then he wins out of nowhere. And I was like, what's your favorite move from today? And he just started giving me a match-by-match summary. So round 1, I did this. Round that, I was like, that's not how it works, man. Just give me one moment.
You got to cut him off.
Yes. He started to get to round 3, and I was like, just choose one, man.
That's amazing. So do you happen to have any of those Honda Pilot sleeves on you?
Yes.
Why don't we bust them out? Why don't we show the family
it's
how ingrained the Honda Pilot is to a lot of community members, including the AGE Pro team.
Yes, yes. Let me see if I can grab it. It would be very awkward if I actually didn't pack any.
It would be. I'm giving you the perfect opportunity to plug your product
That
here.
would be straight up a lie to you, Bryce.
You would. You would be anti-meta, Anthony.
Yes.
At that point.
Let's see.
So one day in the team Discord, Anthony posted that he wanted to buy a set of these sleeves. Hold it close to your face so it's nice and in focus. That is indeed the Honda Pilot right smack in the middle, and I said, yeah, sign me up, coach. How much do I owe you without even thinking about it?
Yes, yes. Just a custom Dragon Shield. It was last year I played a lot of mech, and Bryce notoriously, I forgot how it even came up. Oh, no, I think you came into the call, and I was playing Dash, and you were like, dude, how do you beat these defensive matchups? How do you beat, like, Guardian? I'm like, you know what, Bryce? Fuck them, boost. And that's how the moniker started, and we printed out these sleeves. They're a lot of fun. I went to Portland with these sleeves, and I was sitting around a bunch of Dash IOs, gave them all to the Dash IOs. There was a judge that came up to me and was like, dude, I saw your sleeves. After your game, can I get one, please? I was like, of course, man, of course. Yeah, so if I see you and you love Mechanologist, I'll give you one. I have it always on me. Now that I know it's in my deck box.
And it's crass language, folks, but it is all in good fun.
We censored it.
We censored it. Yep. This is it's now kid safe. This is PG-13 Flesh and Blood right here.
Of course.
PG-13 Flesh and Blood community.
Yeah.
So it's important to mention that we love the Honda Pilot buff, but you've also just team killed a member of Honda Pilot, Zachary Wallach, who is not only a member of Team Honda Pilot, Team AGE, but also the currently reigning Players Champion in from 2024 Season 2. Are you going to take this whole thing down, Anthony?
I'm going to try my best. I told Justin, or I put on my survey that I wanted to increase my win rate at Age Championships to above 50%. So that's a big goal of mine. I hope to win this year, and I know for sure I can't come next month, so I'm doing my best to get as many points as I can.
Would you take so it's also important to mention that because you and Zach are mainstays in the Honda Pilot,
yes,
we currently do not have a single AGE player champion that doesn't ride in the Honda Pilot.
Yep.
So would you take a consolation prize? If you can't take it down, who from the Honda Pilot would you like to win Season 3's Players Championship?
It's a personal favorite of mine. He's also a local at Kingslayer.
Say who I want you to say.
Today wasn't his day, but it's going to be Moises Lopez.
Yes!
He's
absolutely love
our
Moises.
resident Moises, as Zach coins it.
Not Moises.
Moises, yeah, Moises respite. But I really want him to win. He's played Ninja for so long. He's played Zen. Today wasn't his day, but he's coming. He made it a promise that he was going to do a lot better and cash a lot more events in 2025, and I believe him.
I do too. Moises is shout out to Moises. He's one of those extremely selfless teammates. It's an honor to have him on the AGE Pro team. When we were in the World Championship in Osaka, I was playing the calling, and the night before, you'll remember that Ira the Scarlet Revenger was coming out and was going to be first-time tournament legal at that calling.
Yep.
And so the night before, Moises was testing like a fiend, and he posted like an entire page on Discord about the different iterations of Ira that we could see and what we could expect, how to feel out what iteration everybody's on. And that moment, I was just like, Moises is the kind of teammate that I want to be. If we had 16 Moiseses on our team, we would be in a great place.
Yes, yes. If we had 16 Moises, we have one less Alex Warren. That's okay with me.
And even that is a victory.
He's so supportive. He's the best teammate you could ask for. And even though he's still a really great teammate, he's putting on the burners now. He's gonna be up there.
I can't wait. Yeah. I cannot wait to see Moises ascend and for Team Honda Pilot to defend its turf.
Of course.
Well, Anthony, I do want to give you a break before top 8 because, folks, we are not doing a dinner break as we traditionally do. We're probably going to be doing away with it for the entirety of this season, but we're going to feel it out with players, see how they like it. And furthermore, that means we will not, as we normally do, have to migrate to a new stream. We are in at no risk of going over YouTube's maximum time limit. So you can stick right here and go absolutely nowhere because there's going to be more Flesh and Blood after the top 8 announcement coming right up. Anthony, thank you so much for being here, man.
I got so hungry hearing you.
Why don't you go get yourself some Indian food across or next door, or maybe even a Habit Burger, whatever you're feeling.
We'll see how it goes.
Bottom line, get charged and get ready because Anthony Pham is a lock for top 8. And more Flesh and Blood, more sparks flying, more Anthony Pham, more Doctor Come to Locals after this.
I'm a doctor. Come to Locals.
Here in Riverside, California, the sun is set, much like the stage, for our top 8 of this, the first Arcane Games and Events.
That's why you wanted to
Series
lead
of
us in?
2020. Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty good, right?
It's not bad. I like that.
We're dads. We can appreciate
that. No. It's not even. No, honestly, that's not even on the nose. That was like pretty good. I like that.
You've been great, everybody. I'll see myself out. No, we've got our top 8 announcement locked and loaded. Let's take a look at it without much further ado. Huh, Mitch? Who do you see? Who do you like?
Okay, like them all, because I'm a big fan of Flesh and Blood, the card game, and also my SoCal homies. But there's some really interesting matchups here. So Marcus Brown is the sole Guardian that has made his way through, and Tyler was very specific in saying Jarl is the deck he does not want to see. Anything else, fine. The level of disruption, though, that Jarl leverages, and obviously the impact of, Frostbite for Dash.io is a big problem. So I'm curious to see how that game plays out. I also love your boy Colin in another top 8. Just keep stringing them together. He's that good. And 2 Vynnset Iron Maidens competing. And also a third just bubbling out as Aidan Kwasneski not quite able to make it in. He ends at 9th. So today's been a great day for Vynnset.
And Runeblades in general, because we've also got 2 Auroras in the top 8. It is a Runeblade meta once again, thanks to the advent of Rosetta. The next match that we are going to be bringing to you is the one at the top of your screen. It's the 1st seed versus the 8th. Andrew Rudin, my teammate on the AGE Pro team, who's been piloting new Alluring Desire to perfection all day long, but we have yet to get him on stream. We just haven't had a good matchup, and we're excited to showcase him now. Going up against Julio Adame, who you saw versus the Dash.io player Patrick Rubalcava earlier on in the day, who, by his own admission, is not really a CC player. He namely plays Sealed at a Hidden Fortress, hailing from Oxnard. Yeah.
Wow,
yeah,
okay.
He says, I'm not really a CC player, but I watch all of Pudding Tam stuff, so I copied his list and brought it here today. Furthermore, Mitch, he didn't even pay his own way. He said he wasn't going to come, but his buddy said he'd pay for his ticket. And so here he is at top 8. Rewarded for being kind of complacent about showing up at all.
Honestly, navigated a great game with a lot of decision points up against Patrick on that Dash.io where it really came down to the wire. So he can say what he wants about himself, but in my opinion, he's a quality player and absolutely is right at home amongst our top 8 here in our first AGE Open tournament. There you have it. The stage is set, but let's talk a little bit about the stakes. Oh, we're on the same wavelength, baby. $400 is our winner's prize here today, but also crucially 30 AGE Open points. And all the way through the tournament, you're able to pick these up, 13th through 16th, even getting themselves 8. And that matters. And frankly, if you can place 13th to 16th for each of our Opens, you're with a decent shot to be in the Players' Championship. I mean, that's a top 16 invitational at the end of the year with $3,000 on the line, as well as a gold cold foil and a PTI care, of course, of Legend Story Studios. So
last year, Mitch, I talked a lot about the interesting part of the AGE standings, and let me tell you, by the time we get through 8 of these things, it's not at the top. It's not in the first 1 through 6 or 8 players. It's at the bottom. It's around that 15th to 16th slot because all the players in the Opens, if we were to extend the standings in our graphics down to like 16th, 18th place, they're all separated by like 1 or 2 points. So the last Open of the year is the most exciting one because so much is on the line. The win-and-ins mean win-and-in for the rest of the season. It's like making playoffs, man.
Yeah.
It's a really exciting time.
It's a big deal, but by the same token, that's why it means so much to come out here to the first AGE of the year, snap up first place, be basically halfway to qualifying there, and then, get to stress a little bit less about the rest of the year as it sort of goes on here. But we've had deck checks done. We've obviously had our top 8 players announced here, and we were able to have a little bit of a poke around. We've had a look through the deck lists into this matchup because we haven't seen New on stream yet today. I really feel like New is the kind of hero who wants to make you block. Her win condition is to make you block when you can't afford to. That feels like exactly what she wants to do. And then she starts to, just tear you apart. See, when you make the wrong choice in blocking against, like, let's say Dory, for example. No reason I bring that up, but let's just say,
I've heard a lot about Dory today, Mitch.
She gets a +1 counter. But when you make a wrong block against New, you get thought seized. Yep. And that's obviously what she's very good at doing.
Sometimes twice.
Yes, tearing your hand apart. And there's also non-conditional, I would call it non-conditional disruption in the form of Mask of Recurring Nightmares that lets you, if you have Transcended, have that Chi in hand to banish a card from your opponent's hand. See some really interesting interactions, over the course of the day. Obviously, the Electrostatic Somersault in the Aurora deck brings cards back into hand, but remember that New can banish blocking cards. So that interaction is quite interesting, given that the turn player gets to decide the order in which this occurs. So normally when the new attacks and there's a block and maybe an Aurora player is hoping to get the cards back via the somersault, if they get banished, if they're blue, I think they had to be blue, right? Or is it attack actions?
No. It's any action cards that are blocking stealth cards.
So you're blocking stealth cards, so that's important. So they get banished. So Aurora cannot pull those back into her hand with an electric static somersault. So that's a very niche interaction that is really important in this
because those triggers go on the stack, and the turn player, like you said, gets to order the triggers. It's kind of interesting. I wonder if Julio is going to be aware of that interaction. It'll be curious to see if we
we've had two judge calls about that today. So that is like something that people are still wrapping their heads around a little bit there. And if you're on the wrong side of it, it can basically derail your game. So
it also means no time extensions for our top 8 because Connor has probably got that one locked and loaded, ready in the chamber, right?
I mean, yes, he's very much ready for that. Connor, of course, is already performed deck checks and been solo judging this event. Again, it's like a 50, 60 player event here. So big shout out, of course, to Connor and all our local crew coming out and volunteering their time to make this kind of happen. We're going to jump into the game. It's time to get our top 8 started, folks. Andrew Rudin on New Alluring Desire, of course, up against Julio Adame out of Oxnard, of all places, who didn't even necessarily intend to be here today. Snuck into top 8 with Aurora Shooting Star.
And I can't wait to see this matchup. One, because we haven't had a New Alluring Desire on stream all day, and boy, is she the answer to some of these premier aggro decks, and Aurora is the premierest of those, in my personal opinion. I think Andrew is the one to pilot this control-y, still very damage potentially deck into Julio Adame's Aurora.
Andrew also Mr. Max Rarity over here, basically always blinged out. So keep an eye.
It's Dr. Max Rarity, actually. He didn't go to Rarity Medical School to be called Mister.
My bad. Has an Arcane Lantern here in this matchup, so pretty important to have some form of AB. And New as a dual wielder can actually, really bring in that Lantern for pretty low downside, something that Assassins especially are sort of known for. It's going to be important when it comes down to those Channel Lightning Valleys, trying to eat up some of those pings of damage or make sure that you're not giving your opponent any free cards.
Since you mentioned Rarity, Mitch, it's important to mention that full art cold foil Arcane Lantern that Andrew has in his equipment slot probably came from winning an AGE Open.
That's
Each
right.
one of our competitors that takes down one of these events gets one of those on top of all the other prizing. Just as a thank you for joining us here at Arcane Games and Events. Here's your Arcane Lantern.
It's a fun little bit of flavor there, that's for sure.
Going first is Julio Adame, and really in the tank about what he wants to do here with this turn 1. The counter's on the Tunic, and we are really thumbing our chin at this Exude Confidence and other smattering of four power attacks.
I think the Exude Confidence is interesting in this matchup. I mean, on the face of it, it mostly shuts down defense reactions, right? Or means your opponents cannot deploy those onto a chain that has an Exude Confidence of greater power than the defending card. So we're going to see it come out here. Andrew Rudin, likely probably sitting on at least one D-React here, is going to opt to just put the Hiss in front. So Exude's effect is on. The defending hero cannot play or activate instance or defense reactions as combat chain, but Andrew Rudin really just takes the 1 damage. We'll see if Exude ends up being a definitive card, but it's a fun little point to keep an eye on.
And Julio has also developed a Sigil of Lightning for his trouble, so even though he hasn't been able to activate Aurora Shooting Star, he is going to have go again at the start of his next turn, no matter whether he has a natural starter or not.
How much Seal do you think I need to play to get such a blinged out deck, CC?
At least 2 more, Mitch. At least 2 more.
My goodness. Yeah.
Here comes Beckoning Mistblade, followed up by Surgical Extraction. That's pretty spicy there.
Yeah, absolutely. Crucially, Beckoning Mistblade is going to confer the go again to Surgical Extraction. It comes in at a breakpoint, and it says, when this hits a hero, banish the top card of their deck, and then look at their hand and banish a card. So a number of these effects in these new decks. Pretty important, I think, for Andrew's game plan of being disruptive. Oh, look at that. Trying to make sure this is lined up for the camera properly. Still got it wrong, but still appreciate it.
Maybe he's lining it up for Julio.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe he's that good of a guy.
Yeah, give him the benefit of the doubt. So that is blocked out. Current Funnel and the Grasp of the Arcanite do get in for 5 block.
Popping is the Sigil of Lightning on Julio Adame's side of the board, conferring an embodiment of lightning to our well-dressed rune blade. Probably our best-dressed rune blade, if you had to say. Definitely the one with the most flair.
Yes. I mean, I don't think Visualize would bring much drip to the party. If I'm honest with you.
No, his is more of a grunge kind of fashion, I think.
It's not really my style. Gone with a flash, though, comes in here with Go again. And remember, when this attacks, the next time Julio plays an instant, this chain link, he can return Gone in a flash to his hand. Now, that can happen after damage. So you can get your damage from the card and then put it back in your hand. The first time I figured that out, I was disgusted.
Yeah, disgusting it is to see a Gone in a Flash recurred several times. And recur it will be because another Sigil of Lightning hits the battlefield on Julio Adame's side of the board, which is an instant.
Is that Judge Promo Sync below?
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, my God, Andrew.
Like I said.
Behave, brother.
6 years of max rarity school. He's the doctor, all right? He's got his diploma, and he's got his license to practice.
Okay. Well, second strike comes out here from Julio Adame, and it's yet another sync blow. Man, really wish he had that exude confidence this turn, my friend. Would have been quite nice. Again, that really just represents, a 4-power attack. Nothing crazy about the second strike. You need to have attacked already to get value out of it. And hey, here's another 0 for 4. Snatch this time through. Can you not? Are they all Judge promos? No, they're not. Okay, that would
Hold on, I thought 3 of a kind was basically outlawed at this point.
Yeah, Ranger cut. Yeah, well, okay. Well, suffice to say, there are no more syncs left in Andrew's deck.
There are 3 Fates, however,
yeah.
And you better believe that he's bringing them in against the 4 Mama herself, Aurora Shooting Star. Desires of Flesh in the Japanese fashion is coming out on Andrew's side of the board. This one will confer life gain on Andrew anytime he banishes an attack action card, which, because of news hero text, which you can't read on Andrew's card because he's Dr. Max Rarity, will be any action cards that Julio blocks with on any of these stealth attacks will automatically be banished. And we got our first Transcend of the game, and Andrew's really happy to get that out of the way early. You better believe that that is going to move straight into the Mask of Recurring Nightmares and get rid of more cards out of Julio's hand. I think the most important thing for Julio is understanding that the likelihood of him ever having a 5 or 4 card hand that he can actually play with is basically nil.
Yeah.
He's got to be comfortable using 2, maybe 3 card hands to get there in the end.
Yep, that is that unconditional disruption that we talked about right at the start of the game. Andrew pretty comfortably able to transcend so many of his attacks. I mean, this attack, is nothing particularly exciting in terms of what new offers. It is pretty basic. It's stealth. It's 1 power. You gain a life for banishing the right card. There's like a number of cards of that variety available to new, but you can do all this extra on top here. You can force your opponent to respect you to some degree, and they cannot ignore you at least. And this is Julio off Arsenal, so really now his turn gets shrunk quite substantially and has to think to himself, can I afford to take a off turn, develop Arsenal, or do I try and just send these 3 cards and try and get some action going?
Goodbye is Gone in a Flash thanks to the trigger on Desires of Flesh hitting Julio's face. It is important to mention that Andrew has found his first blue card in Julio's bin, which is Current Funnel, which later on could be a really massive turn extender if Andrew is able to activate the active text on New Alluring Desire. He's going to be hoping to fill Julio's bin with a lot more blue cards, but there just aren't that many in the deck.
It's 3 chi to activate, and you can play a blue card from your opponent's banished zone. Excuse me.
Any number of them, Mitch.
Yeah, that's
for
right.
0 cost.
Yes, as long as you pay that 3, that chi resource. So pretty nice. Aurora, I mean, has some blues, I suppose, to work with. That's why, New quite likes, the Zen matchup sometimes, getting access to a lot of that action. I don't know, how relevant we should expect it.
It's probably not going to be super relevant, but the fact that he has one just means he has one more option to close out the game. right? He doesn't necessarily.
I will block your attack with $800 US.
You haven't seen these?
I've got one. I actually cracked one. I got a box of Dynasty. I don't know why I did that, but ended up paying for itself in the end.
Wow, must be nice.
Yeah, it was nice. So my luck outside of that has been pretty poor.
And the fact that you didn't sell it to Andrew Rudin is kind of interesting to me.
Regretting that now. That's fine. Is the weakest league coming in. So more disruption from Andrew Rudin here, saying to Julio, if this hits you and you have an on-block in your hand, you're going to have to discard it. And crucially, God, I'm saying crucially a lot. I've got the Brian Gottlieb
I hadn't noticed that.
illness.
Critically, Mitch, you're on the chopping block here.
Importantly, he gets to see Julio's hand. That's really relevant against particular heroes here. And I think Andrew getting that extra information is going to be quite important.
So Julio definitely had a non-block in his hand. He had an electrostatic discharge. I wonder, yes, he did indeed sync it away with Sync Blow, which is kind of risky, right? Like, Aurora runs a lot of those non-blocks. It could have been
you could have drawn another one.
And then all of a sudden Andrew's got an arsenal.
Yeah, that's a scary prospect. So still, Andrew gets a good look at this hand and gets to sort of plot out what he expects Julio's turn to look like, which, again, I think that's pretty straightforward. There's a tunic counter, so all of those cards in hand are playable, right?
Yeah, they're all 0 costs.
Yep.
I don't believe we have a lightning card for Julio. I didn't see one, so the embodiment of lightning is going to get eaten up by either the Scar for a Scar or the Arcanic Shockwave, which won't be fused. And the rough part about that is he's not going to be able to. I'm sure he would have loved to be able to just play out the Starfall with his Tunic counter. Yeah. That's basically why the Tunic exists in this deck. But instead, it's just going to be 2 4s rather than 4 for 4 plus a 2 and other shenanigans.
Yeah, Arcanic Shockwave says if this is fused, deal 1 arcane damage to target hero. It does require that lightning card in hand, as you mentioned. But for all intents and purposes, it joins the class of 0 for 4 go again cards in Julio's hand. Scar for a Scar does not have that, though. He's at higher life than his new opponent.
It's very curious, this Just a Nick block that Andrew put out in front of the Arcanic Shockwave. I wonder if that telegraphs the fact that we don't have a 1 power attack, and then he blocks with a 1 power attack. So shows what I know.
Yeah. I mean, it might be like a turn where these are the kind of turns also where you just like throw a Leave No Witnesses and then Arsenal a card. Like you sometimes get these like turns from new, which are very reasonable. Putting a Leave No Witness in your graveyard to Codex back at some point is also pretty nice.
And it does seem crazy to block with a Justin Nick, especially if you are on the receiving end of it. You never want to be hit by that card. But also, that's one of those cards that really wants to be paired with something that has a super relevant on hit. Even though Desires of Flesh is a possible target for Justin Nick, it's just not that threatening, right? You would much rather have it be on a Bonds of Agony or a Persuasive Prognosis.
Yeah, on the Bonds. And if, especially if you can, you need those reactions to turn on Bonds, right? So, okay, Crown of Providence put in front. That was the block here. What was that with the Lightning Valley?
So that was the banish from the top
of the
deck.
Nice hit for Andrew.
Because Leave No Witnesses has 2 on hits, if you can believe it.
Arsenal and top of deck. Pretty good.
Assassins have on hits, because you didn't know.
I mean, and just amazing small hand plays, right? That's what we're talking about. Andrew, like we said, can afford to block with some cards that weren't amazing and then still send that. So, Channel Lightning Valley and Starfall comes out here. So not in sort of response, not at instant speed.
It was at instant speed. So
okay, so it was
Julio did this thing that really good Auroras do. He presented the vanilla Starfall with his Tunic counter, waited for Andrew to say no blocks, then played Channel Lightning Valley.
Just seeing the order on the table they are makes me think it was Channel first. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that means Andrew can't do too much, and we'll have to allow Julio to draw, and he has done so.
We still have 5 cards ready to go.
East Right, Lightning Press, current funnel in the hand here. And a Lightning Fuse. All right, 0 for 4. Let's get in there.
So he might even be able to deploy this current funnel because he's already swung with his weapon, so he doesn't really need to pitch to it. It's also entirely possible that current funnel goes to the bottom to fuel that E-Strike, which might just be super duper good to have. We also have a Gone and a Flash in the left side of his hand, but the only instant he has is Lightning Press, which doesn't work quite as well with Gone in a Flash because of that thing that you described earlier where you can bounce Gone in a Flash the first time you play an instant on its chain link. But the problem is if you play the Lightning Press basically in the reaction step or any time before damage, in order to get the Gone in a Flash back, you would have to bounce it before the
and then you get no damage,
resolves.
Right?
Exactly.
And then if you play it after, that's fine, but you don't get the +3 off the Lightning Press, right? So, okay. You can't have it all, Aurora players. I hate to break it to you. So that current funnel, excuse me, in the pitch to make an embodiment of lightning.
Not a bad idea there. It's entirely possible that we just go ahead and cycle that lightning press for a different card with the E-strike.
It should be E-strike. I mean, why do you want go again if you're not going to throw something, if you're not going to bookend here with a Gone on a Flash? This might be E-strike 7, go again, then Gone on a Flash?
No, we're drawing it.
Okay, draw it.
Lightning press is what you have, and lightning press is what you'll get.
Them's the breaks, my friend. All right, that is 5 go again on the Lightning Strike. Julio drawing a superfluous card in the end.
But honestly, that's A-okay. Ultimately, E-strike in this case was a 1-card go again, 5 go again, which is absolutely insane. We talked about earlier on in the day the versatility of Enlightened Strike, and the reason it makes so many decks, and the reason it's been a mainstay since the first set of Flesh and Blood, Welcome to Wraith, is because of how versatile it is. You got 3 modes that you get to choose from. The cost is that you have to put a card at the bottom of your deck in addition to playing the card. But the flexibility that it affords is insurmountable. You can buff it, draw a card off of it, or give it go again. It's just a good card, Mitch.
Yeah. Andrew here just accounting for the damage taken from that E-strike. I mean, your new opponent is holding full grip. I see a Codex in hand here, so there's a lot Andrew can do with that next turn. So Gone on a Flash here. Just really a 0 for 4 to close the chain, or to end the turn, rather. But if we look back over it, Starfall was for 2 and Twine for 4 and Lightning Strike for 5 there. So there's a very respectable, 15 damage turn with a drawn card. And a Channel Lightning Valley that is going to hang around. And likely a pocketed Lightning Surge. Lightning Press, excuse me.
Do you think Julio deploys this Lightning Press, Mitch?
I'd be a little surprised.
You think so? I think if I'm sitting in his seat, I want to deploy it. I sense that my new opponent is willing to take damage this turn, which makes me think that there's going to be some form of disruption. One of the scariest in my mind is leave no witnesses.
So you don't, all right.
Oftentimes, I just want to leave my arsenal clear against these new opponents, or any disruptive deck for that matter. If I have the opportunity to take the damage when I can, I take it.
Okay, yeah, trade the card in, get 3 value for it.
Exactly. Which we know that Andrew is holding on to a Codex, so maybe that's less of a good play because you're more susceptible to Codex. It's a tough spot, but 9 times out of 10, I send the Lightning Press because I just feel like my arsenal's going to get disrupted.
Yep. All right, and you are correct. Julio does go for the Lightning Press here, and Andrew, I mean, just takes so much of that damage. Julio realizing it's probably going to be a little while, if at all, that he's going to have another big turn like that again. So trying to make hay while the sun shines, rather the lightning strikes. And many cards in this hand he should expect to have stripped away from him. We're going to open with a Scar for a Scar. Of course, it's the Team Covenant one. Okay, brother. That's pretty nice, I guess.
Dr. Max Rarity Flex. We have Bonds of Attraction here. Okay. This is not on the spectrum of super threatening blue 1-power attacks. I think this one is kind of mid-tier. We talked about Desires of Flesh maybe being the lower tier. This is mid-tier. It's going to allow Andrew to banish any card from Julio's graveyard on hit. Oh my goodness, and he's also stacking on a Venomous Bite and a Fang Strike.
Okay, so Fang Strike Slither, of course, to give that go again. So that's a lot of attack reactions, my friend. So obviously Venomous Bite, is obviously what creates the Fang Strike and gives that +3 here. So Andrew is trying to, make use of every card in his hand here, which is something that, doesn't always have the easiest time for. If she hasn't Transcended, for example, she can't sort of throw something into the mask here, but these reactions here are good for the damage, and then we know it's probably a Codex of Frailty in the hand there for Andrew. So,
and Mitch, he's got his Tunic counter online with 1 floating. You know what that means? Max Rarity CNC is going right back to the bin. So he is going to give Julio a card in his arsenal, force him to get one, rather, and then he's going to go ahead and send a CNC and say, "You're not going to get to play with this half of the Codex. Sorry, man."
Yeah, do you feel like that's better than sort of pulling his Leave No Witnesses back out?
I do, just because you're making use of the Tunic counter, and also you want to push as much damage as humanly possible.
Okay. It's an extra 2 damage, and it is a good use of that Tunic counter, and you can get it back into cycling, I guess.
Yep.
And I think Julio knows whatever card he puts in his arsenal here, he's likely to lose. Also, Andrew gets a ponder token here and to fill that arsenal up after the fact. You're right.
It also gives Andrew the opportunity to show how much money he has once again.
I am rich. Asset rich. Yeah.
Perhaps, rich no longer. Yeah. Not in liquidity.
Yeah, that's right. That's still wealth, my friend. Are you going to flip over the card? Okay.
My friend Andrew is not liquid. He is solid.
So, Julio with a card to arsenal.
And he's deciding on a discard here.
Yeah, he's got to lose a card from his hand, so that is disruptive in and of itself.
And the rough thing for Julio is that he doesn't have 2/3 blocks.
That's not great.
We've got 2 2 blocks and 2 nons, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, sometimes you hit the bad beach, you know what I'm saying? Julio's trying to figure out, what am I supposed to do about this? All right.
Discarding one of those non-blocks and Sigil of Lightning. That's the last one in his deck.
That's one less card that doesn't block enough, but now the other 3 cards in the hand that don't block enough are going to have to... Do not block with a tunic, my friend. He's thinking about it. How do I stop this CNC? I mean...
Did you catch what made it into the arsenal? I think it was E-Strike, right?
I think whatever it is for Julio, it has to... What are the good one-card plays?
Well, I think it would be E-Strike here because he plays it out, bottoms the
card in hand,
which is not ideal because Frailty is online, but I think that's the best.
I mean, what else are you going to do? Like, you don't have a disruptive on-hit, like, and leave no witnesses that you could just put in and have a one-card play. So keeping a card to hand and E-Strike, giving the tunic up for blocks is...
I mean, he's not threatening nothing here because he still has Channel Lightning Valley on board. So even though this is only probably going to come in for 6 and it's an easy block,
I think he's deciding on mode here.
There's no way you got.
Does he go for go again? And
I think you got to go for power here.
Yeah, why not? You've got virtually a Ponder token, right?
And he's rewarded once again with the Lightning Press.
That is so brutal. So Frailty token takes this down to 4 because it came from Arsenal, but it still represents a breakpoint. And Julio off the draw is seeing it. Yeah,
checking his time. He's like,
how much longer do I got to sit here? That is heartbreaking. That Channel Lightning Valley has just been pulling lightning presses out of the deck. Obviously, it's just not a card that really works here for Julio. He cannot make use of it.
I think Julio... Oh, no, it works. He can play, play it on the Enlightened Strike, and then he draws a card off of Channel Lightning Valley and replaces his arsenal.
Okay.
It's pretty sick, honestly.
All right, that was actually you. I think
that was the best
worried
case
that would be a bit of a dud.
I think that's the best he could have possibly hoped for. And with 2 of them already out of the deck, I don't think I ever would have rolled those dice.
Issuing a retraction officially here.
Have I convinced you?
Yeah, very much so. So that arousing wave pops out in front.
This is a point where Andrew is really hoping he found one of those Fate for scenes because we know he's out of sync belows.
I bet you it's the Chinese art one too.
His shoulder don't lie. Yeah, we have seen one of those actually.
Lightning press.
And Andrew's sitting there like, you got to be kidding me right now.
That's pretty good. Channel Lightning Valley in play.
Yeah, normally I wouldn't like this play, Mitch, because if he draws pretty much any other card in his deck, because he doesn't have an action point, I guess he could use the Snapdragon Scalers, but 9 times out of 10, he's not going to be able to play it. It's going to be an IP penalty. But he finds the Lightning Press, which if Andrew wanted to full block that out, it gives him a combat trick to get around it and then replace the arsenal.
But what's the difference between, I guess he could have said E-Strike, for it would have been for 6, I guess. So better the Lightning Press a 4 power than to the 6 power draw.
And at least at that point, you're preventing Andrew from having another super wide turn like he had the turn before.
Here it is, though.
Yep.
Bonds of Agony in play. This is a card that gets pretty nasty when 3 or more attack reactions get used in this chain link. By the way, Mask of Recurring Nightmares is an attack reaction. So on board, Andrew has 2 in the Arousing Wave. And the
Arousing Wave is essentially 2 because you get the Fang Strike and then you get to play it.
Oh, it's a hiss, by the way. So don't worry about it. We're doing all the things.
So we're sitting with potentially 5 attack reactions at the ready?
Yep. So we have the hiss here to give +3. Slither gives go again.
Oh, and there's our Transcend, so we'll activate Mask as well.
Great. Yeah, rip cards out of the hand here.
Mitch, I can tell you love playing against New.
Oh, I love what it does. I just wish that it was a warrior, honestly. Like, that level of disruption is just so nice. But Preserve Tradition here is just, obviously for that Transcend. This is the second blue card played this turn, so flip that gorgeous-looking Chi over and pitch it to Mask of Recurring Nightmares, saying before blocks, Julio, or rather, no, blocks have been made. We're in reactions, excuse me. You have to banish a card from your hand. And this is, let's do some math. Count along with Dr. Max Rarity. It is 7 power. Also saying, well, I look at your hand, take the card out, then I look through your graveyard and deck, and also take up to 3 copies of that card out of it.
It's any copies, so it can be, if it's a rainbow in the person's deck, which I don't think Aurora really runs that many rainbows, you can choose any color.
Okay.
Yep, it's pretty nasty.
What are you targeting here? What do you...
Let's take a look at the hand. So I see
Burnout
Static
Shock?
Shock. Static Shock is really juicy because we haven't seen any others played. Exude Confidence already has one in the bin. Burn Up Shock, I believe we've already seen one.
Also, you can banish the card that you don't want to be taken out of your deck here by the Bonds of Agony.
Which maybe is exactly what Julio just did, putting the Burn Up Shock into his banish zone.
Flicker Wisp here is an option.
I'm really looking at that Static Shock, honestly. No, you're right. Maybe it is the Flicker Wisp, but also I think Andrew needs to be really cognizant of what Julio can do just on this next turn. I think you want to rip as many of those 0-for-4s out as possible.
Yeah, Flicker Wisp obviously represents a part of the combo that Aurora can put together with Arc Lightning and basically just ping the opponent for ridiculous amounts of damage every time he sort of goes again. But it requires a little bit of setup, and setup against new is difficult to do. Okay, the Static
Shock goes
is
right to the bin. Andrew's going to find 2 more copies in that deck.
And he also gets to look through the deck, by the way. A very underrated aspect of this card.
Which, don't get me wrong, in the top 8, it's open deck list at this point, so both players were allowed to review each other's decks before we went live.
Obviously, in Swiss, you do not have access to that information, so it can always be handy. Yeah, just getting to see the hand, getting to see the deck sometimes is pretty big. So, Julio, initially choosing not to block or respect this bonds, now finds his hand size limited to 2 cards, cards that Andrew is aware of.
And hey, the turn's not over, man.
Oh, wow. A Beckoning Misplayed off the back of this with Go Again. That would give a blue card Go Again as well. You know, whoa, my goodness. Okay, Persuasive Prognosis is the follow-up here. So on hit, banishing the top card of a player's deck and then looking at the hand again to banish a card with the same colors. So you do want those to line up here, but Julio might just get 3 cards ripped from his hand against his will. He's just going to block with them instead, say.
I mean, the nickname for the Aurora deck is the Red Sea, so you might as well block with it here because the chances are you're going to lose that Exude Confidence
Well, like the Dead Sea, because I'd be salty as heck after
that
particular exchange.
Well done indeed, Mitch.
Very unhappy. Yikes. Well, Julio, why don't you just pass back? So that is a turn in which we've seen like 2 of New's, I would say 2 of her biggest power cards used there. And frankly, you know, Andrew's been able to shrink the life deficit. Julio was at sort of 25. Andrew wants damage though. He actually wants like those looking for scraps to be disrespected. He wants to get Julio down in life, but now he starts to get throwing these 4-5 card hands out. Has to hope he has the ability to extend these hands and get value out of every one of the cards. I think I see a Surgical Extraction in the hand.
Too, and also a Transcend card. We got a Weakest Link, and was that the promo Scar for a Scar?
Just got to make sure it's...
If it was, I think Andrew would be snap playing the Scar for a Scar, honestly, so it's probably not that.
I mean, that's a great example. The same as like the looking for the scrap-esque. Like,
yeah, exactly.
I need to do something. I think that's a homage to Ancestors in his hand.
It is.
Life Gain's good. Would like to do some of that.
Life Gain is not bad. As is tradition in these game stores late at night, the Commander players are the ones that are making the most noise, despite the fact that we're in a top 8.
I mean, the only time I've heard Commander players get animated is the Rule 0 discussion. Yeah, they're going for it. Or unless it's a Monopoly Go that's being played.
Oh, absolutely. That could be pretty brutal as well.
Okay.
Andrew really in the tank here. What is that last card?
A Sigil of Solace at the back of the hand, I think. Okay, Weakest Link. Is that...
Maybe it was one of those Fate First scenes. It's so hard to tell because he's promoed out to the nines.
I think we need to Beckoning Misplayed into a Go Again sort of blue stealth attack and then follow it up. So let's see. Here's a Misplayed. And you never really want to block this, but you know that New can do some pretty nasty things with it. Also, the Levels of Enlightenment to follow it up was a pretty nice play as well.
That's the aggro deck. You 9 times out of 10 just cannot afford this because you know, if they do have those blues on deck to capitalize on the Beckoning Misplayed, most of the time their turn's kind of a dud anyway, but this is a banger. This is Surgical Extraction.
Yeah. So again, it's less about the silver generation that Andrew's excited about, but once again, getting to just look at his opponent's hand and banish a card. It's like the 36th iteration of a card in the new deck that allows you to look at someone's hand and banish a card from it.
So Julio is in a situation where he's a little bit go against starved. We don't have so the best case he can do here would be to play out that flittering charge, snaps it, and then go current funnel into something else. But he's saying no. I just want to respect this. I'm going to go ahead and devote 5 block to the combat chain, and I think it's a good play. However, Andrew is still sitting on his arousing wave. So he's gotten 2 cards from Julio at this point. He could cash in the last card in his hand just to pop the arousing wave. Yeah, push it over 1, and then you almost are guaranteed to get another turn after this.
We talked about it a few turns ago. We said Julio's having his last wide turn here. That's the one where he threw the lightning press on that sort of...
And exactly why I think it was so important to do so, right?
I mean, you make a great point. He wouldn't have had a use case for it had he not thrown it there. So, yeah, well noted. Okay, so Andrew instead is going to Arsenal. So happy to get 2 cards out of Julio's hand without trying to disrupt it any further. What can our Aurora player do off of 2 cards in an Arsenal? Plus Snapdragon Scalers are still alive.
Julio being a very good mannered player and making sure Andrew doesn't put his Beckoning Mistblade into the graveyard. It's all about fun play here at AG, and even though these players play super clean, we also play super nice.
I mean, one thing about Andrew's deck is he has 2 copies of Beckoning Mistblade, so we were straight away looking for like Flick Knives or something or like Concealed Blade. Like, what's he doing here? But no, none of those cards in the deck. Maybe sometimes he just wants to dual wield them. Here's Ravenous Rabble. Did flip a red off the top, which makes this a 4-powered attack with Go again. Pretty good given Andrew's life total.
It's a great start, and we know that Julio has another 4-power attack in his hand, and if Andrew chooses not to respect it, he is getting into a scary range here because there are sources of arcane damage in this deck. Speaking of which, here comes Arcanic Shockwave, fused, of course, with a Flittering Charge, which means there's going to be 1 arcane and 4 physical.
Andrew needs more damage. Like, he needs Julio to be the lower life total here. Levels of Enlightenment committed to the block here. It's Persuasive Pognosis. I mean, it will be Poggers if he can get something out of the hand. There's also Scar for Scar and looks like a Codex in that hand, so that's a pretty wide turn.
It depends on what is in Andrew's arsenal. Based on the way he's blocking, he's got to have the action points to do all this.
We didn't see it. It could be like a blue attack. You're pitching the Prognosis maybe, giving the blue attack Go again. Scar for Scar's there. Codex, something valuable into your arsenal, maybe.
Codex is going to be a real banger at the end of his chain. Oh, but here comes the Snapdragon Scalers. Julio.
Flittering Charge.
Blood.
He's going to go for it. Okay.
You've got to. You've got to at this point. You've got to take cards out of Andrew's hand.
Can you afford to lose the Mask of Recurring Nightmares here?
He could.
Block duty.
I don't hate that, especially considering he doesn't have a cheat card, at least in the hand. It's possible that there's one in the arsenal. We know it's not the homage from the previous turn because that went into the pitch zone.
Yep. Decisions. Can Andrew Rudin afford to part with another card from his hand here? He doesn't really have Julio at a low enough life total to feel comfortable about being able to close the game out from here. Julio's respected a lot of just like the vanilla damage that Andrew's presented this game.
I know why he wants to hold on to that Persuasive Prognosis. He wants to pitch it to the Beckoning Mistblade because he'll have his Tunic counter online, and then he can once again do the whole Codex Command and Conquer trick.
Yeah, and if it's like a blue attack action in Arsenal, then even that Scar for a Scar gets in there, which is again that's how he's going to narrow the life deficit.
Yeah.
Cards like that.
Andrew loves playing this deck. He was chatting me up. Oh, and it's a Sigil of Solace. Excellent.
Okay.
So not only is it a piece that is not going to prevent him from going super wide on his turn, it's also one that is going to be able to defend him away from this this really big equipment block from the Snapdragon Scalers.
All right. Julio went for the Scalers, went for the Gambit. Andrew is able to stave it off there and sitting on a Sigil in his arsenal that entire time.
Andrew's already navigated the most difficult part of this turn, and that is remembering to tick up his 2.
Yeah, he's done that. I love that. So here is we have the Scar first. That's going to have Go again. Either way, but definitely just...
Might as well do it early just in case, I don't know, Andrew accidentally does 10 damage and gets Julio below him.
It's the Beckoning Mistblade, just maximizing our damage from this turn. Had the resources for the Mistblade and has enough, like you mentioned, for the CNC that would jump into the arsenal.
And Julio is thumbing his cards and looking right and left saying, I've seen this movie before.
And it's relevant damage.
Mm-hmm.
The CNC presenting 6 damage here. Julio might be incentivized to protect the card in Arsenal, but again, how well does his hand block?
Again, Julio has the opportunity to just go ahead and lose 1 card, tuck an E-Strike into Arsenal, and basically do the same gambit that he did with the last Codex. And honestly, I don't hate that.
I don't hate it. Like there's like a Snatch there as well. Yeah, okay, a Rabble. Surely he's just expecting that to go away.
Yeah, so what else is... Okay, so he's got a Snatch, he's got a Lightning Surge. What he's probably going to do is block with the Burn Up Shock and the Enlightened Strike on this CNC, and then he will just send Ravenous Rabble plus Snatch. Threatened. Oh.
Yep, just take it.
Yeah, never mind. He's just going to take it.
Again, like you can Burn Up Shock here. You can use the breakpoint of the NE Strike for 7 potentially if you want to sink away like a Snatch, something similar.
Yep.
Just try and Andrew here just has to kind of cover up everything. He's run out of buffer really just to take 3 damage, and seeing Burn Up Shock here is about as bad as it gets for Andrew.
I don't think Andrew is too sad to give 2 cards plus Tunic at this point in the game, though. I might have been a little bit more precious with my life total because instead of presenting, 2 instances of 4 actual damage, Julio is presenting, 8 with the Arcane, but
it's
like
1 and then 7. So
yeah, he's doing it for the potential of burn up, I think. So he's overall threatening more damage, but there's no way Andrew lets this through.
Oh, he's got the Fate Vaccine, so that means he can keep the Tunic around, have the extra 1 block, and also gets to opt here too. Decent time to see that come up here.
Yeah, no doubt. Andrew is finding these D-reacts at really, really nice junctures.
It does mean that 4 damage from Burn Up Shock, or rather the Burn Up part of that card is not going to get through. So elegantly covering 7 damage with 2 cards, and we know Nu can do so little with these small hands. And frankly, Andrew shrunk the life deficit enough now that, just a bit of disruption might be enough to sort of put him in pole position. But Aurora can still send these annoying little packages of small damage from different axes off small hands. I mean, Burn Up Shock is a great example of that, as Andrew had to take the 1 damage from Shock. Eventually, he won't be able to do that anymore. He's deliberating on something here.
Julio is sitting there looking at that Fate Vaccine thinking, man, this guy is blocked with more than a year's salary.
Yeah, actually. Like, he's thrown down $2,800 of CNCs, and that's just 1 copy of that CNC. It's pretty insane. Oh, dear. This is called dedication
and
to
Andrew's
the craft. Oh, is that all you got in hand? Okay.
On Andrew's side of the board?
Is that all you got in hand?
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, putting in front of a Starfall here that's like being threatened for like a +1 from an instant is kind of nice.
It's amazing. I mean, that all you got has been a mainstay in a lot of decks lately because of that. But in this case, it's just going to be donated to the Mistblade.
Okay.
And here comes Leave No Witnesses. Is there any hope? I don't think there's a hope of an attack reaction here. There are none. There are no zero cost
pitch
ones.
to the Arousing Wave, yeah.
No, can't do that.
You haven't played a blue, so there's no Dream of sort of transcending here.
This is honestly pretty lackluster. Andrew really needed something.
Yeah, it's cheeks, honestly.
Yeah. But it's not threatening lethal by any means.
Does Julio even care about this on-hit?
I honestly don't think so, especially if his hand is good. He's just going to say, send me the bill. I really think that I can get 2 damage.
Oh, he's doing it. He's going to 2, folks.
And I do not blame him. A red card is found, so Andrew's going to get a piece of silver, which is not nothing in these new decks. I have seen Andrew just pay for the cost on silver and completely fix a bad hand.
Yep.
So it's not nothing, but it's not like it is in Arachne Huntsman, right?
It's tough, though, because that all you got pitched this turn in order to send the Beckoning Mistblade, because obviously there's a card jammed up in Arsenal right now for Andrew. So that could have been valuable on a turn like this, where Julio is looking to come in for the finish. Ooh. And honestly, he's got it all. Arc Lightning's going to be here in hand. He's also got Gone in a Flash as well. There's so much to play with here, and Andrew, glad, of course, he has that Arcane Lantern and a blue, but that's a Bonds of Agony going.
So the blue is going to do work here, because Arc Lightning is going to trigger on every single one of these go against sources. Do we have an instant in the hand of Julio? I see an Electromagnetic Somersault, which is one of the best cards to pair with this Gone in a Flash, or really any of these
I don't think Andrew can
4 attacks.
This.
I would be surprised. He's definitely got to find that last Fate for Scene. He's got a couple opportunities with his armor to cover up breakpoints, but
that's happening here.
It's going to be tough.
Tunic and Command and Conquer covering the 4 damage. So that go again meant a ping of 1. A Flittering Charge here.
And we're going to use Electromagnetic Discharge to give Flittering Charge go again because of the text on that card, and then also Electromagnetic Discharge is going to allow him to come in with that Flittering Charge one more time. So that's 4 breakpoints. What do Auroras like to say?
Yeah. You mean Electrostatic Somersault, right? Is that what it is?
Electromagnetic, but yes.
Okay, yes, yeah. Electromagnetic, yeah. Somersault. Discharge is the +3, right? On the.
Did I say discharge?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
That's fine.
I'm discharging my mouth over here after a very long day.
Either way, that is, God, that is terrifying. How do you get through Eternal? Okay, so you have block on this Mask of Recurring Nightmares. That's not nothing.
Yeah, but
Levels,
it's not the Fate for Scene.
No.
And maybe it's in the arsenal.
Is this how you have to block this?
You definitely have to give up the mask.
Yep. Oy, oy, oy.
Doesn't feel great, but...
There's a Somersault. Flittering Charge is going to go back into the hand. But first, Andrew needs to answer this ping of arcane damage now. As Go Again is on the Flittering Charge.
Andrew's really hoping that he's got something juicy in that arsenal.
Go to 1?
His last codex would be ideal here.
Okay, the charge makes its return. Andrew Rudin goes to 1 life. 1 card in hand. And, well, I mean, sure. What's the play here? There is none.
Just draws up.
Pass back. That is
and he's found a cheat card and a sigil. That's not going to be good enough.
Just don't block. The cheat card, obviously, really not what he wants to see.
Oh, but a saving grace. There's a sink below in Julio's hand.
Okay.
Could it be a clunker? I don't see any go again.
1 less attacking card here for Julio. What's it going to be now?
It will be Starfall because he's able to play this electrostatic discharge this time. Come in with the Starfall.
Okay.
This time not choosing to do the cheeky naked Starfall and wait.
Oh, that all you got gets in front. That's huge. Andrew not only covering up the damage here from the Starfall, but being able to draw a card to replace that all you got. Snatch, though, comes in, sends another breakpoint. It's still a little bit scary. Andrew doesn't have a great blocking hand. In fact, can he even stop this Snatch from coming in? He's going to transcend instead, get himself a Chi. That doesn't really have an outlet outside of being pitched to Nu.
No.
Again, he's got a, so I don't think he can block this out. This is a hefty 7 damage. I think that's you were dead.
His only hope is for Rising Sun, Setting Moon to draw into his last Fate for Scene.
Right.
Which he is shuffling up right now, so if it did make its way into the pitch zone, there's
his
a
last
chance, Mitch. There's a chance.
His last defense reaction in the deck.
And when you are in the booth, we know that the impossible can be possible. I remind you of PTLA when Arthur went ahead and drew that sigil at the most critical moment.
Okay, I don't think that was it.
Find it?
No, he saw a blue attack action there.
Okay, it's all right because he can still now throw 3 cards
him,
in front of this.
Yeah, it does let him trade a non-block card for one that sort of can block. So you are going to block. You're going to block 6, and then you're going to gain 3 life, and you're going to move on with your bloody life.
And it's not too bad either because remember, a current funnel hit the bin, the banish zone
Andrew
on Julio's side. He is going to activate Nu and send that current funnel, which is lethal.
Again, it does present lethal. That is obviously nice to do. It's going to force Julio to do some blocking on his turn there. Still, though.
Not nothing, Mitch. And that's all we need at the moment.
Honestly, what are you supposed to do? You just have a choice of Arsenal target here. So the Snatcher's on hit isn't really what's effective. It's just that it presented a breakpoint here and threatened lethal. And that all you got gets to draw. Is that a CNC? Is that a CNC?
Was it a CNC? No, it wasn't.
Okay, hold on.
It would be nasty if it was because he's got the arousing wave. He's got the arousing
Oh
wave
my
with it too.
God. Okay, CNC comes out here. Arousing wave means that Andrew can push this up to 7 and Julio just sits back in disbelief. Andrew hangs on, has a pretty face-up game plan for this turn, but it's one that is crippling for Julio. He has to block this out.
And he's got a non-block in his hand, Mitch. That's his shoulder, but I swear he's got a non-block.
He's getting
2 of them. He's got 2 electrostatic discharges.
Okay, block. What is that?
No.
Block 4?
No.
He's dead.
No.
Oh, no, he's dead.
Not there in the end.
It's about as close as you get. Andrew Rudin has managed to get through, pulling the CNC off the top from that. That's all you got, Trigger.
What magnificent
Unreal.
draws from both of these players. First, we saw the E strike bottom of the lightning press into the lightning press. Then we saw the random draw off of another E strike into the lightning press when Julio most needed it. And here goes Andrew. That all you got into CNC to save the game against two non-blocks.
There's nothing else really in the deck that threatens to that degree, right? Your opponent has... You need the 6-power attack. You need probably the biggest attack in your deck, and that is it, right?
Well, okay, so it is... like, if he had finally drawn one of his looking for scraps, which maybe he sided out against Aurora because it only blocks 2.
1 for 5.
Like,
He would
1 for 5 plus the Beckoning Mistblade.
Okay,
so
he would have got there. Or, like, he could have Rousing Waved that and,
But come on, the last copy of CNC is the best you can possibly get.
nothing like, throwing the last of your $800 cards
Codex
to win
wouldn't have been as good because you would have had to send the Mistblade first, and then you would have only been able to get a 1 or a 0 cost.
That is absolutely bonkers. What a game and what a finish here in our first match of our top 8. Andrew Rudin, who has made it pretty clear he'd really like to get himself an AGE win under his belt, is well on the way to doing so there.
I believe I don't think he's a stranger to winning AG events, and I think the last time he did it, it was on New Alluring Desire as well.
So he wants to play his championship instead. I misread his.
The guy's just greedy. He just wants
card.
to keep winning and winning and winning.
I mean, that's fine. Keep funding.
Must be nice,
keep funding
Andrew.
the max rarity cards. That was great. I mean, it's the solo new in our top 8 here as well, in a field that featured 7 of them, I think, coming into today. So not the best top 8 conversion rate for that hero, but Andrew here just putting on an absolute masterclass for it. That was stellar. And also, sometimes better lucky than good. If you got both, then hey, yeah, you're laughing your way to the bank.
Yeah, and you're spending everything you have in the bank on max rarity cards.
We're not going to let this go because we're jilted. You know what I mean? We're jaded and jilted.
Hey, man, I'm a whiteboarder gamer, so I'm allowed to be jilted a little bit. We're going to have an interview with Andrew in just a moment, and he can tell us just about how it felt to dismantle our Aurora player from Oxnard. And we will be back with that in just a moment.
Welcome back to the booth here out in Riverside, California. We're top deck keep for your AGE Open for January. We are into the top 8 here. We've just seen our quarterfinal match played out. I mean, you were playing towards the top tables all day, Andrew. Great to have you here. But this is the first time I've been able to get you on stream. First time I've been able to see new play today. How are you feeling? First thing you said when you came up, you said that was a very, very close game.
Yeah, probably. I think that was definitely the closest game I played today, and I've had a couple of close games.
Yeah, I saw you and Alan Lube going to the wire in like a new mirror there, but this one, it was really down to the wire, even more so than that. I mean, like, coming into the matchup, like, how do you sort of feel about it in general? You just sort of feel like that's a little scary normally to go up against Aurora?
I think it is definitely one of my scary matchups. Out of all, like, the big decks right now, like, not only in the top 8, but just in the meta, like, Aurora is definitely, like, the one I'm scared of. But with new, I have some tools, to, like, do pretty good in that matchup, but, they have, their whole deck is designed around, like, I don't care if you disrupt me, I can still do, if I have 2 cards, here's 8 damage. If I have 3 cards, here's 12 damage, like, stuff like that.
Yeah, and we kind of saw that, right? You were turn after turn, like getting some level of disruption against Julio, but I think there's like that 5-6 card turn that sort of comes out, which opens, I think, up the life deficit to like 17 points or so. Like, how do you start to chip away at that? Because while you have so much disruption, what you really do want to do is try and shrink the life gap as much as you can in moments. Like, is that why, like, you're running these looking for a scraps, and these scar for a scar seemed like an MVP for you in this game?
Yeah. I'm not running looking for a scrap in this matchup because it's a little too hard to play out because of the 1 cost, but the scar for sure. Like, the card you're worried about the most is Arc Lightning. So if the sooner they play that card, the worse off you are. I was fortunate to banish one of his, and his second one was a little bit late. But it's cards like those in general that will get your life total down, and Scar for Scar is a perfect card to get you back in there. It's a 0 cost. You definitely need the go again. And yeah, that big turn where he had with Channel Lightning Valley, I would have loved to block that turn. The problem is I had a Venomous Bite in my arsenal.
Okay.
So you've watched. If you watch any like new deck tech, or anyone talk about new, having an attack reaction in Arsenal is devastating. It's bad, and you could see when in the hand that I drew up, I had Codex. So if I block, my hand is unplayable. My Arsenal is locked.
You can't do anything. All of a sudden, you're just going to get on the back foot for the rest of the game, right? You can't pose any threat or disrupt. Because I was noticing some hands where, like, on a 4-card hand, you have like quite a nice turn. There's like a Bonds and Just a Nick in your hand. Like, you can do this stuff, but you actually opt to block with a couple cards here, and go for like a Codex, leave no witnesses play. Like, you really cared a lot about trying to preserve your life total over having these like dream 4-5 card hands, which you knew you could actually make use of all those cards, right?
Yeah, I've actually, when I was playtesting this week, I've had a lot of times where every time I tried to make like some of those like extra, flashier, more complicated plays, every single time it's been like, just play the simple thing that works. Like that, the deck just work. The thing that works with the deck is it's just that simple. You don't need to be that like crazy about it. Like, so that's what I was doing. Like, if I could just play like a 0 for 4 and block and save some life, like that's all I need to do.
And that last turn, you rip a CNC. And it's one of the only cards I think that can actually get you there in that moment. I did notice I felt like you were digging for like your sigils a little bit as well. Like, is that sort of the case? We saw a lot of those D-reacts come out. You're like opting away cards, like trying to get closer to some of those.
Yes, exactly. Sigils are huge. They're just so good. Like, against any arcane hero, you need sigils to close the help with like the life lead, especially when I was getting to 1, and because he's gonna run, like, he has the burn up shocks, instant speed arcane, but he also, I don't think he was playing in this matchup, but there are times where they will run Sigil Suffering. And those are just more points of arcane that could like weather you down. That's why I was running the Arcane Lantern.
Yeah, because you don't want like a Channel Lightning Valley, like replace the card situation. When you can, that sort of makes perfect sense. I mean, looking at the rest of the top 8, from what we know, like here, There's a Jarl. We'll see if he makes it through. We've got Kassai. We've got, I think, maybe one more Aurora left. But, I mean, looking ahead, you probably feel like you got through one of your hardest matchups here. How do you feel for the rest of the tournament? Because you know who else is in that top 8. I guess you've chatted with them. So.
Yeah, I definitely feel happier to play against Jarl. I've only played it maybe like once or twice, but it's a Guardian. I played against Guardians a couple times, so I know generally how that matchup goes and what my game plan is into that. Vynnset, I haven't had as much practice into. So
So Vynnset will be your next opponent. We've just heard from the production. So, yeah, you're maybe a little bit less versed in that matchup.
Yeah, I know Vynsets can have some crazy turns, and like good Vynnset players will be able to play around like any disruption you try to do. Yeah, I mean, Vynnset's just so good right now. Like the Malefic Incantations and the Deadwood Dirges really help that matchup, or help that deck just operate. So.
And we've also seen like the Succumb to Temptation, punishing people who just don't want to respect, like these on hits, or maybe looking at like a Deathly Whale and saying, I don't really care about that. So
yeah,
that seems terrifying.
So many crazy cards in, just so many Runeblade cards that came out in Rosetta just helped every single Runeblade, and it is such a game changer. And Vynnset really, I think, shines in that.
She's only getting better. We saw the expansion slot card as well that was teased.
So ridiculous. It's just so ridiculous.
But this is a new play saying that, okay? So don't take that with a pinch of salt, but it's still pretty good.
I get it. That's the stuff I'm trying to do, but...
This is the guy, by the way, who sleeved up the CYB Verdance as soon as we figured out just how busted it was. So I saw you with that armor.
Verdance is fun. Verdance is fun.
Yeah, she's sick right now, but obviously you're a power gamer. You're here to win today. You're looking to try and take down your first AG Open, so good luck, and thanks for joining me. Good luck at the rest of the top 8. Andrew Rudin, folks, your solo new pilot here, looking to go all the way. Can't wait to see what's in store, and your semi-finals are just around the corner.
We're sitting here ecstatic because we just had a amazing game on stream. And not only that, every single one of our quarterfinals has been a squeaker.
Nail biters.
You were over there
the board.
watching some of them, and the people that took it, Colin Eriksen won it by the skin of his teeth with a blade flurry and a forced non-attack block. Marcus Brown up against Tyler
Skin of his
Horspool.
teeth. Believe it or not, Dash.io almost got there. Ended up just drawing blues and reds in the wrong sequence at the very end of the game, hearing that he sent out an overpowered Hanabi Blaster with Marcus Brown at 1, and he had the D-React in hand and was able to survive and close the game out through fatigue.
The lightning is crackling.
Yeah.
The purple circles are being drawn. The frostbites are being created. The gold tokens are paying for mercenaries. It can only be Arcane Games and Events.
Yeah.
And what a banger of an opening to Season 3 it has been. We promised you a show, and it's here. Let's see how Top 8 is shaken out. As we alluded to before, Julio Adame on stream previously just fell to Andrew Rudin, the one new Alluring Desire that made it into our top 8. Vynnset Dream is still alive. Only 2 Rune Bloods remain as Brandon Abarca takes down Anthony Pham on Aurora Shooting Star, ascends up to the semifinal with Andrew Rudin. We've got Colin Eriksen versus Marcus Brown on Jarl Vitriti, the one Jarl that could, the booth man that is doing us proud, and that is the stream game we are going to bring to you next.
I'm
Michael.
excited about this one. Jarl Vitriti versus Kassai.
Yeah, it's going to be both of these players are known for playing super clean.
Yeah.
Very accurately, and they're going to have to do this over the course of what I would imagine is going to be about 15 turns.
Oh, yeah. Couple of point goblins, these two.
Yeah.
And both decks sort of leaning mid-range, value town. So, yeah, I'm excited to see how this shakes up. I also know that one of the premier cards, one of the premier armor pieces of Kassai are the boots, which he's going to be blocking with a lot, putting -1 counters on. So there's a very real chance that Jarl could blow them up. You know, we'll be looking out for that potential as well as any of the other temper pieces. I spoke with Marcus, and he actually sounded like he doesn't think he can get the boots because they keep returning, getting rid of the -1 counter. So we'll see how things line up. But, of course, if he could get them, that erases a ton of value, especially if he gets them early game.
Yeah, one of the things that make Colin Eriksen and Kassai in his hands such a menace is the amount of value that he generates off of those Valiant Dynamos. It's often in the double digits by the time the game is over. So let's also talk about the stakes, Michael. The winner of today's Open will be receiving $400 and probably more importantly, 30 AGE Open points. At this point, what else is up for grabs is a $200 prize, 25 AGE points, and then the loser of this match, in addition to our other semifinal, will be going home with 100 smackers and 20 AGE points, which is not a bad way to start off.
Not at all. 20 goes a long way in this format.
Especially when we're talking about the final Open of the year, when every single point counts. I mean, we talked about it a lot.
The lowest point total that got in was in the 50s or in the 40s. So you're halfway there already, getting top 4.
Yeah. We talked about it a lot. I mean, like, the most interesting part of those standings when we get close to the end of the year, right before the Players' Championships, is in that 14 to maybe like 20, 22 range where it's anybody's game. It's everybody is out for blood and trying their hardest. So this is just the beginning of the roadmap for the year in Season 3 of AGE. What else is on the docket, in case you missed earlier on, is a very exciting project of ours. This is Arcane Games and Events East. We are opening up an Eastern Open circuit this year. We are headed out to the other coast, and we're doing it at a really cool store called Great Stories Comics and Gaming. That's in Whitensville, Massachusetts, and the first inaugural Open will be on February 9th, 2025. It's going to be a little bit different than a normal AGE Open. Tell the people why, Michael.
Well, instead of being just an AGE, it's wrapped together, I believe, with an RTN.
Correct.
And so we're including the prizing of the RTN along with AGE points that will go towards future AGE events.
So we would love to see you all there. all of you killers on the East Coast that we know exist.
I'm so excited to see the East Coast players.
Because they are dang good, aren't they?
Yeah,
Michael?
absolutely.
So if you want to come and support the AGE Open Series coming to your neighborhood in Massachusetts, go ahead and go to the link at the bottom of your screen. That's east.age.events. That link is going to take you directly to Great Stories website where you can go ahead and add the RTN ticket right to your cart and check out. All of the proceeds from the ticket sales are going directly to Great Stories. This is, by all intents and purposes, a normal LSS-sanctioned Road to Nationals event. The only difference is that it is going to be live streamed by us. We are also adding AGE points, the bracket you see right here, to the prize pool that you would normally get at an RTN. And then we'll be back the month after and the month after, and you will have your own AGE East Players Champion by the end of this year.
Looking forward to it.
I am beyond excited here. And furthermore, we will be introducing a remote broadcast system that will allow us to bring the casters you know and love, the one sitting next to me.
At least one of us you know and love.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll let you decide.
Yeah, it'll be a coin flip. But it'll be the man sitting next to me, perhaps the man in the back looking at the other matchups that you saw on your screen.
Yeah, the nice thing about East Coast is Marcus can't play in them.
Yes, exactly. And so we can get the British beard back in front of a camera.
Yeah.
And perhaps even the illustrious Sam O'Byrne might stop by.
That would be awesome.
Cast.
Great caster.
So the casters you know and love, and the circuit that has grown the LA scene so much. We're getting word that the stage is set, the players are ready. So let's go ahead and go down to the tournament floor.
Let's lock it in.
Jarl Vitridi making yet another appearance by the same player today. That's Marcus Brown on the right side of your screen. And in the left corner, it's Colin, the boy wonder, Colin Pewter Eriksen, star of the Purple Discord Kassai chat.
He really is the
AGE
people's
extraordinaire.
hero.
Yes, without a doubt. And a terror to play against, I know from personal experience. Looks like he brought in the Fiendal Spring Tunic this time. No Courage of Blade hold needed. And we are off to the races, folks. Here comes Imposing Visage, an amazing start for Marcus Brown, the higher seed in this case, who got to choose his turn order. He's going to go ahead and pay 2 and start off with Channel Lake Frigid.
Yeah.
It's getting cold in here, Michael.
That's a rough start for Colin. So he's going to have to start out weathering the storm, you know, no value town right out the gate, and maybe just protect the life pool while he waits that storm out.
I think Colin will have something to say about it. Chances are he might be able to make a little bit of filtering happen because Imposing Visage did have go again. It depends on whether or not Marcus will do anything with that action point. Nope, looks like he is setting that last card up in Arsenal and saying Channel Lake Frigid on turn 0 is A-OK. Colin, you better have drawn a bunch of blues.
Yeah, and I like that from Marcus. You don't want to allow your opponent to filter if you can't pull the whole hand.
Yeah, let's talk about the broader aspects of this matchup, Michael. You are definitely a Guardian aficionado. How do you feel sitting across from Colin in this case?
Well, you know, I see both of these decks as value-oriented decks. Of course, Marcus is sort of removing value while Colin is trying to present value. So they're kind of playing on the opposite axis from each other. And you can see right here, Colin needing to pitch 2 blues to do 2 actions, and that's exactly it, right? So an entire card wasted, so to speak, because of that Channel Lake Frigid.
Honestly, Colin a little bit lucky having kind of what
2 blues
is
normally,
is actually... Yeah, it's normally a bit of a clunker for Kassai, but in the case where you have a Channel Lake Frigid resolved on the other side of the board, this way Colin is able to do the bread and butter Kassai thing with 2 blues rather than 1.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a hot streak come in, got go again from the Blade Runner, and then followed up, of course, by the Centauri Saber for 5, buffed up by that red Blade Runner. Sink below is the response on Marcus's side of the board. 1 damage leaking through.
Taking 1 down to 37. Yeah. Got it.
Colin has drawn first blood here against the armored fellow on your right. Pretty funny that Marcus is also sporting Oldham sleeves. This guy just cannot let Elemental Guardians go, can he?
No, he cannot. And one other thing I'd like to point out is that I think neither deck plays fantastically on a 5-card hand, which, interestingly enough, if you have a very strong offensive turn or a lot of disruption, you can end up stripping the entire hand.
So here comes Terra Sunder into Titan's Fist. Terra Sunder is going to give the next Guardian attack on Marcus's side of the board +1, Dominate, and If it hits a hero, they discard 2 cards of their choice. So this is 5 dominate. Not as scary as it normally is when it's employed with an Anothos, but in this case, Colin has the exact right thing to say about it.
You say that, but he had to pitch 2 reds to do it thanks to the channel like Frigid.
That being said, he still covers it up. Doesn't have to discard 2 cards. In most cases, I'd rather pitch 2 cards than discard 2 cards. So
silver lining, he deals 1 damage because that was a weapon attack.
And the life deficit is still on the side of Marcus Brown. Yeah. Marcus did, however, get to pitch 2 ice cards there, so Channel Lake Frigid remains. That's pretty good. Ooh, and Colin with the exact response to get around this pesky Channel Lake Frigid. Marcus jumped through hoops to keep that thing on the board, and Colin just says, "Oh, I'll send a CNC for 3 rather than 2."
3 costs, no big deal.
Covered up by Marcus Brown with 2 3 blocks, 2 cards to speak of, one of which is a pummel.
Yeah.
And you better believe that is destined for the arsenal. Here comes Titan's Fist just for a cheeky blue card 4.
Sitting on that tunic counter, too, just ready to pounce.
And it's important to draw attention to Marcus's wardrobe. I'm convinced that he has probably like 16 of these Schrodinger's pummel shirts in his wardrobe. He opens it up every day and he goes, should I choose the red one or the black one?
That's funny.
Arsenal pass.
Colin choosing to block with an attack action rather than his defense reactions, which implies that he's trying to set up for a defensive turn coming up.
Or perhaps just pitch stacking them because off that sync blow goes into the pitch zone.
That's a good point. That could be a lifesaver later in the game.
Colin, a master of the pitch stack, as we've seen on this program time and time again. So that is 3 reds pitched all together, right? It was a Blade Flurry, I believe. Oh, no, it was an In the Swing. I didn't see what the other card was, and now a Sink Below. So he's hoping it lines up with some of those blues that he pitched earlier to the Channel Lake Frigid.
Yeah, if Marcus doesn't pitch stack any disruption in the form of Frostbites or Channel Lake Frigids, it could be a pretty good time to have an all-red hand near the end of the game. Not all red. We want to get a blue in there, but a blue and 3 reds would be really nice if there's no serious disruption.
A mixture of those blue and red cards is often the recipe. Not only for a bruise, but a good game of flesh and blood. Wow, Marcus blocking with the Crown of Providence rather early here, and on something that doesn't even have an on-hit. We don't even have a Kassai activation to start the turn. No Iron Song Versus to speak of. Chances are he just really needs to filter here.
I think I'm good.
Yeah, maybe looking for another blue to support the pummel play, which he did get.
Yes, and the pummel remains in the arsenal, ready to go. Does he have an attack to deploy? Oh, Michael, I do see a Pulverize.
Yeah. So, okay, it wasn't to support the pummel, it was to support the Pulverize.
Send a Pulverize at you for 14.
Which, you know, it's funny, this card seems really intimidating, but sometimes if you just lay the hand down and say, okay, do it again, the Jarl isn't really able to function off of 5 cards all that effectively. And so this can sometimes actually be a little bit of a stumble setup for the Guardian themselves.
But Marcus definitely does have the ideal situation to prevent that from happening, right? Because he's got the pummel in arsenal ready to go. If he can just draw a single attack and 2 blues, chances are he is going to be able to make use of a 5-card hand.
Yeah. And Colin covering this up and keeping 2 cards. Wow. Those D-reacts coming in clutch.
And using the tunic, no less, on that Steelblade Shunt. So the Steelblade Shunt represents a 1-card 6 in that case. And that is exactly why Colin Eriksen runs this Fiendal Spring Tunic, mind you.
We were talking about value. He just blocked 14 cleanly and is going to send back another 7.
Colin is fearsome. So Unsheathed is devoted to the combat area, the arena, I should say. Colin's next sword attack is going to get +3 and when this attacks, if its power is greater than twice its basic, gains Go Again, which it of course does because Centauri Saber's base power is 2, making it 5, more than double its base, gains Go Again. So here comes Japanese Hot Streak.
Well, that's math.
Civic Steps is the block. When Marcus blocks with Civic Steps, he automatically gives Colin Eriksen a Quicken token, which I think in this case he's predicting might not be too much of an issue. That being said, Colin's got Nourishing Emptinesses and Command and Conquers in his deck.
True. Typically the Kassai has so much Go Again that this is just redundant, but if he is able to And there it is, the Nourishing
There's the
Emptiness.
Nourishing Emptiness. So, and check this out. Colin immediately reaches for his graveyard to see if he has the 2 yellows so that he can banish the CNC that was in his graveyard and turn on that text.
That would be really, really helpful. Uh-oh.
Ooh, but Marcus has something to say about that. Here comes the first Oaken Old fuse that we've seen on stream today. We saw Marcus block with 3 of these in our previous streamed match. Oaken Old says, Earth and Ice Fusion. As an additional cost to play Oaken Old, you may reveal an Earth and Ice card from your hand. Marcus has done so, which means Oaken Old gets +2, Dominate, and if this hits a hero, put 2 random cards from their hand on the bottom of their deck. Not bad for a 3
and he
cost.
follows it up with the pummel.
Anything from you?
Cry?
Yep.
Okay.
Currently I'm
so
taking 10, yes?
Yeah, you take 10.
So you're down to 29.
Yeah.
So a little insight into the choice to block with the Civic Steps here. I think he had a good idea that Colin wasn't going to be able to respond with anything meaningful after his offensive play.
Yeah, Marcus Marcus definitely had the knowledge that this was going to be a monster of a turn. And just like that, Colin has been chipping away at Marcus Brown's life total, and just like that, he dips below. Which is great for Colin because now his heart's turned on, so that's cool.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, he loves that.
Silver linings. Is he still running it, by the way?
Yes, he is.
Yeah,
of course.
you better believe it.
It's his favorite card, I think.
I think so too.
Plays it more than any card in his deck.
Marcus is running only 1 Blizzard, it seems, which is pretty curious.
Yeah.
That is a 1, right?
It looks like a...
Struggling to read
yeah,
Marcus's handwriting.
Or a 4. I hope it's not a 4.
His accent comes through even when he uses the
He writes
pen.
in British.
Tempo squarely in Marcus Brown's
Yeah,
favor.
and I was just saying he can struggle to utilize these hands, all 5 cards, but there's another pummel. He's not going to have any trouble utilizing all 5 cards.
No,
here.
indeed, and he's found one of the best pairings with Pummel in
Yeah.
Command and Conquer.
So really taking the tempo here and utilizing all of the debilitating on-hits that his deck has to offer. Another one in the form of Frostfang. Pairing this with a pummel is, once again, backbreaking.
And normally we love to see CNC Pummel, but in this case, Colin has cleared out his arsenal, so Mark is very lucky to find another viable target in Frostfang that can still be disruptive.
Yeah, and you can see Colin just going into the tank, thinking about whether or not a pummel is here, and he reads it.
What?
Blocking 10.
Colin sniffs out pummels like nobody's business.
Yeah.
I am going to Arsenal this card.
Yeah,
just
and
like
look at that IP 2-3.
Yeah, yeah.
Really, really good read from Colin. Now, he'll still have to contend with the pummel.
I will simply
But
come out to you. This will be for 2.
Yep.
Go again off the quick.
There's the quicken value right there.
And Colin
One
is
card
just saying a Centauri Saber plus a Hot Streak, probably also an Iron Song versus activation, is going to be just fine with me.
Mm-hmm.
And furthermore, at this point, Colin is not 100% certain that there was a pummel on the side of Marcus Brown. He can maybe infer it, but also it could have very well just been a clunky Guardian hand for all he knows.
Sure, that can happen.
So I wonder if he'll be in his head at all about whether or not he did stuff a pummel or not.
Yeah, he's going to have to kind of stick to his guns on that read, and obviously you can't just keep overblocking. You'll lose the value game doing that. So at some point he'll have to make a decision that it's time to take the pummel. And with a CNC in Marcus Brown's hand, I mean, luckily for Colin, he doesn't have an arsenal once again. So a pummeled CNC is actually a lot better than a pummeled Frostfang. You only lose 1 card compared to 2 in that case.
Yeah, Colin the Clairvoyant Savant.
That was such an insane play from him.
So Centauri Saber and Hot Streak both stuffed here. Or I'm sorry, the Centauri Saber got through, didn't it?
Yeah, so now we're even.
Even Stevens. And here comes Marcus Brown pitching Pulse of Eisenloft for the CNC. And we know that we're holding on to the pummel. He's also
he's got the tunic counter this time around.
At this point, he is welcome to Arsenal that Rouse the Ancients because this is definitely going to take that tempo.
Interesting to see Colin not use the boots here. I would have expected that if he believed that that was the pummel, overblocking would have been correct.
So maybe at that point he was he convinced himself that it wasn't indeed.
It could also be that he doesn't have go again here,
Yeah.
and he just holds the counter.
And
That's
he's
actually more realistic.
And he's also totally fine losing one of these Blood on our hands, especially right now.
Yeah,
when
he has
there's
no
absolutely no copper on the board. He also has not really been able to resolve any source of copper generation. I don't think we've seen. Oh, Colin gave. Colin giving eyebrows because I think he might have drawn 2 blood on our hands.
Oh, yikes.
Let's
We're
see if we
hoping that he
get a
can
peek at his
maybe
hand.
pitch one of them.
That's wild because that would mean all 3 of them are clumped really
I see
closely
one
together.
for sure.
Oh, no, I think it's a run-through on
Okay,
the right side of our screen.
What about the far left?
Far left, I can't really tell.
Then I'm going to swing Titan's Fist for 7. On
Fate Foreseen.
a Frost.
Okay, so this is a card we haven't seen in a really long time. This is Icequake. Your next attack gains +3. Whenever an attack hits a hero this turn, create a Frostbite token under their control.
And Icequake is ice, so he's already getting one. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No,
not
Colin
yet.
needs an exposed equipment zone.
No exposed equipment zones yet.
Which is one of those fringe benefits, since we're talking about it, of the Crown of Dominion.
Yeah.
It's going to be impossible for Marcus to remove it with, like, a Mangle or a...
Yeah, he could put the -1 counter on it still, and then remove it, but he could do that to any piece of equipment.
Yeah, but when you destroy things, I think you have to destroy something with 0 defense, right? And Crown of Dominion has no defense.
Oh, I guess maybe that's the way Mangle reads. I'm not sure if there are other options that could get through that. I thought some of them said if they have a -1 counter on them that you can destroy it, but I'd have to read each card.
But here we go. Kassai activation on the side of Colin Eriksen, followed up by a hot streak. He needs a source of go again here. We got a Steel Blade Shunt in the pitch zone. And, and yes, it'll be that run-through that we saw in his hand. That'll probably be his source of go again for the turn. Run-through giving, essentially just being a yellow Blade Runner. It's going to give this attack go again and also buff the next attack by 2.
Marcus with another CNC in hand. No Pummel to pair it with. He's gone through 2 of his 3.
With Gauntlets.
Blocking with Gauntlets of the Iron Will, if Colin does have an attack reaction, which he does, but unfortunately it's not going to buff anything and give Marcus any extra value on that block, because Gauntlets of Iron Will do say the next time, when you defend with these, the next time the attack on the active chain link gains power, it'll gain 1 less. So no extra value there, and Colin coming in just with a cheeky 4-power Centauri Saber. Still threatening on-hit gold. But Marcus says, I will not let you have that. Here comes a Sink Below.
Yeah.
A lot of the times, Kassai really shines against decks that, maybe Colin has something to say about that. Here comes an In the Swing. Because Colin has swung 2 or more times with weapons this turn, he gets to play this card, which is very good. It's a 0 cost. Target weapon attack gains +3.
And getting that gold is super, super important, especially if Colin wants to lean into raising an army near the end of the game.
And you better believe he would like to. Passing back over to Marcus. Looks like Colin is drawing up another Nourishing Emptiness. At this point, I think he has cleared all of the attack actions out of his graveyard. Yes, indeed.
For those of you at home, if you ever face Colin Eriksen and you see him reading his graveyard at the start of his turn right after drawing his cards, there might be a Nourishing Emptiness in his hand.
Honestly, I
bit of a tell.
I never really realized this
I didn't
as a
either.
tell until we're watching this game right here. But you're so right. I'm going to keep my eye out for that.
Yeah.
Us casters have to get a buff somehow, right?
I know. We got to study these guys. Never going to win otherwise.
It's our only hope. A bread and butter CNC coming out from Marcus. Has he found the last pummel? I don't think so.
No, he bluffed it. He was trying to sell it, and he couldn't.
He tried to sell it, but Colin Eriksen did not buy. So Marcus with another IP penalty. But if there's a class in Flesh and Blood that's okay with IP penalties, I think it's Guardian.
There should be no attack actions in here. Feel free to double check.
I can confirm it. It's got Dominate.
Awesome.
Marcus says, no need for me to check. I know you got Dominate here.
So without a D-React in Arsenal, this may be a time to use the shield, despite the Frostbite not mattering here. It could also be not that time, and it's kind of hard to lose the shield when you don't get the value off of that Frostbite.
On the active chain link is Nourishing Emptiness, which has Dominate because Colin Eriksen does not have any attack action cards in his graveyard. We've seen a couple, we've seen this and CNC go to the bin on his side of the board, but he was able to clear them out with an activation of Kassai the Golden Sand, which allows him to put red and yellow cards into his banished zone, making this a very, very cool mainstay of the Kassai deck.
Absolutely. We're neck and neck.
And Marcus doing exactly what you had mentioned, which was blocking with that valuable shield, despite the fact that a Frostbite isn't going to do a whole lot here.
I mean, preventing a card draw is also quite valuable, so I think correct choice there.
Chalk up 5 value to the Stalagmite on that first block.
And being able to play out Arouse the Ancients, again, I know that the Jarl deck is a little bit attack damage light compared to a lot of Guardians of old, which makes the Rouse a little tougher to resolve with the 7 go again, but here he's got the cards he needs in hand to do it, and he sends it over Colin's way, threatening what it looks like is a Frostfang on the back end. So that's a pretty stiff attack coming Colin's away. Let's see.
Honestly, he could even just send a Titan's Fist and Arsenal that Frostfang and wait for the final pummel, you know?
Yeah, depending on how Colin blocks, it may not be worth trying to, you know, you don't get the on-hit if he blocks with his whole hand. So we'll see what he does, and it'll change, I think, the way Marcus decides to play this.
Happy to block is Colin Eriksen, donating 2 cards to the combat chain. Rouse the Ancient sneaks in by 1. And as you had mentioned before, Michael, here comes Frost.
Yeah, you know, I actually think I prefer Titan's Fist here, just because it is, I mean, you know, you get to keep the arsenal, and it's, what, 1 less damage? Colin's most likely going to give the entire hand, and while that does slow down Colin's offense, it also... Oh.
Sure, take 2. Trigger Frostfang? Yes. I would love to pay 2.
Colin says, I am
he wants
second. You're helping me do it.
So smart play there by Colin, trading a little bit of his life total to set up a really, really juicy pitch stack.
And let's see if the juice is worth the squeeze. As
he'll have to get there
through this game. And I do think it's, I mean, we talked about this match being a long one before we went live, and I think this is a testament to that. Colin is definitely playing to second cycle, and I'm positive that Marcus is too. I mean, Guardian players are probably, besides like Kano, are the ones that are most aware of their pit stacks, I think, in this game.
Another Rouse resolved.
We didn't mention it before, but Rouse the Ancients is a very interesting card. Normally it has 0 power, but as an additional cost to play Rouse the Ancients, Marcus can reveal any number of attack action cards from his hand with a total of 13 or more power. If he does, Rouse the Ancient gains +7 and go again.
Yeah, strong card. Really, really good in Guardian.
Making it one of these amazing turn extenders. And so, of course, the Spinal Crush, which he can't pay for, goes back to his hand, and we follow up with a Titan's Fist, making this a very clean 3-card 11.
Yeah, Marcus has a very, I would say, aggressive-leaning list from what I've seen of the various Jarls I've played at locals. Some of them are very, very disruption-heavy, and while he does have a good amount of disruption, it looks to me like he also has a good amount of extension and damage that he can utilize his total 5-card hands to continue to keep tempo when he has it.
And that certainly could be something that he chose to do based on sideboarding, because I mean, when we saw him earlier, it was Disruption City, right?
Yeah.
Against Han V earlier today.
That's true. That's a good point. It seems like he has the ability to go hedge into either more disruption or into more sort of offensive value power.
And I think he really needs that offensive value power against Colin Pewter Eriksen, because Colin is no stranger to the long game, and he's definitely going to be playing towards it. Marcus has found himself a bit of redundancy. Not only does he have a Spinal Crush in the arsenal, he's also got an additional one in his hand.
Yeah.
It's curious.
Makes it, you know, a pretty easy block choice, I think, to just sort of lay
right?
2 cards down. I don't know if he has the blues to support playing one. But, I mean, that card is really annoying to deal with when you have a deck that really needs Go Gun every single turn.
And yet he's in the tank. And maybe that's because he's got 2 blues, and I believe that's an Arctic Incarceration on the right-hand side of his hand.
So that may not be enough to
It's going to be
cover it
tough
up.
to deploy all of these cards without overblocking.
Right. Yeah, I think he's just short. He wants the red to block 3. It doesn't. So he goes and takes the damage instead.
He says, this Spinal is redundant, so
Right.
I'll send the one in my hand.
Yeah.
And then I will arsenal that red Arctic Incarceration and save it for a time when Colin thinks he's going to keep it full grip.
Yep. Yeah, the Arctic Incarceration really gaining a lot more value once one of Colin Eriksen's armor pieces is gone. Brings the 3 Frostbites to a breakpoint of 4. But currently it doesn't look like we're anywhere near that.
Yeah, Marcus is having a really hard time writing any hero text on Jarl Vitridi, honestly.
7 is good. Take 2. Yeah. 16. And Arsenal pass again.
Colin takes 2 off of that after blocking 7, which means no crush effect, which means that Colin still has access to go again. And the first one he's going to use is an activation of Kassai, the Golden Sand, banishing 2 red cards and 2 yellow cards from his graveyard, bringing him back down to 0 attack action cards in his graveyard, if I'm not mistaken. But I think we've got both of those copies of Nourishing Emptiness gone at this point.
Yeah.
Instead, we're following up with Unsheathed, a card we've seen before, into Centauri Saber, which buffs the Centauri Saber up to 5, making its power greater than twice its base, and therefore conveying Go Again.
Block like this, yeah.
Marcus blocks with an attack action, which buffs the Centauri Saber, but because Marcus blocked with 2/3 blocks, it's all covered up, and here comes Hot Streak, covered up cleanly by Terra Sunder on Marcus's side of the board as we pass over to Marcus.
Yeah, once again, super even,
On my turn,
grinding it out.
Arctic Incarceration and give you 3 Frostbites.
And here it is. This is exactly the setup we were talking about, Michael. Marcus very astutely blocked with the majority of the cards in his hand, forces Colin to have a 4-card hand and all of the tempo, but just to take it away, essentially, with a piece of disruption. 3 Frostbites.
Oh, and he has the 3 blue hand, does not care at all. In fact, plays one of his blues out just to show Marcus how little he cares about those Frostbites.
Marcus blinking furiously and pouting his bottom lip.
Yeah, he's used to people drawing all red hands after he plays that today. I watched that happen quite a few times already on the floor.
And serendipitously, Marcus has drawn up a hand of almost all reds.
Wow.
He has 1 blue to speak of.
So
and that
he
is
can't
not where you
afford
want
to
be with
block
Guardian.
here then, needing to utilize all those cards on pitch if he wants to swing back.
Sorry if that, I believe I did not technically update on the first Saber.
Looks like there might have been an error in the way that Colin pitched.
Yeah,
He was not representing correct damage from the precision
when I was
press.
attacking with this, I believe I still had the 2 floating showing.
You paid through 3 Frostbites, you played a 1 cost.
Yes.
And 1 now.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Looks like we're all squared away. Both players seem to agree on the game state.
Yeah, we can.
Hot Streak is still on the active chain link, and a hush has kind of fallen over the
Yeah.
crowd. The commander players have cleared out of the room. All we've got left is a contingent of the Top Deck Keep team and the Arcane Games and Events Pro team playing what is definitely not Flesh and Blood. It's a party card game, but this is usually the way these these days end.
You drop out and you play some party games.
So if you sense a hush coming over the way Michael and I are speaking, it's for that exact reason. We don't want these players to hear our excitement.
Yes, that's a good
and
point.
give anything away.
Yeah, and you know, just kind of looking at the way this game has played out, I think I was expecting a little bit more armor-targeted destruction from the Jarl, but looking at his list, there are no mangles, and I think he has only 3 cards that can destroy armor if they line up with a -1 counter. And if you remember the name of the card, maybe it's in here, but it could be even that he doesn't have any armor destruction. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have not either, but there's a piece. It's Crumble to Eternity, which is a really cool card in this Jarl deck because it's both ice and earth, which makes Oakenold very easy to fuse, Michael.
Give you 5 and past reacts.
This is not a bad red-heavy hand
Wow.
on Marcus's side of the board. Being able to send a fused Oakenold in any capacity is a very happy thing.
Colin prepared, though, and is able to block all 9 of that dominated damage with the Sink Below from Arsenal and his piece of arm equipment.
An astute use of Colin's armor, to be sure. Starting off his turn with another Kassai of the Golden Sand activation. We've got 2 reds and 2 yellows headed straight to the Banner Stone. There was another Nourishing Emptiness in there, so now we are depleted of attack actions in that graveyard.
If Colin is able to connect and get a gold, that will be huge for his endgame. The difference between 2 and 3 soldiers is massive.
Agreed, and I believe Colin's magic number is 3, honestly. I mean, Raise an Army is one of those where you'd like to have as many as humanly possible, but Colin will usually wait to hit that Raise an Army button until he's got 3 gold online.
So Marcus is going to have to be very cautious with the way that he blocks here. Sometimes Colin will also wait to pair these attacks with an attack reaction to ensure that the gold goes through, and I don't know if he has one, so we'll have to wait and see how these blocks and reactions.
He's holding back 2 cards. I mean, I know Marcus is going to be assuming that there is a Blade Flurry or an In the Swing.
This is a critical turn in this game.
Currently, no source of go again on Colin Eriksen's side of the board, so you'd have to imagine that one of those reactions is going to be a Blade Runner,
And
of
Marcus
which there
has a
are
sync below.
9. There we go. And Colin finds something that's even better.
He got
with the Quicksilver.
Got a Blade Flurry.
He got a Blade Flurry.
This is huge. So now it's going to force this reaction out of Marcus if he wants to stop the gold.
Which he does, astutely, I think. Sinking away a card from hand is Marcus Brown. Covering it up, and the follow-up is Centauri Saber for 4. Colin still holds back 1 card, which could be that other copy of In the Swing, which just might get Colin his gold token that he's fought so hard for.
Bring this up to a 5 because it's an attack action.
That would be huge.
Marcus blocks with 2.
Wow.
1 attack action.
Second Blade Flurry.
Second Blade
now
Flurry.
This is interesting that he held it back.
Well, so Marcus was overblocking by 2.
Yeah.
So
that's a good
gains
point. It
nothing
doesn't
for
right.
revealing
so
it.
he held it. I mean, he should hold it back, but regardless, surprising Marcus with that second reaction. Really big for Colin, getting that 3rd gold online and pushing just a little bit more damage.
We've hit the magic number. Can we hit the Raise the Army? Not quite yet.
Yeah.
Marcus is going to go ahead and play out that Crumble to Eternity, which is going to put a -1 counter on an equipment that Colin controls, which means that if he can find one of those pieces of armor destruction, that tunic is at risk.
Yeah.
Furthermore, at the beginning of Marcus's action phase, we're going to destroy Crumble to Eternity, excuse me, and his next attack, not Guardian attack, any attack, is going to gain Dominate.
I like to beat Kassai.
Back over to Colin Eriksen. He says 3 gold is not enough. I want more gold. And so off he goes, banishing 2 reds and 2 yellows from his graveyard. One of which is one of his namesake power cards, Blood on Our Hands. Away you go. And this is our 3rd Unsheathed deployed onto the combat chain, making this a Centauri Saber for 5 go again, something we've seen time and time again. Gold token on hit. Otherwise, just 5 damage.
Yeah, unless Frozen to Death is the card, or is it Crumble to Eternity? Is this the one that will destroy an equipment and it has a -1?
Crumble. Crumble is the one that we have on board. It's the other.
I don't know if Marcus has a way to destroy it.
I don't think he does. He would need Exposed to the Elements.
Yeah,
which doesn't seem to be
his list.
So, in this case, Marcus is just getting extra value from his opponent not being able to block with that tunic.
Yeah. So we may not.
Frozen to Death is on the card reader. Our producer Justin is reminding us that there is.
Yeah. Okay. So that was that one. I wasn't sure if that was the one that pinged for Frostbites, but that's a.
That would be
one.
Channel Mount Eisen.
Thank you. So Frozen to Death, we haven't seen any copies yet, but the moment that Marcus does see one, you bet your butt he's gonna get rid of that tunic, and then the Iron Song versus. So actually, Colin, fairly fortunate that we haven't seen that yet, but it's just a matter of time.
Speaking of butt betting, Marcus is betting the farm to block out the Centauri Saber. I think that telegraphs the fact that Marcus really wants to deny the gold trigger if he can. Colin says, all right, you won't give me your gold, I'll do a CNC instead.
Yeah.
Sorry, if that... I don't know how you want to do the... So you passed on reactions?
Yes.
Because I'm actually going to Blizzard here.
So Marcus says, not so fast, Colin. Yeah. I have a reaction of my own. Maybe it's not a defense reaction, but it is an instant speed something. This is Blizzard. Blizzard is an ice instant. Normally, for Jarl, if there's an exposed equipment zone on the opponent's side of the board, it'll give a frostbite. But in this case, it's just telling Colin Eriksen, you must pay 2 resources in order to give the Centauri Saber go again. If you don't, it loses the go again, and that's the end of your turn. Colin snap pays for it with the 2 floating that he had from pitching the precision press, and then, of course, he's got the yellow to follow it up with the CNC, which is a play he wanted to make anyway.
Yep, and we see another Crumble Eternity here being committed to blocks. Not all that useful on its own, and Marcus, without a good card to dominate, will, no cards to dominate, will just lose this Crumble to Eternity.
Crumbling to Eternity is Crumble to Eternity.
Yeah.
As Marcus draws back up and gives full tempo back to Colin Eriksen. So it may seem like that Blizzard was pretty ineffectual, but what it did allow is for Colin to miss his Arsenal. And that Arsenal was a really important piece. It was a run-through, which is a go-again enabler, which is a critical part of how this Kassai deck works.
Absolutely. We see Colin Eriksen activating Kassai ability once again, threatening more gold.
Activate Iron Song versus?
Activating Iron Song versus as well. So this next Saber hot streak will have 2 on hits, a Courage token and a really useful gold token.
Yeah,
Colin has got to find himself a Raise the Army soon, I would imagine.
Yeah, it could be something that, you know, he may actually hold a little bit and see if maybe he can squeak out 1 more gold. It's best used kind of close to the end of the game where you start to force the opponent to block. Because if they have too much life total and space to just sort of take a couple hits and then clear it, it will kind of leave the field faster than you might think.
Slipping in by 1 is this hot streak, generating a Courage token and a gold token to fuel that Raise an Army when it rears its ugly head. And Colin is very happy to pass the turn at this point.
Yeah.
No source of go again, unfortunately.
4 gold is really scary for Marcus.
2 tokens is a-okay as far as the on-hits go.
Any reactions?
No.
The way he said no, like, no, why would I react to a Titan's fist?
No, absolutely not.
Use your brain, Marcus.
And Marcus going ahead and finishing off his turn with a Heave ability, which if you haven't seen this before, Heave allows the Guardian player to pay the Heave cost, in this case 3, at the beginning of their end step. If they do, they generate 3 Seismic Surge tokens, which is going to discount his first Guardian attack action card that he plays on his turn by the amount that are generated, and he puts a face-up Heave card into his arsenal. In this case, it's a Thunderquake.
Yep, Thunderquake, vanilla 8.
Back over to Colin's side of the board. We've got a Courage token and 4 gold at the ready. Can he raise the army? Here we go.
Yeah, he's ready for it. With 4 gold tokens and 13 life apiece, this is the time to hire that army.
Kassai has done her time fighting in the deathmatch arena, gaining currency in order to do exactly this. Hire a team of elite mercenaries named Centauri Sellsword, one of which looks like an anime character, but we don't hold that against them.
Is that Dorinthea?
No, I don't believe so.
I don't know. I know there's an anime Dorinthea art, something or other floating around.
There's one of those. And hey, we might actually be able to generate some copper on top of this turn.
This is a scary turn for Marcus.
So each one of these sellswords is a curious thing in Colin's arsenal, because he is going to have to enable go again on one of these sabers, because he's only allowed to swing with these Centauri sellswords, which are 3 power allies, if he has swung with a weapon this turn. If he swings with a weapon without go again, he's not swinging with those Centauri sellswords anyway. So he's got to keep a high density of go again enablers in his deck in order to maximize the value of these sellswords.
Yep.
And devoting the second block of Stalagmite Bastion of Eisenloft is Marcus Brown, which is automatically going to give Colin Eriksen a Frostbite token, whether or not he has an open equipment slot.
Yeah.
And Marcus is hoping stuff the rest of this really,
yeah,
really
the
wide
color of the card left in Colin's hand matters a whole lot here.
I will. So sorry to all the people who like a clean board state.
Colin apologizing. He's not used to being the illusionist player, so the amount of tokens is giving him a little bit of anxiety.
Activate the first Centauri Sellsword.
First Centauri Sellsword.
And it was a blue, so he's got so many resources. Of course, that Frostbite actually worth a lot of value here because it's going to prevent at least the final sword
damage,
swing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another 3 go again from that Centauri Sellsword. Each of these naturally have go again. The caveat is, of course, that you can only attack with the sellswords if you swung with a weapon this turn.
And Marcus is in trouble. Staring down this army, he's either going to have to go down to very low life and really try to claw back, or give up his hand over and over and over again as he takes on this assault.
This is the game plan that Colin has been working towards since the outset of this game. Kassai is amazing because she's got power cards that operate completely differently against different decks. Against aggro decks or anything that is trying to race Colin, he is going to focus on generating copper and having big turns with blood on her hands with at least 4 modes active. In this case, because Marcus wants to take this game much longer, Colin says, I can do that better than you. I'm going to sneak in gold tokens as we move through this game and then unleash it upon you in the form of these Centauri sellswords, overwhelming you to the point where you can't remove them or even kill me because you're dealing with so many dudes.
Yeah, and just after that turn, Marcus down to 3 life.
I'm going to send a Thunderquake for 11 from Arsenal. On hit, threatening.
And here we come, Thunderquake 11, normally 8, but is buffed by an Icequake, a card that we've seen earlier on in this match, giving +3 to that Thunderquake, and also the on-hit of a Frostbite token.
At the very least, Colin needs to keep a go again, like we talked about before, and that blue. Fortunately for Colin, he does have a blue. If he stumbles and doesn't get a blue or a go again, he needs both. He will not be able to utilize all this value that he generated, and wow, he just goes down to 3.
Colin's
he wants to
feeling great.
end the game here and now.
He knows that if he can swing another set of these sellswords, it's curtains.
Yeah.
Going to activate gold, paying an extra because of the frostbite. Yeah. Draw a card.
We pop this gold rather than save it for another Raise the Army. Colin says, I have plenty of sellswords. I probably don't even have any more tokens in my deck box, so I might as well just draw a card and make my swords free.
Slice and dice is a lot of damage.
So here's a red slice and dice, plus a hit and run, conferring, go again.
Oh, yeah. So that was his source of go again. I was like, why would he play a blue? Yeah, he needs to go again.
So here we go, 3 go again conveyed by the hit and run, a +1 on that Centauri Saber conveyed by Slice and Dice. Frozen to Death blocks 3 on Marcus's side of the board, and here comes the torrent of sellswords, Michael.
Yeah, well, luckily for Marcus, that is a red pitch, so we're probably only going to see 1 swung, which is still threatening lethal, so that'll strip a card, and then the Slice and Dice probably going to...
Colin says, this in the swing is mighty fine, but I'd rather it just be a sellsword.
Did he draw a card or something?
No, he had 1 more card in hand, but he did draw one.
I'm just curious why he wouldn't swing the hot streak. Because
yeah, it is curious.
More damage.
Yeah, you would think hot streak plus the in the swing would be better.
Well, not just that. Well, I think he needed a pitch either way.
He didn't,
to
because he
swing
drew a card. Kassai the Golden
draw
Sand says that your sword swings are free if you've drawn a card this turn.
Okay. I missed the card draw.
So yeah, I think. Oh, because Colin still has the ability to swing. So.
No, I missed the card draw.
Yeah.
This makes a lot of sense.
And because of the slice and dice conveying an extra +3 on that hot streak, it is more efficient for him to pitch that sellsword.
Yep.
Just to live at 1, you will gain a quicken on this block.
Ooh, a quicken is basically just means every resource Colin draws can be committed to those sellswords. He doesn't even need the go again piece now.
So Colin, Marcus says, I will stay alive. To what end, I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, I mean, he needs Colin to draw an all red hand, and even then, it's probably not enough.
Good card.
Okay. It is important to note at this point that the first game that we streamed this morning was a crushing loss for Colin Eriksen.
Yeah.
A showcase of not only good play, but also of tenacity. Because since that point, he has not lost a single game, Michael. He is the U-boat, add U-boat commander onto his list of accolades. It's Colin, the boy wonder, Colin Pewter, the U-boat commander, AGE players almost champion. Here he comes. Charles Dunn, eliminator.
Sure.
Anything else?
I know, right? For those of you who don't know, the way the bracketing works is essentially the sooner you lose the game, the worse it is for your seeding. So losing the very first game of the day is a death sentence if you lose another game. That's it. So he truly had to go 5-0 after that, and he pulled it out. And here he is cleaning up the semifinals.
You got 1 more 3, Marcus?
I have a reaction that costs.
And he found his Pulse of Isenloft, which he can't block with because it is a defense reaction. And just like that, Colin Eriksen, the boy wonder, Colin Pewter, I can raise my voice now, ascends to the final here at the first Open of 2025.
Yeah, what a great game, and what a clinic that Colin put on how to correctly play into this matchup. Just value town into that army, paying him out. What a great finish.
Absolutely. Guardians can play on the axis of value, but Warriors have their say. And if anyone's going to have their say on the Warriors side of the board, it's Colin Eriksen.
Yep. That F-tier Kassai player coming in. Not the player, the hero, right?
So here we go. Let's take a look at how this affects our standings. We've finally filled out our top 8 bracket. What is left to be decided is just who takes home the cash and the 30 AGE points. Looks like in our other semifinal matchup, Brandon Abarca keeps the Vynnset Iron Maiden dream alive and ascends to the final over the body of my teammate and our first seed, Andrew Rudin, on New Alluring Desire. When you showed up today, Michael, did you think we'd be seeing a Vynnset in the finals?
Yeah, we actually had a bet, and I bet on Kassai Vynnset for the finals. So I'm going to be taking home at least. No, that's not true, Bryce. Don't look at me like that.
I'm sorry.
Of course I didn't know that. Who could have possibly predicted this in the finals? Oh my God, your sarcasm detector is very poor.
Color me gullible, Michael. Maybe it's
you were looking at me like
coffee break.
Really?
I was actually saying, like, who took that bet with you was really.
I mean, whoever did the over under, I would have made a lot of money on that one.
I think that would have been maybe 60 to 1 odds
at least.
I don't know. We're talking up a big game, but a lot of really strong players brought Vynnset, including my team captain Christopher Aiali, and a host of other really solid players that we saw throughout the rest of the day. Aidan Kwasneski, a couple of our local Odyssey players. So I don't think she's a sleeper pick anymore.
I think we're rewriting the tier list here and now today at this tournament. This is actually a very interesting result. Vynnset is showing us that she is a force to be reckoned with. Multiple Vynsets in the top 8 and multiple more at the top tables. A lot of people showing up with her and getting results.
We've got S tier, Aurora, Vynnset. The one thing that hasn't changed is the F tier. Bolton's still there.
Bolton's, yeah.
Sorry, Bolton players. I'm just having a little fun with you. Your deck is great, and you should be proud to play
Bolton got a little bit of help in the next set. Maybe that's enough to get him
honestly
little
at this
higher in
point
the
that
brackets.
could be his nickname. Bolton, a little bit of help.
A little
Sir Breaker of
yeah.
Dawn.
I mean, he keeps getting the drip while everyone else is getting the faucet.
And don't forget, Michael, that Vynnset is getting an extra little bit of a boost in the next set. In the Hunted, she's got an expansion slot card called Cole. And Cole says you can play it from your banished zone. And if a hero has lost life this turn, which Vynnset is wont to make her opponents do, each hero banishes a card from their hand.
You know, Cole paired with Seduce Secrets, I mean, the level of disruption and consistency now that Vynnset's going to be able to pump out, Vynnset will be an absolute force to be reckoned with. She's already strong, as you can see here today, and she's only going to get stronger.
What I can't wait for, Michael, is for people to start chaining together the multiple instant speed non-attacks with Go Again with those Eloquence tokens. I don't know if you've seen that bit of tech, but like, oh man, it is a lot of fun generating several action points.
This ability to combo off in a huge way, but I will also say that watching the games today, what I saw was not a combo Vynnset. It was a value-driven, like mid-range game plan, split damage, good blocking, good defense, and then, you know, you block with your hand, and then you send a 1-card 9.
Yep.
And you do it over and over.
It's been a value proposition of Vynnset since her inception, right?
I think what's
hasn't panned out.
She finally has the ability to get enough rune chance consistently that she can just always have the rune chance to kind of make it work. In that case, you know, it's a 2-card 9, but that's still phenomenal. 2-card 9 is phenomenal.
Well, let's see what Brandon has in store for us as we careen into the finals of the first Open Series of our Season 3 here at Arcane Games and Events. Don't go anywhere. We've got more Brandon Abarca, more Colin Pewter, the boy wonder Eriksen, more Michael Murray, more Bryce Platts, more... Not you. Get out of here.
I'm done for the night. more
Mitch Leslie. You better be walking around in the background.
Oh, hell yeah. I'll wave at the camera if you pan it over.
Good. So more of all of us here at the Arcane Games and Events family and more Flesh and Blood after this. Here we go. Mitch Leslie, casting royalty, back in the booth, along with myself, soon to be casting royalty if I play my cards right. And that means
who's the kingmaker?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure that out.
We're going to go find out who that is. You got to smum up to them, you know what I mean? Because I don't know who made me king. No one. I mean,
exactly. I think it must be that I have too much arm hair. I don't know. I'm going to sort it out at some point.
That's okay to have arm hair, right? I've got some.
Is it? Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that can't be it.
Have you got mid-digital hair? That's the real question.
Mid-digital hair. Is that mid or is this mid?
No, I mean,
you know what I do?
This is all mid.
Oh, you have this too. Where like your hand hair?
No, no. It's like the hair in between the knuckles.
What are we talking about, man? We got a finals at the AGE Open Series to talk about.
I want to ask about how.
Quit going on about your mid-digit arm hair.
What about your lobes? No, okay. Yeah, look, I mean, we're at the business end of
lobes?
things now. What kind of lobes are there? The frontal lobe?
I'd rather not talk about it. What were you saying?
Oh. So we're at the pointy end of things here at the AGE Open for January, and we've made our way all the way through. I mean, it was 6 rounds of Swiss, cut to top 8 here with fantastic attendance to kick off the year, but almost 60 players have turned out here to top deck keep in Riverside, California, and they left it all out there. Off stream, Andrew Rudin falls against Brennan Abarca. That Vynnset gets the better of him. And this is actually a matchup I think Colin had to play in his first round of the top 8. I think it was a Kassai versus Vynnset. So Colin will have to dispatch both Vynntsets if he wants to take his first, right? His first Open Championship. That's crazy. I mean, the guy's been playing for a year already. Now in a finals here.
He's no stranger to top 8s, Mitch. We see him in top 8 all of the time. He made his way there at the Players' Championship, no less, through that sea of enigmas that we were talking about earlier. But if there's one thing about Colin that I know, it's that he is so good at crushing dreams. And there's one more on his list, and that's the Vynnset Iron Maiden dream. It's in his sights, and he is ready to go. We're getting word that it's time to head to the tournament floor.
I can't wait. It is a team top deck keep versus team AGE matchup. That's right. Two of the biggest flesh and blood pro teams in Southern California are throwing down now for the honor, of course, of being our first Open Champion of the year. $400 of prize money for the winner and 30 AGE circuit points to work with. Kassai versus Vynnset. It's a fascinating head-to-head here. Colin has probably played more games this week on Talishar than I have in my lifetime, so I'm guaranteed that he's probably run up against this matchup. But even talking to someone like Andrew Rudin, a seasoned competitor in Fab, in that interview, he's like, I actually don't really know what to expect from Vynnset. I'm not really that experienced in the matchup. So Brandon was able to win it out there. It was a close game. Colin, curious to see what the game plan is going to be like here. He probably needs to respect some of these on-hits, not all from Vynnset, and needs to pressure back so that Brandon, can't string together these big turns with multiple Rune Gate, cards on the combat chain. But Bryce, there's a degree to which you can't really stop a Vynnset from doing that if they're able to deploy a lot of these rune chant generators and find a way to get some action points.
And that, Mitch, is in no small part due to the hero text on Vynnset Iron Maiden. Anytime she plays a shadow non-attack card, she has the option to pay 1 life. And if she does, that next rune chant that comes in later on in the turn is going to be unpreventable. And that is all the more important based on the text boxes of a lot of these rune gate cards. Usually they are looking to cause loss of life either on both sides of the board or on the opponent's side of the board. And that's when those, not necessarily on hit effects, but effects take place.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's super relevant actually in the case of Deathly Whale, where Brandon wants to lose a life and wants to make sure Colin does too, because on the closure of the combat chain, that is going to generate 2 rune chants, which allows Brandon to have access, especially with like Malefic Incantation in play, have access to some of those bigger rune gate cards with the more devastating effects, obviously going up to Widespread Annihilation, which costs 4. That's hard to deploy, but stripping a card from your opponent's hand, very powerful. Equipment Suite for Colin, I think this is correct here. It's a Null Rune Hood that comes in, so obviously you can block these rune chants. You must take AB against Vynnset. It is not optional.
Absolutely. Normally, we're talking about big rune chant floods, flurries, if you will, coming from Viserai, the original Purple Man. But if you are not able to block arcane damage from Vynnset, you are just taking all of these lose life effects on all of the rune gate cards, and that is no way to reach a victory against Vynnset.
I'm not sure if Brandon is considering a Machinations of Dominion there. He almost held that over the playboard, unless that was the Deathly Whale is looking just to put in Arsenal. Either way, his turn 0 simply represents mandatorily banishing that Widespread Ruin, getting himself a rune chant here and shifting the turn over to Colin, who has a Final Spring Tunic. Both players obviously working with that piece of equipment here, so expecting a longer game, something a bit more drawn out. Colin, again, probably wants to play for the similar late game we saw against Marcus, where he does try to raise an army and just provide, an overwhelming amount of damage for his opponent to deal with.
But immediately hedging his bets in his pitch stack with the first copy, nay, 2 copies of Blood on Her Hands, which maybe is not going to be the primary game plan, but if there's one thing I know about Colin is that he is so good at flexing his plan based on what happens in the game. So even though we're seeing 2 Blood on Her Hands going to the bottom of the deck, I would not be surprised 1 iota if we saw Colin suddenly generate 4 copper out of nowhere and then do like a 2-card massive swing.
I think there are a lot of opportunities for Colin to create the copper here, but this Vynnset list is probably going to be on Sink Belows and the
Haunting Rendition.
Haunting Rendition, thank you. The block
one of which is in his hand right now.
Okay. So has that to work with, but I think Brandon's hoping for a better opportunity to deploy that.
Definitely, especially because he is going to be forced to banish something with Vynnset, and it's at a certain point he might just be forced to get it out of his hand with the Vynnset ability.
The worst. I mean, it's going to be a Deathly Whale instead, but yeah, I mean, it's not a Blood Debt card, so, putting that in the bin is not the worst. Okay, so it was a Machinations of Dominion he was considering on turn 0. That now is going to come out, grant overpower to that Deathly Whale, and give it a little go again.
So the disappointing thing about the way this turn is shaking out for Brandon is that if it is indeed the Haunting Rendition that is left in his hand, he cannot arsenal it. He can't. Yeah. If he were to do so, he would essentially be
locking his arsenal for the game,
for the entire game. And we know that Brandon is too good of a player to do that.
I think Colin is too good a player not to notice that either. There are very few non-arsenable targets for a Vynnset player.
There's 6 overpower.
Oh, block 1.
And right, so we're going to have the follow-up here, the Deathly Whale, the 6 overpower.
Looks like Colin is
blocking 5?
Yeah. Not blocking. It's interesting because he did pitch the AB to the Rune Chant, so it's curious that he didn't go for the full block there because now that Colin has lost life, Brandon is going to go ahead and get that Rune Chant. And I was totally mistaken. It's not a Haunting Rendition. It's a Deadwood Dirge in his hand. This makes a lot more sense, Mitch.
No problem then. Yeah, look, I mean, Colin had already pitched to AB, so pitching to the Shunt is a relatively efficient.
Sure.
You know what? You're covering 5 damage with those 2 cards. It's acceptable considering you're doing a split damage. So Widespread Ruin, probably not the scariest of these, Rune Gate cards as it banishes from the top of the deck, but in a longer game, it is pretty relevant. it obviously, it is an effect that can affect Brandon, but he's unlikely to have triggered Vynnset on this turn to push this through. It's nice. It's, a 6 damage Runegate card that comes in, but I'm wondering what comes off the back of this. Colin has to respect this turn, right? It's 9 damage being presented. He's a good, well-behaved Kassai. He's going to block all this out. And then there's a question of how does Brandon sort of go have a bigger turn in the future, because he's now down to no rune chance. So he's on the only being able to deploy those, 1-cost rune gate cards from here. So this is maybe a setup turn coming up for the Vynnset.
Honestly, I think one of the better use cases for widespread ruin is actually when you get to play a shadow non-attack card and affect yourself, because it can prevent you from having situations like this where you have an empty banish zone and not really any.
You want to try to send something.
Gas. You kind of like to be able to banish the top of your deck and maybe hit more Deathly Whales, Phantom Wraiths, etc.
Okay.
But instead, paying for a Deathly Whale in the blue.
Which you're allowed to do. That's fine.
You're allowed to do that. You don't want to, but hey, there are worse things.
Brandon also, he banished a Haunting Rendition here. So it's an off turn for the Vynnset. Still one, though, that, can keep those rune chants being generated. But we need to see, like, these, Malefic Incantations from Brandon. Just, more ways to get those in play. This is going to be covered. This is a red Steelblade shot. You notice that Colin is playing defensively. When you're watching a warrior player, pitch from hand to essentially break the hand up to throw that block, it's a 2-card 6 on defense. It's fine, but Colin is really playing for the late game. He wants to get the shunts out of the deck in the first cycle and then have a little bit more gas to work with. And I feel like going in with a classic Colin Eriksen move here, putting a snatch in this Kassai list.
Just the one of, and it's white border, no less.
Yeah, that is, egregious on multiple levels, but giving himself some agency.
On the very same team, we have Dr. Max Rarity and also and the white border wizard that is Colin Eriksen.
We welcome all comers to the AG Pro team. Brandon is going to let this through. Colin's got a card in hand already, so it's not as if he's buying himself a...
Are you still in blocks?
Yeah. I'm not going to block at all. I'll just say no blocks, any reactions.
Okay.
I'm good. Take 4.
Colin says, I will just take my 1-card 4 and draw a card. Thank you. So, yeah. I mean, it's very much like the Guardian strategy as well in the past, was to get all the D-Reacts out of the deck in the first cycle. And I see a hard to find all in Colin's hand here. So he's playing for that later stage of the game. Vynnset definitely has to worry a little bit about fatiguing. You are mandatorily banishing a card from your hand every turn. So I can feel like it can put you on a clock a little bit here. Harder, though, to fully fatigue a Vynnset in this day and age, but it's doable.
If last turn felt like a bit of a lackluster setup, then this one is a superb one. Not only did we find a Runeblood incantation, ye old way of generating multiple rune chant tokens over the course of several turns, but we've also found the newfangled one, Malefic.
So it's basically on either side of any attack, he's going to be creating rune chants.
Well, it'll be start of turn and then after an attack. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean,
it's a Runeblade or it's a rune chant sandwich.
Rune chant sandwich. I like that. How about a double Outland skirmish here, promising 2 copper tokens whenever, any time this turn, a weapon hits. Colin able to turn this into an 8-powered Centauri Saber with a little harder find all there, being sent back to the bottom.
Quite fearsome.
Yeah, promising also more. Definitely some go again. Brandon's asking himself how much he cares, really, because he's actually got the engine, the infrastructure here is set up with these multiple auras for the Vynnset.
But also the really cool part about the way Vynnset is set up now is Brandon can donate the entirety of his hand except for 1 card to the combat chain, and then he can always just banish that last card on his turn and then come in with I believe it's the Deathly Visit. Oh, hey, and Deathly Delight, and why not donate the Face Purgatory as well?
Okay, forced to discard of the card. It is a Glint the Quicksilver. Does Colin have a redundant source of go again for his Saber in Arsenal? No, he's passing reactions.
Sure. That is quite a lot of block value.
Yeah.
Going into the Centauri Saber. We are overblocking by quite a bit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
It'll be
11?
8 plus 4 is 12.
Okay, so they were both 3 blocks put down there, were they?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Wow. All right. Colin's like, you got it, boss. You can block me out.
It's curious because did Brandon play the Fate Foreseen before the Face Purgatory trigger? I guess he can't because it's on defense, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
That would be quite
might get
impressive
to
if it
reactions.
could, yeah.
yeah. I mean, Vynnset's already doing enough stuff here. So start a turn. Runeblood Incantation's going to generate a rune chant.
That is Beseech the Demigod. That is going to give +3 to one of the attacks in Brandon's Banish Zone, and you better believe we're choosing Widespread Destruction here because Colin Eriksen has an Arsenal card that is ripe for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty scary. There's also a rune chant generated on the backside of this because of that Malefic Incantation. So 3 rune chants here, plus a 6-power attack that threatens to banish Colin's Arsenal. Now, Brandon doesn't go for the... I mean, he could go for the symmetrical play here and make some of that damage unpreventable because he does not have an Arsenal, so he doesn't care too much to lose it. We are blocking heavy here.
And that's quite okay on the side of Brandon Abarca because at this point, the Iron Maiden V8 that is Vynnset is humming nicely because we've got the Runeblood Incantation, like you said, creating the Rune Chant sandwich alongside the Malefic Incantation. So even if this turn doesn't quite get to where Brandon wants, he knows he can put another one together with a 5-card hand.
Yeah, Malefic Incantation has the upside of, being able to set Brandon up for multiple Rune Gate attacks on a turn, whereas the Incantation gives him a Rune Chant at the start of the turn that gets pinged off when he sends his first attack. So either way, there's a lot of extra damage here. Colin does lose that Arsenal. Looks like that was a blue hit and run, so nothing to really cry about.
Taking a quick glance at the back of Brandon Abarca's shoulder, I was trying to see what was left in his hand, but he decided not to Arsenal it. So that makes me think another Haunting Rendition has found its way into the IP zone. Oh, it doesn't look like it's there, though.
I see a Malefic Incantation. I think I see an Eloquent Eulogy and a Widespread Annihilation in
I wonder why we didn't want to Arsenal any of those cards, Mitch. Maybe because they were all Rune Gate cards and you would much rather...
Are we quill-handing for the Annihilation?
Sure.
Wait. Okay, yep. Incantation gives us 1 rune chant. Malefic used here. Are we activating Vynnset?
Okay.
We can't. We have not played a Shadow non-attack.
Oh, it's a Shadow, excuse me. Not
yeah,
I
think it's just... He did it for the...
we do have Puppetry.
Oh, so maybe he's just leaving it at the ready?
Thank you. Trigger Vynnset.
Yep,
okay,
there it is. Vynnset trigger comes out now. Shadow Puppetry giving +1 to the next attack action card, and if it hits, you can look at the top card of your deck and you may banish it. However, we are 1 rune chant short for the Widespread Annihilation, which would be pretty spicy. Instead, a Deathly Delight will come in with 3 rune chants up front.
And that's A-OK, Mitch, because he's going to generate 2 rune chants on the back thanks to those Malefic Incantations, and then he is going to be at the ready to pop his Vex and Quill hand and get to the Annihilating.
And of course, with the go again. So this is a very wide turn. Colin definitely has to see the writing on the wall here. So trying to think about how to block this out there. So that all you got in Colin's hand. The only good application for this is against a Flail of Agony. So it is a defense reaction, though, for all other intents and purposes, and also pitches yellow, so it can stop some of those rune chants as well. But Colin is going to have his hand stripped here to nothing.
Block 3.
Colin might be of the mindset that he just needs to block out this Vynnset. Yep. Like you said, Mitch, it's entirely possible to fatigue a Vynnset. There's a reason that she was having such a hard time in the Count Your Blessings meta when that deck was dominating the scene. Honestly, I think that was the biggest thing that was gatekeeping Vynnset. But yeah, here we go. Vex and Quill hand into Widespread Annihilation. What a big turn.
Yeah. Again, 4 up front and then the 6 down. So Colin's just going to use his whole hand here because he's going to lose it anyway. So block 3 of the rune chants, take 1, block 3. I mean, if there's a shunt in the arsenal, that would be pretty good. But no, instead he's going to use the last Tunic counter rather to block the last rune chant and then use the last card in his hand to block. So he's taken the minimum possible amount of damage from one of the biggest possible turns that Vynnset can put together.
And he had to block with that last card because he had already lost life previously. So he was going to lose that card no matter what. It's also important to mention, Mitch, that Widespread Annihilation is a symmetrical effect. So Brandon still had 1 card left in his hand, and that was that Eloquent Eulogy that has been donated to the Banish Zone because of the Widespread
And it's not always the worst thing in the world to just take an off turn. Look at this. Brandon's drawn 2 Sink Belows. So, I mean, he does not have the ability to make the full use of his hand. It's sometimes like why you'd say it's okay to...
There's a Fate Foreseen.
So he cannot use his hand properly. I mean, he can send this Deathly Whale out, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we got the rune chance for that. That's fine, but God, how does he divest himself of all these kind of useless cards? And I mean, look, they're great. Those defense reactions are really good, but against Kassai, by the way, who it's not like Dory where like you get a D react, you're just laughing all the way to the bank. It's like fine to have here defensively, but it is going to allow Colin to, potentially hold on to a couple more cards.
It's tricky too because most heroes can essentially just overpitch to something, anything, in order to get these redundant D reacts out of your hand. But there's nothing on the side of Vynnset.
Your
the flail
weapon
costs
doesn't
life.
even cost. Yeah,
exactly.
That's wild.
The only thing he could potentially do is pay to create an Eloquence token off the Grimoire,
Grimoire?
of the Haunt, but you generally don't want to do that because it's got Blood Debt attached to it, and there's no way to get it out of the banish zone. So you would just
threatening
tax
one
it.
here anyway.
Exactly.
If anyone loses life this turn, then which I think Colin has done. Oh, he's actually pitched AB, so I take that back. But how much does Colin care about stopping an Eloquence token from?
Probably not a whole lot. Honestly, Vynnset is not making the best use of the Eloquence token at the moment because the majority of her non-attacks still have Go Again printed on it.
I mean, and that is absolutely bonkers. Brandon here can obviously, use a defense reaction to sink the other one away if he doesn't want his hand gummed up. But Colin just passed back. And Brandon can only send a 4-power Rune Gate card with a couple of Rune Chants.
Honestly, the silver lining here for Brandon is that he was able to send some sort of damage. He attacked Colin's life total, but he didn't do it in a way that made Colin give all the cards in his hand like he's been doing the majority of this game. So he is still going to get massive value on these defense reactions on the clapback. Obviously less than ideal.
No, I mean, look,
hey.
He ended his turn with a couple cards in his hand, right? So it's minor. But here comes the Spoils of War. Now, Colin is actually...
He's played 2 Spoils of War.
Yeah, so he's definitely trying to make that copper. Now, this second Spoils of War means that this hot streak would generate 4 copper instead of 2. And Brandon has the answer, though. It is going to be a D-React from Arsenal.
Which is unfortunate for Colin because just with one swing of the hot streak, he could reach his own magic number of 4 copper. But alas, his Vynnset opponent found himself with 3 D-Reacts in one hand.
So, again, for Brandon, not the end of the world that he has a bit of a mopey turn because he still gets... His hand is pretty high value on defense, as it turns out. So,
and he's also done some really, really good setup because he's got a Deathly Whale in the bin, and now 3 Rune Chants ready to go with it.
And an Eloquence token is pretty important. If he's able to pay a non-attack, off that Eloquence and extend his turn, that's pretty powerful. Here's the Eloquence getting eaten up by the machinations of Dominion.
And that's the typical issue with Vynnset. It's like, yeah, sure, I can set up this Eloquence token, but what am I going to do? Not play all of these non-attacks with Go Again until
stuff. Yeah.
I think I'm hoping that we will see a little bit more interesting play with those Eloquence tokens with the new expansion card for Shadow Rune Blades, Cull.
Oh, I mean, that one is... Vynnset doesn't even feel like she really needs that, but yeah, she's going to look pretty frightening when that comes into play. Now, Deathly Whale has Go Again. However, Brandon just needs to he needs to close the combat chain to get the Rune Chants here off Deathly Whale. Obviously hoping to be able to try and send the Deathly Delight, with enough Rune Chants in play here with the Go Again.
He could also elect to just keep the combat chain open and instead send the Flail of Agony, especially because he hasn't been able to activate Vynnset. He hasn't played a Shadow non-attack. So in this case, a lot of the time you want to send that Flail, make yourself lose life, so instead of generating only 1 Rune Chant token from your opponent, you generate 1 for yourself.
You've got to keep the chain intact.
Must.
And send that Flail and then break it. So.
Exactly.
I will... Yep, we're doing it. Flail here, chain still open.
Brandon whips himself and then sends it at Colin Eriksen, and Colin showcasing how crippling Valiant Dynamo is to the Vynnset player. It's basically saying your weapon is null and void as long as I have these boots around.
Still 2 run chance there for Brandon Abarca. It's just going to be a Command & Conquer coming back from Colin Eriksen.
Not a bad return salvo.
It's fine.
Command & Conquer, a bread and butter card in this game.
Colin, though, despite this, has not been able to build up any copper or gold in this game yet. And Brandon has a life lead, so not great. Obviously, we talked about how it is in theory, possible to fatigue a Vynnset. But Colin's been trying to block pretty diligently and has still allowed like a good 17 damage to leak on through.
The thing that helps this game plan is certainly the fact that Vynnset is slowly chipping away at her own life, and I think that's why people tend to think that she is fatigable, because not like most heroes, if you're fatiguing them, there is no sort of life gap that is closing around them. In the case of Vynnset, that's just the nature of Shadow Runeblade. You're taking blood at every single turn, especially if you're setting up diligently and playing the hero correctly.
Still Blade Shine in hand here for Colin. That's going to be pitched to eat these rune chants here. One of them was made unpreventable, of course, for Vynnset's ability. So Brandon's still going to get a rune chant from this Deathly Whale.
No on-hit from the Shadow Puppetry, thanks to the Steel Blade Shunt of Colin Eriksen.
2 rune chants.
Deathly Delight. 2 and 5.
So once again, split damage coming in a way that Colin basically has to leak some. Brandon was able to, of course, guarantee there were 2 triggers with an unpreventable rune chant and a Vynnset activation. There's nothing that Colin could really have done about that. So Shadow Puppetry here, just one of the ways that Vynnset can guarantee multiple attack actions.
AB1 and take 1.
Steel Blade Shunt is really shining in this Kassai list, and Colin plays it like a virtuoso, and that's the reason he usually has that Fiendal Spring Tunic in his chest slot. But the thing that is aiding him here is that all of this split damage is making it so that he doesn't have to wait for the Tunic counter to be online to get maximum value out of Steel Blade Shunt. As long as he's got a blue, he can cover up a bunch of rune shunts and get a super efficient block.
That's why, like, it feels pretty awful to tear your hand apart to play a natty Steel Blade Shunt in a lot of these cases. Colin has done it. He's been doing it here, but he's guaranteed to get extra value out of the extra resources from pitching a blue basically every turn because of the presence of those rune chants. So you're right. So it feels much less bad. I think he would probably still do it if he's trying to, play that really sort of slow and steady approach here. But sometimes, when you're pitching for a Steel Blade Shunt, it becomes a 2-card 6, not a 1-card 6 opportunity counter. And that, if you're, obsessed with the idea of Fab math, that feels pretty horrendous to do that. So.
And in the case of last turn, it blocked 2 rune chants plus the 6, so that was a 2-card 8. Yep. And again, if you're obsessed with Fab math, that's pretty dang good.
Yeah, big fan of that. And you also, you're factoring that, Colin you're removing the Valiant Dynamo counter on 2 attacks, so that adds an extra value to his turn as well. Not this one, apparently, as we weren't able to go wide enough. A little reduced to rune chant action there for Brandon, gives him a little head start coming into his turn. It's a Annihilation banished. This is a setup turn then, I guess, as we see a Malefic Incantation. Oh, that's not a setup turn at all!
Oh, and Deadwood Dirge showing its stripes as the old, I don't need to be doing setup turns card for Vynnset.
I do want to keep an eye on Brandon's deck size, though, as this game goes. There's been a fair bit thrown around here.
Looking in the player cam of Brandon, it does seem like his graveyard has eclipsed his deck, but it's still rather healthy, Mitch.
Colin's at 20, though, and he basically just blocks out the turn. When you see the Widespread Annihilation, you are defending. You know that if you don't fully cover this, you lose a card anyway, so it's actually a pretty easy decision just to throw everything in front. And Colin's keeping track. That's the second Widespread Annihilation from Brandon of 3 possible.
Taking a look at the deck of Colin Eriksen, it looks like his graveyard is still a little bit lower, perhaps, than his deck. Sure, he also has
are they double sleeving as well?
Are they double sleeving?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm using like a ratio
instead
of just kind of gauging. The thing that Colin has going for him, and that every warrior has going for them for that matter, is the fact that in this matchup, he's blocking a lot of arcane damage, which means
cards coming back.
A lot of the cards that he's blocking with, in air quotes, are coming back to him later in the game. Furthermore, a lot of his offensive potential comes from his weapons, and those will not go anywhere. There's always a way to push damage in Warrior as long as you have a card in deck to pitch to it. And it also means that a lot of the time when you are swinging with them, just like when you block arcane damage, those cards are going to come back to you, even though they're putting in work against your opponent's life total.
I will just play a Funeral Moon.
All right.
3.
Up to 3 rune chants here. Funeral Moon comes out, and obviously
doesn't have go again.
Yeah, not being played as an instant or from the Banish Zone, so set up turn here. Kassai activation straight away. Colin's like, right, I need to make my opponent give me some cardboard here. That 6 life lead is now widened to 9. I am able to, withstand a lot of this pressure, but I've got to generate some of my own. And honestly, a red slice and dice is a great way to start this up. Get in there. And I mean, Colin's clearly telegraphing a goal against Source by putting the hot streak forward first.
And hopefully the other, we saw him flash the Blade Runner, so there's our go against Horse. But hopefully also a cheeky little attack reaction. Alas, no, it's a Command and Conquer, which
you can
is
follow
just as
this up in
good.
CNC.
It's just as good.
However, you lose 3 value if you don't swing with a weapon. But if you have a second go against Source, that can be doable here. But this might just be a bit of bread and butter. This is now a +5 on that Centauri Saber attack here for Colin. Gold's been generated as well, so we are one step closer to that sort of deterministic endgame approach that Colin is hoping to take, and we can pocket this 6.
Yeah, and Colin says losing 5 value off of the Slice and Dice and the Blade Runner is just
it
too
would be
much. I'm going to tuck
insane.
the CNC in my arsenal and wait for next turn, especially I've got my tunic counter online, ready to go. I feel just fine.
This card art, by the way, got the warrior community excited about a potential mechanologist warrior. Here.
Which card art?
Blade Runner.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I could
There
see
was a
that.
time in the Discord where there was a lot of speculation about that. Would be fun. It does look rather mechy, right? I think it looks like they're wearing an Achilles accelerator.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it looks like they're wearing like Evos.
Yeah.
Honestly, on them, but I digress.
Maybe it's just like the assassin that was supposed to come out in Arcane Rising, and maybe it just wasn't ready. Maybe the maybe the mech warrior is on its way, or maybe it's a new talent. Maybe like tech. I don't know.
Right, the greatest cope that I'll share some. The Dory channel, the Warrior Discord. Some of my favorite people in Fab in there, but we cope very, very hard. For quite some time after Morlock Hill was printed, we thought because Dory's mentor ends up getting killed by the Demonastery, she would go Super Saiyan, and they would release a Light Dory demi-hero.
Oh,
and
is that
everyone was
why?
getting excited about Light Dory.
Is that why that was the scuttlebutt during Dusk Till Dawn?
Yes, because there is art. There is art of Dory like backlit and like about to lose her mind. Like it looks like she got, and everyone's like, "No, it's coming, bro."
I was wondering where that all came from.
Oh, bro, we cope so hard. It's amazing.
Out of the copium den and into the casting booth is Mitch Leslie for the time being, as we witness another Malefic Incantation hit the board.
So Colin's out of the frying pan into the fire.
These will trigger first.
4 rune chance plus Deathly Wow, which is, I think, a pretty relevant effect here.
Probably
Colin got his time in Asunder. He really managed to close that life gap here, and he could just turn around now and go back to blocking and have close that gap substantially. What?
We've got an Oblivion being resolved. This is the second time Colin Eriksen has a Nazareth, the Soul Harvester, on the board against him. It was in his other top 8 matchup against Vynnset, and here it is once again. Because Brandon responded with that Oblivion before the Deathly Whale broke all of those rune chants, he was able to use the 2 that were generated off of the Malefic Incantation to go ahead and resolve this Nazareth.
Okay, Nazareth the Soul Harvester, obviously an ally that hits the battlefield for Vynnset. And definitely, it's vanilla, 6 damage. You sort of got to respect it, especially as the game gets later. But it's actually Brandon that gets to activate his late game contingency before Colin, who still only has 1 gold to work with.
And he's got an activation of the Spellbound Creepers in order to cheat out another Malefic Incantation at Instant Speed, thereby giving him his action point back and probably allowing him to swing that Nazareth Soul Harvester token. But he's thumbing the Phantom Wraith, which is interesting because I think the majority of the time you'd rather leave something in Vanish that you can use on future turns. Maybe he's a little worried about Blood Debt closing him out of this game.
It seems like he's got too much of a buffer here for that to be concerning. Honestly, Eloquent Eulogy is not in Banish, right? That's pitched, so...
That's correct. That is pitched. Okay. The thing that worries me for Brandon is the fact that Colin is going to be able to block this out very efficiently, and then he's probably just going to use his turn to kill Nazareth, and Brandon jumped through a ton of hoops to resolve an Oblivion that basically just went straight to the bin.
Yeah, Colin did take a ton of damage this turn, though. I think he took 9 in total, so...
Seth is still here. These are gone. Creeper stay.
Brandon has a way of just sort of stream of consciousness, sort of, we obviously declare our game actions, but he just sort of, talks like this pretty stately. It's late in the evening as well, but he he's pretty low-key kind of guy, but he's actually, communicates everything that he does. So, he's on, and Colin as well. Colin is very on top of it. He makes sure that, he makes sure priority is being passed. He makes sure that we're moving out of blocks to reactions, all of that stuff. Both these players are really communicative.
And if you are getting into the game of Flesh and Blood, or even if you are kind of like a semi-advanced player and you're trying to reach the highest level, I think that's one of the best ways to do it, is to very openly and clearly communicate all game actions and triggers, and that just makes you play a little bit cleaner and helps you avoid the bad habits that you can develop on Talishar. Shouting out to Talishar, who now have a manual mode for Tunic, which forces you to tick it up at the beginning of each turn.
Because you want to feel the rush of ticking up your Tunic count yourself.
Well, you don't want to get into the bad habit of never doing it because Talishar does it for you.
I mean, to be fair, it is a big problem. So this is 5 go again. Okay, so we do have to get rid of Nazareth. I love this, though. Colin's still asking for cards out of Brandon's hand and having a very fortunate timing, I think, I think that was actually sat in Arsenal, that CNC, but it comes up, it's the right number, because sometimes getting a Centauri Saber to 6 power is actually really freaking hard to do, because even Blade Runner is only a 3 pump. You have to do a little bit of jockeying to get that going. So
and not only that, Mitch, he turned lemons into lemonade, because usually when you're sitting on a CNC and your opponent doesn't have anything in Arsenal, it feels terrible. But in this case, Colin just said, I'll harvest the Soul Harvester.
Colin is calling for a deck count. I think we're a little far from that yet.
Okay. You better believe Colin is counting those cards, though, because he knows where this game is headed.
Okay, 11 life, though. Is that enough to get him there?
83.
You know, he's got his Heart of Fiendal, and I've seen him get double digits on that.
Oh,
card.
yeah, we're doing it. We are
Creepers.
Fatiguing, but Creepers.
The
temptation.
And then I'll take a
That's excellent, because Brandon knows that he's going to lose those Spellbound Creepers at the end of this turn.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily
now.
if Colin doesn't pitch here.
What does Succumb doing
takes 2.
here? Succumb obviously is
Just
giving an
go
action.
again.
Yeah, it's giving. But it was blocked out, right? So there's no ripping of cards from Colin's hand, right? Okay.
And that is the dual modality of Succumb to Temptation. A lot of people are a little bit low on that card because the on-head effect is a little bit hard to confer, especially against decks that block split damage efficiently. But at its worst, it is usually an instant speed source of go again, which is better than your average yellow Mavrian Skies, which is usually the competitor for that slot.
All right, here we go. Another Runeblood incantation developed, obviously with 2 Malefic incantations. So Brandon will be creating 2 Rune Chants in the back after this widespread ruin comes in. So 3 Rune Chants, all representing 1 ping of arcane damage, and then that 6 power attack. And Brandon is continuing to keep the fires fed with these auras powering the Rune Gate cards.
Brandon is humming 3 separate purple circle mantras at the same time, and that's what you got to do in order to get there as Vynnset. It's a tough hero to pilot, Mitch.
Absolutely. And you can see, but what happens when you can string a really powerful turn together is that Colin, even blocking as diligently as he can, is taking 10 damage.
But once again, we're taking a look at the deck count. Now there is absolutely no question which is bigger. It's definitely the Graveyard on the side of Brandon Abarca. And for Colin, it's still kind of neck and neck.
It's pretty.
Granted,
he
has a lot of cards in his Spanish zone, but if we've got a 3-way split between those 2 zones, I think Colin is feeling really happy.
Trigger. Go to 4.
All right, here's that incantation. We're up to 4 Rune Chants. I think there's 1 Widespread Annihilation left in the deck.
There is, yes. Although with the limited sources of incantations in the rest of Brandon's deck, the chances of actually resolving it are pretty low, unless he's perhaps paying for it.
So this is a Rune Gate card with Go again. This is Deathly Whale to come out. Colin has to...
I have to take 1.
He has to realize that he actually can't fully cover this turn from Brandon, most likely.
I will...
1 card goes to the Rune Chants, unless there's a D-React in Arsenal.
Go again.
Okay, so we might be...
He just blatantly can't do it because of the Shadow Puppetry, the Vynnset activation. So he's already taken 1.
Yep. And here's that Phantom Wraith being paid for. Colin saying, I will D-React, potentially?
Sure.
Ooh.
It goes to 5.
And the closer Colin gets to that 1 life mark, the closer Brandon comes to just closing out this game. I believe we have a couple Beseech the Demigons left in the deck there, so we're not completely starved for Shadow non-attacks. That being said, there aren't an unlimited amount in these Vynnset decks. You just can't run like even half your deck. Usually it's only around like 6 to 9 of those things.
And I think Colin is only 2 hands into his second cycle here, because I think we just saw the double Blood in Her Hands pitched together that came up, and now here's the Heart of Findle. So obviously this is going to represent some life gain for Colin. Tunic counter is also up. But Brandon is at too high a life total for Colin to kill by conventional methods in this game now. He can't get there. I think he realizes that his only out is to play for fatigue. But that is a big ask, considering that even his best hands here are not covering Brandon. I mean, we leaked damage last turn. We still have incantations and ways of getting go again. I think we are through all of our shadow puppetries, though. They're gone.
We are. Sleepy Connor making an appearance in the player cam of Colin Eriksen. I honestly thought he had a lot of energy moving into this top 8, and he did. He's excited to be here, but the eyelids are getting heavy.
I think
and the tea is wearing off, Mitch.
I mean, if I'm conserving my energy for the 90-minute drive home.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
We are in the beautiful Riverside, California, but it does happen to be located a long distance away from my place of residence and my bed. So I'm keeping some juice in the tank.
Lucky for Connor, he had a good buddy named Bryce Platts that carpooled him here today, so he can basically sleep it off.
I mean, you wait till I tell him we have like a bunch of Jarl versus Kassai games that need to be judged in the next room. Got a couple judge calls coming in on those.
The boys in the back room of TDK are going to run an event.
Team Honda Pilot have got a welcoming committee set up for him. All right. So we're down to our blue rune gate cards, and this is actually where some of the armor starts to get in. Colin wants to keep some cards here, and obviously that Heart of Findle pitched to block some AB and also give some life, so Value Town, Colin.
In the
he already has the keys to the city, in fairness, but hey.
And the value town of Heart of Findle is going to increase exponentially as these decks get thinner. Colin's going to see it more and more and more, and as long as that life gap remains intact.
I mean, that's resource neutral. What he just did, breaking the gold. That's the only way that Colin's really going to be able to make use of them. Just the go-again source here means he can attack with both weapons. And we are activating Kassai.
And we're going to see this. We're going to see this more and more as the deck thins
out, right?
And because Colin is just going to be able to activate Kassai every turn, he's going to be totally fine just sending a hot streak off the back of it, because we're going to get to a point where Brandon simply cannot devote cards to the combat chain and deny these gold tokens because he doesn't have enough offensive potential left in his deck.
And Colin's able to dig also, by the way, turn his blue into something potentially different, because it's resource neutral. You're pitching a blue to pay through a gold, which is then making your sword attacks free. So Colin just gets to see an extra card for free.
Colin talks about it as having a 5 intellect hand, and I think it's pretty astute, because he's paying 2 resources for the gold token, but he's basically paying it forward. He's paying for his swords up front. He's floating a resource, getting an extra card, potentially finding another source of go again, and actually putting some pressure on his opponent.
Reduced to Rune Chant here. The gold token's already been created, so no other rule on hits for Colin to worry about. Brandon probably happy to finally get use out of a defense reaction, as Colin had spent most of the game not giving him a use for it, but there's a widespread annihilation in handy for Brandon. But can he deploy this? I mean, it's a big ask to get those a couple extra rune chants. Do we have a...
With this many cards in hand, he might just pay for it?
Is that a Deadwood Dirge on the right of his head?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so
I don't believe the Runeblood incantation has popped yet, and he's also got a Vynnset activation, so he's going to have the rune chance to send that widespread annihilation. I'm actually got my foot in my mouth, Mitch. It's happening.
Yeah, that's pretty powerful. Again, on top of that, Brandon, in order to actually stop Colin here or to break through, needs an extra action point. He has to have these wider turns. That's where he can really leak this damage, or rely on Shadow non-attacks to cause unpreventable damage, but I don't know if he's got 6 of them left in his deck, honestly. Like, we've seen all the Shadow puppetries already.
And unfortunately, gone are the days of the Spellbound Creepers. They've gone the way of the wind because Brandon could not get enough arcane damage through to keep them on the board through Colin Eriksen. And just like that, Mitch, remember the first time that Colin asked for a deck check?
The deck is...
We're sub 10 cards.
The deck is looking mighty svelte. I'm going to be honest with you. It is looking hot girl summer out there for Brandon's deck. That is scary. And Colin has 6 life plus Heart of Findle that's recurring through his pitch stack.
And furthermore, take a look at his deck. That is not sub 10 cards right there.
No, that's like close to 16 potentially.
Colin can play this game on any axis with this deck. There's a reason he has stuck to Kassai of the Golden Sand from the beginning of his time in this game. And it's because he can be the aggro man, he can beat people down, he can wait, he can play the long game, huge win condition. He can also just starve you to death.
What?
6 and 6, rather.
We got the blues?
Yeah. You better believe we got the
yeah,
blues.
we got the, okay. We got the blues.
We got the
blues. It's
blue.
fine. I paid. Now we're blocking you out, big fellow. You got any action points or what?
Mitch, Colin is just one of those players that you sit down across from him and you go, is this going to be enough against this guy? I feel like he always has it. And sure enough, he always has it, Mitch.
But he has stuck to this plan the whole game. Like, there have been 0 turns where Colin's like, oh, I really like this hand, actually. Maybe I could just take some damage and belt my opponent's head in. No, he has stayed on the fatigue plan. There was no reason to pivot. Yeah. He wasn't generating gold or copper. No need to be the aggressor here.
The only time we've seen him step on the gas is when Brandon has basically just either IP'd himself trying to set up a massive turn, or when he just drew an absolute clunker and had to pass tempo back to Colin. And that is a testament to Colin as a deck builder, because he's been honing this Kassai deck for so long. He's gotten to the point where the deck kind of just pilots itself. It's like, when you look at the blue one-ofs, when you look at the things that are always going to be coming back to him, they've always got a use case, whether he's got tempo, whether he doesn't.
I think Brandon's in trouble here. He has a widespread annihilation in Banish of Cause, destruction, excuse me. That's a 3 cost.
And so is the Deathly Whale that he just put there as well.
Can he get either of them out? He has a Besiege the Demigod. That's not going to help him. It does give him an unpreventable damage trigger.
But without anything to target that he can rune gate, it's just a -1 life.
Are we just paying for our attack actions like everyone else now? Sync looking to head to the pitch zone.
And we're getting to the point where Vynnset is showing why she's a fatigable hero, because at a certain point, without the density of incantations, essentially, or Deadwood Dirges, she can be totally dead in the water. I mean, she's not a hero that plays super well to the pitch stack.
I guess I will...
Man, what will it be, Brandon? I don't even know if... Yeah, I don't think we're rune gating anything into play here. It says Beseech Sync.
What is that last card, Mitch? I can't quite make it out.
There's one in between the two. Yeah, it's yellow. Is that
that's a succumb? No, that's a succumb to temptation in the middle.
So it's Beseech the Demigod.
Which is not going to help. 2 non-attacks.
Sync. 1.
Yeah, he just draws up. And furthermore, takes 2.
Okay, Colin.
He's found himself an Eloquent Eulogy, which can be used on the next turn. And then, yeah, it's a sync with that last card.
But Colin can threaten lethal on a turn like this. He absolutely can. He has a red slice and dice in his hand, I think.
He's also got a Source of Go again.
Oh, God.
Oh,
you need to say, I'm not going to waste your time. Here's a Slice and Dice and the Unsheath. So this is +4 Go again to this Centauri Saber. 6 or 7. And has Go again. So, yep, lethal is absolutely going to be thrust under Brandon Abarca's nose on this turn.
Luckily,
Brandon can't use his cards to attack, but he had better hope that they can keep him alive.
Luckily, he's got a lot of non-attacks, so he's probably not going to turn on the attack action block clause of the Centauri Saber.
Have we seen any? Have we seen any inner swings at all?
I am almost positive we blocked with one.
Okay.
I don't know the fate of the other.
Here's a 5 from this hot streak. Brandon just took all of that damage earlier on. Sinks here, so that's fine. However, a sink into a inner swing, yeah, that would kill Brandon.
At least Colin's Heart of Fiendal is turned off?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, silver linings for our Vynnset player, who is definitely reaching for them at this point.
But Brandon, being a strong player, like, he knows this is it. This is his last chance to really put his front foot forward and try to kill Colin Eriksen, because there's just no threats left.
Colin is an anaconda. He has been wrapped around Brandon for the last couple of turn cycles, and he is now choking life out of him.
No, he's got a sweet face. You might think that Colin Eriksen is giving you a hug, but he's actually strangling you. Just like Sleepy Connor in the background there. He's got his pack. He's ready to jump in the car and head home, but in the meantime, his neck's going to get a little bit sore because that head is getting heavy.
Yeah. And you tank on these blocks for sure. You have to start playing around these warrior attack reactions. sinking a card away.
Sometimes I would almost rather just not be in the tank against warriors because, like, you can think yourself in circles. Like, Mitch, I've done it to playing you in armories. It's like, sure, I sniff out what is in your hand or your arsenal, but, like, at a certain point, you're expending so much brain power, and it hurts you a little bit.
And you've still got to think about your turns as well. I remember you tried to blind Azalea to have an out against me once. And
I think I had to.
Yeah, you tanked for that on a while. But again, like sometimes there is no right answer, which is the painful part. Here it is: 2 rune charms and an eloquent elegy. Well, you're just going to eat those. I mean, this is just not enough.
Yeah,
this is not enough to put any pressure on our Kassai player.
Yeah. Like, Vynnset is a lot of fun to play, but this is when it feels bad to be the Vynnset, because not only are you just not putting forth turns of any real value to ending the game, you're also just taking damage every single turn.
Colin's digging here for, well, gets a sink, so that's probably not, he's probably looking for a go against Source. But the hot streak has to be blocked here, and probably not by a non-attack, so Colin might just
got a haunting rendition left in the deck, which is great because he's going to be able to discard it, create a rune chant, do maybe a little bit of setup, but with 1 card left in the deck,
we can just Blade Flurry to kill him? Yes, we can. +2 here on this hot streak. Brandon only preventing 2 points of damage.
Okay,
there's a reduced to rune chant out of the hand, and there's no... Oh, go again. I tell a lie. It's going to be a Blade Run of the blue variety, giving Centauri Saber +1 and giving hot streak that go again. And, of course, +2 from a Blade Flurry means that Brandon has to give the hand, I think, to stay alive here.
Only 1 card because Haunting Rendition will float that prevention throughout the rest of the turn. It's one of the amazing parts of the second functionality of that card, indicated by the 2 on the die on top of Vynnset Iron Maiden on Brandon's side of the board.
Gotcha.
So he prevents there. He gets 1 more Rune Chant, which means he can banish the last card.
Yeah, it's like the reduced to Rune Chant pushes the damage prevention out of the way onto the next part of the
And it's like, yeah, sure, he gets to send this Deathly Wail, but let's take a look again at Colin's side of the board. He's still got a healthy deck right there. It's at least 4 or 5 cards.
And you see how it's never truly fatigue, right? You really wait until the Vynnset just runs out of relevant threats in the deck and just passes on a turn. As soon as that happens, it's over. Colin knows it here, trying to end the game. Hot streak gets forward now, 2 resources floating.
Knocking on the basement shadow door.
There ain't any cards left in the deck here for Brandon Abarca. Comes in for a block, he gets it done, and that now means that Brandon will draw from an empty deck, folks. Just the card in his arsenal, sending the Flail of Agony forward, exsanguinating himself. That's the way he wants to go out as Colin Eriksen takes it out, folks. Winning his first AGE Open on Kassai up against all manner of hostile matchups. Congratulations. What a game from the young gun. One of the brightest prospects coming out of SoCal.
And Flesh and Blood in general, I might add. Colin says, you know, losing once is enough today. I'll do it. I'll get it out of the way early, and then I will never do it again.
Yeah. To Prism, and he was very pleased, of course, that, you know, obviously not reveling in Zach's grief, not being able to make that top 8, but very glad he didn't have to go up against Prism. But every other challenger, Colin was able to take on beautifully. And I'm excited because, you know what, he's also a great interview. So I've definitely would love to hear how he's feeling after this game, because he picked up Kassai and he ran with it. He made her his own. He put in a lot of work, and, you know, he really tuned that deck very heavily for each metagame. And I tell you, like, I kind of try and judge how deep in the scene someone is by, like, how dank the Discord memes they know. And Colin knew the dankest of the Dory chat Discord meme. He doesn't even play her, guys. He had no reason to be in that channel, and yet he's seen it all. So the guy puts in a lot of time. And Brandon is a really experienced player on a top deck.
Without a doubt.
Top deck keeps finest. Always is a factor in, like, these top 8 scenarios here, and to see Colin get through him, he's got to be feeling great. It's a great story. What a way to kick off this year. Just coming up short last year.
Yep.
Now off to a great start with 30 circuit points, $400 in cash into his pocket.
And the pride of the AG Pro team on top of that. That means we've got an edge against TDK.
He came out of TDK, lost on
their house. We ruined their day. We peed in their pudding. I'm going to stop making metaphors now, Mitch, because I think I might get in trouble if I go for another one.
Is that
well, obviously somebody that's a bit of a ragamuffin.
Is it because it's sold by Subway, or?
Wait, hold on. Is there a peeing reference to Subway?
No, I just heard that, like, the food quality is not very good. You know?
Oh.
American Subway is not great.
Is there another Subway? Do we have Subway?
No, we have
Subways I guess
like
they're everywhere.
In, the whole rest of the world, which is countries that aren't called America, that exists. They have good Subways.
Yeah, I've heard rumors of this. I don't think they actually exist, though, do they?
Okay, like this guy's developed the
There aren't actually countries that aren't American,
Oh.
right? I'm getting a lot of blank
I'm looking
stares.
around the room, but they're all bloody Americans.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of blank stares from Americans. So,
are we taking a break? Do you want to jump straight into this?
let's jump straight into it. Why don't I jump out and I'll transform into Colin Eriksen and you take the lead here, Mitch.
No worries, we'll do. I'll have Colin Eriksen sit down with us in just a moment here. There are countries outside of America, guys. There are. I really encourage you to read an atlas or something. I bet you this guy knows. Name one non-American country. I can't. You're taking way too long. No, you're taking way too long, my guy. Anyway, congratulations. You are our January AG Open champion, Colin Eriksen. Wow. I mean, you've been putting up results for like a year, right? But and you've taken on all manner of opponents, and so many of your opponents have been more experienced than you in terms of time, right? In terms of how long they put into the game. What do you attribute to your ability to come up, rise up so quickly here, and stand on equal footing with these real veterans of the game?
Yeah, I mean, it's the environment. It's like the such high quality players and everyone being just so friendly and inviting and allowing me to just dive in. I had a lot of time when I was just starting this game, and like I was able to invest in it. Every time I was like, let's go to another armory, let's do another event. There was someone there being like, yeah, and then you should try out this deck, and then here's what you should do here. And it was just it just made it like such a good environment to really rise up and to kind of carve out a little edge of
yeah. I mean, you found a niche, right?
A niche, yeah.
I really feel like Flesh and Blood, especially at this level, is a true test of knowledge, right? You have to have such an expansive knowledge, not only of what your hero can do and what your strategies are, but also your game plans, how they change, and also your opponent's game plans. Do you feel like you had to amass like a ton of knowledge in general to be able to put that on display?
For sure, yeah. Like so much knowledge, just like in like what you do for your hero, what they're playing, and like you just get like a sense for what's going on as you play through games. That takes a ton of practice to get to. And that was something that happened in this last match, in the finals, where I actually played a Vynnset earlier today, and it was not like this game. It was back and forth. He was doing a big thing. I would send a bunch of damage, and I managed to like squeeze it out after just hoping that he didn't have a shadow non-attack for one turn.
For that unpreventable damage, right?
For the unpreventable damage, and I blade flurried for lethal.
So was that a different game plan, that early Vynnset? Did your game plan change in terms of how you approach the matchup?
So, yeah, what happened was the lists were a little bit different. His list was like a little bit more defensive, a little less like go-again tools and extenders.
Yeah.
And then as I was playing the game, I was like drawing my shunts. I was not drawing the power cards. I kind of got 2 Spoils of Wars on an awkward turn.
Yeah, you like double spoils.
Yeah. But I played it out because I was like, I mean, I just got to send it. I can't hold these in hand. But he had like 2 4 blocks. And I was like, this isn't going to work.
Did you like a double blood in the hands like right at the start of the game as well?
Yeah. And so I wasn't off to a fast start, and I wasn't getting anywhere. I wasn't getting the copper, the gold. But yeah, I realized like, I was looking at his deck, and I was like, I mean, I'm like halfway through his deck.
Yeah, you're getting
like,
there.
Yeah.
I saw you call for that first deck cannon. I'm like, all right. So obviously you run the shunts in the deck and you have a tunic counter, right? But it seems like, and I was talking about this with Bryce, you actually don't mind just pitching a card for a shunt because you've got the ability to cover up these rune shunts, right? I know in some other matchups it feels pretty god-awful because all of a sudden that rent shunt goes from being like a 1-card 6 to like a 2-card 6. You might as well just have 2 3 blocks.
Right, yeah.
Did you feel that going through the game? Like, oh, this is kind of nice. Like,
right, yeah. No, when there's all these rune chants, and especially if like the Vynnset's already said it's going to be unpreventable, then you go, oh, okay, well, and then just pay 1 less and then play the shunt. It's really nice, and like tunic counter is great, but the tunic counter is at least a point of life every time you can get it. Assuming
you're seeing a lot being pitched to the AB, right?
Mm-hmm. And that was great. I missed so many tunic counters.
We were just talking about it. By the way, they're building at Talisha a manual tunic counter thing where you have to click on your tunic. So
you have to remember. Yeah.
Yeah, we've all been spoiled. We're like the TikTok generation of Fab players. Like, have no attention span. We're just used to having it all being done for us. Don't worry about that. You're going to be sorted.
Yeah, I know.
Going back through your matchups here, like you kind of got a bit of everything right. We saw you on stream to start the day, right?
Yeah.
Up in that Prism matchup, which was exciting, but difficult to win out. I think from the Warrior perspective. Walk us through a little bit for the games we didn't see. What's your journey been like today to get?
So journey immediately 0-1. Immediately, I have to win out, or I don't even get top 8. I don't get top 16 or whatever. And then I played against a Viscera, and it went pretty well. I went first, which is like really impactful in that matchup. If the Viscera goes first, he lands a bunch of rune chants, and it's just a bunch of extra value that he just doesn't get if he's playing second. And I think that really helped. And then, just kind of standard game plans there. And that was kind of the early rounds. Round 3, I played against a Dorinthea. It was a lot of like, okay, if it's aggressive, we'll play some, Spoils of War, Blood in Our Hands, that kind of strategy, very mid-rangey. And same with...
You can win out there, right? I feel like you grind really well. You've got, dynamos. You've got the small hand value that's better than someone. It's like, we talked about it before, right? If the Dory doesn't have a Dawnblade counter, you feel like you can eke out the value advantage.
And against Dory, where it's like, it's so many, like... attacks for 3 or 6, and I go, this works great with my hand. And when the Dorinthea is trying to mid range and you're trying to mid range, but you have Raisin Army, I think you just have the advantage there, and that's basically what happened. So those are my early rounds. I had a really close call against Count Your Blessings New, not actually for life total. I ended at 23, but because of time.
Okay.
Because we were running out. I was also running out of deck, to be fair. Like he was absolutely playing towards deck out, which is the right thing to do. But yeah, like it was tough because we were just going to time, and I was trying to finish it, and eventually it did go to time. But he looked at his deck, he looked at my deck, he realized I have only chi. And then,
so eventually you're going to swing into a non-blocking hand. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because he was at like 5 or something.
No Cosmic Awakening, I assume.
No.
Play towards.
Now, I haven't seen one of those. I've seen it in Zen. It's always funny when he gets pulled off. But I don't know. Maybe that's a tech against.
Yeah, I mean, I like Zen is generally playing for that second cycle to try and get that. I think we've seen a couple of news like 1 in the board here.
Maybe, yeah.
You played you were saying you played a Vynnset in your first round of top 8, right?
I played a
your quarterfinal
game. Yeah. I played
the more aggressive. It was Austin, I think.
Yeah, that was Austin.
Yeah.
And I played Vynnset, and that was a different game. It was aggressive early on. I generated copper. He got his on hits through. He was making a bunch of rune chants. Like everything was just constantly up. Like the incantations, all the generators. You know what I mean? And there's no room to pivot. It at least it didn't feel like it. So I just had to send back that same energy. And yeah, that one was a real like aggro match. And I think that may be why the finals kind of ended the opposite way, was because my opponent had seen that match and was going, okay, this is how games go. But I think Kassai is so flexible that I could be like, well, this is how the game went, but I can change.
And it also was dictated by you drawing a couple clunkers at the start of that game that never let you really get off the starter's line.
Yeah. And yeah, those clunkers were awkward. But yeah, not hitting like not hitting the token generators are really important. Yeah.
I guess like my last question for you here is that you picked up Kassai, a deck that for a time during the heavy hitters meta was said like it might have some run, and then immediately people were like, oh, this is not going to be good enough in the part of the misfire meta. What would you say to other people that really love to play a certain class and feel a great affinity for it, but are struggling sort of, to beat against like some of the more higher powered decks, and also have people telling them, oh, like, you should get off this is a bit weaker. Because obviously I feel like you probably had that situation yourself. You're on an AG Pro team. You're surrounded by players that are power gamers that are probably telling you to get off that. So
I've heard a lot, even today, of, okay, but imagine if he was on a good deck.
I would never have said that. That was probably Justin.
No. Some random person.
Yeah.
Whoever.
What would you say to those people?
But yeah, I would say that like Flesh and Blood reward specialist like no other game does. Like it really, if you know your deck and you know everyone else's deck, there's so much to be gained there in all this implicit value. And I think honestly Warrior kind of exemplifies that, where like all of their cards are underrated. You look at this and it's like it's a 3-card 9.
Gaming.
Yeah. But yeah, like just all these nuances that you don't tend to see, and this is absolutely true in other decks, if you're going to be a specialist, we have a bunch of guys here. We had like Tau and Arachne, you know. We had a bunch of people.
Yeah,
playing,
Talon on
Talon on
Riptide. Zachary on any illusionist, but Prism.
Zachary on any illusionist. Yeah, he's a master at those things.
We had a Betsy, we had an Olympia here as well. So I mean,
Yeah.
the game does reward specialists for sure.
Absolutely.
Like
And-
you also had to do the work, right? Like you have
Yes.
to become the kind of player that can go into unfavored matchups and win them out. We saw what you did to the Enigma field at the
Right,
end of
yeah.
last year.
Yeah, no, like definitely feel free to break the mold, because so many of these like so-called like F tier heroes or whatever are really underexplored. Even now, like with Kassai, it's like I feel him out there. We had this Kassai doing great at calling Kuala Lumpur, who I believe made it to day 2, and was actually on stream one game. But yeah, like not as many. You're seeing like 1 or 2 at events, and I'm sure there are still like minor improvements to be made. Even today, I changed my list from back when I played it in Portland. Just swapping in the null rune hood instead of null rune boots for my second AB slot.
Yep.
And I think that actually made the difference today in top 8 against the Vynnset.
Yeah, having the ability to deal with some of the break points.
It was break points, and I was able to keep my arms, which block for 2 and then 1, instead of something like balance, which just blocks for 2.
Yeah.
And that one life, I got down to 1.
That's true. That's a great point. Look, congratulations, Colin. Our first
Thank
AG Open winner for the year. A long time coming and very well deserved. Should we send everybody home, or do you want to? Yeah, should we close it out here? I think that's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an utter pleasure to be here with you today to kick off this year of the AGE Opens, and of course, of the Players Championship coming up. This guy just won $400 and 30 AGE circuit points, of course, going towards his qualification for the Players Championship. Really quickly want to shout out to Top Deck Keep. Thank you for hosting us out here in beautiful Riverside. The store is fantastic. All the staff have been amazing to hang out with over the course of the day. And yeah, you should check out their store on TCG Player, topdeckkeep.tcgplayer.com. Get over there. They've got a great array of singles, especially the high-end stuff if you're into that. For now, that's all from us. Thank you from the entire Arcane Games and Events team. We will see you for our next month of AGE Open.